And when you have family and friends involved that are participants, they can benefit from it. But once you realize how it's kind of like a succubus, I don't know, I guess. Just like,
Forget
hey,
about benefits and privileges. I want rights. I'm tired of being a child. Tired of being treated like a child. Tired of acting like a child. I'd rather sink or swim. I'm fed up with benefits and privileges.
I mean, it could be very beneficial to some people, but it's like you're pretty much owned by the system. But I mean, but
If you want to be.
most of the people that are owned by the system, they don't even see it. They're
It's a
beneficiaries.
brilliant system.
Yeah, they're beneficiaries.
It's just like the globe. You can't see the cages. You can't smell the. You can't see the chains, right? The bonds that they put on you, they're not physical bonds. They're commercial instruments.
Yeah, and they're beneficiaries altogether. Beneficiaries. And you know what? Fuck it. I mean, it's like, hey, my parents or my family is benefiting from the system that I know is manipulating them into this mind control system. But hey, at least they're happy. Well, I don't fucking actually know them, and maybe they're not happy. I don't know. But I don't really. I mean, as long as they appear happy, good to go. And they're in this freaking multi-trillion-dollar debt system. They might as well be happy. They're doing the best they
There's
can.
no debt. It's all made up. It's
I
monopoly
know.
money. How can there be debt? They print more,
I
right?
know.
It's just to make you think that you're in debt, right? Because if you think you're in debt, you behave like a good slave.
All right,
But once
but
you realize you're
it's
the
fun. It's
creditor, you gotta
functional.
act different.
Hold on, though. You can borrow from the debt and create something physical, right? Can't you do that? You can buy property. You can buy a house. You can buy cars. Boom. You can make debt
You
physical.
mean residential property that you have to pay taxes on? How many
Well,
times someone says, this is private property? Show me. Show me that you haven't paid
no, I
taxes on
know
your
that.
private
Yeah,
property.
if you
It's
don't
all
pay
residential
taxes
or
on your property,
commercial,
no,
right?
no, but there's a difference between debt and taxes, right? So debt and taxes, we already know that's a given for man or whatever. But your income can create your access to property.
What if the
It's
Bible's a trust indenture and right there in Genesis it tells you that we're given dominion over the land, the air, and the water? What if that's the law
I'm not saying
created
I
by the sovereign?
not saying
What if
I
that's what's
dis
up?
not yeah, it is what's up. I'm just saying. Uh, as far as living today, you actually have to utilize the process to actually own anything. Hank, I'm totally on the same page with you, bro, with that when it comes to that. And there, we live in
What if
states.
that's the law? What if that's the actual law, but we give up, we give it all up over tacit consent? What if we're just not saying anything whenever they pass these egregious, legislations against us and we don't say anything, right? We get right what we want. We get what we deserve, right?
Are you going to grab some land from where?
But there is something. For example, if the entire world was awake, this system will fall down. And like Larry said, Uh, when people realize that they're living a big lie, all this kind of nonsense of the taxpayers and death and all that kind of stuff goes down because they know they cannot do anything about it because we know for who we stand for. You know what I mean?
Because they have to fight for it, and it's going to cost them money to fight for it. Now, well, I'm not sure if I'm on the same page.
I want to know where the government just decided that they're going to give $800 million to Ukraine, and where exactly does that money come from?
Well, it came
And
from your mama. It come from your mama. That's where it came from.
well, yeah, that's what they say. But who is the president just to say that we're just going to do this without any hearing from anybody? They just decide, oh, we're going to put you $800 million more in debt on top of the debt that already supposedly exists.
Because blue and yellow looks pretty. That's why.
It's funny because I was actually driving to the store and I was listening to a Spanish station because I had my mother with me and she speaks Spanish and she likes the radio. So I had the radio, like the station she likes, and that was the question of the day. Like they would play music and then after like 3 songs they would ask the same question and they would take callers and the callers was like, "Do you think it's okay that we gave that money to that place?" And some of the callers had me dying because there were a bunch of like Mexicans that like talk a lot of shit. They were calling in and they were saying like fuck Joe Biden, he's the worst president in the world. That thanks to him we're already in debt and now we're more in debt.
What?
My
That's
gas my
California,
my,
though, bro.
my
Right?
gas is still high. Like they're all bitching about it. I thought it was just so funny because some of the callers I'm sure Hank Hill knows what I'm talking about, but the way they were talking was just hilarious. Like because they talk shit.
I don't remember any other country when we were invading countries like
Money.
Afghanistan and
Money.
Iraq and destroying those countries. I don't remember any other country say, "Hey, we're going to give Afghanistan $500 million for the destruction that the United States
Wait, do
military."
you think $800,000 is going to stop Russia? And the whole thing is this might get me another strike on the fucking channel if I talk about it.
That's what I was about to ask you. Isn't this a discussion we shouldn't have on here?
Yeah, we shouldn't. We shouldn't. Let's stop.
All right,
Let's stop.
let's move on. Let's move on then.
But it's funny. I'm not gonna talk about this, but it is funny. The same debate that we could have about this topic that we cannot have it.
No, you can have it in other parts of the server, but you can't do it in this room.
Right. I'm not saying that we should talk about it. I'm just saying like the same way that we cannot talk about this, not because how can I say? Not because we're gonna disrespect somebody or whatever, just because of the rules of the chat. I don't disagree by the.
No, this is YouTube. It's one of the most popular channels. Not
Right, yeah. No. It's fine. I understand. What I'm trying to say is like the same way that if we talk about it against something that it goes against the system will come back against to us, calling it crazy, nuts, whatever, you know. It's the same with the flutter system. It's the same with the flutter topic,
yeah, sure.
Everybody.
You can take the piss out of governments and bullshit nonsense that happened throughout history and how we've been led to this to this manipulation in the education system, everything here. But if you start talking about any bullshit, the nonsense that's going on on CNN or MSNBC, they can really give us shit on this channel. But for some reason, they don't give a fuck about real history, which is kind of fortunate for us because we can kind of show them their ass about real history. So,
That's something that we do have to keep in mind on just this channel where it says live stream. That's why it's called live stream because not only do we have to follow the Discord terms of service, which were just updated about misinformation, but we have, like, I'm sure they were talking about the current events misinformation type of thing. But we also have to worry about YouTube's algorithm because this is being streamed live 24/7 to YouTube, and the algorithm, I'm pretty sure, has a couple of words that picks up on. That's why we don't talk about, the viruses here or any of those things because, YouTube's just waiting for trigger words on that.
And as far as commentary about modern events, we can give a little bit of commentary about if we get most of the moderators and other members here that are very passionate about some of these events. We know how to be careful about making that not the focus. Which, I mean, for the most part, I don't think most of us even watch the fucking news anymore. So, but if you start to bring it up, it might pop up hot, especially on the YouTube algorithm. So, let's just try to keep it to flat Earth and related events. Or, even if you're going to talk about ancient history, we can talk about some of that stuff.
Yeah, right. Like I said, I understand and I agree with all of you when you talk about this. But what I'm trying to say is like, because of the censorship of talking about the reality, that's why the people still asleep, and that's why the more the systems can control the mass media. I mean the majority of the people, because when they realize, when they realize that they are in the big light, then the trigger will come up, and then there's no turning back. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know what I'm trying to say is when we try to keep this live stream channel, live stream voice text, and the live stream to discussions about flat Earth, is because YouTube really doesn't give a shit about flat Earth. But if we start talking too much into deep political stuff, they'll shut us down in a heartbeat. So we keep because I mean, I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming, and everyone understands that anyway. And I'm not the only one. There's other people live streaming from here. We try to keep it on focus topic. Dude, it's not like we don't have opinions about this, but we want to make sure that this room is a focus.
Okay, Julio, we get it.
All right, fuck it.
You're better, brother. Hey, Kill, can you give me a mic check? Because you were cutting out when you were trying to talk a little while ago. Yeah, you're still robot-y. Can you click out and come back in and then give me a new mic check?
Wait, who was that? Yeah, sorry. I was just over explaining, I guess.
Yes, you were. It's all good though. That's why I had to step in.
Oh, I mean, it's a lot of people just like, why can't we talk about this? It's like, here, nigga, this is why you can't talk about that.
Hey, Kill, can I get a new mic check? Because you're sounding robot-y. Let's see it again.
Yeah, I'm in a motel.
Oh, you sound good now. You're good though.
Do I sound good?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going off to bed. I'll leave you in the capable hands of the mods. You guys have a good night.
No, I thought you were going to be the capable mod that's going to hold this down for us.
Oh man, I'm tired, man. I gotta go to bed. You got it, Helio. Just don't over.
No, I
don't
don't. No, I
overreact.
don't. I don't got it. No, it's Hank. It's Hank. It's Hank's turn.
All is run away about.
All right, you guys have a good night. All right, love you guys.
All right, see you, Jose.
See ya, and thank you for your help anyway.
Oh shit! I didn't know there was a joke approval waiver. What was this? Joke disapproved. Name.
That's awesome.
If I'm gonna make a joke, I have to get it approved. Yep. Who's gonna approve this joke, Leflo?
There should be 2 mod signatures there to verify. Maybe even an admin and overlooking. You know, I mean, they don't have to. You know, they have to be there.
Oh man, dude, my most of my jokes are spontaneous, so I don't even know how to fill that shit out.
Well, tough shit.
No, fuck it. No, almost nobody can mute me.
And are we running bad joke time now? I got one I've been waiting to try.
Wait, I want to hear some bad jokes from the Globers. That would be awesome. It's like bad jokes from the Globers. That would be a good show. I don't see any Globers in there.
Are you ready for my bad joke then or not?
Yeah.
Go for it.
All right.
Why not?
So how do you travel along a light stream? You use an ether ore.
Oh, that was really bad, bro. That was really bad.
Oh, man.
That was a bad.
Hey, grammar Nazis will get it.
I get it.
You're just
that
not
was
Nazi
a pretty
enough.
bad. That was a pretty bad one, bro. An ether. Holy shit.
I got a really good one, but I don't know if it's. I mean, I can use a different word because there's only one word that. I'll just do it. My genitals were in the Guinness Book of World Records, but then the librarian told me to take it out.
Genitals.
Yeah, it gotta be so.
That might be under my head. I'm not sure.
So the librarian told me to take it out.
But your genitals were in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Guinness Book of World Records, yes. In the librarian told me to take it out.
Like I said, I think it's under my head. Anybody else?
Please,
Is there any Globers in here?
Please help us.
All is run away about.
they're running away and pouting. Hey man, no, I think let's all make other bad jokes. Come on, man.
Hey, come on, man.
We're making
Give me
jokes.
some action.
Elbow, I know you got a joke.
Well, tough shit.
I tried to tell you one last time, but you couldn't get it.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you this, Elbow. Did you get that last joke?
Yeah.
The one about the library and it was like over the head, like balls and shit. Like, did you get that one?
I did.
Oh my goodness! It wasn't over the head; it was around the head.
Well, it's all the way around all the heads. It's around all the heads and it's like all that shit.
Who has VC verified, man? I wish I could open my phone so I can't check.
No, it's all good. Yeah. Let's see if we can get some new people in here. Yeah, it's kind of a break in the action.
Nope.
New folks.
Been here for a minute. He's a skeptic. On the fence tweet. The bottom. And Zach, although he's probably listening on YouTube, or he's muted himself, or deafened.
Well, he's got the VC verified. Well, I can go ahead and undeafen
with these bad jokes.
So, Zach,
and then there's Keith FX.
Crazy ass.
I don't know why he's muted. Maybe he never talked.
Yeah, he never.
Is your mic working now, Keith? You've been unmuted, Keith, if you want to speak.
Friday night, and I need a fight. A motorcycle and a switchblade knife. Hey, by the way, new people joining, we're not so scary. We have a good time. There you go. So, Keith, if you want to join, your microphone and ask us about the flat earth. Keith the fix. All the silly things. Tim Keith. Well, I guess I'm gonna go back to Better Call Saul. Y'all niggas is boring. As soon as I leave here, 15 people are gonna jump in, and I'm gonna miss a bunch of shit. I'll keep an eye on it.
You just trick the system like you're serious, like you did in the end of Fight Club. You know, where you defeated pretending to shoot himself.
Robot.
So you gotta like pretend to pull the plug on your computer, right? Trick the internet into thinking you left, and that way all the Glovers will come.
Anybody got any curvature? Let's shut this.
I'll check under the couch.
Check it. All right. I'll check the backyard.
Y'all still doing bad jokes?
Hey, Hinkle. I think it was you that said if you're traveling at light speed and you turn your headlights on, what happens?
Well, that credit for that goes to Stephen Wright, but yes, I did say it. What about this? Which one of King Arthur's knights invented the round table? I got a guess.
Any guesses? Any guesses? King Louis. I'll take it. I'll go
Circumference. Circumference.
Circumference. I'll take curvature for 300, Alex. Take curvature for 300. Thanks. That'd be good. All right. No globies. No normies. No fencers. No questions. Any questions from anybody?
We got a question. Kenny?
Yeah.
If all we're doing is telling people to go look for themselves, why would that be a problem for the Globers if it's a globe?
It's scary for them because there's no no globe. That's why it's a problem. There's no globe. Don't be ridiculous, kids. Come on.
Like the professor says, if we're lying, then all he has to do is debate us. People are usually pretty good at detecting lies, right? People can usually smell the bullshit.
Dude. All right. Syphilis. Whatever. Roll my boulder. Where the hell is he in here? There he is. All right. He's in the house. There he is. Sweet. You got any curvature for us there? No. Roll my boulder. No curve. Damn. All it takes is you could end the server. We could shut it down. We could turn it into a Hot Wheel hangout or something. Any curvature, yeah, would be good. Just a little curvature. No, I don't need a whole lot. Just a little would be sufficient. A little something. A little something for the dude, man. Come on, help me out. Help me out, boys and girls. Help me out. Help me. Dying up here. I need my curvature. I need some curve. It's curving. All right. That's fun. Yeah. Yes, it would be sad. Roll my boulder. It would be if it turned into a Hot Wheels server. A friend of mine was on a Hot Wheels server, man. He said they're worse than the fucking Globies, man. They're so bad. It's like, oh man, this is incredible. Brutal. Yeah. Cyberblit. Yeah, that's it, man. It's so big you can't see the curvature, but the boats are going over the curve.
You
What?
can't see the curve that they go over, though.
But you can't see that either. Yeah, exactly. What? Which one is it, boys? Come on, girls. Help me out. Boys and girls. Apparently, that's like, what's this whole thing? It's the
It's the smoothest lumpy curve that you'll ever find.
I've been looking, man. I like lumpy curves, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's
like that.
Ooh,
You know,
it's smooth. I mean, it might even have nipples.
all guitars are shaped like women. I just point that out. They got a lot.
Dude, I love curves on women. I don't know about curve on Earth. I've never experienced curve on Earth, but I do love the women's curves.
The pesky waves are hiding the curve. Yeah, totally, 100%.
Oh, some pesky waves out there just exploiting their flatness, even though they're curved. They're out there just like exploiting. It's like, look at me, I'm flat, but pretend that I'm curved.
Tell me about horizons. Why can't there be an apparent and a geometric ones?
Oh, geometric horizons.
Why can't there be both?
How can there be a geometric horizon that's never apparent?
Oh, that's a good question. Hey, Flat Earth dude, you have something on that one? An apparent geometric horizon.
That's just never apparent.
That one made me go get a beer. That was hilarious.
I'm about to.
You guys
I'm right behind you on that one. Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry, brother.
Perfect.
Hey, everybody, shut up. Dave's mic is working for some reason right now.
Have you all tried to talk to Zach?
No.
Zach. Talk to Zach. Fuck, please, Zach.
Hello, Zach. Save
Tell us,
yourself.
Zach. Tell us about the bendy line.
What's up?
Hey, Zach, you got some bendy curvature somewhere?
No, I don't believe that either. Don't worry.
Shit. All right, hang up on him.
Give us something.
I wish I could debate with something I would never win. Like,
No, hold on. Let's start up. Has anyone talked to Zach before? Anyone here?
yeah, I mean, I've been talked to like many times actually.
Okay, well, maybe I forgot. Whatever. I talked to a lot of people. So, Zach, you, I mean, you still have the VC verified role. That's why I was asking. So.
I don't think I've ever done like an interview thing.
Oh, cool. Well, hey, you're in the right place. You guys talk to him.
Right.
Can I do it after this game? I'm almost done.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, how long is it gonna take? How long do we have to wait?
I don't really want to ruin the funny joke conversation right now. You know, I was listening.
You like it? Yeah, we clown with each other a lot of times.
It was funny.
So maybe
it was kind of fun. Yeah. It was kind of
shit. I think I fucked it up. My bad.
We got a geometric horizon that's never apparent. It's interesting because every geometric horizon isn't the apparent horizon.
Our Australians are under a big ball and they're hanging off.
They're hanging under the big ball that is. They're attracted to Earth because of gravity, and they see the horizon the same way that we see the horizon as they're standing on Earth. And that's, when they see the horizon, they're told as children and adults that is the curvature of the Earth. But once you realize something, something that we've explained many times, it cannot possibly be the physical curvature of the Earth. Doesn't matter if you're in Australia. Doesn't matter what part of the Earth you're on. You're not upside down anywhere. No such thing as upside down, inside out. As far as Earth goes, there's no such thing as ball spinning around the universe. Anyway,
They heard carrots help your eyes and then stabbed them in their eyes so they can't observe.
No,
the curvature.
that's a Tool song.
Is that actually?
Oh, you haven't heard that song by Tool?
Mm-mm.
Don't play it. Do not play it.
This is necessary. Life feeds on life. Feeds on life. Anyway, yeah. Well, yeah, the carrots. The cries of the carrots. Have you not heard that song by Tool? It's really cool.
No, I don't even. I've
Anyway.
never heard of that artist. or
Okay,
band.
well, yeah. You can look it up later.
Check it out. Check it out. All right, so the horizon is apparent. Okay. I mean, am I missing something here? It's not a physical place.
No, he hasn't asked a question to us yet. So, hey.
Game, man, give him a second, man.
I'm on the last round. I'm on the match point.
He's gonna.
He wants to finish his game. He wants to get game point.
What game are you playing, Zach?
I'm playing Destiny.
All right, he's crushing it. Let him finish.
Yeah, we're going 4-1 right now.
I'm gonna go smoke. You guys freaking finish up. You know.
Hey, dude, did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut?
No.
We're gonna fuck his whole. Go ahead and fuck his game up.
The poor guy really needed some space.
You ever heard about the seals in the ISS? You know, if they get broken, if there's a broken seal,
then you have a leak.
Then you have a leak.
You have a leak.
What's the number one
You ever
cause
heard
of
about
divorce?
that?
Number one cause for divorce?
Yeah.
Marriage?
Correct.
You got it.
Shit. See, he got that one right.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That was good. So I think I'm gonna like this guy after he finishes his bullshit game.
Okay, it's done. Okay, ask me
start talking to us about Flat Earth. Come on, Zach.
What do you want me to bring up? Because the first thing I bring up when my friends ask about Flat Earth is the Black Swan, and I can explain that pretty well. I mean,
All right.
you guys probably already know a lot about it. So
All right.
I mean,
Here's what I want to hear. I'm gonna go smoke. I want to hear Hank talk to Zach about Flat Earth. You up for it, Hank? Larry?
Come on, Larry.
Come on, Larry.
Well, he said he's the one that made the claim that he knows the Black Swan pretty good. So why don't he talk to me? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just like,
there you go,
Larry. I want to hear Larry and Zach go back and forth about the Black Swan.
Yeah, Zach, pretend Larry's a new person to this subject and you're explaining the Black Swan to him. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so let's start this. Okay, say you're next to me. I'm showing you the Black Swan meme. Okay, like the one that has like a simple definition. So your observation height is 1 foot, right? And the max geometric horizon's 1.22 miles. Which is falsified. And you can see. I mean, I'm getting nervous because there's so many people listening to me.
Nah, you're good, man. You're good, bro. You're good.
So in the Black Swan representation, you can see. I think it was 9.41 miles, and
that's to the oil derrick, yeah.
And wasn't the horizon distance that we provided, like the farthest we could see was like 1.22 on a curved ball? And
that's the claim, yep.
And I just feel like that doesn't. Okay, he sent the example. Okay, so yeah, how would that make sense?
Hey, I just want to make sure
he's doing fine.
Larry and Zach only. Nobody else.
Okay.
No, I'm talking to you, Flat Earth, dude.
Okay, so in the meme that Helioskeptic sent, what it's basically trying to say, I mean, for like a normie who doesn't know these variables, so P would be the radius, right? And Q would be the observer's height in feet. So if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? I mean, that makes sense to me, but it probably wouldn't make sense to a new person. So basically, what it's trying to tell you is the sphere radius that we were given is 3959 miles, right? And if you go into a curvature calculator with an observation height of, let's just say 1 foot, it's false. And if you do the proper measurements and the proper, you just like put the values in, it's false. And the sphere radius is falsified. And I mean, that doesn't really have to do with the horizon, but you can kind of just see it with your own eyes. Like, how would it be a curve if you can see that far away?
I love it. That's it.
Well, but the Earth is so big, though.
Yeah, I guess, but when have you ever heard of anybody proving that the Earth is a globe? All I hear is people just insulting flat earthers. They don't give real evidence. They bring up, "Oh, look up in the sky, there's tiny lights up there. That's why the Earth is a curve." The sky has nothing to do with the surface we're standing on.
Nothing.
Definitely on the right track there, young man.
And I've also seen a lot, like, so I've been listening to your guys' like debates and stuff. I heard the one of Danny Faulkner. I've watched Professor Dave, and I just really laugh at it. I laugh out loud how stupid they are. They're like professionals at what they do, and they're so dumb.
They're deceptive bitches, man. Fuckers.
It's like, I believe that the Earth is a ball. You don't observe that it's a ball. Like, come on now. It's just philosophical.
My flat Earth friend today had lunch with a quantum physicist today at Caltech, and she texted me and she said one of the last things she texted me was, he said, if scientists are honest, they have to admit they can't prove the globe themselves. They have to trust NASA.
They have to trust their beliefs.
They have to trust NASA because nobody can prove the fucking globe, man. Nobody.
Get that on tape, Kenny?
What's that?
Did she get it on record?
Don't know if she recorded it, but I trust her. You know Sasha. It was Sasha. She went Spiros. She went out with
same guy. Same guy.
Spiros today. Yeah.
Okay.
I've also looked at the laser tests. I've went on YouTube and watched a couple of them, and I recall there was like a video where you could see like 38 miles away. Which is, but you shouldn't be able to see that far if the Earth was curved, or was, what is it, heliocentric, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that you shouldn't be able to see the laser that far, and it should be hidden by like a long shot if the Earth was curved.
Yep, exactly.
Hey, I totally misread Zach's intent right up front. You guys are good to go. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, Zach. I mean, it sounds like
Zach being a new guy. Sorry, thought you're done. Go ahead, Julio.
No, I was gonna say. I mean, yeah, Zach sounds like he's really questioning some good, and asking some good questions. I thought it was about to be a debate about the black swan, but
No, I think Globers are pretty stupid. I mean, I came in the server, right, believing Earth is a globe because of my former education, right? Because we were taught in schools that the Earth was a big ball. And then the first thing that fascinated me was the black swan. I mean, it's for like all the newbies, you know? I mean, I even showed it to my mom, and she was confused. So,
I mean, it's very confusing if if the horizon is supposed to be the curvature of the Earth, then it's very confusing, right?
I'm actually trying to like. I was gonna get myself to research like the satellites and whatever like in orbit.
No. You don't have to do satellites when you see the black swan. And they tell us the size of the Earth. And look, Justin posted what they tell us the radius circumference of Earth right there.
Ooh.
Now you compare that to the black swan observation. That's all you need. If the Earth was the size that Justin posted there, then the black swan explains why it could not possibly be a globe of that size.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So it's pretty much pointless.
No, it's not pointless because everybody believes they live on a globe. They're deluded.
It's in my opinion, it's form of oh, I don't want to be proved wrong. Maybe like arrogancy. They always have to
Yeah.
be right.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's kind of what I got from trying to tell my friends, you need to look into this. This is very interesting. I mean, you don't have voice crack. You don't have to believe me. I just want you to see it for yourself because I really think that this is right.
And what we just did for you is just show you two images. Here's what they claim the size of the globe is. Here is a natural observation you can actually go out and do for yourself and prove to yourself that it cannot be what they claim the size of Earth is.
Their claims never have proper evidence. They just have like, oh, I
Doesn't matter
believe,
what
I
they doesn't
believe.
matter what they say. Doesn't matter what they say at all.
Hey, Zach, I sent you a link, man, to a channel I think you'll find interesting, man.
You can go look at Earth for yourself. Turn off the TV, turn off the news, go and observe Earth.
I actually did that for myself.
All right, cool. So you can go find out whether or not what they say about the size of Earth is true or not. And the one that Justin showed and the black swan meme that I showed. I mean, between those two, the Earth cannot be what they claim it is.
So basically, what's going on, new guy? It's all they got is baseless assertions, nuh-uhs, and tactics. So what they're doing is they're making shit up. When you provide evidence, they go, "Yeah, but," and "yeah, but" is a really funny thing, right? Because if I say I'm not gay, but like, what's the next thing that comes out of my mouth? Something pretty gay, right? It's like, but on the weekends, right? So that's what they're doing. They're going, yeah, I agree what you're saying. Like we all observe it, but there's a hand wave dismissal, whistle past the graveyard, or some variation thereof. The number one thing that they do is they go, and you say, give us evidence for the curve. They're like, look at the stars, look at the kitty, squirrel, right? And they're like really bad ADHD people. Like they can't stay focused on the curvature. They'll even come in here and talk about, whatever. And then when we try to get back to the culture, they're like, I don't want to talk about that. Like anything, but where's your curvature? So you kind of have to like grab them by the ear, right? Rub their nose in it. Where's the curvature? And you kind of have to keep them on track because they're going to use all these deviation tactics against you. But the number one thing that I would do is say, it's like, does the boat go to the horizon? Right? When they say, yeah, like, is it because the Earth is curved? Yeah. Then show them the radius of the Earth. Then show them the Earth curve calculator, and then show them the black swan.
Yes, our
And at that
boats
point,
our boats just like
they've
fall
already
off the
agreed
earth.
to it, Yeah, then they'll start talking about all kinds of crazy stuff like that. Go ahead.
I've heard a lot of stuff. I've heard why would our Earth be a pizza, or show us a model, or gravity, and I did some research on gravity, and gravity is not a force, rather it's the general theory of relativity. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like I think I remember it being like the curvature of space-time caused by like something. It's like uneven mass. I don't really know the definition. I'll pull it up, but
It's pretty close. Close enough.
It's all bullshit. You nailed the definition. It's all bullshit, man. Don't worry about it.
so
It's a new bullshit story.
Bending of space time. So bending space and time, and it's
Their
just
first,
it's magical.
their first BS story
mathematical
was
shit is what it is.
what's your guys'
Shit
opinion on
made
that?
up. SMU, shit made up.
Do you believe that gravity isn't real?
we know
Well, what do you
things
mean by
fall.
gravity?
We don't know the cause.
Or believe like no? I mean, like, is it like is it just not a thing, or is it? I don't know.
Depends on what you mean by gravity. Weight?
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, you weigh something, right? On the ground, if you put a scale on the ground, yeah, there's gravitas, weight, right? But if you put the scale at the bottom of the pool, how much do you weigh at the bottom of the pool? So weight is dependent. Well, it's dependent on what? It's dependent on specific gravity, also known as relative density. So if weight is dependent on relative density or specific gravity, then the shit they told us about mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, that doesn't really matter because the mass didn't change when you put the scale at the bottom of the pool. The mass of the Earth and the mass of your body stay the same, but your weight is drastically different. Why? Well, it's because of the buoyant force. And they say that, density is caused by gravity. Well, how do you prove that? So what they're doing is they're just hijacking the word gravity, right? And when you point out that no, it's not what you're thinking, it's specific gravity, they're like, no, it's Einsteinian gravity. Then you point out that look, this is going down because of the lack of buoyant force, right? Because the density of the object. Well, they go, well, that's because of gravity. So they're just rubbing the word gravity all over everything, and you're like, show me, and they can't show you anything. It's all just shit made up.
Well, thank you for clearing things up. I was pretty confused on that. That makes a lot more sense.
Zach, did you say that?
Go ahead, bro.
Well, because
did you say you did your own observation already?
yeah. So me and my family went on spring break in the mountains, and that's when I found the server. Was probably like a month or something. I don't know. Whenever I joined, I was coming in here to listen, and I was like, "Dang, I think this is so stupid. Why am I even in here?" And then I had somebody, I don't remember. It might have been, well, it's one of the mods. They like kind of just like interviewed me in the VC voice text of like stuff that I didn't know, right? And I asked the question, why do you think the earth is flat? Which is a terrible question to ask. I mean, because there's a lot of things why, like, why do you think would be a bad thing? It's how do you know, rather. And so basically, I did that, and I was like, they kind of sent me in the right path to start off to just go outside and observe it for myself. And I did, and I saw it and with my own two eyes, and it was pretty interesting and confusing. I kind of had like,
did you look across water, or tell us about what you specifically looked at?
okay, so from the mountains, I mean, there's obviously clouds blocking it, right? There was like a little town below, and remember, I think I searched up what the max horizon like viewing distance was, or like the geometric horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, no way, that's only a mile. It looked like 9 or 10 miles away. It wasn't. It was definitely not a mile. I felt like I could see so far away. And it
Yeah.
was like, why would I be able to see this far away if our Earth was a globe?
If it was a big ball, big small ball.
And then
To
I was
be
like,
clear,
no way
Matt,
this is true, right?
if
And
you're a mile
then
away, when you're a foot off the ground is when it's 1.2 miles away from you.
Mhm.
You understand that, right?
Yes, I
So
do.
you were looking at a town. You weren't like a foot off the ground, but I guess you
Yeah, I
get
was
the
going to
general.
point that out. Were you on a mountain?
What'd you say?
You said you were on a mountain?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to be able to see further if you go higher. I don't
I
know
know.
if you may have calculated all the variables correctly or not.
I don't think
know.
I didn't do that. I didn't do like any calculations, but I mean,
Oh,
you
yeah, that's
still can.
approximate.
Well, I heard today, man, on here. I think it was it's one of the girls. She said that at 40,000 feet, man, the horizon's is like 250 miles, man. And we've seen footage from 40,000 feet for like 1,200 miles. So you got to figure out how big this fucking globe is now. It's 7 million miles in diameter.
I mean, I can just go outside right now and stand and still see farther than a mile.
Yeah, I've been at up 30,000.
But at the end of the day, the concept proves true that the Earth cannot be what they told us it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what Zach. Just from what I've heard you say so far, it cannot be what they told us.
I will refer to a picture in the live stream voice text. It was one of the first pictures of Earth from space, and the horizon's totally flat, man. And that's at 65 miles. That's what they tell us. And if it's flat,
which picture am I looking at?
it's an old picture, black and white. It says figure 45. First photograph taken from what scientists call space.
Hold on.
I found it.
1946.
It's the like the one that looks like on a paper.
Yeah, it's got the line, you know.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Flat horizon on flat Earth. That was like they sold this as like one of the first pictures they took from space, and it's like, hey, check it out. There's your globe, man. Check it out.
And I also saw debates on it with if they went to the moon or not, and I thought that was pretty cool too.
That we can.
And it's a ton of bullshit.
Watch the moon all day long.
See, no one's been to space ever
Mm-hmm.
because the moon's been inside the Atmos the whole time.
Speaking of the moon, can anyone?
Hold on, Stormfire, your mic is really low.
Yeah, you're a little low, Storm.
He said nobody's been to space because the moon is in the Atmos the entire time, or something.
So in 2019, they came out with this big thing. They said the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, and it was from NASA and all the regular people that put out major news stories all the time. And us flat earthers started looking into this. What do you mean the moon's in our atmosphere? We're like, no, this is ridiculous. So it just became a thing, man. So that's what he was referring to. Anyway.
That's so funny.
Hey, Justin, that's a really good one too.
I kept all the good ones, man.
Yeah, Justin's fucking packing the good ones, man. Packing.
Sorry about. Hold on, Stormfire is trying to say something. His mic is a little low. We want to get him in the conversation as well. Yeah, it's about half.
Dead zone a little bit ago.
It's not about. It's like for some reason your volume is.
I'm gonna just turn them up, man. Just turn them up, man.
I can hear him pretty good.
Yeah. Do you have headphones on? I don't have headphones on.
Oh, I do.
I don't.
Go ahead, Stormfire. Go ahead, brother.
Storm, go ahead, bro.
If you can make out what I'm saying, the best part about the moon inside the atmosphere thing is that it was a counter to the flat Earth movement because because of relativity. It wouldn't work if it wasn't. if the moon wasn't in it, then relativity would be a bust. So they had to make the moon inside the Atmos. They didn't have an option.
Yeah, that's the only option.
Hang on. And their
Well,
reaction.
remember, sorry, bro, I thought you were done. You're coming in quiet. Go ahead.
I am done. Go ahead.
All right, remember, it was allegedly Dave who put the open letter to Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know, if the Earth is sitting next to the vacuum of space, how are we breathing right now?
Right.
And it's one of those things to where you can't really get around that one. You can't dance around the devil on a Saturday night on that one. You got to take the devil head on. So what was their only option? Well, the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. That was the only logical explanation, is that the atmosphere is extending out. It's like, okay, that seems like a pretty good answer. But how long has this been happening? For 4.54 billion years, the Earth has been losing its atmosphere. How long do you think it would actually take for a propane tank to empty? Well, it only takes a few minutes. But there's a nozzle, right? It's like a, what do they call it? A point.
Well, it's like the moon swallowed Earth at that point, I guess.
What do they call it? There's a pinch point. I don't know. I'm thinking the computer term. What is the?
Oh, in mathematical terms, yeah, I guess they would have to describe it that way. Right?
Anyway, if it's an open ball like in space, it would like immediately lose its atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
So even though they came up with like a just so story, right?
Yeah.
A baseless assertion, it still doesn't answer the question.
So, Hank, you sound like you're in the ice maker, man, and they're at the hotel.
Dude, I didn't necessarily want to do it. I don't know. For some reason, your mic shit the bed, Hank. Larry.
He's on mobile, I think, man. He's mobile.
Did you guys want to ask me any more questions?
No,
Yes.
sure, yeah.
Are you a human? I don't know.
Human, god damn it.
No, actually, I am an alien.
No, flat.
I am a
robot. Dude, you fucking asshole. No, we do have
Me too. I'm a non-resident alien. I'm starting to realize that's what I am.
Please stop talking about robots.
Robot.
No, but Zach, seriously though, it's rare that we get someone. Even though our purpose here is we do a live stream on YouTube and other platforms to get people to come in here and have this conversation with us. And Zach, it sounds so far that you actually are serious about this. A lot of people come in here and just kind of bullshit us for hours on.
Well, I've actually seen that many times. So
it's pretty hilarious, Zach. Keep tuning in, man, because you never know what you're gonna hear.
I do on the regular most of the time. I've heard a lot of trollers, and they just get put down pretty fast.
Well,
yeah, but I don't feel like you're bullshitting. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
but
it's not bad to assume that I am.
You can prove me wrong, and when you do, I just I'll just consider you another one of the bullshitters.
I appreciate your generosity for trusting me, though.
Zach, you're in the Midwest. Where you at?
Oh, I'm in Georgia.
Oh, you're down there. Okay.
Cool. I mean, most Southerners really kind of.
There's a Flat Earth conference coming up in October, man. Down there
in Georgia.
I think it's in Carolina.
I'm actually down to go. I just don't know how my dad will feel about it. I mean, well, I get my car in June, so I'd probably just go by myself.
Bro, I'm going to tell you, I mean, I think you said something about introducing this topic to your family. I've done it, and I think everyone else here has done it. Saying, hey, flat.
Extremely touchy subject.
I mean, it's a touchy subject with your family and stuff. Hey, man, just do it with us. We're here.
Yes,
but,
I totally agree.
They don't want to have anything to do with it for the most part.
Well,
Zach, I mean, and I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying, pick and choose your battles.
Yeah. I totally agree. I just don't want to get in. I'm not a very big arguer, debater. So.
Yeah, you're not ready to take on the.
I don't have the knowledge yet.
Exactly.
All right, well, cool. If you stick around long enough and listen to our arguments, and what eventually some of your family members will start asking you questions, but then they realize that they didn't want to ask that question.
You can get kind of like really fun with it. You can go, hey man, like you get outside and you're like, hey, that sun's warm today, man. Oh, it feels good, man.
Right? You just like inadvertently,
like, man, how far away is the sun? They'll be like, I don't know. And then you're like, damn, man, does that feel like it's 93 million miles away? Really? I mean, it's right here, man. You can just kind of slide it in the backside. You don't have to go straight ahead at
dude.
them.
That's a hard question. It's just like, hey, you know what they tell us that sun that you're looking at right now, you're standing there next to your mom. They say that it's 93 million miles away. Does it look like it's 93 million miles away, Mom?
No, it doesn't.
So
no, it doesn't.
Are you telling me you never hung out with Nathan Thompson ever?
Oh, I have for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to Nathan too.
Yeah,
I was with him. And
what
like
about
3 weeks ago, I had a meetup with Nathan.
Maybe Storm? Are you talking Storm or Zach? Hank?
No.
You've hung out.
No, he's talking to you, a flatter dude, and me. But he
No,
already knows I talked to Nathan a few weeks ago. But anyway,
that just sounds like somebody that hung out with Nathan Thompson before. I don't know.
Oh, really, Zach? You haven't met Nathan?
I don't. He's never met Nathan. Thompson. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I've heard the name. I've heard the name.
Yeah, but anyway, so I met Nathan a couple times, or whatever. But if you're talking about, like if you want to introduce your family and friends to the topic, they might more than likely they already know you've been looking into it. You might have said something before.
They know you've been jacking off in the bathroom.
Sure, you talking to these flat earthers?
What are you doing, Jack?
No.
Yeah.
But anyway, but as far as all that goes, it's like all of my family and friends, I freaking blew up my whole fucking Facebook, with everything.
How did that work out, Helio? How did that work?
It's for the most part, I've retained most of my friends. Some of them, they're like, I always knew you were ignorant, and it just made fun of me.
They're the ignorant ones.
But I don't blow up Facebook. I don't do a lot of posts on my personal page, unless I feel like it. Just to kind of expose myself and them. And that's fine.
I need Glatt to come explain this fucking picture, the axis and the W and the V and the L and the A and the fuck. What the hell is that, man?
Well, I'm just kind of curious about Zach. Are you like kind of new to the topic? Have you?
If you consider new, like maybe 2 months or a month and a half, yes. So I'm pretty new.
Oh yeah, that's pretty new.
You guys have been doing it for years, as I heard.
Yeah, sure. So, how did you find?
That is a great question. I couldn't tell you.
Really, you can't tell me how you find your way.
I really don't remember. It was probably a YouTube discussion that I was on, and I just like clicked, and then I found the server.
Right,
oh wait, I know. I think I know. Oh wait, no, I don't. Maybe I do. I think I was on YouTube live streams, and your thing came up. I was in physics class.
Get the fuck.
Oh, come on, man. Physics class.
I was
Come
in
on,
physics.
Zach.
I was in
Dude,
physics, and I
stop
was like,
bullshitting us, bro.
I'm
I mean,
not.
he's not
All right,
bullshit.
cool. All
He's
right,
not
cool.
bullshit.
So you
He's,
came of it somebody in your physics class, or it was you in your physics class?
it's
right?
Oh wait, it was me and my physics class on YouTube on my phone looking at physics stuff, and then I guess the stream came up. That's what I remember.
Cool. You found it through the YouTube or whatever, and then you
Yeah, I
clicked
found
on
it through
Discord,
YouTube. Yeah,
and then you clicked on the Discord, and you found your
yeah,
way here.
yeah. I basically didn't listen to the live stream. I just joined the Discord to see what you guys were like doing.
All right, cool.
cool, man. Zach, how much Bitcoin you got?
How much Bitcoin I got? I mean, I have mining rigs in my basement.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Why? And I also know 3 coding languages I'm fluent in.
You motherfucker. I called it.
Dude, okay, you can't blame me. My dad's a cybersecurity architect. Okay?
That's awesome.
How did you catch me?
All day, man. Oh, that's awesome.
Dude, we do this for a living.
How did you catch?
We do this for a living. We don't even make any money.
I got a little vibe, man. This kid knows.
Do I have a nerdy vibe or something?
No. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I don't take offense to that. I mean, I take a.
You're
Well, you're not wearing your words. Okay, you're not actually going into other things that we can't actually talk about and off-subject shit. So
No, man. We don't talk about Bitcoin or other stuff on here. Hey, Zach, we strictly try to keep it on flat Earth.
We keep it to the Earth.
I heard you earlier. You said the YouTube algorithm's mean to you, and if we bring those triggering words, we can get like I guess censored or something. Is that
Dude, quit fucking
Not for
acting like you
Bitcoin.
don't know what the fuck that we're about.
I know, Miss.
I could already tell you already know. So come on, man.
I would say, watch out, baller. Zach is the future of flat Earth.
I'm the leader. Flat Earth.
He's got fucking Bitcoin, Discord.
That's why it's.
But anyway, so Zach, you're welcome here, but don't try to fake us out because we're.
I'm really interested in this, and I mean, I don't seem like I am. Maybe I don't know because you're like questioning me.
No,
but
sounds like you are.
I just really find so I'm kind of like a nerdy guy, and once I find a new topic that I'm interested that basically contradicts something that I knew before, it's like I nerd out on it, and I'm like, yes, now to get home and look at cool new information.
Man.
Right.
New
That's the beauty of it.
Well, hey, get sick on flat Earth, man.
No, what happened was
I just sent him like 20 links, so he'll have a little. He'll have a lot of time to do that.
He sent me a great video. No.
That's the thing is like you having that list of links is good to have.
And I'm really
for
into
sending your
like
friends because if you tell your friends just to research flat Earth, they're gonna just come up on the troll videos, you know.
Yeah.
So
and that's actually a funny thing. I really like listening to people who don't know what they're talking about. So I felt like.
Well, I mean, yeah. Introduce all your friends.
Zach,
most of them don't. They won't know.
They think they know what they're talking about, but yet they don't.
No, that's a thing. I really like listening to that.
Yeah. They don't have.
That's why he's so dangerous because the kids that know Bitcoin and have the mining rigs in their basement and know the code and all that. There's only one answer when you code. Like it either works or it doesn't work, and 1 + 1 = 2 with flat Earth.
Yes.
Hey guys, I sorry to interrupt. I got a couple friends who are trying to join me here. Can somebody help us out in VC check-in 1 or 2? I can't get in because I'm already there.
Yeah, I'll jump up there.
Pull me in too?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Hey, if I bring you up in there, you have to keep your mic muted. Wait, I actually have to unmute you.
VC check-in's fun, man. It's one of my favorite places to go.
Dude, me too. That's what I was.
I really.
Yeah, I'll jump in there.
I'll go listen. All right. Let's jump. Yeah.
How do I get my flat Earth roll? By the way, like, do I have to do any other things?
You gotta stick around for a while. We don't really hand out rolls. You have to earn them.
Okay.
Oh, can I get in there too? The VC check-in one.
Yes.
I need someone to pull me up. I think
we're Helio left already. Shit, fuck. Damn. I'm not a mod, man. I'm just
no worries. I've
busy.
been on the server for a couple weeks, and I'm bringing a few friends over, and I'm trying to kind of like ease their.
Send them the VC check-in link, or the Discord link. Tell them to go VC check-in. I think anybody can get into there pretty much.
No, people with VC verified can't.
Yeah, through VC verified, they can't go into a VC check-in.
They can't go to VC. Okay. All right. I'm learning. I'm a fucking retard. I know.
It's all right. It's one of those things where you think it, makes sense.
Fucking boom retard, okay, man?
No.
Fuck, it's getting hot up in VC check-in, man. All kinds of people up there. All right.
Well, I'm going to go on mute and go grab a snack. If you guys want to talk to me, I'm totally open. So just scream at me or something.
Yeah, Zach, man, grab a snack, come back.
I want to listen to what's gonna happen with all these people up there.
We'll send them down in here, man.
It's gonna be funny.
It's gonna be fun, man. All right, cheers. Grab a snack.
How's my microphone?
Thank you guys.
How's my microphone now?
Much better, Hank.
And way better.
So get those new people in here. Let me at them.
All right, let's go get them.
New people. Since the new people aren't here yet, I gotta say, when someone says, "Don't believe me, go check it out for yourself," like that automatically, I see that as like a challenge. Like, are you threatening me?
Dude, I am the same way, literally. Like, if somebody is trying to go on of like what I believe or try to challenge me into something, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna see. So I want to see what they're saying. I'm a person who likes to get into other people's shoes, I guess, with like their opinions and stuff. Because I like to hear both sides rather than argue my side when I don't know any information about the other side.
So there's this title that we kind of give people around here. Most of QE hands it out, but it's called the Pretender Clown, right? So we'll bring up something like the Rayleigh criterion, and they'll be like, "What's that?" And they start, looking it up, right? And these ballers that just found out about a subject like 2 minutes ago, they'll all of a sudden start saying, "Well, you don't understand. This is actually how it works." And it's like, bro, you just found out
yes,
about
I'm
this
going
shit,
to words on my screen.
Yeah, exactly. So we're like, "Look, baller, calm down. You just found out about this shit 2 minutes ago. We've been studying this shit for like 2 years." It's like, calm the fuck
More
down.
than that. Yeah.
Some of us. Yeah. I've known about the Rayleigh criterion for about 2 years.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
I agree with that too. So.
Who's in here? Who's that?
Arpent, bro.
Well, welcome to the stream. Are you new?
No. No.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a value flat Earth, bro.
Oh, okay, my bad, bro. Arpent.
Okay.
I see you.
Yeah.
You got the suit, the business suit.
Yeah. Oh, let me show it the face. Yeah. I'm fucking. Never mind. I'm gonna change my.
What is the word? It's called a LARPer, live action roleplay, something like that. And that's what you guys call like some trolls. I've heard that before.
So a LARPer is someone who's pretending to be a flat earther.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard
So
that.
that's a different kind of pretender clown. The first one we're talking about, this pretender clown, is a baller, right? Who's pretending to know what they're talking about. They just make shit up, and they won't cite any sources. They won't back up their claims. It's just baseless claims and tactics. and sophistry. Weak sophistry. So, yeah, like I'm automatically like gonna be sus any new people, like
Well,
automatically, because
yeah, I mean, you guys have like dealt with it a lot, so it's like I mean, I would be sus of people too if I've heard like 10 million trolls.
right. And as you can imagine, we get trolled pretty hard sometimes. Some of us more than others, but yeah, I was thinking about Nathan Thompson when I heard your voice because I admit it, I got the pareidolia from time to time, and you sound like the dude that was hanging out with Nathan Thompson in a chicken suit or something like that.
Nah, he's Manaroo, Faxman, Foxy, Booker, Damage, Indilog, Fun Drip, Harpent.
I don't know what the fuck that means, bro.
It's a list of aliases.
Oh,
Hey, Hank, wouldn't you call that Heradolia?
pareidolia. Pareidolia?
No, I said Heradolia because he
Oh,
sounded like
yeah.
somebody else. Heradolia.
I am two people at once.
You actually are. You just don't know it yet. But we're not going to talk about
I have
that.
2 tabs open in one brain.
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about that stuff. But yeah, you actually are 2 people at once.
I really want to ask you what you mean by that, but I don't want to say that. I'm scared.
It's alright. It's not that big of a deal. If you hang out with flat earthers long enough, you'll hear people talking about it. The straw man. And not the one from the Globers. But anyway.
I love big ball in sky. I follow the big ball.
I'll tell you what, if you really are a new flat earther, the best thing that you can do is scroll through the live stream, and every time you see Indio's name pop up frequently, like stop and listen. Or if you see like AI, stop and listen. Or if you see Mr. Witsit gets it, stop and listen. Especially if there's like an argument going on, because when you hear like these dudes argue, you're gonna be like, well, shit, these people are on the next level. Like they're on another level.
I've heard it.
Yeah. Also, if you hear Hank Hill arguing, definitely listen to that
Oh,
shit.
I've actually heard that too. I think I've heard Elijah.
Yeah.
I've
Dude,
heard
Elijah is
Gospel Bear.
Dude, Elijah is like a fucking, I don't know how to explain it. He's just like a cybernetic organism. He's a machine, man. He is laser focused on the point, on the topic.
No, he
I
really
can't stay
is.
focused.
He
I can't stay
really
focused like he
is.
does.
He makes them stay on topic. Like he does
Yeah.
not make them move. Like
They're on
he's
a
like
short leash.
He's like, oh, but we're on this topic now, so you're not gonna bring up side points that don't matter. Like it's pretty cool, yeah.
I wish that I had that. Yeah. My leash is quite long sometimes. But yeah, listen to the people who are used to making the arguments, and you'll kind of see like how we do the arguments. There used to be a guy named Jedi. He used to be on here. He was really good. Mitty and Miggy, those 2 dudes are really good.
Oh,
So if
I've
you go
heard them
back,
before.
yeah.
I've been in
So,
VC
Zach,
probably for like 6 hours or 7 hours.
have you got any ideas, Zach, that flat Earth, just to say it's flat in general, is a misnomer, right? You've gotten that already. Like they're going to try to lock you in, just claiming that you know that the whole world is flat, like like as if you could know what the whole world looks like, right? And they give us they work it that way so they can try to trap you into a claim of some sort.
Oh, so they try to use your words against you and split them, like make you say something that you really didn't.
Well, yeah, that too, but it's particularly just the whole topic is called flat Earth just because that's kind of like the colloquial term for the idea of it being a level plane. But we have to assume there's hills and valleys, and it's not flat technically, but there's topography. But the ballers will always try to attack you and make you have like you're making a claim about the whole Earth, and the fact that they claim to show us the ball Earth as if you could see the whole ball Earth is why people think that somehow you have to make a claim about the whole thing, like as if you could know that, because the ball Earth gave us that idea. You know what I'm saying? Because we can see the whole ball from space, it gives people the idea that it's either a disk in space, or you're still surrounded by space, or that you could actually see the whole thing from a far enough distance, right? But that's not even the case.
On your topic, they usually bring up NASA. It's like, why would NASA lie? I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but
yeah, start with the moon landing for people that are new. Just tell them to look into that. I have friends that think they faked the moon landing, but they believe everything else that NASA says. So
what? That's like the biggest.
Yeah, well, they can justify it by saying that it was about the space race, and they wanted to fake it so they could win the space race with the Russians and all that.
Fake it till you make it. Yeah, that's where we get the images from the globe from space anyway.
Right.
And these people, they're so brainwashed thinking that you can see forever because they believe that they can see starlight from quintillions of miles away. They often come in here and make arguments like, well, why can't you see China from like Texas? Like, you serious right now, bro? So you kind of have to let them know, like, you don't have like owl eyes. Like, you have very limited human eyes.
Plus, there's atmosphere.
Right, and other conditions too. So what really happened, I think, is they hijacked perspective, they hijacked specific gravity, and they just basically do these tricks to us to where if you're not an artist, you don't know about perspective. And if you're not like studying physics, you're not going to know about specific gravity, or you're not going to think about it, right? Because not everything goes to the ground. Things do float, right? So it's like, why does your cell phone fall? Well, you dropped it. You picked it up, and then you dropped it. And then did you think that, the gas was going to hold it up? And of course not.
Yeah, you'll be surprised. They have answers for things that you wouldn't think, because like you'll watch a flat Earth video and there'd be a lot of, direct contradictions that you would think they don't have answers for, but you'll learn that they have some kind of way of explaining it. And I have like a list of them that I'm trying to go through and figure out like good answers, not so good answers, just acceptable answers or no answers, and try to figure out where the arguments really lie, because they'll come up with things that very confidently will sound like they know what they're talking about a lot of times. So you have to be careful when you get into some of these claims that you'll hear from these videos and think that it's a slam dunk, but they'll think they have a perfect answer for it. So it's good to study both sides.
Dude, I'm waiting for these new people to come into the chat. I want to hear them talk.
Now that I heard New Perspective, he's also a guy who's on top of his game. Been around for a long time, knows what he's talking about.
Thanks, Hank. Yeah, for sure. We've been around together for a long time. We go way back.
Yep. So yeah, these people that are up and coming, I love to hear them debate, and I love to hear them. I love to hear the ladies, the new ones, the old ones. Yeah. But it's like when you hear like a really solid dude, like Indio, like I'm blown away by him sometimes. I just wish there was, such quality on the other side.
Well, I was just going to say, I was saying that to Flat Earth Dude yesterday about Indio. And I always say that about Indio because he knows their model so backwards and forwards, like, and the details of all these things. When he was arguing with Zanuck, I think it was yesterday, like all of the details of those things that Zanuck is well versed in, makes it, it would be hard for a new guy to argue with him, because they have to have all the knowledge he has to some degree to even make it seem like an argument, otherwise it's just him preaching. But yeah, it seems like a lot of those guys are just there to represent the other side at this point. Like they need people on that side confidently saying, "Of course it's a ball. Of course it is. Of course, because otherwise, I don't know. Like it seems so lopsided sometimes. But then if you go in to listen to some of these people like Jim Pandas or some of the old school ballers, a new person might be like, oh, wait a minute, maybe I didn't think of that, and there's a chance that they'll just decide not to look into it. That's the other thing is a lot of new people don't want to look into this because they realize they never really learned the details of a globe model to begin with, because none of us really, had a reason to unless we were interested in it. And they didn't really try to work out the details for us. They kind of skimmed over a lot of the explanations that we would intuitively want to ask about how it works, because obviously it doesn't work for a lot of reasons, but it's a nuanced conversation. So yeah, just don't go out and tell all your friends all these things until maybe where they're at. Maybe try to ask them if they'd want to know first. Like in that thing I sent you, Zach, with the links, the message, like I said, you're going to have to deal with other people not wanting to know. And all of us assumed that because it's the most interesting thing you could possibly find out, why wouldn't people want to know? But there's a scale of things that people like, usually because they have a life that they're attached to in some way. And if they accept the new paradigm, it's almost as if they have to go back and rethink all the important decisions that led them to this point in their life. Because it's almost like you instantly realize that because of that paradigm shift, you might have made different decisions in your life if you had known this earlier. And it's easier for them to just accept what their current paradigm is, because otherwise they may have to like question too many other things that they've decided on. If you know what I mean.
So basically, they're in like a safe space and they don't want to get
Right. Or they have kids and they don't know what to say to the kids because they know the kids are learning something that they're going to disagree with and it'll cause a conflict, or their spouse is going to be in a disagreement, their parents, or it's just, too long of you're past a certain age and you're attached to the system in some way, and it's going to put you at odds with your coworkers or just the way you feel about the system you're in.
That's a really great point, because I actually am on the other side of that, where when I found out, the truth, I was angry about it because, like you said, my life probably would have been way different had I found out a lot earlier.
Right. That's why people don't change in general. It seems, because you do something for a certain period of time. It's like, it could even be like a simple decision, like you drive to work in a certain way, and then you learn that there's a faster way to get to work. But, it's almost like you've done it for so long, you don't want to switch because then you could have done it a long time ago. It could be that simple, People don't want to accept the responsibility.
Hey,
I often bring up a little bit more of a deeper connection to that idea, which is the Stanley Milgram trials back in 60s that were the obedience tests, right? They did these tests with the people. Everyone kind of knows that one, where the guy's an actor and he's acting like he's being shocked, and the guy that's actually being tested is the one giving the test to see if he'll implement the shocks for getting the answer wrong. And the experimenter just sits behind him and says, "Continue the test." So it's about obedience. Is the guy going to continue even though he knows that, or he thinks that he's hurting somebody? How does the authority work? But the interesting thing about that study was about 50% of the people continued to shock the person after they realized the person was being hurt or thought the person was being hurt. And then of that 50%, like a huge, like really high 90 some percent of people that went past that point and just did what they were told, go all the way to the very end, like to the 450 volt level. And I did like a remake of this for a film I did in college, and I like reenacted the whole thing and did the lights flashing and everything. But the reason I did is because it's such an interesting thing and so important, because what Milgram found was they enter what's called the agentic state. That's what I named my film, the agentic state, because they're in a state of agency, right? And the only way for them to get to the very end without accepting the responsibility of shocking the person is to do everything they're told, right? and then they can displace the responsibility of the person telling them to do it. But if they decide to stop after a certain period, then they could have stopped earlier, and they can't accept the responsibility of hurting the person. They have to displace that to the person telling them to do it. And that's just one of many studies that they've done on the human psyche that have gotten us into this position right now. And they know very well how we think and how we act.
It's imperative that you continue this test. I think that's that was the language they used, right? I think it was something like that. It's very important that you finish this. And that was all they kept telling them. And they kept shocking the people, man. Like I said, all the way to 450 volts, where they were like, basically not even responding. It's a fascinating study, man. It should be must watch for every human being. That one's kick ass.
The thing is that it was based off of perceived authority. The guy with the lab coat was perceived authority. Now, there's an old text message from like thousands of years ago that says, honor your parents, right? And that's a pretty good, that's a pretty good text message to get, right? I think that's good advice, right? Because your parents are probably the, one or two people in your life that actually love you, and actually care for you. So that's probably pretty good advice. But everybody else, it doesn't say anything about, them, right? So my thing is like question authority, think for yourself, question authority, and in order to think for yourself, you must question authority. And this is a famous quote from Tool, obviously, but I think that's where it's at, because if you don't think for yourself, how easily could you be tricked into trauma-based mind control and then a state of, would you call it, agency?
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. Would you guys be open to chit-chatting with a couple of noobs?
Yeah, man. I was just gonna say, man, we just checked in up over here.
No problem. Yeah, it's called the agentic state, Hank.
I gotta say hi, Night.
The agentic state.
Saturn.
Yeah, noobs, are they here?
Well, I've been here. I've been here for a few weeks, but I invited a friend, Knights for Saturn, over here.
I'm opening. He's got his mic open. He's here.
Okay, cool.
How y'all doing tonight?
Good. How you doing, brother?
Can't complain at all.
Oh, excellent, man. That's always good to hear.
Yeah, doing good in life.
Mostly we talk about flat Earth.
Somebody who's talking right now, because I think I might have someone muted. I can only hear the new guy.
Flat Earth dude, stop.
Kenny's the one talking to the new guy.
I'm talking to Knights. I just call him Knights. Why are you into Saturn? Are you a sun worshiper with the Saturn?
No. You all remember the Sega Saturn?
Yeah.
Sega Saturn. I don't.
There was a video game for the Sega Saturn called Knights for Dreams.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was my favorite game when I was a kid. And when I had to think of a screen name for AIM, y'all remember that?
Yep.
AOL Instant Messenger?
Yep.
That was the name I chose, and that followed me through here.
Bug out of here. That's crazy. AOL Messenger. Oh, dude.
AIM, bro. And it wasn't AIM at first. It was just like AOL Messenger or Instant Messenger or America Online, like messaging.
Yeah. I remember his America Online Messenger.
Remember, you had to have America Online first to chat, and then the AIM was the first time that it became its own application outside of like AOL, right?
Yeah. We used to get our internet service from CDs at the local McDonald's.
Oh, right. Yeah, because you'd get the free one and then get 3 free days and then go find another free one. And just use those.
It was longer than 3 days. It was
30.
It was like certain number of hours, but
500 hours per year.
Good. Yeah. We had to renew it, I think, like every month or something.
Oh, shit, man.
Yep.
You guys are old, man. Fuck.
You're welcome. Whatever. Dude, Kenny, you know exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm older than them, man. Don't remind.
Sega Saturn was on CDs, kids, compact discs.
Yeah, that was a great game. I love that game. Still one of my favorites. Maybe not my favorite anymore, but at the time it was.
And dude, those graphics were epic for the time when they put them on CDs. It was like, okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah, gorgeous.
For nights, man, what the heck brings you to Flat Earth server in the middle of the night? What
Yeah,
the heck?
sorry, we could have done video games all night. I apologize.
Y'all know,
So if I can quickly answer for him, it would not be wildly inaccurate to say his boss made him do it. Am I right, Corey? Am I right?
who could my boss be?
I mean, it's technically inaccurate, but it's not wildly inaccurate.
Were you dared to do it?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you don't sound like disingenuous or a guy who would take a dare like that.
So,
I'll fucking do it. I'll
Nights,
fucking
man.
talk to. Anyway, go ahead.
Nights, do you think you live on a spinning ball shooting through space at millions of miles an hour?
I've never seen anything to convince me that it's a ball.
But I was going to say, before you answer that, don't be so condescending. You know that you believe it's a ball. Acknowledge you believe it's a ball, and
I'm gonna let y'all have this one.
Yeah, just be willing to go, hey, this is what I've been taught my whole life, and I do acknowledge that I believe it because it's a thing people said to me, not a thing I observed. And then we'll go from there. I think that's fair.
But I think at the same time, maybe what he's trying, I'll let him answer, but I think that we all kind of knew that it wasn't unconsciously in a way, because nobody literally thinks, oh, I'm right side up relative to where I was this morning, you know? Like you don't think about spinning. You don't literally think any of this is going on, even though you accept what they're saying, which is, pretty, I think even ballers probably don't think about it that way.
I think you're right. Go ahead, Knights.
So when you say ballers, I'm going to be real ignorant here. And I hear ballers, I'm always thinking like the weird ass name for basketball players. But is that your reference for people who believe the earth is spherical?
Yeah. Either that or globies. There's like different ways of like referencing people that in this conversation. And ballers are kind of like the ones that are like sticking up for it after knowing the arguments, and then there's
that's
people
totally
that
cool. I'm totally ignorant
because that's what they were taught and they never knew any better, which we all were at. That's where we all were at one point,
Oh,
but it's not
that's
necessarily
all they
that you believe it.
Yeah.
You might not believe it, even though you still don't know any better.
Yeah, that's all they ever tell you is that it's the earth is a fucking ball and it's a sphere and there's no accepted disagreements to it.
Hey, Knight,
have you ever looked up the speeds that they say that the earth is spinning and rotating and orbiting and all that?
I can't say I have.
Oh, that's
okay.
good.
So get this.
Check this out. Check this out.
You did? Oh, happened to be that you were just posting that as I said it, huh? Interesting.
No, I have all my facts ready.
There you go. There's the fact.
What do you mean? Are you a baller?
Hey, Knights, can you see the live stream?
Who's this other guy talking?
I don't know if I can.
Can he?
I'm in the debate. Oh, no, I'm in debate text. How do I get?
Hey guys, let me jump in here and help my friend out. I invited Knights to Discord today. He's not a regular Discord user. I had to kind of walk through getting him here, so he's gonna need some hand holding, basically.
Oh, got it. That's why I was asking.
I'll send him the links.
Oh, I see it now. I'm very sorry.
Okay,
I think I already did.
Oh, holy shit!
There's like a lot of things to click on over to the left there.
Yeah, you can't find the regular. You know what? I think I have somebody muted. I hope I'm not talking over it.
Northern Rebellion. That was the graphic you were all talking about, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I can see that now.
Just above that, man, is the numbers for what they tell us we're doing. And if you look at, you see 1,000 miles an hour, and that was Truffle posted that. Do you see that?
800 miles a second. What the fuck?
1,000 miles.
What the fuck?
Yeah, those are the speeds they tell us we're moving, man. And I was like, I think it's, you should know all those speeds. Is my point, man. It's something you might want to jot down or print or.
I got something for that. Keep your eye on the live stream voice text.
Okay.
Yeah, sir. That wasn't what I was following previously.
So they tell us we're spinning. This is a little GIF, man. You can click on it. they tell us we're like spinning, shooting, all this stuff. We're shooting through space, pretty fast. Pretty fast. Faster than imaginable. But,
Yeah, they got the whole Occam's razor stuff, but I don't think that applies to that, does it?
yeah, Occam's razor absolutely applies because, it's just the opposite of that GIF.
You see that?
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
Let me say for the audience listening. So Globers think the Earth spins under a bullet, but it doesn't spin under a balloon.
Or a helicopter.
Or a helicopter. Yep. Why is that?
I don't know.
I think the spin is choosy.
Conservation of momentum, Glad. You know the answer to this. Come on. Conservation of momentum is definitely answers that problem.
I forgot that non-answer. Yes. Go right ahead. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
George. Okay, George. Anyway,
So a lot of contradictions.
I just wanted to get back to Knight's since he's a super guest here this evening, man.
Yeah.
And
Again, I need to shut up. Go ahead.
Did he know Knights? Did you know any of those numbers, man? Like the 1,000-mile-an-hour spin?
Oh no, not at all. I mean, I was just told that it spins in this ether nothingness, and that was what I was told. I should say
exactly. That's all we were all told. That, man. That's the point. Is that these are the numbers they give us? So we take those numbers and we try to figure out what's going on. And now there's some other numbers. They give us this like radius number. And then we have to figure out how far we can see on a radius of 3,959 miles. Well, some really smart people went out and calculated how far you could see on a radius, like a basketball, how far you could see. And, at 5 feet, you can see like about 3 miles, and then it should start to dip. It should start to dip if you're, standing up. At 3 miles, that's where the curvature would begin.
I've never lived anywhere where I could fucking see 3 miles in clear air.
Where do you live, man? Jeez.
Southern California.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, the air here sucks
Just
ass.
smoggy all the time.
Dude, I've been out to the beach on days I could see to Mexico from.
We're out in the Inland Empire.
Yeah, we're near San Bernardino.
San Bernardino. All right, cool, man. San Bernardino, man, I used to call it.
It ain't wrong. It
ain't wrong. But no, I'm in Southern Cal. I'm down here by Disneyland.
Anaheim. Yeah, okay. I grew up near there.
Yeah, closer to the beach here. And I've been out on days, dude. After like a rain or in winter, it's just like you can see Mexico from like Seal Beach, bro. It's like 110 miles away, and you're like, there should be 7,000 feet of fucking missing curvature there at 100 miles. 7,000 feet, which is a pretty big mountain, man. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's real damn far.
You should no way be able to see 100 miles, see a mountain. It's only like 300 feet high.
So, Flat Earth, let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
So, I cannot imagine that the Earth is not a ball. Like, I can't get there. Trying to find the right way to phrase this. Like, what does it take to get me there? That's not the right question. There's a different question I wanted to ask you. That wasn't the one. What can you do to convince me that all the stuff I've been told is the wrong stuff? You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah, man. Not well. First of all, I'm not going to.
And I got to say right off the bat, I'll be honest. I'm not going to be on your side in this conversation because
cool, man.
I think I'm right.
Yeah, we can hear it in your voice. No problem. But thank you for being honest. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I've taken on physicists, scientists. I've talked to all these great minds that have, want to convince me that I'm on a spinning ball. And I've asked every one of them, man, to convince me I'm on a spinning ball, man. How do I prove this for myself? And none of those great minds that I've talked to, man, had any evidence or any experiment I could do to prove that we were on a spinning ball, man. And if you're an honest scientist, they'll tell you that, man. There's no experiment, man. There's nothing. And if you're not in that, ballpark, man, I don't know what else to tell you, man. I mean, I talked to the top heads of the top heads, physicists, PhDs, scientists, and every one of them that's honest, that's really honest, will say there's nothing you can do to prove that you live on a spinning ball shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. And then, and that comes right from the top people, man. So,
and then my atheist brain makes me want to say immediately, but is there anything you can do to prove we're not?
Well, I can prove that we're definitely not on a radius of 3959, man. Whatever we're on, man. Okay, so 3959 because we checked it out, man. It's not there.
Here's a fun thing. I happen to know, and I don't want to dox the guy, but Knights for Saturn, this guy is at least as educated as I am. So I know he's got a bachelor's degree, but he's not. Well, actually, no, he's less educated because you've only got a bachelor's degree, right? But I've got a master's degree, so I'm smarter than you according to some arbitrary university standards.
Wow, none of that's important.
My paper. So smart, I got a paper. Check out how smart I am.
Did you want to keep talking about the Earth?
No, I did. I was kind of just poking fun at my friend a little bit.
Super duper. So we'll get back to the Earth then, won't we? So
we're back on the Earth.
Do you have questions? Further questions?
Yes, we have many questions.
I'm sure you do. Let's hear the next one.
Knights, help me. You know what would be fun? Knights, just talk to me about what you're thinking, and we can share ideas, and we can be totally honest and share ideas in front of them, so that we're not laughing behind their backs.
No. Here's how it works. If you're going to be in here talking to us, you'll have the conversation with us and not amongst yourselves. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep.
Also, you want to put that Duper's Delight down just a little bit. It's a little much. You're a little on the nose with it, my friend.
Actually, I just got a video from Telegram where Brian Cox says that they cannot measure the speed of the Earth.
Alrighty, go ahead and post that, please.
Okay, I'm gonna try to. I don't know where I can post it, but I'm gonna try.
Livestream voice text is the best place to do that.
But I got the video on my. I don't have the YouTube link or something.
Shit. All right. Well,
yeah.
All right.
Well, if you do find it, let us know.
Yeah, let us know.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Slalom. Okay, so can we get back to the question and answer portion? That'd be lovely.
I like it. That's a good idea. I cracked the beer, if anybody was curious.
Now, I came in kind of calling him out on a few things, so he might be rebriefing his folks here.
Maybe. You might be right.
Does cracked a beer mean something besides cracked a beer? Because I literally cracked a beer.
Dude, I just cracked one too, man. Cheers.
You know what? There's something about you. You're a flat Earth dude, right?
Yep.
Okay. I don't want this to be offensive, but it's gonna be. But I kind of warned you. There's something about your voice that makes me hate you and love you at the same time.
Cool.
God, that's important. Can we?
Sorry. I just wanted to say. When I first heard you talking, I was like, "Oh, this is some flat Earth dick." Blah blah blah. And I was like, "That guy seems kind of cool." So anyway, yeah.
Hey, I'm in the music business, man. and
I'm liking you less.
I don't.
Well,
I don't work
if
hard.
your goal was
I don't
to
work
not
hard.
make friends, you're doing a great job. Do you want to talk about the Earth, or do you want to get
I
kicked out?
do. I do. No, I want to talk about the Earth very much.
Let's
So.
do
Great.
Earth,
Okay,
man.
let's
Can we do
do
Earth
that.
just for a minute? I gotta go
Would
to
you
bed.
guys be upset if I talk to the guy about the Earth? Because he's gonna love me.
I'm
No,
gonna mute
I
Go
would
ahead,
love
Hank.
that. Go right ahead. Yep, get him.
You sure? If you guys
Oh yeah. No, he knows the tone of my voice by now that I know he's full of shit and he's just here to piss people off and have a little laugh. But you need to drop some science on him so he gets really embarrassed and leaves on his own.
Really quickly.
No, it'll just be that you listen to Hank. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah. So, what do you know about science? Do you know how the scientific method works? What are the three things that you need for an experiment? The three things that's absolutely required to do the thing that we call the scientific method. You know what that is?
Yeah, I know those. Yeah.
It's okay if you don't know. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So, do you know what it is? The three things?
I think I know too. It's hypothesis.
What is it?
Conclusion. That's all. That's how I can remember.
No, incorrect. So what you need is a dependent variable, which is the naturally observed phenomenon, independent variable, which is the thing that you manipulate, which is the cause of the naturally observed phenomenon, and the control variables. Okay, so now that you know how science works, let me give you like a really easy explanation. Caveman, he finds a hot spring. He wants to know what causes the boiling water, right? So he goes home, right? He's got a naturally observed phenomenon. His dependent variable is the boiling water. What causes that? So he adds heat to water, it boils. He takes the heat away, it stops boiling. He adds heat again, it boils. That's why it's called the independent variable, because it's the variable that you manipulate independent of all the rest. So if your car doesn't start, you don't just start changing tires and alternators and fan belts, and you diagnose it, right? By wiggling one thing at a time until you're like, oh, it ain't got no gas in it. Or, oh, it needs a new starter. Or, oh, the battery's dead, right? So now that you understand how science works, what if I told you there's absolutely zero science? I'm talking about natural science and cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics. What do you think about that?
Say that again.
Can you speak up a little bit? I was in a garage band for 2.5 years. I'm also into the music.
The thing, say that again. I'm speaking slowly, so.
I can't hear you, bro. Can you speak up?
No, it's our pen. He's hot micing.
It sounds like someone's licking my ear, and I'm wearing headphones. So let's fix that.
All right. So who am I talking to?
Arpent.
Okay, armpit. All right. So, do you disagree with me, or do you agree that there's zero science? Because you can't manipulate the stars, can you? Can you manipulate space, bro?
All right, listen. He's just mumbling, and I disagree with you. So let's. Why don't you interact and.
Excellent. Yeah. Somebody mute that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's muted. Go ahead.
So what was the question?
So there's zero science. There's zero science in cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics.
I think there is science in those things.
Okay, just give me one viable hypothesis that we can demonstrate, and we can prove things with the scientific method to a certain degree, like 99.9%. So, what's your hypothesis?
I'm not sure I understood the question. I'm not being like.
Did you? It's okay. It's fine. Did you hear what I said about the scientific method? About how you have to have a scientist to manipulate the variables, cause and effect relationship. The scientific
I heard you
method.
say it. I wouldn't agree that's the scientific method, but I heard you say it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm almost off work. I will cite my sources. So until I do that, you're just going to have to take my word for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right, and then when I cite my sources, you're going to be like, "Wow, that flat Earth guy knows science better than I do," which sucks for you, but it's okay. I've been doing this a little long.
It wouldn't be the first time I was wrong about something. No
Right,
worries.
it's cool. All right, so the thing is that if you're not talking about the scientific method where you manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, and then you see the effect, you're not really doing science. Everything else is just poetry, right? I could give you a just so story, right, about how, the green grass on the dark side of the moon is what causes the tides rather than the moon's gravity, right? And you might say, well, how do you know that? Exactly. How do you know that? You don't. It's just a philosophical statement. It has absolutely nothing to do with science until you start manipulating the causes and you see the effects. So, what causes the tide? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, well, they say that the moon's gravity causes the tides. So, I'm going to say, how do you know that?
I didn't even know that was the cause. So yeah, I don't know at all.
Right. So, the only way that you could actually know this is if you stop the moon's gravity and then see the tide stop for a few days. And then after a few days, you turn the moon's gravity back on, and then you see the tides start again, and then you stop them again, and they stopped again, right? And then you say, oh man, check this out. I think I found out what causes the tides. And then you ask your friend to do it, right? And he's going to be like, oh, I'm going to prove this guy wrong. And then he tries it, and he's like, well, shit, I came up with the same results. That's why science means knowledge, right? Because it's firsthand experience. And science is never settled, right? Because we know that there's multiple reasons why water can boil. If you have water in a semi-vacuum state where it's low gas pressure, it'll cause water to boil at a very low temperature. So the science
If you don't mind
never
me,
really.
if
Go
you don't
ahead.
mind me, just 1 second. I happen to
Sure.
have a friend who's in this VC who might know something about whether or not that's true about water boiling. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't know,
Okay.
and I want to hear
Fair
what
enough.
he thinks about what you know.
Well, if you'll just let me finish my statement, and then he can chime up, and I'll be quiet. So the science is never settled, right? Because in religion, Jesus is always the Messiah, Moses is always the progenitor of the Israelites, and Muhammad is always the
How did we
prophet.
shift gears to
Never.
Jesus?
I'm illustrating something. Try not to get distracted. I'm illustrating that religion never changes, and science is the opposite. It's open to change at any time. Anybody can come up with a new experiment, and everybody will completely change their mind because dogmatic science is like an oxymoron. It's like a married bachelor. They don't
Yes,
exist.
that is almost exactly correct. And kudos to you for steel manning it that well. Yeah, for sure. That is, yeah, you're almost spot on there.
We like to know shit, you know.
Yeah, that's good to know stuff.
You said that almost. Could you critique me because I always love sharpening my arguments?
Hold on, I have a quick question, Giggler.
Hang on,
Hey,
let me
do
quickly
you
interrupt.
have any
No, hang on,
intention at all of having more than a cursory glance of this material?
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, absolutely.
Oh, okay, that'd be great. So when you do, come back.
Really?
Oh, come on, Glenn. He was complimenting me on my science acumen.
No, he was being sarcastic like a bitch.
No, I think he was being legit because if he knows anything about science, what he said was correct. But
okay,
he critiqued me about one thing. He said almost. So can I get a little more detail?
Just really quickly, guys. Most of the people I know don't like me because of my stupid, sarcastic sense of humor. I tend to have a self-deprecating, make fun of myself sense of humor, and I'll tend to extrapolate that to other people. I'm a dick sometimes. I'm sorry, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't care about none of that. I just care about
You know, you didn't have to say one word of that, by the way, but thank you.
No worries.
We know.
So what was the one thing that I almost got right? Could you point out what I almost got right?
Well, we got all meta there, and I forgot about the thing you said. Just bring me up to speed real quick.
Yeah, we're talking about science, the scientific method. You know, that thing that's cool that we remember
scientific
from school.
Method.
Yes. Yeah. That's the thing that's like way cooler than anything else because you can actually prove things to a certain degree, right? Not necessarily 100% because that's dogmatic, right? And that's the opposite of science, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So I'm claiming that all of cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, astronomy, paleontology, these are all pseudosciences. That is my claim. And it's up to you if you want to refute my claim. You can say, no, they are hard-nosed science, scientific method science. And all you have to do is provide a valid hypothesis that we can actually test with cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, or astronomy.
Okay. So I was really focusing on listening to what you said that time. And I have to say that everything you said absolutely could be the case. What you said could all be true. I'm in a position right now where when I look at what you said and what I know about my life history, I go, it seems more likely that the thing I was told is true. Or I shouldn't say it that way. Yeah, I'll be more aggressive.
You did it. The thing I was told is true. It makes sense to me. Yep, you got it. It is just a belief. Thank you.
Yeah, I was stating it that way for your benefit, but it was also like literally an olive branch where, yeah, did I go up in the air and look at a ball Earth? No,
No, you didn't. That's right.
Yeah, so
No, you didn't. That's right.
I feel like I was trying to make a point and didn't get there, but I hope maybe some people got the point. What I was saying.
I'll let you try again.
You made a great point at the end. You said, I've never seen Earth as a ball. That's awesome. Neither have we.
Awesome.
No one has.
That's everybody in this server right now can agree with that. We've never seen the Earth as a ball with our own two eyeballs.
There you go. There's the olive branch. We're all gonna crack a beer or have a sarsaparilla or whatever.
Excellent. All right, so we're on the same page here.
Like
so let's talk about truth, if you guys don't mind. What is truth, right? What is truth? Truth is that which is verifiable. Truth is that which is falsifiable, right? So if I claim that I got 11 toes, and then you say, "Take off them cowboy boots, Mister." Just believe me.
You don't have 11
toes. Believe me. Right. Of course I don't have 11 toes. It's weird. But if I did, I'd be able to prove it, right?
I had a friend that had a web toe where it was like
Come on,
web.
bro. Help me out. Help me out, guys. You guys are red herring the fuck out of me. And
most likely.
Hey, can I possibly ask you guys to do me a quick favor? Can somebody please see if Knights for Saturn is still awake? Because that's the only reason I'm here. And if he's sleeping, I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm here.
Are you there?
You
It's
good?
past your
All right.
bedtime anyway.
By the way,
Yes,
this guy, this Knights for Saturn guy, he's a globe head. We should.
Cool, man.
Can we stay on topic?
Stay on topic. We can switch. We can switch participants, but can we stay on topic? Yes.
Yeah, let's stay on topic. So, how do you know things? How do you prove things? How do you verify things? Well, I'm going to put it to you like this, and this is like some old Hindu saying or whatever, but you only have your past experience, your present experience, and everything else is imaginary. How about that? Everything else is completely in your head.
That's called living in the moment, Larry. Living in the moment, baby.
That's right. So if you have an experience the Earth as a globe, like they show you on TV and cartoons and books and magazines, right, and in your head, then how do you know it's like it is like they say it is? Well, they've been telling us that boats go over the horizon for like 500 years or so. So we should be able to go out and test that. Now, here's the thing. I don't give a fuck what any of you believe. All I'm saying is that I'm offering you the ability to go find out for yourself, and I don't want you to believe me. I'm an idiot on the internet. I mean, if you look at my tag, it says OG Flat Earther, so I'm most likely an imbecile. But all I'm saying is go check it out for yourself. Don't ask me what the shape of the Earth is. Don't ask NASA. Go use your own senses.
I want to high
Because if
five
just
you,
Google
COVID elbow bump you. I am totally on. Yes.
COVID elbow
Look
bump.
for yourself. Yeah, look for yourself, man. Oh.
Exactly.
COVID elbow bump.
Now
I'm on board.
I got a 5-year-old. He's in kindergarten, and I'm COVID elbow bumping him because I know these fucking kids. They go to school, they fucking lick everything. All the germs in the world, they're bringing home to me, and I'm like, just COVID elbow bump your friends, and I won't get sick. You little.
Yeah, we don't really talk about COVID a whole lot around here because anything could be considered fake these days, even verifiable truth. So we don't want to get censored. So let's
Yes,
stick
I've
to
heard
the
that's a thing, and I just want to tell my friend who's here, dude, that's a thing. No talking about the thing they were saying. Don't talk about
the
That's not
cocoa.
a thing
Don't
here.
talk about
Yeah,
the cocoa.
yeah,
Leave
yeah, yeah. I know to you guys it's like super weird. I'm like pointing it out, but he's a noob, and he's like, I don't know what the rules are
That's
here.
fine. He
So.
gets it. He
Yeah, I'm
gets it.
trying to help
Moving
him.
on.
Trying to help him. Yeah.
Yeah. Moving on. So the thing is that I just said that I could tell you how to find out for yourself. If you could actually find out for yourself, would you actually give a fuck to find out if you've been lied to, or are you so apathetic and brainwashed? But that's interesting.
Yes.
Right? Because what if I told you that you could do a small search on your web browser there and ask, the know-it-all Google, what is the radius of Earth in miles? And then if you were to search that up, it might tell you something like 3959 miles. 3,959 miles is the answer, right? And then you could go to an Earth curve calculator, right? And you could, type in all the factors, and it'll do the math for you because let's face it, our educational system here in America is not the best. So you got smart people that they say, fuck the educational system. I'm going to go all autodidactic on your bitch ass, and I'm going to make this Earth curve calculator for you. And you can go ahead and decide for yourself if the truth is by making observations over large bodies of water at rest and deciding for yourself, because fuck the authority, right? I'm going to be my own authority, and I'm going to find out through my own firsthand experience what the truth is, and I'm going to make some observations over a large body of water at rest, and I'm going to see if these flat earthers are growing in numbers because it's cool to be a flat earther, and I'm going to see if that's the reason why the government is telling the social media companies to censor them, and I'm going to see if the reason they have a controlled opposition called the Flat Earth Society is because if it's true or if it's just cool to be a flat earther for some reason.
Let me ask you this, Larry.
Go ahead.
If we could schedule and kind of immediate but very impromptu, as the same thing, debate between let's say you and a person who's kind of on your side, and then me and a person who's kind of on my side, but like in a super friendly way because we're trying to get along, but just like avoid people from interrupting the conversation. Is that a thing you'd be interested in doing?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
My first YouTube video was about challenge anyone anywhere to a debate.
Sure. So let's do. There'll be 2 on each side. Knights for Saturn. You still there?
Can I just
I'm
say
a kind of a word.
Yeah, I think my
go ahead.
Nights, I stepped away to grab another beer. My apologies.
So Knights for Saturn. If I may call you Knights for Saturn. COVID elbow bump. Can you be my teammate for this quick debate, 2 against 2?
Okay, we can try.
Okay. So, by the way, Larry, I'm going to give you this. Knights for Saturn, he's drunk off his ass, and he's my buddy. So you get to now pick, knowing he's totally drunk, you get to pick your partner for the debate, and then we'll, just slap it together. It'll be fun.
I just shared the video where Brian Cox says that they cannot measure the speed of the Earth and stuff like that.
I'm guessing that's not the person you chose as your partner.
No. Any volunteers? Thank you for posting that, by the way. Any volunteers on my side? I mean, I could do it by myself, but he wants a 2-on-2.
I'll tell you what, Larry. This might be a weird thing. Can we go to a different channel? It feels like just a few of us. If no one else is interested, we'll go somewhere else.
No, I think we'll stick to the live stream, and I will heavily moderate because I'm off now.
Absolutely. You know what? It's you against Tom and Corey. Let's do it.
No. It's
So
Hank.
you guys
use first names here.
Hank.
Nah, we usually do that, but it's okay.
It's Hank the Larry Man.
Yeah.
And AI the Scary Man.
Okay, let's do it. All right.
Go.
Thanks for Right. I'm going to need moderators to back us up. Anybody else interrupting, obfuscating, just put them on mute.
Yeah, and really quick, Corey and I have both been partying and drinking tonight, so nobody here is looking to get mad. This doesn't have to get angry. Let's just be happy and have fun. We'll tell you what we honestly think. You told you think, and we'll go back and forth.
Yeah.
Lame.
Yeah,
Move
man.
on.
Yeah, I'm on podcast, so
All right. So do you guys want to go first?
Goodness, who unmuted that kid? For goodness sakes.
I mean, I could make an
All
opening
right, I'm just
statement.
banning them. There you go. How about that? Hold on a second.
I'd be delighted to make an opening statement. I've never done that.
Hold on, I'm busy banning somebody.
Oh,
You
all
go
right.
first, Giller.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm
So
going to be posting mine. I'm going to be
okay,
citing
so-
my sources on what I said about the scientific method. I'm going to go on mute. So if you would like to go first.
yeah, I'm gonna quickly give you my position. And Corey, if at any point I say something that you think is not true, please jump in and say, "Hey, he's full of shit." But basically, I was from early on shown a view of the solar system that we've all probably seen, 3rd, 4th grade, and it made a lot of sense to me. And then I went on to college and learned more and more and more, and everything fit into everything I knew. And it was like layers upon layers upon layers of learning stuff. And now at the point where the stuff I think I know makes me think that you guys are way off base in thinking you know something different. And that was it.
That's all, Tom?
I don't want to be too aggressive.
Hey,
Well, I
Giggler.
Go ahead, sir.
What if what we understand about what we something going on with my head?
Julio, come on, man.
What if no? What if something that you have seen is something similar to what we have all experienced? Now, Earth. I mean, like I remember making a solar system, you know.
Just really quickly, Larry, was he the second?
No, I was wondering what he was doing. I guess he wanted to take my place. If you want to take my place, Julio, I'll let you.
I mean,
my
listen,
bad if
again,
I interrupted. My bad. I'm sorry, guys. Go
Quick
ahead.
reminder, guys. Corey and I, we work together, like literally in real life, blah, 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 blah. And we're both somewhat intoxicated, and we're both globe heads. And so this is a great opportunity for you guys. If you have a debate, we're drunk, we can't win.
Okay.
Debate us, but
yeah.
let's get 2 people, me and him, against 2 people, Larry and somebody else.
All right. AI.
I've got one response, so I'll let somebody respond after Tom before I give my globe head response. So
okay,
I give you all complete floor.
All right, I'll go real fast. Okay, so an experiment.
Didn't even make a proposition.
I'm gonna try. In an experiment, I'm in the live stream voice text. If anybody were wanting to see what I'm talking about. In an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, Rutgers University. The next one says, therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates the independent variable to determine if it causes the change of the dependent variable. Let's see, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The next one says,
Larry, if I can pause you for 1 second, just to maybe short circuit the whole thing, just really quick. Corey, I'm too drunk to understand what he's saying. Are you sober enough to get it?
Yeah. I ain't too
Okay. All right. Corey's listening. Good.
Go ahead, Larry. That's
Cool.
right. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. Yeah. It's the thing that I said earlier that you disagreed with, and citing my sources because I'm a man of my word. So an independent variable is defined as the variable that is changed or controlled in a scientific experiment. This represents the cause or reason for the outcome. Independent variables are the variables that an experimenter changes to test their dependent variable. A change in the independent variable directly causes a change in the dependent variable. The effect on the dependent variable is measured and recorded. So, these are like some smart science people or whatever. But I think we get the point here. If it doesn't fit this criteria, I'm calling it pseudoscience if you're calling it science. Now, if you say, well, this is philosophy or this is, gender studies, as long as you're not calling it science, I'm not going to call it pseudoscience. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to yield the floor to you, and I believe it's your turn, and then AI goes. So I'm going to go on mute.
Okay, so I'll go out here and say, people can claim these scientific studies and stuff, and none of us were part of them. So you have to take people for their word. For me personally, back in fall of 2012, I think it was, I took a flight from Los Angeles Airport to Atlanta, and there was a large thunderstorm over Arizona. So I took a Delta 757 on that flight, and we took that aircraft up really right up to its maximum altitude of 43,000 feet. And I'm taking this from Delta's seat back infotainment systems. But the aircraft went way over what it normally flies over. And we went over the thunderstorm in Arizona, going from California to Georgia. And at that point in time, at 43,000 feet, I'm going to say, personally, looking out the window of this airplane, there looked like there was a slight curve there. I had no way to measure the actual radius of the curve, but to my perception, it looked like it did. And that's really just personal experience. I can't back that up with anything more scientific, but at that altitude, it really looked like it. There was just the semblance of a curve, and that's the best I can offer from my personal experience and from what I've lived. Oh, the window shape was a Mr. Uncorruptible, Mrs. Uncorruptible.
And just to weaken his argument, as I heard that, I was like, oh, this is exactly what a baller wants to hear, and I was so happy. And then I thought, wait a minute, am I believing what true or what?
There's usually some type of weird scenario preceding, their story about, their idea about. Ooh, I saw the curvature from.
Knights does make a good point.
Helio.
Well, I guess
Helio.
not really. I was more like
We're in the middle of a debate, bro.
I know, my bad.
I keep forgetting we're debating. Yeah, Corey, at least acknowledge that what you just did was anecdotal evidence. Hey, I saw this thing.
Oh, it absolutely was. It was.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know what?
personally
I got
am
a friend
not
who saw Jesus
scientist.
rise from the dead. Do you believe that? No, of course you don't, because it's silly.
No, I personally am not a scientist. I have not taken scientific studies. That is the only time in my life where I've actually been in a personal situation where it looks like the Earth is round.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
that's the only time I've ever seen anything where I personally would think that.
My big takeaway was being on the phone with my cousin who lives in Australia.
Hey, shut it.
Yeah.
It's my turn. Thank you. Okay, as he did say, that was your personal experience. You perceived what you thought was a curve in your periphery, and you inferred that you were seeing the Earth as round. Now, that's a logical jump. What if you just saw a portion of the Earth that was undulating? Not to mention that you're just using an optical device to see this, which all optical devices have distortion. Not to mention that you're looking through an optical lens, which is the window. Not to mention that mathematically, the horizon is equidistant from your position, meaning there's no discernible Earth curve information. In fact, notable people in this argument said that even from the height of 80,000 feet, you wouldn't see curvature. In fact, I could quote you a planetarium director that says even from the height of the ISS, you wouldn't see curvature mathematically. Now, we know that lenses distort, and we know that fisheye lenses exist. So we have claims from optical phenomena, right? Vision or cameras where some show a flat horizon and some show a curved horizon. Some show a extremely curved horizon. Some show a slightly curved horizon. So now it begs the question, is it really curving? Is it optically curving in the image, or is it physically curving at the Earth level? So the correct methodology to arbitrate such a proposition is to measure the ground directly. It's the only adequate means to answer this question. So what you do is you set up a methodology that's adequate, like a laser beam over 25 miles, set it up 6 feet on one side, 6 feet on the other of the target, essentially creating a laser transit with an emitter and a storyboard on the other end. You shoot the laser, it hits the storyboard, proving that there's only 6 feet of differential. The globe prediction is 400 feet of differential. That's 2 orders of magnitude off. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
So, Larry, was he your second in the debate?
Yes.
Then we concede.
Look, guys, I want you to come back when you're sober. You have to admit, we're not what you thought
Honestly,
you were getting.
I'm gonna, and now keep in mind, this is my drunken self telling you, but honestly, I don't think I'm going to be more open to the idea of a flat Earth than I am right now.
I will check this out. Would you concede that what AI just described is the only way it could actually work with the numbers of the globe versus the tangent and all those numbers that he was saying? It's
Honestly,
the only way it could work.
Honestly, it got a little complicated for me to really pay attention to all of it.
Okay, well,
if we could
I'm
bridge it
telling
down.
you for a fact it's the only way it could work.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it. Is that slalom?
Yeah, it is, man. So when you fly on the airplane, do you feel yourself bending over the curvature of the Earth while you are flying? Because I never did. I never felt that in my life, in my entire life since.
Yes, because that's why they call it an airplane, brother.
Yeah, that's
I know,
an interesting
I know.
question because it turns out my friend, I know he's flown. Corey, what is Japan's halfway around the world, right? You've flown halfway around the world a couple times.
Well, yeah, but that's not the same altitude I flew to Atlanta.
Okay.
Those are very different things. The higher above something you can be, the more likely you are to see its shape. And over the Pacific Ocean, it's it's nothing. It's literally just it is nothing as far as you can see. And unfortunately, that's been a problem for aviators for years.
It's planar above the Pacific Ocean. If you're traveling in an airplane, it's planar. You know what the word planar means with an A?
Planar means perfectly flat, sir.
Yeah. That's what when you're flying in an aircraft across the Pacific Ocean, it's planar.
This is one of the things I've noticed with the very generous people who run the server. Oftentimes, you will come up with something that you think is like an obvious rebuttal to flat Earth stuff, and then they'll say something you've never heard before, and you're like, "Oh, yeah, okay." Yeah.
I mean, if you were try to fly an aircraft across the Pacific Ocean and it wasn't planar, do you think it would work? The answer is no. Go ahead and just say it. There's no way.
I don't remember the person was.
Oh shit! I forgot. Nobody flies that way. They fly aircraft the other way. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't know. I don't remember. Was the person who was kind of confused about the viewing the Earth, the curvature of the Earth from an airplane and stuff like that? But I got a video explaining emergency stops on airplanes. We're trying to figure out where it is. Then you're explaining why they stop in the wrong place when they shouldn't. According to the flight uh, uh, path that they should do. You know what I mean?
Sure, across the northern Atlantic, even northern Western Pacific. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to give specifics about that. But which flights are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I was trying to find the video. No, what I mean is like when, let's say that you do a flight from Europe to LA or something, and then you have to, then from kind of emergency, they have to stop in a different place where they shouldn't stop because the path that they say they do it doesn't make no sense where they stop the plane for the emergency.
There's no question about flight paths. You can look at flight paths. You can follow them all across Earth. You know, in modern times, we can observe the flight paths. It's not. There's no question there.
Yeah, no, but the guy was kind of confused of the view of the plane because of the window shape and stuff like that, just because it saw the curvature. But if he doesn't realize that he never see the curvature, he never felt the going down a little bit of the plane. Like every time I fly over, I didn't felt the plane going down any
So
time.
I
You know
feel
what I
like
mean?
Oh shit!
I feel like while Knights for Saturn did his best, he made ultimately what I would call a weak argument because, first of all, it was an anecdotal story. In order to believe anything he said, you'd have to trust he's telling you the truth, which makes that worthless, right?
No, it's irrelevant.
Nope. Okay.
It's not logically contingent. Okay, what he saw from his perception is just his personal story, right? So if he saw that, even if that were true, all the propositions as I laid them out still stand.
Completely useless, doesn't prove anything to anybody. Exactly.
Oh, it does prove something. It proves that you think you can see something, right? For
good
example, I look out and it appears to me to be this. Okay, that's true. And then somebody else looks out and says, no, it appears to me to be this. Well, that's true. So in order to decide who's right, you must objectively validate the thing in question.
What?
Yeah. One person looks at it, says it's this. One person looks at it, says it's that.
Yes.
So what you do
Every
is you
time.
go to it and you grab it and you decide then what it is, rather than taking the perception from to two different viewpoints.
Absolutely. Yep.
Right. So I laid out a methodology to verify one way or the other that gives a result 2 orders of magnitude off of the prediction of the globe. So that invalidates the globe. So, I mean, what more needs to be said?
Not much, I guess.
There's no rebuttal.
Well, there's still a lot to be said, but why do you still believe
really.
the Earth is a globe?
Me? You talking to me?
Doesn't matter who I'm talking. We're talking to everyone that thinks the Earth is a globe.
I'll step aside. Let's be able to answer.
Yeah, I mean, with these arguments brought forth, you want to believe the Earth is a globe because it connects to this creation idea of balls spinning around the universe, third rock from the sun, Milky Way galaxy, and all these galaxies and everything. But that has nothing to do with Earth at all.
It's it's interesting and very insightful you say that. And I just want to go, you know what? I feel like what you said was so powerful. I just kind of diminished it. saying you're right because now I sound drunk and you're like
No,
using a
cool.
smart thing.
Hey,
I'm
if
like,
you
I
have
agree
if
with
you have a
him.
rebuttal, go ahead and freaking bring it out, man.
No, I think you're right. I think you. Yeah, you can repeat it and I can listen again and see if I disagree. But I think you're right.
Dude, all these arguments. I mean, you don't have it. The reason that we're presenting this information, and and we can argue about flight pass and all that kind of shit, but it ultimately comes down to what is Earth? What is this place?
Yeah. I okay, totally seriously. I remember so backstory on me. I live in the house that I grew up in because when parents retired, I bought the house from them. And so when I talk about the kid who lived 4 blocks up from me, literally 4 blocks up from where I am now, which is really cool. But I remember sitting in his treehouse and him and I talking about like, why do you think we're here? What's the meaning of life? Like those
That was
adolescent
me as a little
conversations you
kid
have.
too.
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
like, I never believed atheism. I was just like, you dumbasses. This is a creation, bro. I never bought into it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like, and those I think it's whatever your parents try to teach you. It's what you learn on the playground. We all know the playground, your friends in the treehouse. That's where the truth comes from. Where you like, because I went to 12 years of Catholic school. I'm not a fucking Catholic because that's silly. But I also did wonder, why are we here? How do we get here? All those things. It's a great question. I love that question. And I have an answer if anyone's curious, but you guys might not like my answer. But I do have an answer, and I think it's a good one. I think it's a good one. How we're here and why we're here, that kind of thing. Like ultimate questions of the universe. By the way, I might not have mentioned me and Knights for Saturn. We're starting a church and looking for new members.
What is the premise?
That we are here and we should enjoy being here and we should help others. Like we should always not put others in front of ourselves, but keep in mind what we do and how it impacts others. I think it's very much like a golden rule, but like better.
It's so satisfactory. It just helps everyone. I don't know why I'm talking in a fag voice, but
you know what? Now that you say that, I realize that sounds a lot like communism, doesn't it? And interestingly,
no, it doesn't sound like. You said communism. I didn't.
You don't know this, but I do. I am very much a left.
Boy, are you going to tell me what I don't know before
really
I
quick,
say it?
I'm a weird left-leaning weirdo. My friend Knights for Saturn.
I can tell you're a weirdo. I already told you that before you even said it.
He is a red hat wearing Trump Republican blah 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 nonsense. I hate him for his political views.
Trump is a communist?
He doesn't because he voted for him. Corey, did you?
I don't even.
Corey, whatever your name is.
This is not the platform for this.
All right.
Yeah, this isn't a politics platform, sir.
You guys are.
The point I was making was
this isn't a fucking cartoon. We're talking about real life.
Yes.
Now, I was raised as a Catholic too. I thought we were talking about that. Now you bring it into some politic realm that nobody was talking about.
Were you baptized as a Catholic?
What do you mean? I mean, would that make a difference if I was baptized as a little baby in Catholicism?
But I know there's different branches of Catholicism.
I was baptized as
I was
Protestant
baptized
too. I mean, how about that?
So I was.
Did I reject Catholicism when I was baptized in Protestantism?
Did you go through a first confession in Catholicism?
Dude, I was raised Catholic. You know what that means.
I know.
So that's all I need to say.
But I know that you know, I know. Nobody else here knows. Did you do a first communion?
No, I'm not. No, everybody that was raised Catholic knows what I'm talking about. So anyway, you don't have to talk about it because everyone who's raised Catholic knows.
Were you confirmed as a Catholic?
Yes. So anyway,
were you married as a Catholic?
Fuck no, I rejected
Catholicism
before I got married.
There you go.
Were you confirmed as a card-carrying red herring expert?
There you go. Yeah. Are you or a card-carrying red diaper baby?
I often forget that some of the point of this channel is that it's live streaming and there's an audience there.
Yeah, it's because your mama's.
Into,
I'm gonna talk about your mama as much as I can.
That would be
because
great.
I don't even know her. I'm just gonna make fun of her because I'm gonna make fun of her to make you just get the fuck out.
If you could talk about my mama before my next comment, that would really help me prove the point I'm about to make.
All right, so your mama was so fat that bitch shit, now I can't even think of it. Good joke. That's how much I don't give a shit.
Wait, let me help you out. You give me the lead and I'll finish it off and we'll talk about my mom. Ready? Go.
All right, your mama was such a big red diaper baby that nobody gives a shit about her red ass. How about that?
Your mama was so fat when she sat around the house. She really sat around the house.
All right, I got one about your mama.
Yeah.
Okay. Have your mama re-listen to the stream to my argument, and then you, your friend, and her come up with a rebuttal.
That is an extremely fair offer. And I
good freaking luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, you
only have one rebuttal
you should probably just leave with your red diaper freaking baboon ass before we actually kick you out. No, it'd be freaking fun.
Yeah, don't kick me, guys. I'm a lot of fun, and I got a lot of good jokes.
Don't worry about it.
You're not funny. So I mean, if you would actually come in here and troll like hard and be funny, we could have a good time. But you're not even funny, bro.
Well, that you bites to the quick. Being that my only goal was to make people laugh. Oh, that hurts.
Brass tacks, bro. You're only going to be able to come back with one rebuttal, and it's going to fall. It's not going to function because you won't be able to demonstrate it in reality. But I will be able to provide a counterexample proving it false.
I'm not
letting you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not here to fight with you guys. I don't want to change your minds. I
change our minds about what? Politics?
Let me tell you something.
You fucking serious?
I've been on Discord for like 2 years now. I came to Discord because I was an atheist. I wanted to meet up with atheists, and I met up with atheists, and I realized I don't like hanging out with these people. And so I went to the Christian servers, and I'm like, I keep butting heads with these people. I'm looking for. And then I bounced over here. And I will tell you, I reached out to somebody today on this server, and I was like, "Hey, can somebody help me out?" And somebody jumped out like, "Hey, yeah." And I'm like, "This is a community. I like this." I think there's value in that.
You're so fucking boring.
No. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, was it me that you reached out to? I can tell you're freaking.
No,
you're so stoic and weird. You're like a scarecrow, bro.
The Giggler is my boss. Please don't let him fire me.
That is only slightly a lie.
Man, you guys are fucking weird, man.
Hey,
go find your pleasure somewhere else.
Hey, Giggler's employee guy. Why don't you and Giggler get together and go out and do a real test of the geometry of the Earth? Give it a good fair shot.
So, here's the funny part, and I don't know what I mean by funny, but Corey, now that they've called you Corey, how much do you want to dox yourself? Are you okay with
Hey, my name's Dennis. Do you mind if I dox myself? My name's Dennis.
So we happen to work for a company What kind of company is it, Corey? I forget.
Geographic
One of them
Information
shitty
Systems.
companies that nobody gives a shit about.
And the company makes what kind of software? I forget.
Shitty software.
No, yeah,
Well, that's true too, but Geographic
But
Information Systems.
I will also say, and I'm going to say this, as long as you're okay with it, and Corey, feel free at any point to tell me to shut up. Anybody who currently has Adobe Reader installed, go to this directory, assuming you're
Nobody
on
uses
Windows,
Adobe. Fuck
and
that.
you'll find out what company we work for because our software is installed with Adobe's shit.
Okay, fine. How about that flat Earth? What do you think?
But here's
about
the
that?
thing.
You really like to talk about
Here's
yourself,
the thing.
don't you?
Yes, I do.
Jesus Christ.
Here's the catch. The company we work for happens to specialize in mapping software, which means that
Yeah. So it's 3D. It's so 3D, and it has to do with the curvature of the Earth. It's so amazing, isn't it? It's just fantastic. It's fantabulous.
I mean, it is pretty cool, but that's just kind of me being a company man.
No, it's not cool. A company. You know what a company man means? Have you ever heard that term? I mean, it means it kind of means you're like a cuck.
A ball licker. That's what you are.
Why are you owning that
wait,
shit?
wait, what?
You sounded really proud of it when you said it, but bro, I'm a company man.
Nobody's impressed with computer software ball lickers.
Nobody is impressed with computer software ball lickers. This may or may not be true. How can we test this hypothesis?
Oh my goodness. This is the old, I work at a place that does something
No,
that
it's not. No, it's
links
not.
to a
No, it's not.
globe, therefore what?
That is not what it is. This is, hey,
care.
I happen. Oh, that guy you were talking about, the president. I happen to guard him while he sleeps. That's just my job. What a weird coincidence.
That's creepy.
Yeah, I know, but somebody does that. In fact, I actually know a guy who did it for a while. But anyway.
Did you change his diaper as well? I mean, come on.
No, I was. This is like super weird, but I was. My oldest son is in Cub Scouts, and I go to the Cub Scout meetings, and I'm like, I don't fucking care about Cub Scouts. Do your thing. And so the parents are hanging out, bored, while the kids do whatever. And one of the parents I wound up talking to, it's like that weird, awkward talk.
Shouldn't even been here if I just muted him. But anyway, what were we talking about? God, talking about Cub Scouts and shit.
Somebody push the terminate button on this dude.
I mean, he needs to be gone, but
oh my goodness,
I'm not gonna do it. But he can't talk and hear that bullshit. And it was like there was a group of them came in here from their fake corporation or whatever the fuck that was. That was weird.
Nah, it's the classic, man. It's like, oh, I work at a place that launches satellites, therefore Earth's a globe. I work at a place that does maps, therefore Earth's a globe. I work at a place that makes thimbles, therefore Earth's a globe.
I make thimbles.
Well, the thimble thing probably makes a little more sense. Yeah, thank you.
Dude, yeah.
Well, when you come back, when you work at a place where lasers shoot heat-seeking missiles that hit targets 400 feet below the hidden, yeah, then maybe. Yeah, how about that?
I mean, to be honest, I mean, it was an interesting time to have. I don't know what server they came from or whatever. Like, let's go fuck with these flat earthers.
And I thought he was bringing his friend in because he had the big guns when he wanted to do the 2-on-2 debate.
And then he brought his big guns, didn't even have anything to offer. That was so funny. This is like the original guy had something more to say, and then he's like, "Hey, my friend, I'm gonna bring him," and that nigga didn't have shit.
Yeah, but
bro, if you guys are gonna come in as a team, you better bring something better.
Well, at least something. Period.
Yeah, something. Yeah, something. Yeah, that was weird.
Damn. It's been a strange evening.
It has. Hey, it's Friday night. Friday night. So.
I guess that could account for some of it, for sure.
Yeah.
That's not true. It's not Friday night. Saturday
Man,
morning.
Dude, it's Saturday morning for you, Roger. Bro.
Oh, man.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Hey, man, and it's Friday morning. It's Friday afternoon for the people in Australia. So
yeah, man, it's Friday night until the sun comes up. That's the way it works.
Friday night and I need a fight. My motorcycle and a switchblade knife. So one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite Motley Crue songs. I mean, who doesn't love that song? Handful of grease and my head feels right. But what I need to make me tired of those girls. While we do
One of the great things that we can debunk Glovers, it's when we are together in different places of the earth, then we can see the same object in simultaneous.
Sure, it'd be great if we could actually, and we can do that on here. We can actually share images while we're on here live.
Or you can when there is the moon, the full moon and stuff like that. I was surprised on YouTube when I was watching with a friend of mine, and then we noticed like, man, there is everyone in the corner of the world saying that he's watching the same object, that we can see it right here. Like, well, that's another evidence of the globe model that they talk about it. Just making a joke of it, because if those guys believe in this ball, then how can they see the same object that we? Let's say I'm in Europe, you are in America, and the other guy is in Australia or in Japan. How they can see the same thing at the same time? You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, Slalom, where are you from?
I'm Portuguese, by the way.
Oh, Portugal. You're in Portugal. Okay, cool.
Yes, yeah. Nice to meet you, by the way. I just saw some videos of you.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, cool.
Does anybody have the moon in their sky tonight?
I saw the moon I saw the moon this morning and last night. It was a half moon. You guys are getting the half moon as well as it adds.
Yes, we do.
All tonight.
It was pretty cloudy, but I could still see it. But it's in the waxing phase. That's really cool. We get so many people from Europe in here. So awesome. I wish we could get more people from Africa, and I don't think that the internet connection from, of course, China, right? They won't let people in China talk to us, but we do get people from some Well, on at least on Facebook, I get a lot of people from deeper parts of South Asia. I communicate with people there, but still be more people from that area at least here. We get several South African people that come in here. I don't know, but it's just like we have European, no Northern Africans or whatever, and then but the South Africans are in here like nobody's business. I don't know what the deal was with that.
I will guess that it's the deal that they make so that people don't know what's really going on over there, comparing to Europe or America or South America or something like it. Because if those poor countries, well, I'm gonna call it poor, but they're not poor. But
Sure. Well, Central Africa it's pretty poor.
Yeah, it is. It is. What I'm trying to say is like, if they know what is going on in Europe or something like that, they will be pissed off or something. That's why their system won't allow them to have good internet connections and stuff like that.
Yeah, and even the northern coastal African countries, they're probably under certain regimes or whatever. I I haven't paid much attention, but if I know they have access to the internet, but
They do, but it's very limited.
Yeah, it's limited.
That's the big issue. I talk with a lot of people from Africa, and one of the main reasons they don't stay online too much time because they don't have a good internet connection and stuff like that, and they use more the Telegram, this new app that doesn't censor anything, so you can upload everything over there, even if it is trash. So people use it more often.
Maybe we should. They were like, is it kind of like?
Telegram it's a little bit like Discord, but it's more a big mass at the same time, and but you can share more information. You can grab a lot of stuff without no censorship. Uh, but it's very similar to Discord. You can chat via voice.
I might check it out.
Yeah.
I can reach out to more people in Central Africa and parts of Southeast Asia, because we have some people. We talked to. I talked to people in the Philippines, a couple of people in Japan, but I mean, it's just like we don't really get a lot of feedback from people in certain areas. Of course, Russia and I mean, every other area there. So it's really disappointing, and I know that the information that we have that we express here, I know we could reach a lot of people in those areas, but I don't think they have access to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do get it very well. What do you mean? Yeah, I do get it. Yeah.
So I'll look into see if I can reach out to them. So it's really kind of sad, man. I mean, that's half the fucking world we can't reach.
Indeed. That's one of the issues that we have when we try to share the truth out there. When we try to to bring the knowledge that they don't have access to it.
Yeah, but I think they do, but they can't reach us either. So we got to find a way to bridge the gap.
Right. Yeah, they have the truth because the truth is it's in front of them. They don't have nobody to give a click, or to say, look it up. You see this, you see that, and then they have to start wondering why this kind of stuff happens, and then they will wake up eventually.
The Western culture, we all we get is ridicule for what we think or believe or whatever they claim we say. I mean, that's in the Western ideology. That's kind of thing. But in the East and in the South, the Asian Pacific, that's their ideology. It's like they have something going on too, and we've had some people from the Philippines in here, and there's like, well, there's a shitload of people over here that see what you're saying, and there's people I contact on Facebook with that, but there must be, it must be the same way in different districts all across the world. It's not just it's all you Eastern European freaking 5% of the world thinks the earth is flat, and you dumbasses, and I'm going to make a YouTube channel dedicated to disproving flat earth because I just don't like it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna make a shitload of money off of it. And then the guys like me are like, I'm gonna make a YouTube channel because I think the earth is flat. Well, actually, I know the earth is flat, and once I start making money off it, YouTube will be like, fuck you, we don't want you to make any money anymore off this. I'll let you still do it, but you ain't making no more money off of it. And then the other people in Western culture, they'll be like, I'm gonna make a YouTube video. Hey, how about I have a debate with the flat earther? And some dumbass flat earther will go over there on their channel and argue with them for 3 hours and not charge them while they're sitting on their channel making money. Like, they'll make like $300-400, and the flat earther is just sitting there going, what are you doing? Shit, you want me to go on your freaking flat earth YouTube, your anti-flat earth YouTube channel? You're gonna have to pay me $150. That's it. $150. I'll come and talk about flat earth for an hour and a half. $150. $50 an hour.
Yeah, I know what I mean. It sucks, but when you do it for joy, money doesn't matter at the same time. But yeah, I know what you mean, because every time we try to do something, there is gonna be control opposition in our backs, like saying, you're nuts, you're an idiot, you're a moron, or whatever.
Sure, it's easy for them to say that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because everybody else already thinks that. Because they think the Earth is a globe. Because I used to think the Earth was a globe too. And the first time I heard about flat Earth, I was like, ooh, that's really dumb. Anybody that thinks the Earth is flat is a retard.
Yeah, I know. I know the feeling. I've been there.
And now they have these anti-flat Earth channels that just like try to recruit flat Earthers. Hey, why don't you come and tell me why the Earth is flat? And they get people to come over there. They make a bunch of money off of having a flat earther on their channel. They don't even freaking pay him to be on their channel. It's dumb. It's just like, dude, I'll come on your channel. You give me $150. I don't care if you make fun of me. I've been out here. I've been out here in the community for fucking 6 years. You can make fun of me all you want. You can say whatever you want. Give me $150. I'll give you an hour and a half. $50 an hour.
Yeah.
My price.
I have a. It's not the same issue, but it's very similar with what I do. People don't want to pay the the amount of money that I do deserve for the job that I do. Well, not just me, but everybody in
I
general.
don't blame people for wanting to have the discussion. I mean, dude, I want to have the discussion. I want them to come here. You know what? This place is free. Nobody's making money here. You can come here and talk about it 24 hours a day. That's what we're here for. But they want us to go to their debunking channels and try to exploit the question and strawman us and all that kind of shit.
And
Like,
mock
you're
you.
gonna have to pay me $50 an hour for you to go in and strawman and make fun of me. Fucking $50 an hour. That's my price.
Right, and they try to mock you. I think that's the right word that you guys said. You to make you look like a fool or something like that.
Well, hey,
Yeah.
I'm doing this for free right now. I'm live on YouTube. You can listen to everything that I say. If any of these assholes want me to come on their channel, $50 an hour.
Right.
No, no, it's $100 an hour. $100 an hour.
And that it ain't nothing for them, but but they still like, nah, you don't deserve it, you know. But yeah, I
No,
get it.
they want to recruit people that really aren't familiar with the argument. So it doesn't really matter if you're astute, with the argument. You might be able to bring up really good points. Doesn't matter all of their freaking cohorts and all their dipshittery. It really doesn't matter. So it's just like, hey, fucking $100 an hour. I'm only going to give you 90 minutes. It's so dumb, man. See, the better thing is if they come over here, do it for free.
They got screwed.
It's just like, hey, what are you so scared of? Why don't you come here? Nobody here's making any money. Why don't you go over here and do it for free?
Exactly, yeah.
Your money for nothing and your chicks for free.
Dire Straits, yeah, old stuff.
That's Dire Straits, right, bro? It's like, dude, we can come over to your fucking channels and talk shit all day. You make money with all your freaking cohorts. Why don't you come over here, talk to us? We'll set up a show. Guess who isn't making money? Anybody on this server. Nobody's making money off of what we do here. Why don't you come over here? Pussies.
I gotta ask you a personal question because I saw one of your last interviews with I think his name is Alex. He's from the UK. He lives in Spain. What was the feeling to be having a nice conversation with him?
Who was
father, Alex, the British guy that lives in Spain that will play music. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, you talking about
The
Alex?
flat Earth. Yeah, he's a musician.
I never had an interview with him. I have talked to him before, but no, I never had a real interview with him. Yeah, I totally respect that dude. Matter of fact, I just bought his new book that came out.
Oh, so maybe I'm getting confused because your voice sounds familiar with the other one. I don't know his name. Let me
No, I
check
totally
if I can find it.
support Alex, man. He's a badass.
Okay. Yeah, it is. But it's quite funny. I thought you were the guy who was making the interview with them and some other guys as well. So
Yeah. I mean,
your voice is very
I've
similar.
never said a bad word about Alex. I've always
No,
said
no. What I mean, a badass is in a good sense. I don't mean in a bad, in the wrong way. Yeah, I get what you mean.
no. Yeah, I love Alex, man. He's
But
yeah.
what I was trying to say is like your voice sounds with the guy that made the interview with him, but you said you didn't make the interview with him. So
No,
okay.
I've talked to him a couple times, but no, I've never had an interview with
Uh,
Alex.
okay. Because your voice is very similar, so I got confused about it. Okay.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I've contacted him a couple times to tell him to come back in here because he's been in this room a couple times, and I've been trying to get him back in here because he's really cool.
Right. Yeah. But I don't know why, but your voice is so similar to the other guy, so that's why I got confused.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
The world has become an increasingly crazy place, but
Yeah, did you know he's been in this, in this live stream a couple times? Come and talk to us.
Actually, no, I didn't know because I've been away from Discord for a long time. I just get into here today. Like, okay, I need to clean up my head and stuff like that. So I tried to come over to Discord, and then I noticed I was blocked on this group now, and then I start talking around here.
Hey, you're a flat earther, I can tell, right?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a flat earth roll. I can freaking tell you're a flat earther, bro. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me get you hooked up. Hold on.
Okay.
God dang it. I always mess this up. Here we go. Long and here we go. I'm gonna give you the flat earther roll. So you got the blue slalom. It's you got the flat earther roll now.
Yeah, and has a Portuguese text on it, it's like saying it's straight in your face. Only those who don't want to see it cannot see it.
What glow?
I'm sorry. What globe? Right.
Glow, man.
Yeah.
It's like if the globe were. Wait. What globe?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, sometimes I screw up. I'm sorry.
What are you trying to talk about here? All right, so let's go over the math. Yeah, I mean, I can already tell from just talking to you for the last 30 minutes, Slow.
Right.
It's already.
Okay, thank you.
You're fatty, bro. You fatty.
I made this logo for a long time. Well, maybe 5 years ago or something. When I started my community here in Portugal, um, so we decided to create some logos and stuff like that. So one
Dude,
of them,
you know, we've
I'm
we've
sorry.
had some Portuguese people on here before, and their accent was not so great, but you speak English very well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, I've been a while outside, and I've been with American family for 2 years here in Portugal. So I developed my English with them basically. So that's why I can handle. Well,
I
well, I
think
can
you're the
speak more.
most well-speaking Portuguese person I've
Yeah, I get
because
what.
there's a lot of people in Portugal that can barely speak English, but they try.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. The thing is, like, since I spent 2 years with this American family, I was able to, to learn more and to speak more often English. So that's why it became more fluent for me to speak English. And then since
You're
then,
doing a great job, brother. It sounds. I
yeah,
mean, you're you're almost completely fluent in English.
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's like you don't have to go
Right, right, yeah, yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah,
You got your shit together, man. That's all I'm saying.
well, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, and you can understand basically, even if I don't speak the right word that you speak, you can understand basically what I'm trying to say. That is good for me in a sense because sometimes I know I screw up. Like there's a phrase that you guys don't say it the same way that I just said it, but you can still understand basically what I'm trying to say.
Oh,
That's for
yeah,
me.
certainly. Yeah, like I said, I mean, you're very close to fluent in English, and so it's fine. Yeah,
Right.
good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what's well. Well, thank you. Basically.
Anyway, I think there's people in the other live stream. They got tired of me freaking bloviating. Just, I'm not playing, but it's probably.
Yeah. Yeah. There are some people in the other chat room. Yeah. Well, the thing is, well, this is my opinion. The thing is, sometimes people don't want to see the reality the same way we do, and when we hit them so hard, they don't want to handle the truth. Even if it hurts them, and that's the big problem. And since how can I say this? Like because I'm awake, I don't take nothing personal. You know what I mean? Like I can try to understand the other person, but I can also understand or try to explain to the other person, like, look, dude, okay, you can say this is like this, but tell me why. But if the person doesn't reply with the right answer, it's like, man, what is your proof? What is your evidence of it? They don't have it. That's the big problem. That's the big issue.
Well, that's been the issue the whole time.
Indeed, yeah, yeah. Um, and so that's that's annoying in a way, and then they start talking some other stuff, and then they don't respect the point of view of the others. So it's annoying. Yeah, it sucks. But life goes on, and the truth is still out there. As long as we know the truth, they cannot do anything about it. They cannot touch us. That's the big problem they got to confront us, to deal with us, basically.
It might come to a point eventually where some of these anti-flat earthers, to have a really, good debate or at least a conversation, like, hey, okay, I'm going to give you $100 to come talk to me for an hour, and we already know what's going to happen on the YouTube chat. Like all their followers are going to be like, flat Earth, blah, blah. Same bullshit that always happens in the YouTube chat. It's like, fuck, $100 an hour? Okay. Meanwhile, I'm doing my shit. I can make any video I want to. It's like, I'm gonna give you $100 to come talk to me for an hour. Fuck yeah! I mean, at that point, haven't you already made it? Now they're gonna make $100 from super chats and shit. At least, by you showing up on their channel. Being heard. Sure. They're gonna make at least $100 from you showing up, and you're just like, well, fuck yeah, I'll come in there for an hour for $100, dude. You made it. If you can make $100 an hour, ooh, hell yeah! I'll come on your channel if you give me $100.
I think Rolling wants to come over and debate something with us.
Who?
Rolling my other 40% pass, I think that is his nickname. Because it's kind of dubious about just because you are drunk or whatever, you know.
Oh, I'm inebriated. I ain't gonna lie.
No, but that's cool. I mean, the thing is, doesn't matter if a person is drunk or not. Just the respect that people should have.
No, sure. I'm just bloviating right now. Sure, yeah. If I need to shut up, somebody tell me to shut up. Who wants to talk?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't think he wants to talk because if he does, he should come over. At least he's replying to you, and you reply to him. But
oh, who?
This rolling my, I don't
Rolling
know.
my boulder in voice text.
Thanks.
Oh, rolling
Zach.
my boulder.
Yeah, it's no problem.
Well, I thought he was banned. I don't. Man, I'll talk to rolling my boulder. I mean, I ain't gonna give you too much shit, rolling my boulder, bro. Don't be scared. Yeah, I've already talked to him several times. He shouldn't be scared to talk to me. Unless
I want to talk about more flat Earth, but I don't know what to talk about.
Let's start a topic, whatever.
Well, I'm new into this stuff, so I'm not the best at it.
Well, you can start from anywhere. If I know the answer, I can reply to you. But the thing is, you should look it up for yourself. That's best answer. But
I have, but I've done a lot of like just like easy, like the beginner stuff. I'm just
Mhm.
trying to get to somewhere where it's more complex
Yep.
and more time consuming, I guess. Because searching it up and getting my answers kind of boring sometimes, I kind of want to just do some more type of experiments than observing it.
Exactly, yeah. That's the thing. For example, in my case, I started to be a flat earther when I went to Norway. Uh, I live in Portugal. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so I went to Norway and I saw the sun at midnight. I was astonished. I was like, no, that's impossible. It's right now midnight o'clock. I mean midnight, and I still see the sunlight. No, this is confusing to me. So when I came back over and couple, I don't know, 1 year or two or so, I start, digging about the flutter stuff. Then I realize why that happens because of the sun, the movement of the sun. Because when it is winter here in Europe, it is summer in South America, South Africa, and Australia, right? So when you notice the rotation of the sun and the way the sun rotates above the earth, then you're gonna realize it's why did you saw, well, in my case, why I did saw the sun at midnight in Norway.
That's
Because
crazy.
yeah, it was, man. I cannot explain to you. It's like at basically at 9 o'clock. It's the most. It's when it's when the sun goes away, right? At
Mm-hmm.
least here in Europe. And when I went to Norway, like it's still 1 o'clock in the morning, and I still see the sunshine, and I was like, "Damn, how could this be possible?" Like this was really confusing to me at that time. But then when I start studying these kind of things, then I realize, okay, this is because of the rotation of the sun and the UN flag map that they have it in front of our eyes, and we don't see it, because it's right all over. When you see that map and you see the rotation of the sun, and while there is summer in Europe and winter in Brazil or South Africa and all those kind of countries, that was one of the main reasons. And then was the flights. Uh, when I realized that flights of the planes stop in places where they shouldn't stop, that's another evidence for me, like saying, okay, this gotta be really flat because the plane should not stop in another place where he shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
uh, let's say that the plane should fly over the ocean, and all of the sudden he stops in the opposite place where he should stop. Like, why did he stop over there and not in the middle of the ocean? And there's a lot of stuff going on. And one of the main things that I always say to people is like, do the math. If this is really a ball, the math doesn't, should give you the answer for it. Like,
Yeah, that's definitely one of the first things I did.
So because if you are in the ball, then you have to curve, right? And that's one of the main big issues that we have. I always give a picture of a highway in Australia. It's 145 miles, kilometers away, and the Earth should curve starting at 30 kilometers or something like it. So with 145 kilometers, why didn't bend over the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Since it's a straight line road,
It makes no sense.
Exactly, yeah. And why people in Australia can see the North Pole at the same time if they are at the bottom of the Earth? That's another point of. Another thing was one day I was with a friend in Brazil and another one in Japan. We both could see the moon at the same time. In the globe model, that's impossible, because those who are in Brazil are in the opposite direction of the moon. Comparing to the guy in Japan. So how could the guy in Japan could see the moon at the same time with the guy in Brazil? It's impossible. So all these kind of questions and stuff like that, and then the astronauts nonsense dialogues and stuff like that really make me say, okay, this is a big lie that we've been lied all over, for a long period.
I totally agree with you.
I'm sorry?
I said I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff doesn't make sense. Why people would say that.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
they can just literally use their eyes and then look for themselves, and wow.
Exactly, yeah. For example, the heliocentric model, they said that the Earth spins all over and goes in a straight line, right? And then the sun rotates with all the planets around. And if it is so, why do you see the stars 365 days a year all in the same place, And in Portuguese, we have a flower called, let me see if I can say this in English. It's girasol. It's, let me see if I can put this in English. Girasol means spinning around the sun. It is a flower. And so if the flower spins around the sun, who moves? Is the sun or the flower?
I would probably say the flower, or is that wrong?
The flower, it moves on the sun direction. Yeah, and it is the sun that moves away. But the flower turns around, I don't know if this makes sense to you, but in Portuguese makes a lot of sense because the plant is in the floor, right? But she just turns around. It doesn't move to nowhere. She just turns around on the.
Oh, you're talking about a sunflower, kind of.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The flower that faces the sun.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. I was confused.
Okay, because in Portuguese, gira means turning around. Okay. And so it's the sun. So it's two words in one. The flower name. I'm gonna write in here in the group.
So it's basically a Portuguese way of saying sunflower.
Exactly. Yeah. Girassol equal gira. Move around. And sol equal sun. I put it in the live stream voice text.
Okay, I see.
So in Portuguese makes more sense because it's like the word of the flower tells you that the sun it is moving. It's not the plant that is moving. The plant only turns, it just turns around. You know, so well, it's like in English, airplane. Why you say it airplane? Because it's the air and the plane. There's no curve. You know, like even in Portuguese we have a place. It's I'm gonna say it's like California. It's kind of it's not desert, but it's all kind of flat stuff. And in Portuguese, we say it we really say it flat place. You know, we call it planis, and planis come from place, from plain, a long and very far away place, place. You know, so there's a lot of kind of even words that you cannot drunk the meaning of it because it's right there. We just need to study the real meaning of those words, you know. So when you when you when you face it with those kind of meanings, you know, then you're gonna see, wow, okay, now I get why they call it this or that or whatever, you know. Even like airplane, why they call it airplane, you know.
Yeah.
Just break the word and you got the answer. You know, because it's flying over the air and the plane that we live in. You know,
It's flying over a plane, a flat stationary plane.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay. That's actually a really good way to look at it. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
In my case, since I was able to travel some countries, that's another thing that I could see is like I never saw the airplane bending over to go from where I live to the other place that I went to.
Yeah,
Where
the airplane going in a circle.
exactly, or in a straight line, you know.
Yeah.
So you never
Airplanes
see
don't curve, so
exactly, yeah. So that's another thing. It's like I never saw a plane, you know, like
and the Earth's radius we're provided, there's no way that the plane shouldn't curve.
exactly, yeah, yeah. I posted here a couple minutes ago a video like from JFK to Moscow. It's a straight line, you know, flight.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
You saw that video? Okay.
Yes, I think so.
So I'm gonna post it here again. So because this kind of videos is kind of interesting because when you see it, and the funny thing is, the guy who made this video put it a straight line of the flight path and then the sun rotation. So it's kind of interesting to see how the sun moves and how the plane flies over, you know, to from
All right,
U.S.
I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, okay. Take your time.
You can keep talking. I'm just watching it.
Okay, okay. I don't know. It's like there are so many evidence of how to debunk
The heliocentric model.
yeah. For example, if you live in South Africa, why do you have to go to north in Dubai and then to go to Australia again? Why you have to go up and down? You know.
Mm-hmm.
If you look to the flat Earth map, you know you have to go. You do a straight line to from South Africa to Dubai and then to Australia because you cannot go below according to the heliocentric model. But in reality, there you have the answer because you're gonna do a straight line flight path. You know.
You know how dangerous it would be to take a flight from Johannesburg directly to Perth, across the South Pacific.
It's to drown over in the middle. I would say.
What? Say that again.
To drown over. I mean, because he has to fly all over the ocean.
There's no even if you had to have an emergency landing or whatever. even with flat Earth map, whatever they call it, the A map, dude, this it's too far to fly. It's too dangerous to fly directly from Johannesburg to Perth.
Yeah. Indeed.
And so, I mean, people say, "Oh, well, yeah, there's direct flights." No, there's not. There's not. You don't do that. It's too dangerous. There's too much flying over open water in the South Pacific. You would not do that. Anyone in their right mind would not risk that. So that's why they fly north and then south. You wouldn't fly that far over the South Pacific. There aren't I mean, you can find one or two over like several years that maybe someone has attempted it, but for the most part, you're not going to find a direct flight from Johannesburg to freaking Perth. You're not going to find it. You're not going to find a direct flight from Johannesburg to Perth.
Exactly. Yeah. And from other parts of the earth as well, like why from South America, why they don't fly?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's very risky. I mean, dude, that's a long flight, and there's nowhere to land in an emergency. I mean, you're just fucked if there's any type of emergency if you're flying over the South Pacific that way. That's why they don't do it. And it doesn't matter shape or distance or whatever. It's just a dumb idea. And people, and just like people will say, "Hey, why don't people go to the edge? Edge of what? What south? Antarctica? Are you gonna go south? Across Antarctica, find the edge? Yeah, good fucking luck with that shit too."
Right? Yeah. It's like in Africa.
Pardon my French, but I mean just like, dude. Why hasn't any flat earther gone to the edge? And they show it to us. Bro. Once you hit Antarctica, you're just like, what are you gonna do from there?
Well, even if you could, because you can't. There was a video of some Australian people
You
trying
can't
to
even buy
do that.
airplane. You can't do it with an airplane. You can't do it with a snowmobile. I mean, you can't do it with anything. I mean, how far south do you think you have to go before you find the edge? I don't know. And then they show us these images like, oh, third disk from the sun. It's like, there's the edge of the earth right there. We got it. It's like, dude, what the?
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, just so dumb. I mean, it's just like, hey, common sense rules. As
Exactly,
far as
yeah.
what we're supposed to utilize here on Earth. Common sense rules your mind. So, would anyone in their right mind take an airplane from Johannesburg directly to Perth, Australia, across the South Pacific?
I'm sorry. I'm looking
I'm
for.
not saying it's impossible, but it's you have to have you have to have an airplane designed for that, and you have to have enough fuel to get there.
Global history. I'm sorry. I'm looking for a funny video. Just that I just remember. Just to show who is the person with us. Is Zach? I think.
Yes.
Do you know Universal Pictures, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when was the first picture taken from the Earth, according to NASA? Do you know the year?
A long time ago. That's all I know.
When April 1920, I don't know, something like that. But let me check it out. But it wasn't the first April. The picture taken. Hold on a second. Let me find the link that I'm trying to. Then, if you can.
Are you
give
talking
me
about
the-
that old black and white photo?
Oh, I've seen it, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the picture and the logos of Universal Pictures, because the Universal Pictures. Okay, there is the video.
I think I saw it earlier, like figure 45 or something.
The thing is, how the Universal Picture knew the shape of the Earth before the first picture taken from the Earth. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm trying to see when was the first picture taken. First, primeira.
I know when you're talking about the Universal one, it's one of the airplane flying around the globe, and it says Universal.
Yeah, and check it out the year. The first.
It was 1927, I think, is when they.
Right. So, what was the first picture taken of the Earth? It's
certainly wasn't 1927.
exactly. So, how they could know the shape of the Earth if there wasn't no picture to grab for, to have an idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally hear you.
I have that picture. Hold on, let me find it. I have so many freaking pictures of memes.
Okay, let me see if I can find first space.
This is like we're all trying to find it first. It's like,
1946. The first picture, at least one of them. Then I send you the Wikipedia link. It's kind of silly,
Right,
but
cool.
I'll
look at it.
Yeah, it's just funny to just watch. Like, okay, the first picture taken from Earth, let's say, it was in 1946. Now, the Universal Picture, the first picture is taken.
I got this one.
1927. So, how can they
hell is that picture?
exactly? How that happens? How could that be?
It's just what they used as their. It's like their. I guess in 1927.
Looks like I made that in like some editing software.
I don't think they even had audio in their films back, in 1927. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well, but that doesn't matter. The idea is like, how could they know the shape of the Earth in 1927 when the first picture taken of the Earth was in 1946?
I think most of the people on Earth,
you know what I mean?
Earth was a globe at that time, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I don't doubt about it. Well, I wasn't born in that time yet, but
I wasn't either, but
but
this is Western. This is part of Western culture. This is where they came up with this globe idea, and everybody, and it kind of this disease about the globe spread across the earth.
exactly. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, Universal Pictures 1927 globe image. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is the first image of the Earth in 1927. So how the heck it is that possible?
Universe is like the third rock from the sun. Universe. Anyway, that's one of the ones that I have. I have so many. That's the first one I found that had, the picture of the airplane going around.
Yeah.
Around.
I have a lot of stuff too because I have an external hard drive just in case something goes wrong on my computer. Since I don't have it with me right now, so I go to the web and look it up. But yeah, I do have a lot of stuff as well. I have a I don't know. I have a lot of gigabytes of flat Earth stuff. Actually,
Bro.
yeah.
I got shitloads.
Yeah.
I indeed have like nothing. So
I actually have let's see, what episode are we on now? Right here. We're live streaming right now. What episode is this? We're on 2370 episodes of Flatter 24/7 Discord live.
oh,
So I have over 2300 episodes
that's so funny.
talking about Flat Earth.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, when you start asking yourself how this could be, uh, one of these days you're gonna see, damn, I've been through all over for so long, and when you realize that, you don't want to go back anymore. That's that's the gonna say in English. That's the slap that you're gonna take. But you're gonna enjoy it to have that slap on your face or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're gonna feel like, oh man, I've been through for so long, but now, okay, there's no way to go back, and I'm so happy for it, But at the beginning, it's gonna be hard, but when you know more and more, then you say, damn. I wish I was a fool that they say I am, because you're gonna see that you're not a fool. You really are more than a human being. You are special, you know.
Yeah.
For example, they have a contest called Universal. Como é que se diz em português? Miss Universe, right? They have a contest in US called Miss Universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Have you ever saw any extraterrestrial human being in that contest?
Universe pageant. Yeah.
Because it's a Miss Universe, right? So you should have everyone from the galaxy, like they say it. You know what I mean? Like you never saw any.
Well, it's just like, a few weeks ago we had the Grammys, right? And you know what happened at the Grammys?
Yeah, with yeah, exactly.
It's just like he just happened to be sitting right in front of the stage, and Chris Rock made that joke about his wife, and he's like, "Keep my wife's name out your motherfucking mouth." And he went up and slapped him and all that shit.
That was funny shit.
He just happened to be sitting right in front of the stage, so he could just walk up there and bitch slap.
Yeah, but the funny thing
was
is,
just a coincidence. It was just a coincidence. Don't bring
yeah.
anything.
But the funny thing, I don't want to talk about this, but this had a purpose for Europe, because at the same day, in Europe, in Arabia Saudita, I think, there was the global financial meeting over there. So on the news, they play this clip of Will Smith slapping
Hey, slow.
Chris Rock.
Something's going on with your microphone. It sounds a little.
Okay. What about now? Better?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
Okay. I put
it might have been too close to your mouth. But it sounded like it was.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Cool. Yeah, it sounds way better now.
But on that day, they did it on purpose so that the media have something to talk about it for a couple of days to distract the masses of what really was going on.
Oh, sure. Well, they wanted to distract from the fact that nobody gives a shit about those awards.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't even. I would have totally ignored the whole thing until that. So they had to make an event. Something had to happen so that they could bring attention to it. So whatever.
Well, yeah, maybe. Well, I didn't saw that. I just heard people talking about too much time, and I was like, "What's going on around here?" Because here in Europe right now, they just talk about the war, and I don't want to go further, but
we don't need to get into.
Yeah,
well, we don't
but,
need to get into either thing, but yeah, Hollywood.
Exactly, yeah. But anyway,
that's
but
another.
yeah.
I mean, the war is another version of Hollywood.
Exactly, yeah. But anyway, it's like I don't know. It's when you start digging, you don't stop. That's the problem. And well, it's not a problem. It's a big
kind of like even prior to be finding information about level stationary plane. I was into that stuff. I was like hardcore into politics and following wars and wars and rumors of wars and all that kind of stuff. I was deep into that stuff, and when I came across Flat Earth, I was, wow,
yeah,
that's the dumbest shit I ever heard of. I don't know. It's just like, get that shit out of my face.
Mm-hmm.
And but I eventually,
yeah.
I looked into it and I was just like, what? There's something to this, man. So
yeah, it's like
it led up to where I'm now. Over 2,300 Flat Earth shows on YouTube now. So
yeah, I get it. What do you mean? It's like it's insane. Let's go for example, the NASA guys that say that they are in space. They they can go to the moon. I mean, they can go to Mars, but not go to the moon again because they lost the technology, or there are so many bunch of how can I say this? So many cracks of what they are saying and talking. It's so kind of obvious that when you really realize that, okay, this doesn't make no sense at all, and then you I don't know. It's kind of weird. For example, yesterday I gave a video to my girlfriend of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that for you to see the Big Bang, all you have to do is switch the channel and look between the both of the two channels.
Is your girlfriend kind of on board with some of the stuff you're looking into, or
not really? No, not yet. She's trying to be, but she's not yet. Not yet. But it's kind of funny because she sees the rise, but she still don't want to understand it very well.
Well, that's because she feels like she's in a safe space, and she doesn't really want to break out of it.
Yeah.
But she accepts you the way you are, right?
Oh yeah. She does. Yeah. And I make a lot of jokes with her.
I'm with my family too. They know what I'm about, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
Well, my friends know I'm a flat earther, but they don't know like the gist of it, I guess.
Hmm. For example, she's a fan of Carl Sagan. She has like 4 books of him. And one of these days, I just make a funny, they're like say, look, your boyfriend's saying this to you. If you wish to make an apple pie, you must first create the universe. Do you agree with that? So let's do it. You know, sometimes I joke with her like this, and because it's so silly, why you need to create the universe to make an apple pie? You know, from scratch.
Does she feel like you're driving her crazy sometimes?
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
I can
Yeah. because I think it's the best way to tell her, look, you
It's like,
should.
obviously, both of you can't watch the mainstream news together.
No, we can't. No. Well, actually, we don't see no mainstreams no more.
Does she speak English or is she Portuguese?
No, she's Portuguese. She doesn't really understand English. It's a.
Oh wow! Wow.
It sucks in a way because she could understood better what they are saying, but unfortunately, in a way, she doesn't really understand some lines that they spoke about it. So sometimes we have to make a draw, to to explain some lines that
Yeah,
are
because
between the
you
lines.
can watch American news and understand the whole thing, but she doesn't understand what they're saying.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
as if you should watch that bullshit anyway.
Yeah.
Or any information in English, yeah. But anyway, that's kind of it can be. I imagine it can be very confusing for her, with your relationship because she can only understand Portuguese. So that's.
Yeah, well, she understands English, but she doesn't understand the same way that I do. So let's say that we are speaking something about something crazy or something that doesn't really make no sense, right? She will not get it as fast as I do get it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so that's the main issue. That is not an issue. It's just like she has to look. She has to make a translation. From the translation, she has to really know.
Hey, I got an idea.
Yeah.
There's some Brazilians that have some YouTube channels, Flat Earth YouTube channel. You follow some Brazilian YouTube channel, Flat Earth channels?
I cannot send some from Brazil stuff because she hates Brazilian people. So I have a issue with her on that kind of matter. It's not saying that they're like this, you know what I mean? And that is another thing kind of funny. We Portuguese people don't hate Brazilians, or they don't hate us, but they speak Portuguese in so many different ways. It is sometimes very hard.
Different dialect, and she doesn't really.
Exactly, yeah. So it's kind of funny because let's say let's similar with English from UK.
I ain't trying to get deep in your relationship.
No. It's like saying you speak English from America, right? And those guys, people speaking English from UK, but
yeah, I get.
You know what I mean?
To me, it's almost the same. I talk to English people all the time, but they do speak different.
Exactly, yeah. But with the Portuguese people, there is a issue that it's like you cannot speak too fast. If you speak too fast, the Brazilian people don't gonna get it. Anything that I just said. You know what I mean? So for me to speak with a Brazilian guy, I have to speak very slowly. Otherwise,
I don't know what you mean because I'm a single. I mean, I know a few words in Spanish, but
okay. Yeah. No, but what I'm trying to say is like, I'm gonna say, hello, how are you? You know, if I speak too fast, the Brazilian guy will not understand what I just said to him. Even I am speaking Portuguese the same way that he did. But
Really? So
yeah,
you're Portuguese from Portugal. They won't understand it, and
if we speak too fast, they don't. Yeah,
but it's the same language,
exactly. Yeah, it is the same language, but because
different
we speak
dialect, different
exactly.
dialect.
Yeah, just because we speak faster than them, because
Dude,
they
I'll
speak
tell you
slower.
what. If I go to Scotland,
Hmm.
they're speaking English.
You're gonna be
Those
stuck.
motherfuckers ain't speaking English.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I beg your pardon. What? Are you serious, mate?
They're all over the place.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
I,
it is.
I,
So I get it. I get it.
but, but yeah, it's kind of funny and hilarious at the same time because it's like you're speaking
Dude,
the
there's
same
a
way.
lot of Scottish people on this server, and it's just like it took me a long time to actually kind of like, oh, I see what they're saying now.
Exactly. Yeah.
I understand them. I can hear. Like when Scottish people come in, they're just like, boom, boom, shakalot. They can speak all day, and I can understand what they're saying now. But when it first hit me, when I started talking to Scottish people,
Right.
holy shit!
Sure. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what happened.
it was out of control. So that's kind of the same situation.
Yep. Yep. It is. Yeah. It's
Okay, cool.
at the beginning we have to get accommodated and start saying, look, okay, it is like this, like that, and then when they get used to it, they will start understanding the same way that we do. But yeah, but it's hilarious at the same time because
I'm
it is the same language. But
I ain't gonna lie, though, Slalom, your
mhm.
fucking English is amazing. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Well, thank you. um,
Are
how
you,
can I?
do you get nervous about it sometimes when you're talking to people that speak
No,
English?
no, no. I
You've
try
been
my
doing it.
best.
I can tell you've been doing it for a long time.
No, I try my best to be more precise or to be more correct as possible because I know sometimes I want to express something, but I'm kind of getting okay. Am I saying the right words, the right uh, phrase that I should use, or I always get confused about that. But at the same time, no, I don't get because I feel that they
Now, once it becomes natural, you don't have to worry about it anymore, right?
exactly, yeah, yeah.
I can
And
tell. I can tell that you're already doing that. That's why
yeah,
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. It's really good.
well, because I have some one of right now I have a British friend here in Portugal next to me. So I speak a lot in English with him, and like I said, I've been with that family, American family, for 2 years. So I developed my English at the point like, okay, I have to speak like them, or at least I'm gonna try to, the best way I can. And
Dude,
so,
I wish I was bilingual. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, isn't it like bilingual? It's like while let me ask you this: when you're
Hmm.
bilingual, are you hearing the same?
No,
Because
I know
are you
what you
hearing
mean.
the same language like while you're speaking it? Like when I,
At the beginning, you try to put the way you talk in your natural language, and then you try to convert that. But when you start to know how it is spoken, you speak like them. naturally. Like you don't think twice, or you don't even think about it. Like you whatever.
It just flows out, right? So it's when
Exactly.
you're
Yeah.
bilingual, it's like being right and left-handed. I
Exactly.
don't know.
Exactly. Yeah. It's kind of because right now what I do, but most of the time is like thinking what I should say. It's not saying that I'm trying to figure out how to say this in Portuguese, how I'm gonna translate to English. No, it's like, am I saying the right words, right phrase? I'm not really thinking too much. I'm just trying to see if I'm saying the right.
Man, I so wish I would have learned another language and gotten
Yeah.
fluent in it. But it's almost too late for me. But anyway,
Well,
no,
maybe.
but it's just really curious. You know, just
Yeah.
like it's like I know a lot of like Spanish, Portuguese,
Mm-hmm.
people, Thailand, whatever. It's just like but they speak English so well, but they can speak their own language as fluent, and it's just like they just flow back and forth as if it's nothing, you
Exactly.
know.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful to me.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
So
Well, one of the things, because I've been in Europe, like France. I've never been in Spain actually, but I've been in France and in UK and Switzerland. One of the things that I knew was like when you're watching TV on those countries, you don't see the movies the way they are
see, you're
displayed.
doing it now. It's just like you're talking to me in English, but you're not. So
Exactly, yeah.
yeah.
But the thing is, like in Paris, for example, they translate the movie to French. Let's say that it's a Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, right? And it should be Arnold Schwarzenegger voice. And in reality, it ain't. It is a
And
French guy.
nobody in here understands a goddamn word you're saying.
Exactly, yeah. So, in a sense, we learn more fast how to speak English just because of that. That's one of my interpretations. I may be wrong. I don't know.
It's beautiful though. I wish I'd have fucking did that shit back in the
Hmm.
day. I don't
Yeah,
know if I could ever learn it again, but that would be it
yeah.
would be something.
Hmm. And and again, because some friends here who speak English, so I always try to speak in English with them. Just to keep the in shape. Let's say this way. Like okay, let's see if I don't forget the words, the meanings and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean, brother. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can feel a portion of it.
Mhm. Mhm.
Pushing through the Latin influence. Yeah, yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Latin, that's the magic of it because
It is. It's the magic language,
yeah.
and that's another discussion for another time.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Dude, I think we got into some shit we shouldn't have talked about before, and we could talk about the other ancient languages and the magic
Exactly. Yeah.
involved. Yeah, but we don't talk about that shit on here. So.
Yeah. But yeah, but it's kind of funny because one of the maps that I saw of the flat Earth was the urban map. You know the map that I'm talking about, urban map, Montero urban map.
Posted in live stream voice text.
Let me see.
Is it that big
Montero.
one with all the animals around the edge?
That's the
I
one. Yeah,
have. Hold on, let me see if I'm pretty sure I have.
Montero urban map.
God.
150 megabytes resolution. My goodness. Montero Porra.
Who is mumbling?
Maybe it is me because I have the microphone
Oh,
on.
that's good. My bad. My bad. Say mumbling while you're looking. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was you. I'm looking too.
No, but I have the notifications on when you say who's mumbling, so I would get lost.
No. I mean, I just want to make sure nobody's trolling and just.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now that
Okay,
map
so,
that we're looking for, trying to find. I think we're looking for the same fucking map.
Exactly.
We're like in a race to find the
Yeah, the map. Yeah, I have in my website, but at Montero Urban. See if I can find it. Okay, there it is.
No, did you find it?
Yeah, not the original one, but a copy, because the original one is too big, too heavy. Claro. This one.
You posted last year.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
It's not a high quality, but
Yeah, that's the one I was looking for.
yeah. This is all written in Latin. One of these parts of this map in South America, it has a
That's
king.
really interesting about what if you go back in history.
Let me see if I can find the original map. Guys, that's part of them.
You don't like that one?
No, there is one with high quality of the map.
Yeah, there is a higher quality version of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I have
are you looking for the same map but higher quality?
Yes.
Well, we're not going to be able to share it on here, and
Okay.
nobody here that's listening is going to look at it.
Yeah.
And except for what we share.
Okay.
In the live stream. So.
But anyway, but the thing is, okay. But the thing is,
you know what I mean by that?
Yeah. I do.
And I'll do the best I can to go ahead and hold on. I'll share it in the live stream if I can.
But the funny thing about this map is that if you go to your left corner and you zoom it, you're gonna see a face of a dude in it, and then you reach for the text, and it's a Portuguese. It's a king from Poland. Then we have a Portuguese king as well. Where is it? Where is the king? Okay, no worries. I'm gonna do a print. Oh no, I can't do print.
I do have an image of that map that I do share sometimes. But yeah, tell me what you know about that.
Let me see if I can see the Portuguese king over there. Well, one of the things, like you see on the red area of Antarctica, they say Terra del Fuego or Fuego. Let me type in the group. Terra del Fuego equal land of fire. Terra del Fuego or Fuego. Well, this word means terra, land of fire. Okay, it's in the red area of the map in South America. I mean, near to South America and Yeah, in South America, all over. If you go look in the bottom, what it is, Antarctica today. Can you see the map?
I'm totally distracted now. I got something
Oh, okay,
weird
okay,
going on with my PC.
okay, okay. There it is. Rei del Portugal means the king of Portugal. It's in the south of America, and I was like, what the heck? How do we find this piece of land in the middle of nowhere? I could make a print, but if you go to South America, then we go to the Antarctica area, and then you're gonna see a king over there. That king is Portuguese, with a monkey with the tits on it. Kind of weird monkey or something. I'm gonna call it monkey, but I don't know if it is a monkey or not. But
Windows updated my shit today.
oh crap!
Fucking changed everything.
Right.
Fucking, you motherfuckers.
I don't use Windows. Thank God.
It's
I
like
use Linux.
I got home from work today and fucking Windows updated all my shit. And I'm like,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
yeah. I
That's
know what
why
you
my
mean.
stream went down earlier today. And I was doing the
Yeah.
best I can. Now I'm just like figuring out what the fuck did they do to my shit?
Shit, yeah. El Rey del Portugal. But anyway, so
You're doing Portuguese?
yeah.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, man. Thank you for translating for the Portuguese.
From the
For the
Portuguese.
Portuguese people that aren't listening.
Yeah.
Just messing with you, man. I'm just
No, that's cool. So
dude, I'd
there's
love to learn the language. I mean, it's one of the romantic, what they call the romantic.
romantic language.
Yeah,
that's for me. It's kind of funny because
yeah, it's similar to Espanol. It's similar to
and
Latin.
exactly, yeah, Italian, yeah. So they have a word text in Latin. I don't know what it means, what it stands for, but regia
No, it stems from Catholicism. You guys already know that.
Oh yeah. But the thing is,
That's another discussion for another time.
yeah. But the thing is, it says Rei de Portugal. Okay. Seguita, âncora, Inferno, Infermesso. Let me see if I can. La forma de conforme. I don't know. I have to translate all this. Kind of funny.
Are you trying to talk Spanish to a Portuguese?
That's the thing. This is not Spanish. This is Latin. Because it's very similar.
Okay.
It is similar to Spanish, but because it says here, for example, El Rey del Portugal, right? So it sounds Spanish, but in reality it's Latin. But it's very similar to Spanish. That's why Portuguese, Portuguese, Spanish, or Italian is basically the same, or
Well,
French.
they call it Latino for a reason.
Exactly, yeah, because we all do speak Latin. That's why. So anyway,
That's why I said it's a different dialect. But I mean, Portuguese and Spanish it's much in certain ways.
Yeah,
Is it different in different ways as like American English is to Scottish? Because we can understand Scottish people fine, once you get used to it, or is it like way different?
Portuguese with Spanish?
Yeah, I mean, Spanish, Portuguese, is it super different or is it similar?
How can I say this to you? So, well, it is different, but again, they use some words that we do use. So the thing is, like,
So that answer's no. I can understand Scottish people, even though they
we don't,
still
we
speak
don't.
English, but they use different dialect. But I can understand what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we don't understand Spanish 100%, like they don't understand Portuguese 100%. But if we speak slowly, they will understand us like we do. We're gonna do understand them because it's it's like how can I say this? Well, um, there are so many similar words that they use that we use, but in general, yeah, it is different.
It's like if I go to Portugal and I only speak Spanish, I can pretty much get around.
Oh yeah, you
I'm
can.
gonna have to carry and I only speak Spanish. I can pretty much get around when I have to carry a big handbag of verbs
Oh
and
yeah.
nouns.
Oh yeah. You can handle very easy. Because the Portuguese will try hard as well to understand what you're trying to say, and then they're
Well, I
gonna.
mean, most people in Europe now, even in France, Portugal, Spain, I mean, they can speak English. So if I went there, then I could find somebody that speaks English.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But you're hard pressed to find somebody that speaks Portuguese in fucking America.
Yeah, right, yeah. I would say no, it's gonna be easy because here in Portugal, at least here in Portugal, everyone try hard to help the other one. Like, okay, you don't speak Portuguese. Okay, what kind of language do you speak? Okay, you speak French. Okay, I'm gonna try to speak in French with you.
Motherfucker, you can speak English like the best of any Portuguese person I've ever met.
Okay, thank you.
It's like you're already doing it.
Yeah.
But I would look like a dickhead. I feel like even if I fucking say gracias for my fucking salsa that I get at a Mexican restaurant, I feel bad. It's just like, you motherfucker, you don't even know how to say gracias right, bitch. But I mean, I can roll my R's, but if I did roll my R, would it be more offensive or less offensive?
When you say gracias?
Yeah, gracias.
No, it's very polite when you say that. Because gracias, in Portuguese, we don't say gracias. We say thank you, like obrigado. Okay?
You say thank you, gracias, or
No.
Donada is
Donada
Donada same in Portuguese?
Yes, it is. It is the same as Portuguese. It
Okay,
means
cool. So
you're welcome. Yeah,
Donada means the same thing. Okay.
it does. But gracias, we don't use that word in Portugal. Only the Spanish people use it. So, but anyway, yeah. But if
You don't use what? You don't use what?
we don't use the word gracias.
Like thank you?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
so what happens in Portugal?
We say obrigado. In Spanish, we say gracias, but in Portuguese, we say obrigado. You see, that's one of the main difference. For example,
Does it mean I appreciate?
no, it's just saying thank you. When you say gracias, it's like it's like thank you, but it's more kind and it's more sweet. Let's say it this way.
Wait. Gracias is still in the language.
Yes. Yes.
But it doesn't mean thank you.
For Portuguese people, no, because we Portuguese people don't use that word. That word it ain't Portuguese. Well,
I mean,
it is
just
Portuguese.
like, hey, I set your fork down, or I set your plate down. At a restaurant, and like and you say, like we say, thank you, or gracias.
Yeah.
So in Portuguese, what would you say when they?
Obrigado.
Obrigado.
Obrigado. It's like thank you, but it's in Portuguese it's obrigado.
Obrigado.
Yeah, kind of. You need to push more the
What the?
O like opera, O Bri like Bridget, Obri.
There's like a little roll with the R.
Yeah.
Obri.
Gado.
Gado.
Yes. Yeah.
Obrigado.
Exactly. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Obrigado. So that means thank you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Obrigado means
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Now you said another word that we use in Portuguese, amigo.
Well, that means man, right?
No. It means friend.
Friend. Amigo. Amigo means friend.
Yeah.
Well, that's the same in Spanish, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay, cool.
But the Spanish could mean something else that we Portuguese don't use it. So sometimes it's kind of tricky. That's the thing.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the
Exactly.
depends on the sentence, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, amigo.
You know what I mean? So you can. Well, you're trying to be a nice person, then the other side is gonna say like, "Hey, dude."
It could be is like amigo, and I mean it's just really so. But it doesn't. Does it always mean friend in Portuguese when you say amigo?
No, it's always a friend. Always. There is no saying that it means something different. No, it's always a friend. But the thing is, like,
all right. What if you meet an asshole? What do you call that motherfucker?
Idiota. It's like a moron. Idiota.
He's like, I don't know you.
Yeah.
What do you got going on? I don't know you. Where you come from? What do you call that guy?
Idiota.
Idiota.
Yeah. It means moron. You are a moron. Get lost.
A moron?
Yeah.
Dude, your English is so fucking bad.
Yeah.
Dude, you're almost unbelievable. As far as English versus Portuguese.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I believe you anymore.
Okay, that's good. That's fair enough.
Like, dude, we need to have an English Portuguese class with you here.
Well, who knows? Who never knows? I'll be glad to give you some lessons. But
where did you come from? You're the first Portuguese I've met that fucking could speak.
Well, thank you so much.
No, I'm fucking serious. I've been doing this for a long time. And you're the first person out there can speak Portuguese this well.
Yeah, I get it what you mean because even
Hey, you're supposed to tell me I'm the first person that you've met that can speak English as well, no, which is not true because all of us speak English.
exactly, yeah. Um,
I'm fucking with you, bro.
that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, but that's the funny thing because even when I'm next to my friends, I'm speaking with them and they are trying to speak English. They really have a hard time to speaking, and they're like, why you have a hard time speaking English when you should be more fluent speaking English? So, but anyway, okay, that's your way. Okay,
So
so
you
be it.
help them out. You help them out, like speaking English. You
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
English.
yeah, because they sometimes don't know um as you call it the slang words, you know, like why are you saying that? Why don't you use a slang word? Why don't you be more fluent when you are speaking or when you are saying something? Just being more natural. And but again, I think that's because they don't have too many friends speaking in, or I don't know. I have no idea, to be honest.
Yeah,
Um,
man. I imagine being in a culture. You're not gonna if you're
exactly.
using
Yeah.
your natural language, you're just gonna speak Portuguese.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, like, when you have friends next to you that are not Portuguese, you once in a while you speak English, or at least you're gonna try to improve your English. You know what I mean? At least I do that. At least I do that. So,
How did you
even
learn it? How did you learn it this way? I mean, you don't have to give me the whole fucking story, but
yeah.
how did you learn how to speak it so fluently?
To be honest with you, was because of Michael Jackson.
You goddamn lie.
No, I'm not because I, I was a big fan of him, and I want to play his songs, and I didn't knew it. And so one of these my friends was American, and he was an employee of the Embassy of America here in Portugal, and I used to spend a lot of times in that place with their daughters and kids, and so I start, okay.
Wait. All right. I know you already said it. I'm going to reinforce.
Hmm.
You got you became a fan of English and wanted to speak like fluent English like Michael Jackson did, right?
Yeah. No, I just want to play.
I don't blame you. I was a huge fan of Michael Jackson when I was a kid too. So I
Yeah. No, but the thing was like I want to play his songs. Like, okay, how do you play the song, for example, "Bad" or "Speed Demon," or because Michael used a lot of slang words on the lyrics, right? Right. So I didn't know how to say it, and they teach me. Okay, let me say. Now you're not gonna say "going," you're gonna say "gonna," and
so
then to
you were a huge fan of pop music back in the day, and that's how you
yeah,
learned English.
yeah. That's how I wake up. By the way, because I start
Yeah.
following. I start digging about Michael Jackson. When he released the album Thriller, I was kind of curious. Why did he was the number one all over the world, except the United States? I mean, that was for me like something that didn't fit at all. And then came the 9/11 stuff and
That's
all that kind of stuff.
cool, man. That's really freaking cool. So, what other pop artists did you like back then?
Yeah.
I mean, you like
Bom
Michael
dia, tudo bem?
Jackson. What other American artists?
Pensar um segundo. Que eu tô aqui a falar com. Hold on a second because I'm on the phone right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
But
I'm taking a break for a minute too. I need a break too. I'll be back.
okay. Não, não, que eu pensava que a internet tinha-se desligado e afinal não se desligou. E eu estava aqui a
I'm back. Slalom, still there? I was out smoking a cigarette. But we don't have to continue the talk. I found a good video I'm going to play. And it's here. Yes. Here.
To be you, Dave.
So this is a recent upload from David Weiss, Flat Earth Dave, DITRH. It's a recent interview that he had. Listen to like the first 5 minutes of it. It was pretty good.
Hello and welcome to the show. This is the Cult of Conspiracy, and my name's Jonathan.
I'm Jacob.
And today we have on Flat Earther David Weiss. I mean, this dude is known all throughout Flat Earth Kingdom. David, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you for the kind words.
Of course. I mean, look, Jacob here is a hardcore Flat Earth denier, and I figured we had to get the GOAT of Flat Earth on the show. If anybody's going to prove him wrong, if anybody's going to change his mind, it's going to be you, Dave.
Cool. I'm down. I heard that Jacob, right? Jacob has said if you convince him the Earth is flat, that he's going to get a flat Earth tattoo.
That's not a problem. Like straight up on my shoulder, whole shoulder blade.
I know. I've already designed some for you. I think. Let me show you what I got here. I got this one right here, Flat Earth Podcast, right? And we have the nice Flat Earth map. And we can make the belly button your North Pole if you like.
I'm not even mad at that because he's way more swole than I am.
Yeah. And then the other option is a little different. It's a tramp stamp with me. That'll be me. Okay. And I think that's the one that I'm going to vote for.
Wow. I'm good with either one of those. Let's make that happen today.
Could you imagine the next time I go to like swim or anything and like, who's the dude in a hoodie on your back? Like, look, bro, it's a long story. I'll just send you
I'm a flat earther.
I'll just send you a link. It'll make a lot more sense into this, man.
Now, Dave, I believe you said if anybody can prove to you otherwise, you would be willing to have something for them, right?
3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. Okay. And now I'm a guy that has proven already that he's willing to change his lifelong beliefs based on new information. So a lot of globers will go, oh, you flat earthers, you'll never change your mind. No, we already changed our mind. We were in your globy, ridiculous, helio-nonsensical world, but then we actually looked, rather than listening to a guy in a bow tie that lies, and we actually held their evidence, which is none, to the fire, feet to the fire, and that's how you become a flat earther, when you actually are forced to look. I didn't go into this willingly. I went into this screaming and kicking like, you guys are fucking idiots. The earth is not flat. You're retarded, and I'm going to prove it to you. And that's how you first reject the globe, and then you're like, holy crap, it's flat. Now, wait, what does flat mean? Flat is not a shape. The earth is obviously not flat. Hills, valleys, mountains, canyons. The earth is a level, horizontal plane, and that could be described as flat. Okay, flat Earth has been weaponized like conspiracy theorists, as you guys well know, and but I embrace it because the Earth is flat. It's not moving. Every test for rotation, for axial rotation, or for any movement at all, or for curvature has failed and proven the opposite. So we admit that we don't know a whole lot of what this realm is. Well, and there's different flat Earth understandings. Like, is there a dome? Is it flat? Is it round? How big is it? Is there more land? Is there not more land? Is this it? Is there other worlds? We can all have these discussions, but we all know that the heliocentric globe burning balls in hydrogen in space is impossible. Absolutely physically impossible. And once you accept that, then your whole world changes. And what difference does it make? I still got to go to work on Monday. Well, guess what? Today's Monday and I'm not at work. Okay, my life changed. Is today Monday? I have no idea what today is. Is today Monday?
Yeah, today's Monday.
All right, fantastic. I don't have to go to work. All right. And I used to say the same thing. That was I used to say, I still have to go to work. Well, something changed in my life. Okay. And it's different for everybody, but flat earthers are never bored. Where the flat earth is taking off incredibly. There's so many of us now, and it's literally hockey sticking right up. And I believe that flat earth is the key to regaining our freedom. What do I mean by that? Like, how the hell does the shape of the earth get our freedom back? The answer is because if you believe that you are spinning out of control, right? That you're corkscrewing through space. Where the hell was that perfect transition I had? Here we go. If you believe that you're corkscrewing through space like this in an infinite space vacuum in a godless or distant god universe where an asteroid could take you at any moment, our sun could supernova or red dwarf or whatever other nonsense, that we're running out of fuel or afraid of nuclear bombs, all of this stuff keeps you in a state of fear, disconnects you from who you are. And so you can believe anything. You can believe that a boogeyman is flying through the air and it's going to find a way around your little paper mask and kill you. Okay? It's all complete and total nonsense.
It does make an interesting case because you're looking at this and you wonder, okay, not only could something hit us along this path right here, that it's going just spiraling out of control like that, but how are we not blasting into other planets going at that speed? Or others?
So listen to this. I'm going to tell you a crazy fucking story. All right. This is the heliocentric story. Once upon a time, there was nothing. It exploded and became everything. Okay, cool story. We'll just go with it. And then all of the rocky bits started turning into perfect balls, and all of the gases started condensing onto each other to make even bigger burning hydrogen nuclear furnace balls. Okay, leaving a vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum, leaving a vacuum in between. So now we got rocky balls that have some gravity, bigger gassy balls that have more gravity. They're holding on to each other. They go into these perfect, predictable orbits. And all of these planets are on the same plane. They're all going like this, right? Chasing the sun on the same plane. And we can predict where they're going to be for hundreds and hundreds of years, okay? Or forever. We can predict where they were, where they're going, okay? There's a thing called the three-body problem, right? This is a problem that we have today where our best supercomputers cannot predict more than two bodies. You put, they get a model, you put a sun there and you put a planet, you put it in orbit, say it's got this much mass, and you can predict where it's going to be forever. You can say, all right, tomorrow, next week, 10 years, and you know exactly where it's going to be. You add a third body, another planet, another moon into that system, and no supercomputer in this world can figure out where it's going to be in 10 minutes. Okay? The entire thing goes into chaos mode. Well, I think we have more than three bodies in our solar system and our galaxy. Okay? And these things are going all over the place. But if you go out tonight, look at the stars at 10 o'clock, midnight, whatever, and draw a little chart. Then next year, same night, same time, set a little thing in your calendar to go out, look at the stars, bring out your star chart. Every single star will be in the exact same position. That's like throwing a rock at a beehive, taking a picture of it, then doing it again a week later and throwing a rock at it and taking a picture, and every bee is in the same place, or a year later, or whatever. It's absolute insanity once you think about it. And then and at some point you're going to go, why the lie? Why the lie? Well, I halfway told you already. Why the lie is because they're controlling our mind, right? They're keeping us in fear, and they're making us willing, not making us, they're allowing us to willingly give our free will away. They're allowing us because they're not allowed to take it. We have free will. That's something very important to remember. They're taking it from us, and they're not breaking any karmic laws in their book. All right, it's a fine line. So the last thing I'll say, and I'll throw it back to you, is the movie The Matrix. I call it a documentary with Keanu Reeves. Remember when Keanu at the beginning of the movie, he's depressed, something's wrong with the world, he can't figure it out, he's sleeping a lot, and then look at Neo at the end of the movie where he's unplugged from the Matrix. He can see the world for what it is, and he's a much more powerful, connected, aware, fulfilled human being, and it doesn't matter the shape of the world, the state of the world. He's really, look at yourself, put the two, the Keanu, the Neo at the beginning of the movie and the Neo at the end of the movie, put them next to each other. Which one do you want to be? Well, flat earthers are the one at the end of the movie because we're unplugged. The heliocentric system is the Matrix. It's a prison for your mind to steal your life away.
Okay, so to a couple of points that you made.
Go.
One, you talking about the example with the beehive and throwing a rock at it. I feel like that's kind of a contrived example because bees are constantly moving. You can take a picture of a beehive and 5 minutes later take a picture of it, even when you didn't affect any of it, and it will be different.
Yeah.
Right?
So let me just respond to that, and then you can continue. The three-body problem. We had a planetary alignment like a month ago where all the planets were in alignment. So you mean to tell me that the sun can hold on to the Earth and Saturn and Jupiter and all the way out to Pluto, but all of the planets could hold on to their moons. And for some reason, when they all line up, none of their gravities interact with each other. The sun's gravity, when the moon is coming around towards the sun, it doesn't speed it up, and when it's going away from the sun doesn't slow it down. It doesn't, because it has no effect on it. And the Glober argument is, well, it's too close to Earth, and the Earth's gravity negates the sun's gravity. That's bullshit. Okay, that is just bullshit. Good.
When the planetary alignment happened, this was around the winter solstice, if I'm not mistaken.
It happens a lot. It happens a lot. Go ahead.
But they had record tidal surges, not tidal waves. Nobody had flooding by any means, but the oceans were at a higher point then than they've been in decades, because multiple planets' gravities were feeding off each other to raise our sea levels.
So hang on. That's a great comment. I don't know if that's true, but let's assume it's true because it makes a lot of sense. But in reality, the high tides are because, first, there's not a direct correlation to the tides to the moon. There's high tides at all different times, and there's no tides in certain places of the Earth. And it's not correlated to the moon. Now, when the moon is full, we do have bigger tides. Well, if you understand that the moon, the sun, the planets are not rocky balls floating in infinite space, because space isn't what they tell us, that these are energetic, non-physical lights in our sky. And we can get into what they are, what they do. I think they're all part of the living Earth system, and so are we. That's when a full moon will create a bigger tide because it's powered up. The moon is not reflecting sunlight. The moon is giving its own light, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down. Okay, so when there's a new moon and the moon and the sun are on the same side of the Earth, well, there should be huge tides because the sun and the moon's gravity is pulling at the waters supposedly, but that doesn't happen. And the whole tide thing. Listen to this. This is the gravitational model of the tide. Okay, if my head was the moon, we have a high tide over here. This is the tidal bulge right here. This is what Neil deGrasse Tyson, the failed actor, says causes the tides. So the gravity from my moon head is pulling the water away from the Earth, creating a bulge. But there's also another high tide over here. He says the gravity of my head is also pulling the Earth away from that water on the other side. Is that retarded? This is the go ahead.
Whether the Earth is cool or not has nothing to do with it. The moon's shape and its mass and its size doesn't change depending on how much of it we can see. It's the moon itself is the moon itself.
Right. But why do we have bigger tides when the moon is full and not when it's new?
Not whenever the moon is full, it's whenever it's closer to the Earth. The moon goes a little closer and a little further away as its orbit goes around the Earth.
So you're saying the gravity of the moon changes as it gets closer to the Earth. and you're talking about the mass of the moon. How do you calculate the mass of the moon?
How do you calculate the mass of it?
Yeah. How do you even know the shape of the moon?
I mean, I can look at it and see that it's at least circular, and I know that there's at least one side that we always see. It's very possible that is actually a semicircle up there, and the back side of it is empty. It's very possible because I can't see that.
Very good. That's awesome that you can understand that. Is this a sphere?
That I mean, from what I can gather from that picture, yes, that would be a sphere.
Well, there's your empty side, that hollow moon, right? Is this one a sphere?
Again, off of my observation alone, it looks like a sphere.
Right.
It could very well be a circle.
It's flat. You're very good at this. How about this one? Is this one a sphere?
Could be.
Okay.
Could be.
But you'll see that this is concave. So we don't even know if the moon is a physical thing. Okay. And if you want, let's stick on the moon for a little bit. And don't forget, I keep interrupting you because if you throw out a whole bunch of things, I won't be able to respond. So don't let me throw you off track. The moon itself, the light from the moon makes no sense on Earth. Okay. Because you know what the inverse square law of light is? You don't have to, because I didn't know it. I didn't know it when I first learned about this stuff. So they don't teach it in school. The inverse square law of light says that when anything, that light that's traveling, every time you double the distance, it's a quarter of the brightness. Or every time you half the distance closer, it's 4 times as bright. So if we're looking at a full moon, and we'll call it 1 lumen, all right? So this moon here is 1 lumen from Earth. I could read by it in the middle of nowhere. It's casting my shadow on the ground. It's bright enough to cast my shadow on the ground. If I go halfway to the moon, it's now 4 lumens. If I cut that distance in half, 16 lumens. Cut that in half, 64. If I go all the way to 100 miles from the moon has to be, I think it's tens of millions or hundreds of millions of lumens, which is brighter than we see the sun from Earth. Okay. So in order for the moon to be the distance they say, 238,000 miles away, right? Meanwhile, we can zoom in with our P900 cameras and see amazing details and see the same amount of detail when we're zooming in 20 miles away, to a city skyline. If in order for that to be that bright, according to the heliocentric model, it has to be brighter than the friggin' sun when you're 100 miles away. And that doesn't fit with the model at all. So you got to throw the whole thing out. The whole thing is complete and total bullshit. And the other thing is when there's a new moon, you don't see it. Now the glober says, well, that's because it's right in front of the sun. The sun's so bright that you can't see the moon. But when there's a total eclipse of the sun, right, where we have the ring of fire, well, you should be able to see the moon because the earth shine, just like the moonshine lights up the earth shine, which is 6 times brighter, 6 times bigger, at least 6 times more powerful, should light up the moon. And with a regular camera, with your naked eye or even an infrared camera, you should be able to see the details on the moon, but no one's ever seen it. So what is it? It's not there. It's not in front of the sun. The entire model falls apart when you start holding these things down to scrutiny.
Let me ask you now, as far as eclipses go, because you brought that up, right?
Sure.
So when we have lunar eclipse, the Earth passes according to the heliocentric model.
Very good.
The Earth between the sun and the moon, and we have a shadow cast on the moon, right?
That's what they tell us.
Okay. That being the case, how is it that we have a round circular shadow rather than a flat shadow?
Okay, so first the thing is, this is program response number eclipse number B2, I'll call it. Where we're told that only a ball, Bill Nye has rubbed this in everyone's brains, only a ball can cast a circular shadow every time onto another ball. And if it was a disc, it would be like this, an eclipse like that. Well, when no one's saying the Earth is a disc, no one on flat Earth is saying that the Earth is causing the eclipse. And another thing is, you can do this experiment yourself. Go in a dark room, get a single source light. They make that your sun, and then get 2 balls, a basketball, maybe a golf ball or a baseball or whatever, and cast a shadow onto the ball. And really a weird thing happens. When you do it with a ball onto another ball, the shadow becomes straight. Only if you use a flat, like the edge of a book, right, will it carve a curved shadow. But I'm not even saying that happens. The problem is a lunar eclipse happens when the Earth and and the sun and moon are all in alignment. Okay. But this has been documented over 50 times. It's called the Selenian eclipse, where the observer, who's always at the top of their Earth view, can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon, which says the Earth is not in line with it yet. But the eclipse already starts. Now, use your brain here. If the sun is on my right side above the horizon, the moon is on my left side above the horizon. Well, the Earth is not in between yet, so it can't be casting a shadow. But as they become in alignment, the shadow should come in from the bottom. But the last eclipse we had, the shadow came in from the top, and both were above the horizon during the eclipse. This 100% eliminates the idea that it's the Earth causing the shadow.
That's not my question. Okay. All right. And then I'm not saying that the Earth is a flat plate, a circular plate. I don't, according to your model, it could be whatever shape, doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, going off of the flat Earth model, how the sun is more or less like a spotlight, right? And it rotates around our equator, and the moon.
That's simplified. Go ahead.
All right, fair enough. I know I'm like super dumbing it down here, but bear with me.
I appreciate it.
So how does the sun and moon and Earth, if the sun and moon are both looking down at Earth, correct, give or take, how does the shadow that's cast on the moon even come at all if there's nothing blocking it from the sun's rays in the first place, according to the flat Earth model?
Yeah, so this entire eclipse thing, the sun and the moon that we see aren't physical. Okay, what do I mean by that? Well, they're being, for lack of a better word, projected into our personal dome of vision. And I'm not the person that there's some channels like Cami Nodell and Zach, Good Times for All. They've done stuff with polarization, and they did experiments using polarized films, and they create these eclipses. Sometimes the moon turns red during the eclipse. How does that happen? And they say, oh, well, it's because it's going through, the sun's going through the atmosphere and making the moon red. But the same thing happens when you use polarization. And these polarized filters will create the same effect from happening. So what is causing the eclipse? And we can prove it's not the Earth. Some people say there's dark bodies up there. There's a black sun. There's all this other stuff. All of these things are interesting. But again, the moon is one of the biggest mysteries on Earth. And, you know, I think it's beyond what any of us are even fathoming. It has to do with, you know, life on Earth and the human reproductive system. But that's another rabbit hole to go down. But the sun and the moon migrate between the tropics. And only when they cross at a nodal point do we sometimes have an eclipse. So here's the Tropic of Cancer. Tropic of Capricorn is the outer line. And the sun and the moon, this isn't the scale or speed. On the sun and the moon, the moon travels every 2 weeks in and out. The sun travels once every 6 months in and out. June 21st, the sun is here. December 21st, the sun is out here. And only when you perfectly calculate, because it is literally a perfect clock, when they cross at a nodal point, do we have this polarization that blocks one out from the other. Again, in my app, there's a whole bunch of videos called eclipses. Watch them. They're not going to tell you exactly what's causing the eclipse, but they are going to show you that the heliocentric explanation is complete and total, absolute nonsense.
See, I could believe as far as how a solar eclipse happens, according to the flat Earth model, when the moon would pass in front of the sun and we get a solar eclipse. I could at least put the pieces together on that. But that doesn't make sense as far as how a lunar eclipse happens if the flat Earth model is true. I don't understand this.
Yeah, well, as I explained, and the videos under eclipses on the frequently asked questions section will explain it much better than I just did. But I just explained that it cannot be the Earth. It has to do with polarization. Again, we can spend 5 hours discussing it here, or you can go watch a few videos and then make up your own mind and do your own experiments. And you'll see that, okay, there's something to it. Listen, looking up at the sky, trying to explain the lights in the sky that no one has ever proven are even physical is no way to prove the shape of the Earth. Look at the lights in your ceiling right now and tell me what shape your floor is by describing the lights. It has nothing to do with it.
Okay, so then to that point, I would like to bring up the experiment done by Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes in 240 BC. You already know where I'm going with this.
Yes.
I'm sure you're familiar with this experiment. For all of our cult members who are not familiar, let me give you a brief cliff notes of what happened. All right. Eratosthenes was also the librarian of the Library of Alexandria at the time. He conducted an experiment because at the time there was Cyan, which now is Agua. So, it's a city in Egypt. During the summer solstice, there is no shadow that is cast at high noon. For this, he also went and did the same experiment with a stick. He cast a shadow at high noon in Alexandria. He was able to take the distance of that shadow and guesstimate the degrees of roundness of the Earth and projected, and if I'm not mistaken, he was off by 1%, guessed the circumference of the Earth based off these shadows.
Yeah,
From
something like that.
Been understood and accepted as far as the educational community goes throughout all of the Muslim Enlightenment, throughout all of the Middle Ages, that the Earth was round. Then it became the big point of if the Earth was actually the center of the universe or not. That's why Copernicus and Galileo got put on house arrest, because they were going against the church by saying the sun was the center of the universe. To that point, what is your answer to this experiment?
Very good. Awesome question. And I'm going to give you a lot of information. And so open up your mind. And I'm going to ask you a question here, which isn't really fair. Have you ever met any of those men that you just talked about, or did you hear about them in books presented to you by the Rockefellers education system?
Okay, that's a fair point.
Okay, so all of these guys here, these are the guys that all proved the globe. Back in Galileo, he built a telescope by polishing glass and putting it in like a wood tube or something that could see details on Mars that today's best optics can't see. That sounds like a made-up story. Eratosthenes, 2,000 years ago, is a mathematician that figured out that the Earth is spherical and the size. He is the Michael Jordan of mathematics. But there's a whole bunch of mathematicians and other people that wrote books coming out of those areas over the centuries later, and none of them ever mentioned Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes was only mentioned as doing this experiment in the 1900s. 1900s, an awful long time to get acknowledged for your work when he's long dead. So here's the question. Eratosthenes back then believed that the Earth was geocentric. Okay, that means the little Earth is the center, and the sun, a distant, and we call it an infinite distant because the sun is so far away that the rays are parallel, is circling the Earth. Well, that makes absolutely no sense, right? He assumed that all of the sun rays come in parallel when nobody ever has seen parallel rays come into Earth, okay? So he assumed that there were parallel rays for some reason. Now people say, well, they're refracted. Well, if they're refracted or coming in parallel, either way, they're not. They're not. So
then how does solar panels work?
How do what?
Solar panels work off of
Yeah. Let's get into. That's a great question. Write it down. Don't forget it, please. Okay. So Eratosthenes assumed that there was parallel rays coming in, so he could do his experiment. So you would agree that if the sun is above you and there's no shadow anywhere going left, right, forward, or backwards, that the sun is at 90 degrees right above you, right? That's the premise of his experiment, right? You with me?
You're right, with you.
Okay, so this is Eratosthenes here in Greece, wherever he was, and the sun rays are coming in parallel to the Earth, and then his buddy 500 miles away, who walked there counting the paces, figured out he's 500 miles away, and somehow they communicated. He, at the same time, had his stick, and they can figure, okay, well, we know the length of the shadow, do some really good spherical geometry and figure out the circumference of this sphere. Awesome. Math is perfect, right? He's just interpreting his data wrong. On a flat Earth with a small local sun, here it is, sun is 90 degrees above Eratosthenes. He's got no shadow. His buddy 500 miles away, the sun's kind of off to the side. Well, he has the same stick and shadow length, and he does some spherical math, perfect math, to show the circumference of this flat plane. Okay? This is a faulty experiment. And by the way, it doesn't prove the Earth is flat or a globe. It doesn't prove either because it works perfectly in both models, other than the fact that if we lived on a ball with a distant sun spinning in a space vacuum, we'd all be dead. It does work. So this is something that has been drilled into our heads as proof when the globers don't even use this anymore because they know it works on a flat Earth.
Okay,
right?
that's fair.
And this is something that you can do at home. I mean, just put a couple 2 beer bottles out and put a light over one. One of them doesn't have a shadow, the other one has a shadow. Well, that means that your table or your floor is spherical. Makes no sense.
Okay, that's fair. But even Plato and Pythagorean themselves acknowledged that this experiment was good, and they even did their own math and their own experiments and indicated that the Earth is round.
So I wrote a book. Actually, my great uncle wrote a book saying that elephants could fly if they flap their ears fast enough. And two other guys wrote a book saying that my uncle's book has to be true because they saw it themselves. Okay, does that proof of anything? I mean, you're saying that these made up characters that are told to us by the Rockefellers, education system or indoctrination system, because one guy lied and three guys backed up his lie makes it true. No ruling class will ever educate their people enough to challenge their ruling over them. Okay. So that's what you have to understand. This is all about mind control. You know, in school, they told us that we only use 10% of our brain, right? Remember that in school? That is the goal of the education system, to make you shut down all of your other connections, your connection to nature, your connection to the creator, your connection to being able to manifest things with your thoughts. They want to shut all that down and put you into this heliocentric slave system where you have to work for a living and pay for free energy. And
But just like earlier, how does a round versus flat Earth affect their bottom dollar? How does that affect that at all? Either way it goes, you still have to pay tax. You still have to go to work, whether it's round.
So what you don't understand is you don't have to do any of those things. Okay. You don't have to do anything if you understood the law, if you understood that nobody has any authority over you, because you believe that you're on a ball spinning through outer space and you're in fear, that you give up your will and your freedom. You give it up by allowing someone else to control you. When somebody says you're not allowed to go outside, you're on lockdown. Well, the only control anyone has over you is in your imagination. And they've got us imagining a lot of crazy shit. They have us imagining that nuclear bombs are real. Well, that puts fear, false evidence appearing real into every cell in your body, right? And then you're operating under that belief system, and you've literally given away 90% of your power.
You don't believe nukes are real?
So here's the thing. We're not going to get into it here, but I'm going to tell you exactly where to get the information. And in 1 2-hour podcast, you will have all of the information to not believe, but to completely understand the nuclear lie. When you say, what about Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Hiroshima and Nagasaki, people lived there. 3 days after the bombs went off, the sandwich shops were open. They were selling flowers on the streets. The trains were running. People were back to work. And only one guy was allowed to take pictures and write any articles. One guy selected by the government, right? And anyone else that took a picture or wrote an article was put in jail for a very long time. So there is plants, people, and animals living in Hiroshima and Nagasaki always have been. They have less cancer than we have here in the United States. And then you get into Fukushima and Chernobyl, 2 more complete and total hoaxes. There's plants, people, and animals thriving there still to this very day, right? It's all about fear, false evidence appearing real. And they steer your mind with the news, north, east, west, south. Okay, this is all about controlling you through fear, through lack. We're running out of water. We're running out of food. We're running out of land. All of that is nonsense. They say there's 7.8 billion people. I think it's closer to 2, maybe 3 billion people. Okay, maybe even less. I don't know. And if you gave every family in America a half an acre in Texas, Texas would still have a lot of free land. If you gave every family in the world an acre in Australia, half of Australia would be empty. Okay. So there's all of this stuff is nonsense. And then, we're pulling oil out of the ground, supposedly dinosaur juice taught to us by the Rockefellers, right? Which is nonsense. All of the empty oil wells are full again. The earth is a living system. There's free energy here. Once you start looking into Tataria and these buildings that are living buildings sending free energy, this rabbit hole is so deep that most people are afraid to go down it. Like if you went to, there's a little rabbit hole, I can reach to the bottom and find the information. That's cool. This rabbit hole is so massive and there's no bottom to it that some people are afraid to even look down it. And so their egos come in play and stop them. Belief is easy, right? I don't think I told you where I live. I live in Connecticut. You now have a choice. You can believe I live in Connecticut. Great. You're done. Your day's over. Go smoke a joint, take a nap, right? Or you can do some research, go on Facebook and say, oh, look, his friends are all in Connecticut. And, I found his high school. He did go to a high school in Connecticut. He must live in Connecticut. Now you know I live in Connecticut, all right? But belief is the enemy of knowing. Ego is the protector of that knowing. And our entire life from childhood is built around this heliocentric system because it is the biggest lie. It's the lie that puts our mind in a prison. It's the matrix for our mind. And once our mind is locked in that ball and we can't see it any other way, we will fight to protect that ball. Okay? And good.
You're more a believer of seeing, not believing. So that's more of a static astronomy view to it.
I do too. So go ahead. Sorry, I think I know where you're going, but go ahead. You first.
But that being the case, that I've also heard people say, like, how do you know that Alexander the Great conquered the land he did? Were you there? Did you see it?
No,
right?
I don't know. And once you start looking into Tartaria, you'll find out that anything before 1800 is a lie. Right? The Wild West is a lie. Right? There was an advanced civilization living here that got wiped out, almost wiped out, in sometime in the late 1800s. Sometime around the late 1800s. That's not that long ago. Okay.
Hold on. You're saying that everything before the 1800s was a lie?
I'm saying everything before the 1950s is a lie. Okay. It is unbelievable. They were teaching flat earth here to everyone in every public school in the 1920s. Okay. I interviewed a woman named Ruth, 102 years old, in February of 2020. And she was taught in Hamden Public School in Connecticut that the earth was flat. And then they changed it some years later. We found other people that said in other countries they were teaching through the 1930s and 40s. And I met a man in Mexico just recently that said he was taught, I think he was in Canada when he was in the 1950s, that late 50s and early 60s, they were teaching both heliocentrism and flat earth because they didn't know. Okay. But then the Rockefellers came in, eliminated flat earth like the friggin' Mandela effect, and it's gone. And now, science, NASA, when you get into it, it's very interesting, fascinating topic. Here's the thing, last thing, and I'm sorry for talking so much, but you cannot believe anything I'm telling you. I'm going to give you so much information today. I'm going to give you a way to easily access it, and then you need to spend the time verifying this shit yourself. Don't believe me. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
That's kind of the way we run our podcast as well. We give nuggets of information, and we hope that our cult members out there will go and do the research themselves. And we also like to get proven wrong, even though we haven't been yet. But I mean,
well, one of you haven't yet.
Not yet. Not yet. You haven't given me any compelling arguments to make me feel like the earth is definitely flat. But I have a few more points I want to bring up, and maybe you'll change my mind. I don't know.
Good.
For that point, as far as teachers teaching kids bad shit, they have teachers right now teaching first graders that there's more than two genders. Just because the teacher says it doesn't mean it's real.
Right. Absolutely. We're on the same page. They're teaching heliocentrism, so it doesn't mean it's real. They were indoctrinated. They were great at memorizing and regurgitating, and therefore they became the teachers. Awesome.
And I wanted to also bring up solar panels to you. They operate off of a flat plane. That's why the solar panels have to face the sun at any given point. They're turned a certain way to where they have direct sunlight. They go off of parallel rays. So
yeah.
If the rays aren't parallel, then explain how that works.
No, they don't. Actually, you're talking to the wrong guy, because I was I had a solar power company for a long time. The more direct they hit a solar panel, the more power they make. If they come in at an angle, they don't make as much power. And we do angle them, to get the maximum amount of power depending on your latitude and longitude. But a funny thing about solar panels is scientists don't know how they work. Scientists don't understand how they make electricity. They have a theory that a photon that was born in the middle of the sun 1 billion years ago finally came out to the surface of the sun, flew 8.5 minutes to Earth, hits a boron molecule in a silicon chip, knocks it out of the way, and an electron fills in, and it creates a current, and then they channel all these currents. That's bullshit, okay? The way a solar panel works is it's collecting electricity. What do you mean? The sun is electric in nature. It is sending electricity here. All of the plants, animals, people, everything runs on electricity. We are electrical beings. We are humans. We're light beings, okay? So it's collecting electricity. It's very simple. If they understood that the sun was electric, they go, oh, that's how these panels work. They're actually very simple, right? They're very, very, very simple. And that's how they work. The other thing is, if you look at, remember, we're in this heliocentric, crazy spinning solar system, but we have monuments like this. This monument is oh, you know this one where it lights up it's a war memorial.
Yep.
And so on 11/11 at 11:11 a.m., the sun lines up here. In a heliocentric beehive, where we're moving 4.5 billion miles from where we were the previous year, never to return, okay? Corkscrewing, how is it possible that the sun is always in the exact same position unless the sky is a perfect clock, okay? Even in the heliocentric system, they say, you know, oh, Polaris is so far away that that we never see it move. But in 4,000 years, we're going to have a new North Star. And 4,000 years ago, we had another new star. Well, we're corkscrewing through space. These are the Georgia Guidestones I'm sure you guys are aware of, right? You guys know about the Georgia Guidestones?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, conspiracy show. You better, or you're fired. You know about the hole in the center one?
Yep.
So there's a little hole, and when you look through it, you know what you see? You see Polaris, our North Star, which doesn't move. Time lapse, all the stars go around. How is that possible if we're corkscrewing through space? How is Polaris mirroring us, right? With our spin, you know, at all these different latitudes, it lines up perfectly. Now, they say, well, it's so far away that there's no parallax. Even though we're going 4.4 billion miles a year, it doesn't matter because Polaris is so far away, absolutely unbelievable. And that makes no sense at all. But because we're wobbling in 4,000 years, Polaris will have a new North Star. But we just happen to live at the perfect time in between old North Star and new North Star, and we have a North Star. Ridiculous. However, even with that explanation, this has been up for over 40 years. Polaris should have moved almost a full degree by now. And even a half a degree would put it way out of alignment with that hole. But it's still there. It hasn't moved. It's not moving at all because we're not moving, because the sky is spinning around a center point, and Polaris is almost at that absolute center. Polaris makes a tiny little circle. That circle isn't getting bigger or anything. It's staying exactly how it's always been. Right there. This alone proves that we are not spinning. We are not moving at all. There's no continental drift. There's no earth spin. There's no nothing. We are the basement of the universe, and we are completely frozen. We are completely still.
Explain the zodiac symbols then, because you know that, all right, you know where the zodiac came from, of course, depending on what constellation was on the horizon of the day of your birth between X date and X date. However, those have been changed. If, for instance, I'm Leo, but if you go right now during that time frame, Leo is no longer on the horizon because we have shifted. Those constellations are no longer applicable to what's actually going on in our date, because we, as well as the galaxy, have shifted. We are moving through space. Things have shifted.
So yeah, you have to understand the great clock and the great year, which is 25,000 some odd years. I'll get into that in a moment. But this is how the sky works. So here's the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. The sun is the hour hand. So wherever the sun is, it's noon. Okay, follow me. So it's nighttime in Australia. The sun is getting closer to Australia, so it's rising. Due to perspective, it's rising, getting higher in the sky. Okay. Now in June, I'm going to jump forward to June. April, May, June. In June, the sun is over this inner yellow line. That's the Tropic of Cancer. Anything inside of the Tropic of Cancer, I call the Arctic zone. And then this outline is the Tropic of Capricorn. Anything outside of that, we'll call it the Antarctic zone. The Arctic means the north, and the Antarctic means not the north. Interesting. Okay. So there's a couple things with this. So right now, we're having our summer. The sun goes over, this is June. The sun goes directly over Miami. That's why it's so friggin' hot in Miami. And Miami has an Aristophanes day with no shadows. Okay. And that's why it's hot, because the sun is close. It's winter in Australia because the sun is far away. It's summer in the Arctic area because the sun is close to us, right? But if I jump 6 months later, the sun moves out to the Tropic of Capricorn. Australia now has their summer. The sun's so far away from us. I'm in Connecticut. It's freezing here, but Florida is still warm because they're actually close. The space in between the tropics is called, coincidentally, the tropics. That's where all the tropical places are, because the sun passes over them twice a year. It only comes towards us once a year, and then it turns around and goes away. Okay, so that's how. Now I'm going to get to the zodiacs.
South America has winter when we have summer. That's just a continental thing. That's not even a whole hemisphere thing.
No, South America has their winter, their summer, like in December, while we have our winter. That's because the sun is closer to them.
Right.
But that's not in the heliocentric model. Did you know during our summer, the sun is farther away, and during our winter, the sun is closer? Where are you guys? In the north?
We're in Louisiana.
Okay, so you don't even know from winter there. It's summer all the time.
Dude, we got 2 weeks of winter.
Yeah, you get nothing. So here, shit freezes, dude. Water freezes. You breathe in through your nose and your snot freezes. Okay, it's horrible, right? And that's because the sun is far away. But we're 3.5 million miles closer to the sun. 3.5 million miles closer in December. That's complete and total horseshit. And I could absolutely prove that seasons prove the Earth is flat. All right, but let's finish on zodiacs. So the sun laps the moon once every 28 days. All right. So the moon, its position keeps track of the months, the moons. They used to be moons. And as the sun laps it, you'll see that the waxing moon falls farther and farther behind. And so the sun keeps track of the hours and the days. The moon keeps track of the weeks and the months. And if I turn on the zodiac, my zodiac moved. Where did it go? There it is. If I turn on the zodiac is going slightly faster than the sun, right? Which means that it'll lap the sun every 365 days, all right? Which means that the sun will slowly drift backwards through each zodiac for about a month. That's how the sun is in a different zodiac each month. And this will repeat after 365 days. Go ahead.
But as far as historically speaking, the ancient Greeks knew that this month to this month was this zodiac, but that's no longer true. We have shifted.
Yeah. No, the rotation of the stars have shifted. The zodiacs wouldn't be the same shape after a day or a week or a year, but for ever as long as recorded history, they've all been the same shape. Even though the Earth is moving 4.4 billion miles a year in just one of the directions it's going, never to return to where it was before, we look up and see all of these stars making the exact same patterns. The stars are fixed in their position. The wandering stars are not. What are wandering stars? Well, they used to be called wandering stars, but now they're called planets. And Disney and NASA tells us that they're actually rocky balls with people living on them, right? It's absolute and complete and total nonsense. Can we talk about seasons for a second?
Sure.
So we're told, here's our Earth, here's our sun, and the Earth is tilted towards the sun during our northern winter. We get these direct rays. Make sense?
Sure.
When we're tilted away, those rays skim across the Earth more. So the amount of rays per square foot are much less, the intensity of the ray, and that's why we have our winter. Right? Do you understand that about seasons?
Yeah, okay, I get that.
So they tell us, if my fingerprint is a direct ray, when I tilt the ball away, my fingerprint is now in a longer, wider fingerprint, and therefore that amount of energy is spread over a bigger distance, and that's why we have seasons. That's what they tell us. Okay, so if the sun is directly above me, right? If the sun is, here's the Earth, right? And let's just say the sun is directly above me. That's 90 degrees directly above me, and there's no shadow. Is that summer or winter? No matter where that happens, it only happens in between the tropics. When the sun creates no shadow over somebody, is that summer or winter, or it could be both?
Well, like you said, it's in the tropics, so they don't exactly have seasons. They have summer year round.
Well, true, but is it summer? Is it when does the sun go directly over them? Like, is it summer for me in the north when the sun is directly over Miami?
Well, like you said, the sun would be over Miami. Miami doesn't exactly have a winter. They don't freeze.
Right. Well, so Miami has their summer. So on June 21st, the sun is directly over Miami, 90 degrees in the air, and that's my summer. Okay, so no problem. So just with me. So that is the directly over. So that means the sun rays are coming in at 90 degrees direct. Okay.
Right.
Now during the winter, the supposedly Miami is tilted farther away, so the sun is lower in the sky, and the rays are spread out a little more, but not too much, where it's still nice and warm in Miami. You with me?
Sure.
Okay. Right. So here's a question I have. Here in Connecticut, in the summer, when I see the sun at sunrise, when it's right on the horizon, how many degrees off the horizon is it? Remember, if it was directly above me, that's 90 degrees. So it's all the way down there, right on the horizon, the horizontal horizon. How many degrees is that?
Well, it's kind of a moot point because, like you said, the sun will never be above Connecticut. It will never.
Okay,
be direct.
but it doesn't matter. The point I'm making is on the horizon, it's not above me, it's on the horizon. So it's like 1 degree. It's like 1 degree versus 90 degrees. 90 degrees. If I'm right here, the sun is 90 degrees above me. Over here, it's 1 degree, right?
Okay.
It's about 1 degree, whatever, 1 degree, 5 degrees, doesn't matter. Okay. Here's the problem. In the summer, when the sun appears on the horizon, I could take my shirt off and get a suntan immediately. I could feel the heat on my face. I could lay down on the beach and take a warm nap. It's beautiful. Okay.
Right.
The sun is 3.5 million miles closer to me. It is the most severe farther from me than it is during our winter. It is on the horizon. So it is a 89-degree tilt away from the sun. Okay. And I can feel the heat on my face and get a tan and soak up some vitamin D. Okay. Then in the winter, when we're 3.5 million miles closer to the sun, at noon, when the sun is high in the sky, like 50 degrees in the sky, not as high as 90, but it's like 50 degrees in the sky. It's more than halfway more direct angles. I could look at the sun here in Connecticut and can't feel the heat on my face. I can't get a tan. I don't absorb any vitamin D. And I'm completely looking at a clear sun in a clear day, can't feel the heat on my face. And it's closer than it is in the summer. It's more direct. When you actually let this register in your brain, some people are unable to, not you guys, talking about a not professor guy, you can understand that this completely debunks the seasons model 100%. If the globe model was true, it would be arctically freezing every day at sunrise in the summer.
Well, then also I'd like you to explain the Icelandic issue, or I think Alaska has something similar where they have like 3 weeks of straight sun.
Yes.
And they also adversely have like 2 months of no sun whatsoever. How does the flat Earth model equate for this?
Yeah, perfect question. So let me just see if I can find the right video for you. Day and night. So the way it works is the sun sets not because it's going over a physical curve. Remember, we got to get into the requirement of a physical horizon. Because it goes away. So let me pull up another picture real quick. When the sun goes away, it gets lower in the sky, and then it gets hidden behind atmospheric density. So here's streetlights. Your brain knows that they're all at the same level, but they kind of look like they're going down, right?
Yeah, it's called.
And then you can't see, everything merges into the horizon, and you can't see it because the trees get in the way. Whatever. Well, here's the sun doing the same thing. It's just going away. And in this atmosphere, as you're looking across the atmosphere, it gets thicker and thicker. Looking up, you're only looking through it a little bit. Looking across, you're looking through all of it. And it becomes opaque, and the sun just goes beyond it. All right. So when the sun goes away, it's just moving away from you. So wait, what was your original question? I spaced out for a second.
I'm talking about Iceland and Alaska and the Arctic Circle.
Right.
Can have months of sun and then months of dark.
Right.
Give an answer to that.
Yeah. So the sun, maybe it's easier to show you on the app real quick.
You brought up perspective and how things go away with depth as they go distance. Because I want to bring up the example about as far as how sailors, as far back as human history, could always tell that the Earth was round, because as you go into the distance, the ship doesn't disappear all at once. It disappears slowly.
You now sound like a flat Earth shill trying to set me up to slam the globe. Okay, don't forget that question, please. Don't forget that question. All right, so think about this.
Before we go, how much more time do you have? Because I know
I'm going to go long. I'm going long, my friend. I'm going long because I want to see that friggin' tramp stamp with me on your back. All right.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So inside of this Tropic of Cancer, we call that the Arctic region. Why is that? Because the sun is arcing around us. Interesting. Let's just hold on to that for a moment. So
it's arcing around.
It's arcing. It's going around us. If you were standing inside that circle, the sun arcs around you. Okay. That's not a theory. That's just a observation. So the circle that this is making is smaller than the Tropic of Capricorn circle, which is a much bigger circle. The sun is traveling a bigger distance. Okay. And the sun is it's still making a circle in the same amount of time, 24 hours, but appears to be traveling slower. and it's not moving away as fast. So here in the inner north, in Alaska and in Norway, the sun never gets far enough away from you in June to set. It just doesn't get far enough away. It goes around, and then at midnight, it's midnight in where are we? Where does the sun go? It's over here. So it's midnight in Alaska right now, and it's never far enough to go away. Okay, to set. That makes perfect sense on a flat Earth and makes perfect sense on a globe Earth. Other than if we lived on a globe, we'd all be dead. Okay, so that's in June. Now this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This doesn't, because of different time zones, I'm not able to show it exactly. But in December, the sun never gets close enough. It's like noon in Alaska right now, and the sun isn't close enough. And so Alaska and Norway are in the dark all day long. This makes perfect sense on a globe Earth and a flat Earth.
Okay.
However,
the Earth is between the two tropics, as it does.
Yeah.
And during the day or night time, the long night or the long day, it's basically on the opposite side of it, to where even at high noon, it doesn't have enough.
It's not too far away. It's too far away to see. It's like that street light that's a mile down the road. You never see it.
Like you said, that works on a round and flat Earth model. So
However, if whatever happens at a certain latitude in the north, 6 months later should happen at a certain latitude in the south. However, that doesn't happen. Now, one thing you guys haven't picked up yet is the sun goes around once every 24 hours, but it's traveling more distance here. So it has to be moving linearly faster. Okay. And we can get into that. It's not, don't think of a massive sun speeding up and slowing down, because that's not what it is. It's more of a point of energy. Right. So in December, in June, if we have a 24-hour sun in the Arctic, we should have a 24-hour sun in December in the Antarctic. But guess what? There isn't any. Crow's law of high definition says anything interesting that can be filmed in high def will be filmed in high def. And there's only 3 or 4 completely, totally faked videos, provably fake, of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. We watch the webcams in Antarctica, and we watch the shadows on poles. They go around, and then they jump 10 hours. And then we contacted them, these research stations, and they're like, oh, we're saving data. We can't do that. Bandwidth. They made up excuse after excuse after excuse, and they never will show us the sun going around, because they can't, because it doesn't. Because in this model, the sun is too, like if you were over here in Antarctica, the sun's too far away, right? And this is the time where they should have a 24-hour sun. So they do have some extended light. You see how the light kind of wraps around? This has to do with something else that has to do with when the light gets near the dome, it wraps around the dome. And we can show you experiments with light and a glass dome, and the light will wrap around. And that's what's going on here. But again, looking at the sky to prove the shape of the Earth is no way to go. The other problem is there's no 24-hour sun, but excuse me, there is 24 hours of darkness when the sun is over Alaska and they're having 24 hours a day. It's too far from Antarctica to light it up at all. So Antarctica does have 24-hour night when they should. Antarctica has 24-hour nights when they should. The Arctic has 24-hour nights when it should. The Antarctic has 24-hour nights when it should. The Arctic has 24-hour sun when it should. The Antarctic does not. All right. And one more thing. You guys are in Louisiana. So when in June and July, when the sun sets, how fast is it dark? After the sun sets, how long is the sky still lit?
I mean, realistically, when the sun finally goes down the horizon, right?
When it disappears, you see it set from the bottom up.
You might have light for another 30 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Here in the north, here farther north, we have light for 90 minutes. It's still light for in June and July for another 90 minutes. And that's because the sun is kind of not getting far away that fast, right? But at equal latitudes in the south, some places in South Africa, during December, when the sun sets, 5 minutes later, it's pitch black. Pitch black, can't see your hand in front of your face black. Okay? Well, why is that? It's because the sun is running away linearly much faster, right? These things should be the same at equal latitudes north and south, but they're not. 60 degrees north, 60 degrees south. They're not.
So
They're not.
I also want to ask, as far as the sun is concerned, okay? So I believe the sun is a giant ball of burning gas. You do not. Fine.
In a space vacuum. Have you ever seen burning gases in a vacuum? Have you ever seen high pressure next to low pressure or no pressure without a physical barrier in any lab or any natural setting? Or do you believe it because some guy in a book told you?
I don't actually believe that space is a vacuum in the sense that we are being told. I think it's more of a fluid. Similarly, think about this.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Hold on. Hear me out. You have a submarine, right? On the surface of the water, everything's fine. The lower you go down in water, the more pressure is going to compact onto the submarine. They have to be built a certain way to withstand that pressure. I think adversely, space operates in the same playing field. I don't believe it's water, but I believe it is some sort of a fluid-like substance. But then in my line of work, a fluid is something that can be flow, give or take. It could be a gas, it could be pellets, it could be a liquid, whatever it is. It can flow from point A to point B through a pipe. That's what we call fluid, right? So I believe that space is a fluid of some type. It may not be on our periodic table.
Like this fluid here in the swimming pool of the space station, right?
Fair enough. Why not? Right.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I believe that the sun is burning inside of a fluid, but that fluid is also conducive to burning. But again, we could go back and forth on that point. The point I wanted to ask you. So according to the flat earth model, the sun has more or less directed beams on the equator. It's not a giant ball putting out energy in all directions, right? It's more or less focused its energy on our equator and it rotates.
No, it's focusing its energy everywhere, but it's closer to the equator than it is to Connecticut.
So if the flat earth model was true, and if the sun is putting out all of that energy at all times, how come the entire earth is not lit at the same time?
Great question. Because the sun is local, and I will show you. I'll show you some examples of this. So the sun is a local light. All right, I'm going to show you a couple things real quick. As it comes, it brings its light with it, and then as it goes away, it takes its light away. You'll see as the sun. Now you have to believe that we're falling forward, or is this light just coming towards us? All right.
I believe. But go ahead.
All right. So, which one is this? So, this is the sun setting. It looks like it's setting, but when we zoom in on it, you'll see that this is just perspective in your eyes' inability to see that it's really just going away, right? It looked like it was setting, but as we zoom in, we can see that it's still in the sky. It's still the same height in the sky as it was over our head, but perspective brings it all together. So we're gonna look at. Good.
If you wait an hour, it will go over the horizon eventually. Yeah, at a far angle with our human eye, the glare alone makes it look like it's setting already. When you zoom in, you see it's still got some time to go.
Yeah. So this is how that works. So these clouds I pasted in here are all at the same height. As the sun just goes away, it looks like it's going down. It's going behind these clouds, just like it went behind these clouds. It's going behind these ones that are merged in with the horizon, and it's going beyond them. And it looks like it's setting, but it's not. Okay, let me show you how that works. How that works with how our eyes see. What's that?
Okay.
So
you're talking about it going behind the clouds to hide itself, which I get. We could talk about how they create weather. I agree with this.
So no, I'm not talking about that. On a clearest of day, when you look across the sky, and I'm going to show you an example of this. It's going to blow your mind. It becomes opaque. The atmosphere becomes opaque, just like if you're in a pool that's 100 yards long with crystal clear water in it. You go underwater, you cannot see the far wall because light cannot push through. Well, the air is the same thing. The air is a fluid and it becomes thick. So let's stick with me through this. So these lights are not going, they're all the same height, as you know. So here we are. I got a cumulus cloud. It's 10,000 feet above my head, right? And now there's a deck of them. And as they go into the distance, they look like they're going lower, but they're all at the same height. So here they are getting lower and lower and lower. And we get all the way to the horizon. And I can't see, it merges with the horizon. So if I looked over at this light, this cloud, and I actually pulled a string from my eye to that cloud, I would see a string that's parallel with the water. You with me? You agree with that?
I do not.
I would see a string that's parallel with the water all the way over to that cloud. That's how I would see it. That's not a question. It's actual. What?
If you were to jump 10,000, let's say, okay, like you're talking about, let's say you're for whatever reason, able to jump time and space for the sake of the experiment. Fine. You look up, you see the cloud, 10,000 feet, give or take. Let's just throw that out as a round number. Fine. You see that same cloud pattern is going down the horizon, and you see it's kind of going towards what we see as our perspective as the horizon. I'm with you. If you were able to jump 10 miles that way, that cloud would be 10,000 feet above your head. It wouldn't be on the horizon.
Correct. So I'm just showing you how our eyes work, and then I'm going to show you how the sun takes its light away. So if I'm literally standing here, and from my point of view, I can actually draw a string from my eye to that cloud. I'm going to see a string that's parallel with the water going all the way to the cloud. That's just the way it is. All right. So now if I move somebody underneath that cloud,
yes,
this person, and they could see the string, they're going to see a string sloping down from 10,000 feet to my eye. They're going to see a string that goes down. Now, if we move this farther forward, this is my level line, right? This guy here, me, I see this line as level. This clouds that are merged with the horizon becomes opaque. And as the sun goes away, it disappears. I can't see through this. This is my horizon here. This is my horizon that's down, and the sun disappears. And in reality, it's really disappearing like this. The sun is going down. It's going down, 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 and it's going beyond that. But it's still at the same height. This is how I see it, but this is an orthographic view. We don't get to see in an orthographic view. We only get to see from our vision, right? So here's a sunset. This is my simulated sunset. This line is level. Looks like it's going down. This horizon, this cloud deck is at, or mountains or whatever, is at my eye level. This is the real sunset. What's it going behind? This is the atmospheric deck of opacity, and it's going beyond it. That's all. It looks like it's setting below it. And if I zoomed out, you wouldn't even see that line. So real quick, this is a level line. We're looking at it from a celestial point of view, from the height of the sun. I'm just going to jump through this real quick. And I move the line across it. Now I have a camera at the other side of the table on the counter looking up at that line. And I'll show you what that looks like as it goes by. And from the other side, look at this line. It looks like it's going down. And this could be the cloud deck, atmospheric deck, mountains, city skyline, doesn't matter. It never went below that, but now it's going below it, okay? As I jump forward, it's going below. Look at this line. This is a level line, but from a distant point of view, from a terrestrial point of view, it looks like it's going straight down. Here it is again. Here's the real sunset. If I zoomed out, this line, this horizon line right there, merges with that line, and you think the sun is going below a physical ball, right? It's not. It's just going beyond your ability to see. One more, and then I'm gonna. This is the one that's gonna make you scratch your head, at best. So, where is it? Sun. There it is. All right. So this can only be filmed in the winter when it's cold, super clear, no humidity. The sun was way up here. I have my drone as high as I can get it, and the sun went down, 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 down. Now, if the Earth was spinning, it would have to keep on going, but it didn't. The Earth went down, 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 down. I mean, the sun went down, down, and then it stopped. And it sat here for 10 minutes, right? This is super sped up. It's not going down anymore. Did the Earth stop spinning? Where's it going? It's going into the thickness of the atmosphere. And it just goes away. I'll show it again over here. Okay? It just sat here. Now, my friends at the beach, going forward and backwards, saw the sun set from the bottom up, just like I showed you in that demonstration 10 minutes earlier. I'm still watching the sun, just sitting there on the horizon. This all has to do with our atmospheric dome, the way we see things, the thickness of the atmosphere, and the sun is going away, taking its light with it.
But that's also why we have colors during sunsets, because whenever you're looking at it on the horizon, I think you're looking through 2 foot of dirt and 6 foot of water.
Sure. Works on a flat earth, works on a ball earth, but we'd all be dead if we're on a ball, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so explain that as well. How would we all be dead if we were on a ball?
Because we're in a space vacuum on a ball with water on the outside, which is physically impossible, scientifically impossible. We'd all be dead. That's it. There's no chance that we could live on a ball floating in a space vacuum, right? It's such a silly thing. We'd all be dead. I have a video. I'm going to show you a couple of videos that you need to watch on your own. Turn off Netflix for a week. Start watching these videos, and then you'll be like, oh, that's what he was saying. Oh, that's why he keeps saying we'd all be dead. and it'll blow you away. Again, here's another thing with perspective. The atmosphere works like a lens sometimes, right? When there's humidity in the air, that I just showed you, this candle looks like it's going down below the horizon, right? It's not. It's on a flat table, right? But when I showed it to you with no moisture in the atmosphere, but moisture is mostly in the atmosphere 99.9% of the time. And here it is. And let me show you what's really going on here. Is this candle coming up from below a table surface? It's not, right? This is the setup. Here's the camera. Here's the atmosphere. And here is the candle just being pulled away as it's going away across this flat plane. This is what we perceive. The sun setting below the table. Your mind can't wrap your mind. Most minds can't think of this because we weren't taught to think this way. Creativity was shut down. That's 40% of our brain that they tell us we don't use, and our imagination that was another 20%, 30%. Right? They don't want us understanding, and they want us understanding, standing under their rule. Whatever they say, we must stand under it. Okay? I don't understand anything. I think for myself. I understand things.
Okay, fair. So we say that the atmosphere acts as a dome, as a magnifying lens, and it's optical illusions, and it's over the distance. I'm with you on all of that. Fine. But that being said, then why isn't the sun itself should be lighting up the entire world at one point?
I just showed you. I just showed you that the sun takes its light with it. Okay. Right. I showed you that. And so it can't be lighting up the entire world. Go in a dark room, get a big circular table, right? Get a flashlight, a light, and just hold it, like a little distance, like a half a foot above the table, and it will light up just one section of that table. The rest of the table will be dark. Now add some atmosphere in there, perspective. No one will ever be able to see it from the other distance, from the other places. My friends, during that sun fade out, my friends were in the darkness. It was nighttime for them, but I could still see the light. I could still see the sun, right? Here's the thing.
That's a concentrated. If you were to have a light bulb, not a concentrated beam like a flashlight, if you have a light bulb that has light going in all directions on a round table, all the table will have light on it at some point, regardless.
That's what you would think, but it's not the case. That's what you would think. Do the experiment yourself. So I have where is it? I had a good image, but now I don't know where it is. I had an image. There's a light on a brick wall, and it's just lighting up the bricks near it, and the rest of the wall is darkness. Right? Flip that over. It's the same thing. Right? Add atmosphere in there. Then as you go away, that atmosphere blocks you from seeing the light. Okay? You have to watch the perspective videos more, and then you'll understand how the light goes away. It's hidden behind an opaque atmosphere.
Okay, then talking about perspective, I brought up the example of a ship going onto the horizon, and you see it dissipates. That if it was a flat Earth model, that the ship would disappear all at once. Instead, you see how it goes up, and you see the very top sails go last. That's because it's going around the curvature. Explain this, sir.
So that's what you were told. It goes around the curvature. Bill Nye, the line guy with the bow tie, goes, "Oh, boats disappear. Like my fingernail was a boat. It disappears from the bottom up, and it disappears." Right? If we zoom in on it, you still can't see it because it's behind a physical curve, right? A ball of any size is required to have a physical horizon at a set distance according to spherical math. Okay? So our ball, again, you haven't done the work. You don't know what size our ball is. Well, they tell us it's 24,901 miles around. How'd they figure that out? You need a radius. How'd they figure out a radius? Aristophanes. Well, Aristophanes was proven wrong, so we don't even know the size of our ball. But let's just pretend it's 24,901 miles around. That means a 6-foot tall person shouldn't be able to see the surface of calm water past 3 miles because it drops more than 6 feet. Therefore, I should see a physical horizon at 3 miles. Right? Okay. And anything that goes behind that should, but the problem is we see things way too far. Now, when you're looking into the distance, you have your sky and you have your ground, and they merge together in the distance, right? They merge together in the distance. And then if I zoomed in on that, I can't see anything past where my hands come together. But if I zoomed in on it, I could make it bigger and I could see. then I can go farther in the distance and it would get small again. Okay. And so our horizon is optical, which says flat Earth. It's not physical. So we don't see a boat on this horizon. Okay. I'm zooming in. So what I'm doing is I'm making the angular size bigger. And as I make the size bigger, all of a sudden I can see there's a boat there. Okay.
That would keep going out. Eventually, no matter how much you zoom in, you would not be able to see it.
You're wrong. And you're right at the same time. The reason you won't be able to see it is one, because of optics. It just becomes, the light becomes too distorted by the air and it disappears. And I'm going to show you, listen, in this short podcast, I can't show you everything, but I'm going to show you where to go and do the research. You have a choice when we're done. You can believe you live in your crazy ball world, okay, to protect yourself from having to get this tattoo that you're going to have to get, okay? It's going to be my mission for 2022. You're getting the tattoo. All right, so let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Can I hide, here's my finger, and here's a ball. Can I hide this entire ball behind my finger?
No.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Yes, you can if you move your finger closer.
Correct. So as it goes away, it can disappear behind my finger. Okay. Sure. Now, in all of the pictures that they show us of buildings and stuff, it's always a rough day. These little waves in the foreground will block this boat. So here we go. I'm going to zoom out and you're going to watch this boat disappear from the bottom up. Now it's still there. It's not going behind any curve, right? Look, the bottom of the boat's missing. It's all the way up to the window, the top, the angular size of everything is too small. It disappears. A Glober would say it went over the curb, but we just zoomed in. Today's consumer optics have proven that it's not behind a physical curve. It's right there. You just can't see it. And as we zoom in, there it is, right? These little waves are hiding it. Right, my finger can. I'm 30 miles from New York City. My little finger can block out the entire city, held at arm's length. Okay,
right. So adverse lighthouse, same thing. They could see the very tippy top of the lighthouse before they could ever see the base. When you're sailing up too.
There's many. So in one of the videos, 200 proofs. There's probably 25 lighthouse examples. According to Globe Math, you shouldn't be able to see this lighthouse past 20, 30, 40 miles, whatever it is, but they can see it farther. We can see things farther than than they tell us. Their geometric horizon has been completely debunked. Here's one. Okay, this is a spot in Aluja, France. Out here is Mount Canigou, 175 miles away. According to Globe Math, from this height, the top of the mountain, the very top of the mountain, it should be over a half a mile. I thought it was a mile, but I think it's closer to a mile. But over a half a mile below the curve. And guess what? You can't see it. Well, if I turned off all the lights in this room, you couldn't see me either because the light bouncing off of me wouldn't make it to your eyes because there is none. The sunlight bouncing off of Mount Canigou isn't strong enough to push all the way through that thick atmosphere, even on a clear day, so you can see it. So you can't see it. However, remember the sun migrates in between the tropics. Twice a year, it lines up with the viewing spot and Mount Canigou. And when it does, the sun's light is much brighter and can push that 175 miles. And when it goes beyond Mount Canigou, all of a sudden it backlights it. The very top of Mount Canigou right there should be far below the horizon, but it's not. It's right there. And you can only see this twice a year for like a day or two. Okay. And that's because it's here. Now the Glober will go, well, the mountain is below the curve and the sun already set 10 minutes ago and it's refracting up and it's magically stopping at eye level. Okay. And that I just say, cool story, bro. There's nothing I can do to help you if you believe that nonsense. Look, this is not a mirage. This is not a mirage. It's right there. It's Mount Canigou. It's right there. The top of this mountain should be almost a mile below the curve, but it's right there. Therefore, doesn't mean the earth is flat. It means the earth is either 1,000 times bigger than they're telling us, which is another problem, or it's flat.
Okay, now explain the Coriolis effect to me then.
Which Coriolis fallacy would you like to talk about? Toilets spinning in the opposite direction in Antarctica? Completely and totally fake. That doesn't happen. I have sinks in my house and toilets in my house that go in opposite directions. It's just the direction that the water goes into the bowl. Now, yes, storms south of the tropics in the outer south tend to spin in one direction, and the ones inner tend to spin in another direction. That's because the sun and the moon, they're electromagnetic, and they produce a wake as they're cruising through, as they're going through the tropics. They're creating an electromagnetic wake. Push your hand or a paddle through the water, and you'll get opposite spinning vortices. However, sometimes a storm will come from the south, and when the sun and the moon are far away, it will cross the tropics and be spinning in the wrong direction. It happens every year. That alone proves that
I'm talking about, isn't it? Because I know what you're talking about as far as like having a toilet bowl spin the opposite direction. You can just have the water flowing this way or that way. That's an easy experiment to fix. However, there's YouTube videos all day long of guys that are actually on the equator. They do this as a tourist attraction, right? They have a little bowl. They have a couple of leaves in it so you can see.
Oh, my Lord.
One side, the other side. On the equator, no. The other.
Yeah. So I didn't think you were going to go there, but that's so
it's an example.
I'm going to show you how easily you're tricked. Okay, ready? Are you ready? Tell me you're ready. So if I hit the frequently asked question button here, and I go to Coriolis right here, and I pull up. Let me see if I can find the video real quickly. The P-Brain video. Where the heck is it? It's we search for it. Here it goes. This is what they're showing you. So let me just jump forward a little bit. So here, this guy is pouring. He's got the waters perfectly still. He pulls it out. Is right on the equator. Okay, this is Kent Hovind, a complete and total moron. Right? He's on the equator, and so it goes straight down. You have the perfectly still water. Now this guy's gonna walk over 15 feet. Like the equator is a friggin' razor line. He goes over to the south. Now watch him pour the water into this bowl. Watch him pour the water. He starts at the center, but watch the second half of the pour. He's in the center, second half of the pour, he moves to the side. And now the water is spinning this way already. He'll pull the drain.
The video I've seen, they wait for the water to settle and then pull the plug.
He didn't. This is what they do all the time. And it's spinning. So now watch. It's spinning the direction that he poured it into the basin. Now watch, he's going to walk over to the other side. He's going to walk literally 30 feet over to the other side of the imaginary equator and watch what he does with the water this time, coincidentally, right? This is all nonsense. So watch, he's going to start in the center and then he's going to move over to this side. Oh, there he is on that side. And sometimes they put like a little cardboard thing in there, which doesn't stop the water from spinning. He pulls it out, throws the leaves in, and now it's spinning in the opposite direction. This is the dumbest kid's trick ever. This is discredited Kent Hovind 100%.
So the experiment that I saw, they didn't put anything in it. They actually waited a few minutes for it to stop spinning on its own and do everything.
Did you see it in person? Was there any editing done? And how do you know how long it takes the water to stop? He could wait 2 minutes. That water still would spin. Okay? Water will continue to move for quite a long time. So
unless I see my own eyes, it has to be a lie.
Well, no, unless you see it with your own eyes, you can't verify it. So you're believing something which is shown. I just showed you right there what a stupid trick that is. And even if the earth was spinning, why the hell would it spin in the other direction? Why the water spin from just being slightly off the equator? It makes absolutely no sense. The other thing is, if I go ships over the horizon, this is one where you haven't quite been able to get it yet. But if you scroll down to the fourth video, this guy right here, this one shows a ship in real time that goes out. Let me just jump forward a little bit. So you got this ship, and this girl does an amazing job. She's measuring things like, okay, this is equal to that and everything. And as the ship goes into the distance, it slowly disappears due to morphing. Right here, there's a mirror line. So this is actually a reflection of the ship. The actual horizon's up where my finger is. Okay, and then it goes farther. And what happens is the ship literally melts into the horizon. Okay, you can't see the bottom of the ship, right? And
you on the road, making it look like it's wet, but when you get closer, it's just the heat waves refracting the light.
Well, again, yes, there's refraction and heat waves and miraging and all sorts of stuff, but there is no curve. We can see things too far. So when I saw this, and when I was trying to debunk flat Earth, I saw all of these videos. I'm like, okay, I live on the water. And I went and bought a $1,000 camera tripod setup, the P900, super zoom camera, and I went down and I zoomed in on things that should have been dozens of feet below the curve, but they're not. I could see them. I could see a 10-foot high buoy that should be 66 feet below the curve, minimum. Okay. Now, some of the debunking sites go, you got your math wrong. It's not the drop. You have to split the drop because there's a hump in the middle, which is retarded. But I said, okay, you're wrong, but I'll give you the half of it. So that buoy should be 33 feet below the horizon. Why can I still see it? Why can I see people sitting on a beach 10 miles away from me? Okay. Why can I, when I'm sitting on the beach? It makes absolutely no sense on a globe. There should be at 10 miles, 66 feet of curvature. Okay. The globe requires a physical horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. Most people melt down when they hear that simple equation, or 8 inches per mile squared. It's the same thing. They work the same. Oh, and over thousands of miles, yeah, it gets a little parabola, but over a couple hundred miles, it's accurate within inches. Okay, so we can see things too far. World is not a spinning ball.
So explain gravity then. You knew this was going to come up eventually. I would love to hear your take on how gravity works if we are in fact on a flat Earth model.
Okay, are you ready?
I am.
So in the ball world, we have to believe that this is going on in Australia. Gravity's holding on trillions and trillions of tons of ocean, and guy can fly upside down on a jetpack, and cruise ships can be upside down. When in reality, gravity is not it's just a theory. Gravity, they used to be that mass attracts mass, but now they changed it to Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending of space-time. And they show us a cannonball on a fabric, and then they roll some balls around it. Okay. Well, why is that fabric bending this way and not that way, or this way or that way? Right. It makes absolutely no sense. The bending of space-time is made up nonsense. Right. So Neil deGrasse Tyson says, gravity, we don't know what it is. It's 95% or 96% dark matter and dark energy, which is made up, but we have to have it. Otherwise, gravity doesn't work. And guess what? It doesn't work even with it, but they're admitting that they're making up 96% of it. Okay. 96% of it. So what is gravity? Well, the sun and the moon, we live in this giant free energy system, and that's provable. You got to start looking into Tatari and these buildings and everything. The sun and the moon are the anode and cathode of the Earth battery system. The salt water carries the current. The land is the salt bridge. If you understand how the battery works, this is this big loop, this giant battery, and it's testable, measurable energy that we can pull from the Earth. So how can we test this? Well, the Earth has a negative charge, testable, measurable, scientifically provable negative charge. The Earth is not moving. If you Google flat Earth, flat Earth or gravity, it'll say, the flat earthers believe the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second, which causes a downward force, right? No flat earther believes that. Just globies that haven't done any research that want to discredit flat Earth believe that flat earthers believe that. So the Earth doesn't move, has negative charge. The sky, the air, has a positive charge. So anything you lift off the Earth is in that positive charge. The molecular weight of all the atoms, look at the periodic table, the more molecular weight they are, the more positively charged they are. And that positive charge is attracted to the negative charge. Now, they even in the gravitational, Einsteinian, Newtonian world, they say that the electromagnetic force is like 10 to the 20th power more powerful than gravity. Okay? Gravity is a weak force, but the electromagnetic force is that many times more powerful than gravity? How can we test this? How can we test this?
Either because of gases. They're not positively or negatively charged, but they have different masses as you go down the scale.
Yes, they are positive and negative charge. Everything has a positive and negative charge. And the hydrogen and helium are lighter than the other gases that sit on the base of the Earth, and they produce a boosting force. Just like if you had a box of styrofoam pellets to the down to the size of a BB, you broke them all apart, and you pour marbles into that, all of the pellets are going to rise up and come right out as the marbles sink to the bottom because of density. Buoyancy and density sort everything else out. Go ahead, but let me make my point, but go ahead first.
I was going to say noble gases, you can't charge them one way or another. They have the maximum amount of electrons on their outer ring. They can't be added or taken away from their noble gases.
And therefore, they're not attracted to the Earth as much as the other things are. That's it. I mean, I'm not saying you can change any of these things. I don't think you can change any of them. All right. But here's a little experiment we did. So we have what's it called? A Van der Graaf machine that could put a positive or negative charge into something. So here we got some helium balloons. We have them hooked up to this cable, which is hooked up to the Van der Graaf generator, and we have like a metal pin on here or whatever. And so it's neutrally buoyant. Okay, it's just, this is its balancing point. Now we're going to crank this up and add just a positive charge. Positive charge added. It got heavier. Why is it getting heavier?
So the molecules.
No, there's no molecules. They're just changing the charge potential of this thing, right? Discharge it, it goes up. So
what you're adding electrons or taking away electrons on an atomic level, you are positively or negatively charging these atoms. They're able to do that.
So that is your belief. So explain this. We're adding negative charge to this, and it goes up. We add a negative charge to it, and it repels from the Earth. According to you, I'm adding more molecules to it, which I'm not. I'm just changing the charge potential. This is defying gravity or defying electromagnetism. Okay, MIT just made an airplane that doesn't have any moving parts. Okay, doesn't have any moving parts. Right? How is that possible? Where did it go? Where's my MIT airplane? Maybe it's right here. Nope. I lost my
But fair enough. If that's true, I haven't seen that, but that would be phenomenal if they were able to make that and be able to safely put it on from point A to point B.
Well, it's just a model at this point, but this is hidden technology from us. Oh, here it is. So this is their model, and it uses what they call the ionic wind. It's changing its electric potential. We have maglev trains, one of the anti-gravity chains, right? We have this is gravity is a lie. Buoyancy and density sort everything else out, and the Earth goes, hey, down is this way. That's all. That's all it says. Down is this way. It's a weak charge. Then buoyancy and density sort everything else out.
So you believe that gravity is strictly off of a magnetic pole?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's electrostatic force. It's a dielectric. What is it called? An electrostatic. We live on this dielectric plane, and it's an electrostatic force. The Earth has this negative charge to it. It's attracting anything that's in the air, and this is measurable. You go up 1 meter. There's a 100 volts. 2 meters. There's 200. It goes up 100 volts every meter. Okay, and this is how they used to harvest free energy out of the air with all of these old buildings.
Yeah, they do with graphene wires. They're able to pull ions out of the air and power an entire laboratory over in Utah, if I'm not mistaken.
Very good. So now that's old world technology. That's what Tesla powered the world's fairs with. And then they took that away from us because we can't have free energy. We can't have airships that can stay in the air indefinitely. So they demonized hydrogen, and they demonized and they took over helium. NASA, with all of their satellites hanging from balloons, controls all of the helium in the world. By the way, we didn't finish on nuclear bombs. Crow 777 radio, two R's in Crow, CRROW 777 radio.com, episode 053 and episode 400. All you need to do is listen to 053, and you will understand that nuclear bombs are complete and total mind control. And once that happens, you literally unplugged half the cables from your body from the Matrix. And because no longer when you hear a politician or a world leader say something about a nuclear threat, nuclear bombs, we need to, then you just laugh. You go, oh my God, that guy's a total puppet, right? Just like Elon Musk, total puppet.
That being the case, do you believe the nuclear power plants are actually producing energy?
Absolutely. Nuclear power plants are steam engines. They're using a high-tech, not even that high-tech, they're using, plutonium to boil water and create steam and turn pistons. That's all it is. It's not making nuclear energy. It's making pistons, and the radioactive waste is nonsense. It's none of it's dangerous. Again, I don't have hours to go into this. Crow 777 radio.com. Listen to the episode 053, and you'll free yourself from the nuclear scare.
Okay, fair enough. I haven't heard of this before. Actually, today, Jonathan had brought it up to me, so I'm probably going to have to check this out here in the next day or two.
Dude, you have weeks and weeks of research to do to catch up on half the stuff I said. Listen, in my app, just let me show you real quick. I'm not here to sell apps. The app is $3, okay? It's no big deal. A homeless person can afford it. The frequently asked questions, that will answer all of your flat earth questions. We have tons of other resources. You want to hear more of my interviews right here? Boom, tons of interviews. We have books. all sorts of stuff. And if we go over, I have a homeschooling section. Here's the first one is Crow. Check that out. And you want to learn about our history. John Levy, the second one, amazing. All sorts of stuff. Here's the reason. Why do I have all this in my app? It's because if you Google flat Earth, you end up with nonsense. You end up with all of the stuff that they push to make you laugh at flat Earth. They end up with all of the, programming, boats go over the horizon, sticks and shadows, seasons, right? They have you believing all of this nonsense. They want you to dismiss flat Earth. And if you search, like one of the top videos you know what? I wasn't even showing you what I was showing you. Should have said something. If you go into, yeah, no, you should have said something, but that's right. This is the more resources down right here, flat Earth videos. Watch that. There's in here is a list of videos. These are whistleblowers from the military. This is Level. By the way, the next level is coming out on Flat Earth Day, which is this Friday. And this one right here, A Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth, 21 questions. If you Google that, you probably won't find it. Even though it's got millions of views, it's been around for a long time, they'll feed you other propaganda. They don't want you seeing this because this one answers your top 21 questions in 3 or 4 minutes apiece, right? Once you watch these, then you're like, holy crap. And then you can start doing your own experiments and you can start asking your own questions.
And they DuckDuckGo, the founder, just came out a couple days ago. I don't know if you saw that. He was saying that we're gonna start eliminating all this side news stuff, right? Like all the alternative news and everything, and they're gonna start pushing more mainstream news. And that's exactly the reason why a lot of people got away from Google and went to DuckDuckGo.
That's why I never went to DuckDuckGo. I saw that coming because I searched DuckDuckGo for the things that I'm telling you, and never once did they turn it up. I mean, I was trending huge. I went on DuckDuckGo, I searched my name, searched my stuff, nothing at all. None of my websites, nothing came up, right? So, by the way, the app, it's called the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. It's cheap. It's $3. Just go read the reviews. Don't even buy it. Just go read the reviews, and that'll turn you into an anti-glober for sure, okay? And the app also is amazing. So here, as I told you before, Flat Earth is growing. I'm going to hit the little handshake button, and up comes, let's look at my area here. Let it load for a couple seconds. And these are the flat earthers that have my app. And there's many, many more that don't have it yet that are just near me, right? In that circle, 50 kilometers, there's 338. I can send them all a message. Hey, I'm having a meetup at Rico's Pizza on East Main Street, Saturday at 4 p.m. And everyone shows up. It's a great way to use their technology to bring us together. If we look at, let me just click the number on the bottom left. This will bring me to a web version so I can zoom out farther. Look, these are flat earthers. Don't be the last person to get on the train, okay? All of these people know the earth is flat. Let's get the UK. All of these people are awake. There's not that many people that would really go against mainstream unless this was rock solid. The earth is clearly not a spinning ball. And this is the key to our freedom because, they have us believing that we're useless, that we're powerless. Then that's the truth. Whatever you believe becomes your reality. They don't want you to know that your thoughts create your thoughts create your world. Everything you have in your world, including this podcast and everyone listening, everything you have in your world is the way that you think. If you think you're going to be paycheck to paycheck your whole life, you are. Okay. If you think that, whatever your thoughts, here's the biggest conspiracy. I don't know if you guys have looked into this. The universe, the earth system is conspiring to deliver every one of your thoughts to you, whether it's a good one or a bad one. Whatever you are focusing on, it is conspiring to deliver that reality to you. Okay. That's a fact. And once you understand that, you're going to be a lot more careful with your thoughts, your words, your actions, and your time.
Yeah, we know that, like just based upon the zodiacs and, well, this is what they say, but people who are into astrology and all that stuff, you can go and look at your astrology, for today, and it'll tell you what you're gonna experience and whatnot. And sometimes all that shit is wrong. I'm not saying that it's true or not. Well, what I'm saying is that the alignment of the planets or the alignment of whatever the lights are in the sky definitely plays some kind of role into our day-to-day lives.
I used to laugh at people that believed in astrology. How could Mars, 25 million miles away, that can't even affect the tides, affect my life? It's just a rock in space. When I find out Mars is right here within the Earth system, it's named after all of the wandering stars are named after gods, okay, which is fascinating. And when you look at Mars, it's not a rock in space. It's more of an energetic orb. What is this? Okay. So once you understand that, so here's the thing: astrologers look at all of the motion of all of the other planets. Okay. Well, why don't they take into the motion of the Earth? We're moving 4.4 billion miles a year. They use the Earth as a stationary plane, and it's because everything's relative to the Earth. But then once an astrologer, you can have a good astrologer that believes in the globe. Once an astrologer starts to understand the flat Earth model, they wrap their astrology over that, and then they become a more powerful astrologer. One of the best, smartest man out there that's into astrology is Mr. Astrotheology, Santos Bonacci, and he used to be a glober. But when he found out the Earth was flat, everything he's doing became way more powerful. Right? He is on it. Right?
Absolutely, love that guy.
Yeah. Santos is all he knows about the flat, immovable, non-moving plane. This is the star Arcturus. It's 211 trillion miles away. Okay? 211 trillion miles. Do you understand how ridiculous that is? Right? The inverse square law alone would make, its light impossible to see. Even not, I can't even say at a fraction of that distance, because it just, you can't see. Light's like the surface of a balloon. You got a balloon not blown up, and the surface of that balloon is the amount of light. You blow it up, it's going to get thinner and thinner and thinner. I blow a balloon up to a foot wide, that's pretty thin. If I blew it up to a mile wide, is there any rubber left? Is there any light left? Did it completely fade out to nothing? Because
Anybody
light
out there?
expands, right?
Yeah.
A trillion seconds. You know how long? You probably do. Now, how long is a trillion seconds?
Hey, Helio, you up?
I have no idea. I don't know. Give me a calculator.
Take a guess real quick,
Yeah,
5
yeah.
seconds, and I'll give you a Bitcoin if you get it within a week.
Let's see. 5 years. I would say 10.
Close. 31,000 years. Okay. 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years. So if you're traveling at a mile per second, which no human has ever done, and you're going for 31,000 years, you are 1/25th of the way to the closest star, which is only 4 light years away. Okay. So if you went a mile per second for 1 trillion seconds, you only have to go do that 220 more times. Okay. Or 210 more times to get to this star. This is ridiculous. These are numbers that people just, the number's too big. I can't deal with it. I'm going to trust a guy in a bow tie who lies. Okay. I'm going to trust, these failed actors, these non-scientists, these, well, it's in the book. Everyone can't be lying. My teacher told me it's nonsense. Okay. And when you wake up to this, everything changes.
Whenever we look at NASA, dude, I mean, everything about them is evil and deceptive.
Absolutely. And
like
we know that.
whenever we see, the moon landing, that was all fake bullshit.
Of course.
And then talk
You know
about
that.
how they got, dude, I get all these random ads pop up on Facebook about like futurism or whatever, and they're always talking about like the Mars rover, and look at it, look at all the mountains and all that shit.
You're trying to say something, Conrad?
Yo, do you see these pictures I posted in the voice chat?
Yeah, it looks like rocks that are carved out.
That one looks like an arrowhead. Looks like an arrowhead or a spearhead.
What is that? Did you do that or what?
No, I found it.
Where you live at?
Yeah, okay, so I was going through. It's a long story, but I was going through the history of our local area, and I just found a lot of inconsistencies. but there was this local area that supposedly there were artifacts found in the past, but the artifacts aren't even at the history museum in our local town. So I was like, okay, where are they at? Supposedly they're at a different place, but they're available for research, if anybody wants to see them or whatever. So I went to the place, but the place was closed. So I was just like, well, I'm just going to go to where the artifacts were supposedly found. And I found that old toy car. I found the one looks like a spearhead. The other one looks kind of like maybe an axe head or something. Or maybe the one is just a giant arrowhead. Maybe it was from a giant. I don't know. And then I found the car, and I found a super old leather sole to a shoe. Just all sorts of stuff. And I'm just guessing it doesn't really fit with the narrative they're trying to tell of our history here. So, yeah.
Yeah, what's the narrative? Oh, by the way, Helio, I muted the bot, so I don't know if you need to stop it some other way.
The narrative is just it's our town was founded by this guy, and then eventually, like a few years later, people started building houses and stuff, and then
They're trying to say that there was nobody before that one character that.
well, there were a few natives in the area, but according to our history, the natives were not. They didn't live here. They just would pass through, which that just doesn't make any fucking sense. You should see the brick buildings we have.
Oh, they're really old buildings and.
Really old brick buildings. I got a ton of footage at the museum. I'm gonna make a video on it, but it's gonna turn into a fucking documentary at this point.
Yeah, you might as well. I mean, most of the history that we know of is covered up by what they would claim is the history that they want to replace the one we have. I've always felt that way
Yeah,
because
and
some of the things that don't make sense are like how the the just living, how you live your life. Like if you wanted to live a long life, people back in those days, like older, like I'd say your grandparents' generation. I don't know how old you are, but like grandparents or great grandparents, like they would live till like 90 years old. Like as to now, people only live to like 60s and 70s. There's no living
I got
past that.
my family history like to a certain point, and supposedly, I mean, I don't know how accurate it is, but supposedly I have like great grandparents, people that were living in like the 1700s, the 1600s. They were living till, like you just said, like 90 to 100.
Yep.
And it's like how are they getting that old? Because they tell us that people used to live
Like
like to
40,
30 and 40.
yeah.
They
Yep.
didn't get that old. So I'm like, does that just mean that like they
I
just
think by
they
I I think by comparison, what they are saying is that we're living longer now compared to those guys, and they're using that age as a gauge to say like it's more like a green light to okay the things that they do today, like big pharma, the things that you're like how you what you consume, like what do you nobody really pays attention anymore what the body consumes because we take it for granted because everything that is out there in the world we just like well it's put out for human consumption it must be safe. So I mean I'm going based on like just the history part of it. So whereas back then they were eating whole foods, they were just straight stuff from the earth, spices
Yep.
and all that good stuff, and you were putting good wholesome things in your body. Um, mind you, there was like certain things that they did for agriculture that might have kind of tainted things, like pesticides and stuff. But like that didn't come till later. What we're doing now, however, has a lot more impact on our bodies. And like we go to the supermarket and everything there, it's like if you've ever seen that show with Will Smith and his son, like he said they go back to Earth and everything's meant to kill you. That's what the supermarket is. Everything there is meant to kill you. There's nothing there that's clean and wholesome except for the fruits and vegetables that you see, and even then, some of them are bioengineered. Like Like they don't come from like natural sources where they're grown organically. So it's crazy, but if I would challenge anybody that's listening, go to the store and look at the back of the package of the stuff that the ingredients that come inside of the stuff. It will blow your mind what you're consuming every day on a daily basis. And like that donut you get on the way to work with the coffee, that donut is like it's packed with a whole bunch of garbage. I'm not even just talking about sugar and
Oh,
flour
I
and that.
know they put all sorts of stuff like preservatives and I've read ingredients.
Yep.
Anytime you read the ingredients on something, the longer the list of the ingredients, the worse it's going to
The
be
worst
for
it's
you.
gonna be, yeah. And see, on the short term, like let's say short term, it's if you were talking about anything in the short term, nothing really affects you short term. Smoking,
It's
nothing,
the
nothing affects you
consumption
short.
like there's some things that your body can't really detoxify, so it
Yep.
just builds up over time.
So effectively what we're doing is we're breaking the machine, which is the human body, over the long run. So wear and tear, right? So the longer you keep your body eating the right things and natural whole foods, all that good stuff, then you're able to extend the life of the body. But it's all, and I'm relating all this back to history of to like where flat Earth was like covered up and all that stuff. Like we're
I
uncovering all
found
these
a,
things.
I think
Yeah,
I
but
found an old map at our history museum. Like there's this drum, like from a supposed like an old band that was from the area,
yeah.
and it's like a super old drum, and there's like a design on it, but it's like faded and the paint is peeling. Here, I'll post it in the chat. It looks like there's a map on the thing though, but maybe not. The only reason I say that is because the guy I was with, he like pointed it out to me and he's like, hey, that looks like a flat Earth map because he knows that I think the Earth, or I believe that the Earth is flat, or I know the Earth is flat. So he's like, hey, he pointed it out, and I'm like, oh no, that can't be. And then I kind of looked at it more, and it's like, it's interesting. Here, I'll post it. It's like I found so much stuff yesterday. There's a clog, like a old clog, and it's a giant clog. Like the thing is like a foot long, like it's huge. And I asked the museum, like the curator, about it, and she's like, we don't really know much about that clog. Pretty
So if you
much,
were if
Norwegians used it for decoration. Maybe sometimes they would plant pots, or they would pot plants in them. I'm like, I'm like, really? Because it looks like somebody was wearing that thing around. It's wore out, like the
yeah,
inside of it.
Conrad, if you were in charge of controlling a population, right? If somebody told you, okay, there's a huge region of the world that we want you to control, what type of things would you implement in order for that control to be uh under to be realized? Like let's say you had a large region of people that you had to be they were under your control. But if they ever found out that by number they could take you by force, how would you then assert your dominance over that region? Because you're just one guy, right? You're a couple of people. Maybe there's a group
I
of you.
would call in the I would call in the National Guard to do it, and that actually happened here.
Yeah, yeah. But what I'm saying is, okay, so and I'm giving you some food for thought, right? Like this is how control works. It's information, right? So information and also engineering. So if I'm gonna take control of something, it's not really hard to think about this, but everything, all the deception, because there people always ask the question, well, why would they lie, right? Shape of the earth, or whatever the case is, history of like the lands that we live on, like what we're talking about right now. But if I wanted you to be docile under my control, I would then give you a narrative to believe in, and that narrative has to be understood as this is the way things are, as the truth. So you wouldn't be able to parrot the narrative if you found there was flaws in it. I would have to make you understand that the thing that you're thinking about doesn't exist, and the thing I'm telling you is what really reality is all about. So the information that you receive right now from your history, Conrad, whatever it is, that narrative has been given to you. You don't know because you've never experienced it. The people
understand
maybe
everything that you're saying because I watch a lot of videos on old world stuff and just hidden past. So I get like everything you're saying right now, and I the crazy thing apart about it is like you're saying, how would you control the information, right?
Yep.
Well, I figured out like kind of what happened in a sense, or like I feel like a really good theory. So basically, it has to do with the local Freemason lodge here, and it's all they're connected to a lot of this a lot of events that have happened here in this town that have like changed the course of history for
Well,
like
yeah. Think about it like this: they're the foot soldiers of a greater elite system. So it's basically like a social club, and with the social club, you have a hierarchy. They're basically
yeah
like the foot soldiers. They're the guys in the towns. Those are the people
yeah,
inserted.
and they don't even realize what they're doing too.
Yeah, they're the people inserted into the places where we live. Now that you as you go up the branch, of the elitism hierarchy, then you get to these other groups of people who are like they're in control of the banks. And then you go above
Powerful.
them. Yeah, you go above them and these guys are in control of nations. And so
Yep.
there's levels to this thing. But the
Oh
foot
yeah,
soldiers,
no,
yeah,
it's creepy. It's creepy, man.
oh, definitely. No, like it's dark, but what I'm saying is like because of the fact that it has to work, it operates that way, then everything that you receive, like from whatever town you live in, from whatever place you're at, it goes by, like, let's say, why do you think that the law is handled by those already inserted into those systems? Like, you rarely get the guy who sounds like he's speaking for truth. You rarely get that guy. The majority of the time, the guy you're going to get who's an elected official is going to be somebody who parrots a narrative that already has been working in the U.S. So I mean, I'm talking about specifically in the U.S. because it works that way everywhere. But the ones we would call third world countries, they don't have an existing paradigm like that. And what happens is because of that, they don't get the financial support. Or if you are going against the narrative, then you become a terrorist. You become some sort of like it. These things are like how they're called out, and you can see the people of long ago who were demonized, who were supposed to be the villain, right? And we're the heroes, and we're taking over that. And there's a lot of this patriotism ideals. I'm going over like the history part of it, right? So we're defending something with the bias without having any understanding of what the opponent was, what their involvement was. So, and I take a look at it from history, from the standpoint of history, from any wars that were fought, because we went into them like, yeah, let's get those guys, kind of this mentality where, well, what did they do? Nobody even asked any questions. But and it's because of that, man. It's this herd mentality. It's like this bias that we have. Like, don't ask questions, just believe because you were taught by a teacher who is telling you this information, who is a scholar from a very prestigious
Listen to
college.
this. Listen to this. At the museum, the curator, she's newer. She's like younger and she hasn't worked there for that long. But she's changed a lot of the displays and the exhibits there because they haven't been changed for so long. And she's added little descriptions on a lot of the items in there. And apparently, a lot of the older people in the community are upset about that. The fact that she's given descriptions on certain items
Because they're not what
because they don't
they don't
they
match, right?
don't want it. They don't want that. Like and by they I mean the older people in this community, the people that know more about
Yeah.
what's happened here in the past.
So they're
So
they're
that
saying, yeah, that's interesting, dude. Like, So the narrative is being changed by one person, and all you
And
got to
I'm gonna go to the place today where supposedly these artifacts that were found are being held, and I'm gonna like argue with them until they let me see them because supposedly these artifacts are available to the public for research, but anybody in the past that's ever tried to ask to look at them, they don't let them look. They don't let them see them.
Oh yeah, you're investigating. Hey, while you're doing that, you know the wealth of information where it can be found, and it's gonna sound kind of crazy to you, but by me saying this, but if you've ever gone to like a nursing home or a like place where they have, dude,
Because the
that's
old people and the pictures and the old
yeah,
people they were around,
they were
but they're
around, but
like kind of losing it, so it's kind of hard to find a
yeah,
good reliable one.
yeah, you have to pick the person's like as long as they're cognitive, they're not gonna be saying But here's what's funny, like even at that because the people suffering from that like dementia and all this. Like I think all of that is stuff that we're given like these chemicals so that when we get to the age like where our minds start breaking down, like I
Yep.
think that's for a reason too. Like all of everything is so that we won't be able to recall things that like were real events that took place.
I'm
It all
asking my
comes together,
dad.
man.
I've been asking my dad about stuff around town because he lived here his whole life, and I've brought certain things to him, and I'm like, hey, what about this? And he's like, oh yeah, I remember that. I'm like, why can't I find a single article or anything on it on the
About
internet?
yeah.
Why is there nothing out there? And he's like, okay, yeah, that's kind of weird. And I'm like, why can't I even? So there was one event that happened here, and the National Guard came in and imposed martial law in the 1940s or 1950s. We never heard about that in school. He barely knew anything about it because he was 3 years old. And on top of all that, I found an article on it on an old newspaper at the library because they have it all documented. And I found an article and it makes no sense. Like it's just so weird. And the National Guard was called in a few years after those artifacts were found.
That's interesting.
I know. It's weird. Dude.
It sounds like a rebellion was going to take place, and
There
they
was because there was dude there were so many strikes here and like
yeah.
police fighting with the citizens, tear gas, all like through the years, early to mid 1900s, tons of
Can I just
rebellion.
point out? I uh maybe an alternative perspective.
Yeah, I love
Now,
alternative perspective, man. I love it.
God, it breaks my heart. Like, okay, so like, what is an artifact? You know, typically,
I don't
I
know
don't know
what
about
they're
anybody
actually
else.
saying these artifacts because I don't know what they are of. That's the thing
No,
because nobody has seen
I
them.
mean, I mean, what is like, you know, when I think about it, when I think of artifacts, I think about like Indiana Jones and the
When I
Mummy.
think of artifacts, I think of items that are older than
Older
people that
than
are
any
alive
of us
currently.
can confirm its history or origins. Yes. Right. That's where I'm going with it. Artifact. Facts, right? Artifacts.
Right?
Interesting word for things that have been around longer than anyone can pinpoint its origin directly. That's like
That's
that's
the
really
arrowhead.
it's really, you know, I guess there's a sense of adventure, especially when you're young. I
Nobody can
I don't
nobody
know,
can
maybe I'm
pinpoint these arrowheads that are found in the area where they actually came from.
well, if I were to
Supposedly.
build some arrowheads, if I would have built some arrowheads and no one knew that I built them, and no one would know where they came from. Especially if I was the guy trying to drum up some sort of
Okay,
story.
so in your opinion, what sort of like supporting evidence what I need to call something an artifact then?
Well, it's by nature, an artifact is something that's has an origin that no one actually was around to personally experience.
Well,
Now,
the arrowheads then.
yeah, but what you're going to tell me about an origin that no one was around to actually have direct knowledge of?
I mean, nobody was around when they were made, correct?
Right. So that then means what?
That means that nobody knows its exact origins, where it came from.
Same thing as if I'm picking up cans on the street. I have no idea where they came from.
Well, yeah, but a can can be traced back if you have the logo, or if there's any writing on it.
I got a CD from like 2007 without my name on it that has my music on it. Anyone can find it. I don't know where it's at.
But was it buried in the ground?
What if I put it in a time capsule like people do?
I mean, yeah, you could. You could. I get what you're doing. You're playing the devil's advocate here, but
Don't say devil's advocate. I'm not an adversary of.
All right, sorry. I meant it as a figurative speech. I didn't mean it as
I know. I feel you. And not even on you. That's the first time I reacted to devil's advocate that way. Now that I think of because that's what that's what Globers and anyone who doesn't have either enough perspective, so they're
Right.
going
Yeah.
off
I'm sorry. That was
of
kind of insulting to you and
no,
any other
no,
flat
not at
earther.
all. No, not at all. I'm not even saying that because no, I have never heard anyone, react to or say anything about Devil's Advocate the way that, I'm trying to lay out right now. So I'm not coming, you didn't do anything wrong or anything like that. I was just having a conversation with a friend
Right.
and we were talking about Devil's Advocate and this just happens to be the first time it was brought up. And I'm like, maybe I should try to attempt to change the narrative around, that.
Okay. So aside from the arrowheads, the car. Do you know what era, what time frame those types of
Yeah,
toys
it looks
or
like 30s or 40s, man. If I was to
30s or
guess.
40s?
Yeah, if I was to guess.
Interesting.
And that's just ballpark, but you got to think.
That's the time frame where the history around here just starts to not make sense.
Right, but there are when the reason why I told you the old folks home, right, like a nursing home, is because
Yep.
there are some older people who were around in those days, maybe very young,
Yeah,
and could
maybe
probably.
I'll bring the car there and see if it
Yeah, but
what's the
you have
word?
to. I would talk to the staff to make sure the people that you speak to are they're
Oh,
able to.
my son's mom works at a local one, so I'll just ask her.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
you do have to specifically speak to the ones that they claim are off their rocker. Because I wouldn't
No,
believe
yeah,
that.
that's what I was thinking. Because
You know
the
what I mean?
ones that are gonna be telling stories that don't make sense are gonna be the stories that they don't want people to know.
Right. The earth is flat. Oh,
Right?
she's
Yeah.
crazy.
Where's the first old person
And also, if you have a library, if it's possible, look up some old newspaper articles of
Yep.
that
Yeah,
time.
I've done that already, but I'm just so short on time
Yeah.
lately because I'm so busy with other stuff. But this is this is too intriguing to stop. So
Yeah, of course. We I would say it's hard to go past a certain point because at that point the people that were living now have learned things about their past too. So there there's you come to like a wall, and the wall is, if there's no one living to tell the story, how do we know the story is true, right? So
there's gatekeepers everywhere.
well,
Everywhere I go, government buildings. I've been asking questions, not specifically, but it's like there's gatekeepers because whenever I'm onto something, they'll just be
mhm.
like, "Oh no, 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 that's not true. No, no," and then I'll look into it more, or I'll ask other people, and then it gets confirmed. So it's like, why am I getting like, blocked by people in higher up positions in this community, like police officers. There was a guy at the history museum who just didn't want to talk about certain things, and
Yeah, that's
there was a local club, not the Mason Lodge, but a different local club that I went to, or I didn't go there. My friend went there, and he was talking about some of the stuff that we've been looking into, and the guy that he was talking to was like, "Yeah, you probably shouldn't even be looking into this."
See, yeah.
He's
So
like,
there's
I mean, for now, yeah, keep on speculating, but he's like, I wouldn't go
don't dig too deep.
exactly, but that's kind of what we did. We uncovered some stuff,
This is the
like
name.
physical stuff, and
Yeah,
the
bro.
place where I found the car and the arrowheads was in the same area, and it just doesn't fit the narrative at all.
Here's what I tell people that come into the server. They're like, well, I don't know, man. I don't care about flat if it's flat or globe. I was like, yeah, you do. You're in this server, man. It's
Right.
human curiosity to want to know the thing that challenges something that they've always
Anybody
thought was true.
making fun of
So
you for being a flat earther wants to know if it's flat or not. They're
yeah,
making fun of you
exactly.
because they want to see why you believe it. They
Yeah,
want to see
exactly.
how devoted
Curiosity.
you are to it.
It's curiosity, and I'm like, and they're like, I don't care either way. And I'm like, dude, you're sitting in here
Oh
talking
yeah.
to me. You do care. Like
If your mom wasn't your mom, would you care? If your mom wasn't your biological mother and you didn't come out of her, would you want to know that?
yeah. But see, here's
No,
what
no, I
happened.
wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't care. She's still my mom.
Yeah,
Yeah, you still want to know.
yeah, pride is a very ugly thing because instead of being humble and being like, you know what, like I might still think the Earth is a globe, but I'm really curious, man. Like I want to know why, or whatever. But it's almost
Just
like
be honest with yourself.
they become indifferent because they feel like there's no rebuttal that they can actually say that's against the what we're saying in here. So the automatic answer would be just be indifferent about it. Well, it doesn't matter, right? If it is or not, like it does matter. It really does. Like the thing about you understanding the nature of reality really does matter to your. It's like to your sanity, because if you think that you believe the Earth that you live on is a complete lie, how crazy does that make you? Like because you bought the lie and you continue to believe the lie. Like I always bring it back to flat Earth because it's the nature of our existence. It's our world. It encumbers everything from the origin of like where things came from to why we think our cosmology is the way it is. Like it's everything. It's all of it, all wrapped up into one. So literally the foundation of like what our beliefs are in our existence. And we can't start to learn something new if we have this bias. We have to say, hey, you know what? I don't know. It's a mystery to me, right? So let's discover this together. But yeah, it's important. Like it's a big piece of why we feel like we can move through our day forward because we are standing on truth. Imagine if you lived in a world where truth you didn't understand what it was. Do I live on a spinning globe Earth, flying through the cosmos, or is this a realm that I exist in? That's flat and is stationary. It doesn't There's no movement to it. I may not have all the answers, but I can tell you a few things that I do know that my existence in this plane is noticeable. I can see, I can feel, I can do a lot of things in here, and you're telling me that everything I'm experiencing is opposite. So you know what I mean? Like you're challenging something that it's huge, man. It encumbers everything, like even the history that you're trying to look for. Like, where did this stuff come from? But the most interesting part of everything, man, is why would they stop you? Not even why you would question it. Why would they stop you? And even in here, people, you got the globe proponents coming in here like, no, you guys are dumb, you're stupid, flat earth is dying, there's no reality in it. Like you guys are just all delusional. Like you know, why are you trying to stop it? Like, if it didn't matter to you, like, go on your merry way, go into your own servers, like, don't even worry about it. But your curiosity brings you in here because you want to know. That's why. It's not because you're trying to be what do you call it? Like somebody who's trying to protect the truth of the globe. Like there's none of that. You're as curious as everyone else as to why people are challenging it.
And the thing is, I can't even like investigate to a certain extent because now the area where these artifacts were supposedly found is a state park. It's protected land. So I can't even like I can go there and I can look at stuff, but you know, I
check
can't
it out.
dig, I can't.
Any more investigation would then further need a kind of like a pass. You'd have to have certain permissions. But this is what happened to Antarctica, man. This is the thing. A lot of people are like, well, why can't you just go there? It's easy. No, it's protected land according to the Antarctic Treaty. So it's
Dude,
not like
and state parks in my state are so protected, like compared to other places. Like we have, like our environment is like we have a very very beautiful environment here, and they're trying to protect it, right? That's what they say. But it's just
yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting, man. But yeah, that's kind of a neat thing to look at. But one of the things that I found out in the research of like all the things that we've been looking at in this in this group alone, man, the combined research of all the topics we've been looking into, we run into a I want to say like where you can't go any farther. Let's say, um, if no one's able to vouch or speak for the thing that you're looking into, if you reach a place where you're gonna leave it as a mystery because there's no way that thing can be explained. Uh, you either have to believe the narrative or whatever's being told to you. Either some old person told you that a long time ago there was a group of indigenous people that lived in your area and they've had that homeland for a while and they were run out by such and such, or you believe whatever person came to your town and established like a community there. Whatever it is, you have to believe, take the person's word on it. Like there's no other further, there's no one that's going to say, hey man, I was there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't.
my dad told me that this state park where the artifacts were found, supposedly a long time ago there was a Native American that killed a man out there, and like there's tons of stories like that. And then on top of that, there's stories about what did he say? Oh yeah, people just go out there and kill themselves a lot. But I never even heard any of that stuff.
Suicide.
Yeah, it's like Suicide Forest kind of in
It's weird because we talk about like history of like the land in which we're standing on, but there's always this sense of overwhelming victory. Like have you ever heard the term how the West was won? Have you heard that?
Yes.
What was it won over from? What is it?
Right.
What were they winning?
Dude, I think it was like there's no stories about there being natives living in this area, right? According to the history, there was no natives. I think it's like there was like a massive genocide that they're trying to kind of cover up.
Now we're getting warmer. But see, now this
You
is the
know
thing.
what's crazy?
Go ahead, Elijah.
This might be a little like not on topic, but I I understand. I think I can sympathize with Matthew Lawrence, and because it wasn't until like I thought about something that I believe, and I had a conversation with someone, and still after the fact, still thinking about it and everything, and then I was just like, even if they did have a point, I don't care because there are facts, and then there are things that I believe. As far as those belief goes, I want to believe them because they're beliefs, and that's my choice and my right. Almost to the sense of like it's true to me because that's how strongly I believe it.
Right.
And I was like, that's kind of what Matthew told us when he's like, well, I believe it, and I think I get it now.
Yeah, people are entitled to their beliefs. That's absolutely true.
Some people do not. They don't want. They may come here, but nah, they don't want.
My
Yeah.
biggest thing with all this is it's not even about like trying to figure out the truth for myself. It's like the truth is so important to me that like and like I realize the truth more than other people, so I feel like it's my job
Yeah.
to make it known to other people that don't look into this stuff.
The sense of
Because
duty, Conrad. I think that's what you're saying.
dude, yeah, and the state park I was at, there's like 20,000 people live in this city, in this whole county. 20,000 people, and I guarantee you over half of them have never even been to this place.
All right, so yeah, I'm going back to what I was saying right before Elijah came in. But think
Yep.
about it: if the West was won, and it was won over from something, because the narrative was, of course, we started off in like the colonization of America, and it started to move further west and so on, and like I think there's even books that show like established counties and country, in the states that we live in now, like at a certain time period. But what were they taking over? Because it had to be taken over. There was not a sense of like they were there first, and you know what I mean. There were people living here already in this land,
Yeah.
and so this
But
land was, as far as back as you're gonna go, you're gonna start to reveal the bloody history, you know. And what is it? What was that movie with Brad Pitt? That war movie. He said ideals are peaceful, but history is violent.
yeah,
Like this,
dude,
it's
and there's tunnels. There's tunnels under downtown, and
yeah.
they won't talk about them. They're all blocked off. They're sealed. The
Now
guy I
that
was with
area
yesterday
is
tried to get
scary.
into him when he was younger. He tried to get into him, and the whole police force showed up. And I just can't. I was at the museum looking at old pictures, and you can see the brick buildings that they supposedly built, and you can see that they added on the door to the building, and they had to pour new concrete steps to get up to the door because that wasn't the first level. You
It
can
was the
see buried windows. You can see the windows are buried up. There's only like 6 inches
yeah,
of the windows showing on the bottom floor. It's like they're buried.
the building extends further. Yeah, it extends
You
further.
can
Some,
definitely, and then all these stories about tunnel systems under town, and everybody we've asked that's like that works for the city. I talked to the city engineer at the library, and he's like, "Oh, there's no tunnels. There's no tunnels under Albert Lee." He's like, and if you want anything on the sewers, we don't have any of those either. I'm like, what? Where does our water? Where does our water drain?
where's the waste going? Yeah, there has to be. Yeah, there. Tunneling has been one of the oldest.
It's almost like he's gotten that question before, and that's just his answer. That's just the answer he's been given. Like the
Yeah,
way he responded, or
but
like it's a secret.
well, it's going to lead you to run into a dead end where you don't want to ask any more questions.
Right.
But it's only made you more curiouser, right?
Well, I already had like 5 other leads before I went there, and it just made my other leads more, convincing.
Yeah, bro, like the history of like what we people here in America before it was taken over.
Yeah, and
Experience
I've been trying
before.
to figure that out.
Yeah,
Like what's happened, and
yeah.
then like eventually, just I was like, well, let's just check out local, just locally, and there's so much just locally. I don't even want to start to get to stuff that happened in other places.
Yep, it was a kingdom expansion. The kingdom on Earth, which was being expanded into this territory. So the people living here were
Castle at one point. I'm pretty sure it was a castle.
right. So that kingdom was starting to be established here in this land. So we have buildings that I even check your local place, right? Wherever you live at, look at I would say start with city hall, or it's either city hall or it's the courthouse. If you have a courthouse in your
We got
local
kicked out
town,
of there. We got
look
kicked out.
look at the structure, of the courthouse, because those things were the things that were established. Because one thing that gets established in a town in those days, the very first building that gets erected would be a courthouse and or a city hall. So those are the two. And
Now,
if you go to those buildings, you're gonna find out some of the oldest structure. And these buildings were built so soundly. I mean, they are the most like
I
they.
know. We tore down so many historic buildings here for no reason. And everybody was pissed. I remember when I was younger when it was happening, and everybody was just so mad. They're like, "Why are they doing this? Like these buildings have been here for hundreds of years." Which doesn't even fit the narrative, so that's why they were taking them down.
Narrative, because these buildings were as old as ancient Rome. Like and
Right.
some people are like, yeah, but that's impossible. How could
because
these
the
buildings
Roman
be that
Catholics
old?
still
You know?
run shit, the nation is still alive, and their teachings, their influence, their ingenuity, everything about our world today is pretty much the same. But
And
people are good at departmentalizing and compartmentalizing. They'll look there and see the same shit and then have a mental separation between two things that are the same shit.
Yeah. So the empire that I was talking about is ancient Rome. That is the empire of the world, guys. I don't know if you guys know this or not. That is the controlling empire that controls the entire world that we live in.
That's
They've
what I'm saying.
Yeah, they've imposed their empire and their rule and to govern every part of this world. So, and so Conrad, I think you're going to go far back as to finding out that this truth, because of the fact that some of the remnants of the buildings that were left behind have those very carvings and markings, and there has to be some sort of history that you go to the Capitol building, you look up, you see ancient Rome, like all of it.
You want to know something that I found that doesn't work at all? The state park where they found the artifacts, right? Supposedly, there is a chimney. There's a brick chimney on a foundation, and there's obviously something under it, like under the dirt, and it's been facaded over, and the chimney has been re-bricked over and built around multiple times, but each layer of the brick is falling off, and it all peels back to the same color brick. And
Yep.
that doesn't fit the narrative because there was never any buildings made in that area in that time.
Yeah, look at
The natives lived there. That's what they say. The natives lived there. So
Yeah.
what's really going on here?
You can't have people opposing the empire, right? So you have the calendar system by which all of us go by. You have the religion by which is the most dominant one on earth, that everybody sees as the pinnacle of religion. Millions and millions of people look at it too as, and so the Roman Empire didn't stop back then, where they say, well, the Roman Empire died out, and no, it never did. It's alive and well today, and it exists. We're all still in it. Like, we haven't left. You're still under the Roman rule. Like, it's people want to say, nah, that's just ludicrous. I'm talking nonsense. How can this be possible? Well, everything that we're using has been used by their every system that they've imposed on the people. It's the same, and it's the same system, but it might be revamped, or they're using different names, but it's still the same system. So we haven't left that. And so the laws that are governed where they started from. They have the origins of Roman teachings and such. So
I'm gonna get on the historical society at the museum.
I'm telling you, man.
And I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna learn more because we had there was this lawyer that lived here, and he wrote like 100 books, and all it is just court cases and the outcome, and then his opinion on it. And they're old, dude. And I feel like there's so much stuff in there that can be used against the government.
Yeah, I would say this though, man. Just watch what bear you poke, because sometimes.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna go accusing anybody of anything. I'm not gonna, but like I do feel like there's a lot of history in this town that needs to be protected, and I feel like they're kind of coming after it a little bit.
Oh, I don't know. I would say just be somebody who's curious and investigate, but I wouldn't taunt the thing that is because
Trying to take stuff out of the museum right now. They're like, there's like a lot of stuff they want out of there, put into storage, or they want to replace it with something else. There used to be a timeline before 2020, like a timeline of the events of Albert Lee. It's all different now. The whole timeline's changed, different events. Other stuff that they'll say, yeah, oh yeah, that still happened, but it wasn't as important as this. It's weird.
Yeah, so the thing that I was seeing happen with the colonials, starting what they did in America and then spread out, was it has always been the Roman Empire, man. Like just asserting its dominance over the world, and the people that weren't a part of it, they're still not little sections of the population who don't concede to it, but they're so few and they're considered third world countries and they're not even like on the radar.
Right, you're talking about like Amish people and stuff, right?
Well, no, well they live within inside the empire, but they're more of a non-threat. So if you're a threat to the empire, or if the empire is expanding somewhere, or you don't adhere to the empire's ruling, then you get disciplined. So I would say think about like uh, wars that were fought and what started the war and what was the reason. Now I'll give you an example. There's certain things where even just recently, in the most recent history, you can look back to like why was the war started, when weapons of mass destruction and all that. I won't get too far into it because it's not really a topic for Flat Earth, but just as far as history goes and why we would even go somewhere and fight something without having a real, genuine, like protect the land kind of response. These are wars are never fought like from what the ideals that we think they're being fought for. The narrative is taught to us and told to us and pumped into our minds, and we grab our guns and go try to fight something. And it's like there's never really people that were actually in that particular campaign have vouched for like, hey man, our group have never seen the thing that they said was there. We never experienced the thing that we were supposed to be going to go find. And so it's crazy, right? Because these were the ones that
And I add something.
go ahead,
Sorry,
Tasha.
because for example, let's write a book about human history in the last 30 years. And then we will find ourselves like, okay, I will write the truth now. And what truth you will write about every country in every world in last 30 years? You will not find, you cannot write that book. And we have technology, we have everything. We have, you will not find the history in last 30 years. And not in last 200, not in last 500.
Yeah, hey Sasha, I'll take a look at what's happening right now with the current events with Ukraine and Russia. Like
Yeah.
even if you take that narrative, just the narrative alone, what we see on our televisions when we turn on the news, and the information that's getting put into our minds, there's a lot of biased information that we're taking in to support a narrative. So you got a lot of people that are just supporting something, only hearing half of the story. We don't know the entire. There are things that are happening, and I'm just going based upon what I've seen on TV, right? What I seen on TV, there was opposing views as to what's going on in Ukraine. That they got biochemical factories and whatnot, according to the people they say are the Russians, were saying misinformation. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I'm looking at the stuff. It's on YouTube, it's on the TV, so you can look at what they're saying too. But they're saying that they got biochemical factories. They're creating chemical weapons and such. And of course, the narrative on this side is like, no, these people are crazy. We don't. There is nothing like that, And they talked to the military leaders of the. I know that one guy that was standing for the U.S. He was denying all that. No, of course not. But there was this other lady, and I don't know if it was she was speaking for like the UN or something, and they were cross examining her or something like on the court, and they were saying, "Hey, we know that these factories do exist. Now you're going to deny that their existence is even there." And she was like, "We're not denying that these chemical factories don't exist. They're just not being used for the sake of making these weapons or whatever." So she did agree at some level that it does exist. And so I'm like, man, this is crazy, right? My head out, because this is all in the news, mind you. I'm not even taking what I know I'm just looking at what people are saying. So she did confirm that yes, these factories exist, but they're not used for making these weapons that they're talking about. So it's boggling in my mind. It's like, well, then why would the opposing faction, Russia, that was going to, wars and that, they're ones that are trying to expose this kind of to the world, and why now? Like I'm looking at all sides but I'm just saying, like, we hear a narrative. So Conrad, I guess I'm going more to your point. It's like we hear a narrative, we take it in, and then we make our conclusions based upon just the information, because why would they lie? Right? That's what's in our mind sometimes. Why would I'm looking at the mainstream media and whatever channel, it doesn't matter if it's CNN or Fox or what, it don't matter. You take in the narrative and you're like, okay, that's what's happening on that side of the world because I live over here. So I'm just gonna have to take their word for it, and then that gives us an opinion of the worldview, and then we either support or we don't support, based upon that information. So, do we know what's really going on? Is my question. Like, who's there? Who's living in those regions? What if they're saying that the people that live
No,
there
Mickey,
are like, that's not what's
you don't
happening?
know.
You guys don't even
You don't.
yeah.
Sorry.
You hear what I'm
You
saying?
don't really know. You don't know what is happening. You know only what that mainstream really wants to show you, and that's it. Nothing else. All other things, it's not a war for the. Let's say in this case for the war. Uh, for example, take one town in Ukraine now, Mariupol. I even don't know. Mariupol. That means everything is happening in Donbass, Mariupol, and three towns. But villages behind, how to say, one place, whatever, one village with 10,000 or 5,000 people. There is like 20 people dead now. Today, I'm sure nobody will say nothing about that.
Yeah, but why? Like, so Sasha, I mean, you're close to that region, not really close, but you're
Not I'm speaking from personal experience. I was in a war,
yeah, I know,
and
but
like a civil, not like a military, like a civil. I was like a civil in a war, and I can tell you how many you don't know what is true, man. You know the truth when you see with your eyes. You cannot know what is the truth.
so you're saying even while you were there, you don't even know the
Yeah,
truth, like.
no, you don't know the truth.
Well, the truth is made by the machine gun.
You know the truth, of course, if you know that your
Yeah.
neighbor is dead because you saw you know that he's dead or whatever, or some news that you can really. But it was news like I come back home. I was 19, and the main news was like because of that every was like in my town was destroyed like 90%. It like 20 kids was that killed by one side. Doesn't matter now. Okay, good. Now I come back home and I heard that news on the TV. That's fucking my town. I need to know. I asked so many people, does anyone knows the parents of that kids? Because this is small town. I know almost everyone in this town, and nobody knows the parents of that kids died, That
Wow.
mean that, that there is no kids, that was the news on it.
So it's a narrative that's being told to people to either it gets people worked up and they want to choose a side because that's a horrible thing.
You know what I found out yesterday too at the museum? There's a whole museum on orphan trains like 30 minutes away. I want to know what they're saying.
Oh yeah, look into that, man, because that I've heard about that too. Like I said,
Everybody's talking about it right now. We're all trying to figure something like what happened with those.
Well, the
It's
thing
weird.
that Conrad, the thing that I know for certain is that this world has a dominance of Roman rule. That's what because you can see the hallmarks of it. There's certain things that we are still doing today in our society that has the remnants of it. So that's why I know. Like we adhere to the Roman calendar, we adhere to the laws and the governance of it. Like it all has the undertone of having come from that, its origins. So we are still subjects, right? In that same empire. Do you know that? Like, cause that would probably it's crazy, man. Like the whole going back down that far back, then you'll find out like this empire was taking over. It's still taking over, and it's the strongest right now on the earth.
So do you think that what's your theory then, or what do you speculate on the orphan trains, or do you not like to do that?
No, I mean I've these there was people that were taken as children to certain locations, and they were implanted in certain regions and used as whatever vehicle they were going to be used for, because they weren't the parents that were raising them. It's almost like they had a duty, right? So it's you got to look into it, dude. It's crazy. Like, but they started from an origin
So,
like and they took
so
them all over the
it
country.
looks like that's what happened here. Like it was there was a rail system, before the highways were like really nice and
Yep.
easy to travel on. And it seems like that's what happened here. Our history says that like basically our whole town was immigrants.
Right.
Like, and it has been. Like,
And
where did all the American like
yep.
colonizers come from? Where there's none in our history of this area,
Hey,
except for the guy that supposedly found the place. He was from the south.
you know what's strange?
And there's like KKK ties and a lot of weird other stuff. Like so much
Yeah,
weird stuff that happened here.
and man, I gotta say, like it's always been the Roman rule. It's always been here. It's just revamped and repasted over.
Yeah,
You know,
they rebranded themselves.
it's rebranding, man. So it
Yeah,
doesn't.
because I noticed the like columns and just like the amount of like the way that they word stuff, how they like go about like doing like the court system and stuff. Police officers, they're just like just as bad as, well, they're probably not as bad, but they act in the same way that I would imagine a Roman Empire soldier would have. Just harass us and, extort us. They think that we work for them. It's,
Yeah.
you
So
know,
the
that's not
clan
how it's supposed to be.
the clan were the henchmen of the foot soldiers. So you had the Mason group or whatever, but the clan were foot soldiers. They were henchmen. They were like the ones who would go out and terrorize and whatever. So you had
Like they burn buildings down and
yeah, you had the law and then you had the outlaw. So they were considered like outlaw. They would do the things that the court supposedly, because the court, okay, so you had law and order, right? So law and order would give people what we consider now today in this day and age as justice, whether it be good or
Order
bad.
of chaos.
Yeah. So if the thing didn't go right in the court system, and it swung the other way for the person who was let's say the victim, it didn't matter because the henchmen would correct the mistake. They would go around and burn things down, and this was oppression in a different, but they were outlaws nonetheless. They still are today. The mentality of being an outlaw has never changed. So different factions have
Man.
different fac- different factions have their own outlaws. So different groups, societies, and cultures, like they have their outlaws, right? You have the justice side of that faction, and then you have the outlaws. So the outlaws will take care of the things that the ones who are abiding by the law don't. So in this case, like let's say a person of color
I have
or
an
what.
example. I have an example that like it happened here. Like I'm pretty sure, but you're just helping me like put more of these pieces together by saying this.
Yeah, yeah. I'm because of the fact, Conrad. Like, so our views on the world as it stands today have been muddled by like the understanding of this hierarchy and why the dominance is so strong. We don't understand like why do these people hate so much? They hate so freaking much. You don't have to hate somebody because of their skin tone. But it wasn't that, man. It's never been. It's always been about the adherence to the hierarchy. So the ones who were compliant, the ones who gave themselves away to the empire, were those were the ones that were grafted in as like, okay, we're gonna take you guys in as and bring your old boys in here, and you guys will be the henchmen. When things don't go right, we know we'll give you that little wink or the handshake, and you know what to do. So even if the judge had to rule in a favor of the victim that was a part of the whatever crime, the henchmen, the outlaws, would correct the mistake and destroy any remnant of that. So it was almost like you lived in fear at one point. But then, man, look, it's crazy because within that, the reason why it's been kind of like dying out, or it's changing. I should say it's changing. It's not dying out. It's still there. Everything is still in place. But the thing is that now you don't see a lot of the outlaw system taking place because they have a different method. And the method,
They got so much control right now.
yeah, so the method is different. So it used to be you would have to go and take care of things yourself. You'd have to go and burn things down. You'd have to shoot people. There's still a lot of that, but here's what they're doing now. The narrative has now been so strong as a delusion. So all you got to do is this. Now, if I wanted to make a people that I despise kill themselves, because I didn't have to get my hands dirty if I can make them hurt themselves. What would I do to that community? It's easy. Make it impoverished. Hunger will make people do crazy things. Or not only make them impoverished, but I will insert substances into that community that will then integrate that it will change the perspective of the person to become not who they are. So if I put, and for lack of a better word, if I put a gun and a liquor store in that community and continue to multiply that, then the people will effectively start killing and stealing from each other, and I don't have to do anything to that community because they're not that they'll do it to themselves. They're with enough alcohol, with enough substance abuse, and with enough guns that they would have, they will effectively kill themselves off. So the control shifted from like me having to go and burn their house down to them burning their own houses down. They're taking from their own neighbor. They're shooting themselves. Like, it's become to where that's how control is asserted now. So you don't
So
need to
you're saying that.
anymore.
So you're saying that like okay, these people are causing this destabilization
Yes.
or destabilization in order to get rid of the people that they don't like, or just
Yeah.
to
Here's
cause.
Yeah, so the hierarchy was always that this particular group, right, this sect, was chosen as a favorite because their group was like the ones who would adhere to the empire standards. So the empire would always be of like the Roman rule. They associated themselves with this group. This group, would pledge their allegiance or whatever you want to call it. One flag and all that stuff. You putting your hand over your heart. So they did that, and so once they did that, it was like a sworn duty to the empire that they were going to be, faithful. So these guys have always been the ones in this in the and now it's not about color anymore. It used to be about skin tone, but it wasn't skin tone anymore. It grew past that. The empire has expanded to like anyone who was willing to be a part of this system. And so now you got people of all color, you know what I mean, becoming a part of the system that would give themselves away. And this works on every level. I don't know if you think about it.
Right? We're born into this.
Yes. Families of higher stature, they have much land. They're the lords of the land, sort of thing. They have like generational wealth. They pass all. It's crazy, man. When you actually look at it and you think about it, it's like, man, we have been taken over and we've been fed a narrative, and we're like worker bees. We're just worker bees, man. Every day, the average Joe would try to crawl out of this like hole that they're in, and we get pushed down because you need to know somebody in order for you to get that. Okay, yeah, I'll bring you into the club kind of thing. But if you're not taken in that way, you'll always be just Joe Nobody. Like this idea of you can become anything you want is a fabricated lie. It's only if you know people that will bring you into that social group. But I digress. I want to get back to the part where we're talking about like history, right? So, and the reason why I look at it, because it's self-evident. I don't have to like, you can just look at how things are now. Look at your community, like whatever community you live in. Is there a poor part of the town that where they say, oh, don't stay away from this part of the town, because it's, you know,
There's a lot.
There's
a lot here. There's a lot here, and this is where it gets weird because this place should have blown up a long time ago because it's on an intersection of two major interstates.
Yep.
And there's no other big cities for like 100 miles. There should be a bigger city here. There should be, but there's a bunch of events that have happened throughout the years, and it all ties back to masonry. And
why do you think
it's
there's
like
such
for some reason they wanted to cripple this town. They didn't want it to get as big as it should have.
And how do you cripple?
I have a theory that it's going to blow up still. It's still going to blow up because they're putting all this income-based housing in, and like the population is going to boom. They're adding factories, they're adding businesses. It's weird.
Yeah, but see, that's almost like a recipe for disaster, man. Because if you have,
I know.
It's what you're doing effectively is you're getting what you want, and you're giving it's like you're what are the word?
I think this is like ground zero for New World Order. Or one of the major locations. Honestly, like I think I'm gonna make this into a documentary about just
but
like I don't know.
Yeah, here's the thing that you have to do though. Follow the breadcrumbs, right?
That's
the breadcrumbs always lead you back to where follow the money. The money always leads you back to the origin of where.
Yeah, there's a whole trail. Okay, so this factory got built down. It's tied to masonry, 33rd degree. There's 33 all over this motherfucker, right? So this thing burned down, and then they changed the name of where the factory was at to the Blazing Star Landing. And the Blazing Star connects to Freemasonry. That's Lucifer, the light, whatever. And then they have the Blazing Star Trail, and you can follow this trail, literally follow the fucking breadcrumbs, and it goes to the state park where the artifacts were found. And on the trail there's a sign. On the Blazing Star Trail there's a sign that says the password is Esker. and there's a trail that leads off of the Blazing Star Trail, and it's miles and miles away, and it's like away from the park, and it's called the Esker Trail, and I need to go there. I didn't get time yesterday, but I have to.
I just want to clarify, it is illegal to follow the money for a civilian.
Yeah.
I'm not
No.
following money. I'm just following a trail. I'm just
Yeah. No. What
following
I'm
a
saying,
trail.
I would say too. Also, this
Also,
path.
yeah, investigative work, detective work is
Yeah.
illegal for civilians.
Yeah.
How
So.
is this investigative?
No, but here's the thing though, Conrad. Like, I would, the only thing that I would say to all of this is a word of caution, because, and I know that you've already been hearing that all in your investigation, kind of looking into things, with your research, I should say. If you do happen to see something that you know what I mean, like don't go down a path, whatever path you're looking at, and it leads to something that you know that exposes. I would just be very careful of that, because things like that are picked up nowadays. There's algorithms listening to every conversation we have on the interwebs, so whatever we're saying is actually being printed out in text form, and then there's certain algorithms that are picking up certain key phrases, words, and are the technology out there right now to for them to be more hands on as to, like, if something's being started up or someone's looking into something, or they'll know. And so just
I
be
mean, all I'm doing is speculating, and I'm just going off of
yeah.
like the reason I'm making these connections is through numerology, so that could just be written off as coincidence, right? But
That's
I'm not
fine.
a coincidence theorist, so
I'm and the reason I'm saying is just for the fact of, like, there's certain things that you can actually look into, and all of a sudden, you're down a path. It's like you feel like you're uncovering some things, and you're gonna be like the whistleblower or something. And yeah, just
can't be a whistleblower. The thing is, no one's gonna look at this the same way as I do. I mean, there's a few people, but like, when I talk to people about it in the area and kind of tell them a little bit about it, I don't like say exactly what I'm doing, but like they're just like, oh yeah, that's weird, that's interesting. Oh, I never thought about that, or so it's like it's not like I'm like all I'm doing at this point is speculating. I'm not saying this happened. I'm just like I mean,
the
I
thing
kind of
I
just did a second ago. A second ago, I kind of just did, but like I'm. It's really all just speculation at the end of the day because I can't prove anything.
Yeah, the thing
I
that I
wasn't
talk
around.
about, Conrad, the reason why I speak on the issues that I do is because the hallmarks of the evidence of the things that are left behind. So when I say something, it's because something is already backed up, knowing the history that they say that this originated from. So when I talk about Roman rule and how it's been a part of, like, our law, here in the United States, like, you can go to any building and it has, and look at our money, the money that's printed, it has, Roman words in there. So there's a lot of it. The hallmarks of it are there. That's self-evident. You don't have to wonder about it. It's in our money. So it's in our yeah, courthouses and Capitol buildings and such. So we can see that, obviously, self-evident. So the
Right.
thing that's what I'm pointing out. It's like when you can see all around you the thing, and when I say things like, what the Klan was doing, that's what they were doing. They were burning things down. They were, hanging people. But that stuff and how it correlates to, like, why they were fueled. What was ultimately there was a motive behind all the things, because you can't just see like a random act of, like, violence. These guys were organized. They were, and just like any other faction, there was factions that are organized and they move with a specific motive. There's a thing that generates that fuels their missions, their campaigns. So I'm looking at it like, man, why would they even attempt to do things in this society, knowing that we're governed by this law? Well, they either have to be working with the law in a kind of a roundabout way that they're not afraid of it, or they're completely crazy, that they're just bucking the system. So I can't see that they're bucking the system because they wouldn't exist at this point. Stuff like that, stuff that goes against the empire gets taken out. Factions. I mean. So anyway, I'm just talking about self-evident stuff, and
Right.
yeah, history of our Earth. We can get back to flat Earth again. Once again, I don't want to veer too far, but yeah, it was a good conversation, Conrad.
Yeah, for sure, man. I just like thanks for the different perspective, because like my family they're kind of like they're kind of like, well, yeah, that's interesting. Like someone want me to keep going, keep on doing it, but and there's things that I have came across where I'm like, should I really be doing this? And but like for me, I can't stop. So curiosity killed the cat, and yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Back, like you said, back to flat Earth.
Yeah, I speak on truths that are self-evident, which the flat Earth has always been. But there's people that
Hey,
challenge.
I'm gonna do an observation here in my on the lake here, about 3 miles across. Use a P900.
Mhm.
Just add to the
Right.
evidence that we already have.
Because people are going to ask you, how do you know? What have you done?
Right. That's exactly why I want to do it. I'll be like, I proved it myself. What do you mean?
For me, it's as simple as water. Water is
Right.
truth that it's hydrostatics. It's everything that has to do with like the Earth revealing itself to us as how we can perceive it and we can work with it practically. And it doesn't have to be a mystery because we can examine it. Right? So when it
Yeah.
comes to like, well, okay, we have a curved Earth. I'm seeing boats go over the curvature, and when they talking nonsense, then you can say, "Hey, was it evident that the boat went over a curvature? And if that's true? How did you know it's going over the curve? Because when I see something going over a curve, there's a physical obstruction stopping me from seeing that thing going over. And if that's what's taking place, how do you know there's a physical obstruction? You're gonna have to provide evidence for that physical obstruction. It can't just be something you said, or I can't zoom in and then bring the thing that I'm looking at and then I can see it again. Like you can't do that with the physical obstruction. If it's disappearing over a curve, it would completely be gone. I don't care what magnification I used. If a person is walking over a hill and they get to the top of the hill, down to the other side, and I'm seeing go down the other side, I can't zoom in on that hill and then see the person again, because then at that point it's not a
Yeah.
physical obstruction.
Yeah, and I've seen the ocean, man. Like it's flat. You can just look at it and you can see it. You know, like it was mind blowing to me, because I have only seen the ocean like years ago. I was way younger, before flat Earth, and yeah, I realized when I realized it was flat, I could just like picture it perfectly, because I just remember how flat it was. It just, you can look left to right, both directions, flat either way. You can't argue that. Yeah, you're right. Water is really good. It is really
Yeah.
good.
And so when I came into knowing the understanding that the Earth is not what they were telling me it is, water was what brought me into the core understanding that the Earth is flat. So water, when large bodies of water that are undisturbed will remain flat and level. And so the difficult part about people that can't get past that is trying to reconcile information as to how water can conform to the exterior of a sphere, and you're trying to show them that this is the natural world and how it is revealed to us. With that revelation, you can't say other things. It has to be what it is. So
Right.
if you're right, like if I'm telling you that water's doing something that you don't appear to physically uh examine it as, then how is what I'm saying true to you? Because you're gonna tell me, well, dude, if you're telling me there's some curvature here, come on, let's demonstrate this. You're gonna have to show me that I don't. I can examine the water. It's pretty flat, man. When I'm putting a level across it, if I throw a laser across the water, it hits its target at the other end. You're telling me that water somehow curves in between that laser, like hitting its target. You're gonna have to bring some really good evidence as that's the fact. Because if that's the case, then there's gonna be a hump of water in between the point of origin and the target. So that here's why I say water has always been it's always been the gold standard for me to provide evidence. If somebody said prove it, you say the Earth is flat, prove it. You know that. Okay, well let's talk about water. When they become in denial of that, then there's a claim that they're holding on to that they're going to have to provide evidence for. Well, water's curving. All right, then sounds great. Provide evidence. Now, when we get to that point where you're showing me in a demonstration how you figured it out, then you got to tell me so I can do it, or where can I find the information that somebody said that this is how you do it? So that's Conrad. When you talk to people about that, like it's so easy. But the point that they scattergun you is they don't want to do that.
I
Once
want
they
to look at the sky, man. That's
Yeah.
that's what
Well, or
happens a lot.
or
Well,
or
the
look at
moon is round, the sun is round, the
right.
whole Earth is round.
But here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
Why does the mind have to escape the reality of the information given to them? Like it doesn't. You can always. That to you should be like a red flag. You should be like, wait a minute, stop. We're talking about what you can examine, and when you can test that water is curving, then you're gonna convince me that it could have a possibility. It could be a curved Earth, right?
Yep.
Uh,
Okay.
but that makes sense that way. But if they can tell you, nah, man, you can't measure a distance of like 3 miles, like because that's what you're gonna do. You can't measure a distance of 3 miles and then find any curvature. It'd be so negligible. It'd be like the decimal would be like 0.00000000001% that it would be even curved. So you couldn't even like they'll throw the stupid
Yeah,
stuff like
I
that.
know. I know, but it's like this lake is so perfect. It's got it so many times in the year we'll have like cool mornings and there'll be no fog on it. Like somebody told me it's got to be the same temperature as the water is in the lake, otherwise people will say it's refraction and stuff like that. So, but like I'm like this place, the area, there's days like that a lot. That happens a lot. Like
It'll be perfect. All you need to do is like get something that is like 1 mile away, and then put the camera 1 foot off the ground and look at the horizon, see where it's at.
yeah. Well, no, I mean, there's actually a bridge. There's actually a bridge, and I can go put like a marker over by it that's like halfway across, so that'd be like a mile and a half.
Hmm.
And I mean,
Yeah,
you can
that's
see
good.
beyond the bridge, so it's such a good location. I feel like it'd make a nice observation, just like like
Elijah,
a solid one.
what was the guy's name that did the Lake Pontchartrain images? Soundly, right?
Soundly, yeah.
Was his name was just Soundly, or was there something else? Soundly something, or it was just
That's
Soundly?
it.
Yeah, the Lake
Yeah.
Pontchartrain images would declare that within a span of about 12 miles, because that's how the length of from where he had, I think it was his drone. I'm not even going to tell you what he was. Yeah, maybe it was a P900 or something he was using on that day. He had those what is it, telephone electrical poles or whatever that were going across the water. So from the point where you saw them actually start to look like they had a little curve on it, that was due to the fact that when you saw the way the image was distorted towards the very end. But when you started seeing that happen from the place where he was standing to that point right there, where that the image looked kind of distorted, was about 12 to 15 miles, I would say, from his where he was standing on the bridge to that point. So that would mean, by logical extension, that it only takes 15 miles to see the curve by that image. So just that image standing on its own 2 feet, right? You would have to deduce that you could do it yourself within that amount of distance. So you could take that image and say, okay, you said you found curvature. Let's test out how long was it for when you saw look at the photo on the Pontchartrain, and it's about 15 miles or whatever. Take that distance, go somewhere on the body of water, wherever you are, and measure that distance. From 15 miles, there should be some enormous curvature, because the Earth would be conforming to to that spherical shape. So you should be able to get some curvature any point on the Earth within 15 miles, right? Because this image. So here's the thing that it's damning to his image. When you actually start to challenge it, be like, okay, let's just say for exact that you did something and you saw the curvature, and now apparently from where you took the image to where the image looks distorted and looks like there's some curve there, let's test it out. Let's find out, because we're gonna find out if 15 miles is the gold standard, so we can go out and test, the curvature. And when you go out and do that, take the instruments, and he can't deny the fact that you're going to test that particular amount of distance, right? Because that's what the image is showing. So, as per his image, you can actually test out, that distance and see if the laser doesn't hit the target. I don't. You know what I'm saying, Conrad?
So you're saying use 15 miles? I don't have a lake that big, or within 15 miles.
Well, yeah, but like his image would show, and I would submit to you that the laser test that was done, I think on one of these groups have done it. I think FE Core or some. They did it over a stretch of 25 miles, I would say. So
I see what you're saying. So they're saying that this proves the Earth is curved. I'm looking
curving.
it up right now.
Like Pontchartrain.
So wait, how does this prove there's curve?
Huh?
This doesn't prove that there's curve though.
No. Like, hear what I'm saying. Like, Soundly with his image said that because he took over the lake, because people were talking about Lake Pontchartrain and those telephone poles or the electrical poles that were going across the water, at some point looked distorted, like it's curved, like the poles look like they're curving.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
looking at pictures of it right now.
Right. So now, if that is the case, that the Earth is curving, find out how far from that pole where the image looks like the image is curving, right? You take
Yep.
that distance where you can see that distortion to where he's standing, right? It's a measured distance. It has to be. It's a measured distance. So you take that distance, go across the body of water where you are at, and test and verify to see if that's not the same way.
Oh, okay.
Because we're talking 15, 12. It just varies, weather conditions. But we're going to talk about that's the distance that the curvature is pronounceable. You can pronounce it at 15 miles for sure, because this image showed you. This is what he was trying to show people. Hey, look, guys, I took a photograph. I'm submitting it to you guys because the flat earthers are saying that there's no curvature. I'm showing you there's curvature, right? That's what he's saying. So now it's our turn. We're going to cross-examine that information, take it upon ourselves to go do some tests and see if we can't get some curvature out of 15 miles. So let's go do that, right? So that has been done. Laser test has been done. Point of origin from over 25 miles hit its target. So what does that mean to Soundly's image? What does that mean to his image?
Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying now. So yeah, and I see some of the like I'm just looking at pictures, not like any videos, but I see like some of the arguments on the pictures and stuff, and but like we've seen that whenever we have a observation that says like we're calling observation proof that the Earth is flat, right? And then the globe earthers say, "Oh, refraction." So why don't we just be like, "Oh, that's just refraction"? You know what I'm saying? Like that's just refraction causing it to look like that,
It goes,
right?
well, yeah, no, but see, here's the thing: you need two substances or two media for refraction to be the cause.
I'm just trying to figure out what. So
Right.
what is
So,
the cause of this happening then?
right, I know, but here's what I'm submitting to you about, because refraction is like a high on their burners. They'll say refraction as a way to means to escape the with the understanding of the definition of what it is and how it's declared. It has nothing to do with what they're trying to say. So they're trying to say, because they're looking at something in the far distance in one media, that you're going to be able to see refraction take place. But that's not what the definition says. And even the guy named Leaky Soyuz came in here the other day. He posted the exact definition for what he was arguing for, but nobody. When he did that, he contradicted himself, because he was only talking about looking at something in the far distance through the air, when refraction is not. This is the thing that people don't stick to this. Please, Conrad, whenever you tell somebody about refraction, ask them, how many media do you need for refraction to take place? Just ask them that. How many substances do you need? You need two. You need two. Otherwise, refraction doesn't occur. So they want to go and yell refraction, and they're not even speaking of the how it takes place. It's not going to happen over the one substance of the air that you're looking through in the far distance. It doesn't happen that way. Whoever's telling you this information is actually going against what's been stated. So think about it:
Yes.
a straw,
Yeah.
You got a straw, and you got a glass of water, right? You put the straw in the clear glass of water, and what's going to happen when you look at that straw? It looks like it bends. So there's a bending effect happens because you're putting it through two media. You're seeing it through the air and through the water. So it bends the light, and then you now see the straw look like it's bending. But you need two media. You can't use just one and then declare that's how refraction works. So
Yeah,
okay,
refraction is requires two mediums, but refraction index relates to the medium transparency.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure. Yeah, I see that this is the used term, refraction index, for transparency.
Right.
But I think it's about the diffraction of light
Right. So
when
okay.
it's propagating through a medium, which is
Right.
not
So
a perfect transparent. Yeah.
right, but and they'll try to use different terms or whatever. But
Mm.
what I'm telling you, Conrad, is make sure, like, because that they want to escape to that all the time. And
Yeah.
thing you got to adhere to in this conversation is, if somebody's giving you something as evidence, right? Like Soundly would say, this is the evidence that the Earth is curving, and I'm submitting it to the flat earthers for your guys' review, so you can see that you were wrong, right? Well, we take that and say, okay, if that's what you're using as perhaps like a ruler to see if this isn't the case, we're going to use that ruler and attempt to do a test ourselves on any body of water, because it doesn't matter where we use this. It's going to adhere to the standard of the metrics of the globe, which means that that thing that you just showed us in the image of the Lake Pontchartrain is going to adhere to the metrics, and so is the thing that we do, because it's the truth. It doesn't matter where we go, the Earth will be curving in any miles away, whether it be 15, 20. It's gonna stay that way. So his observation image, or he took an image that's going to have to adhere to the metrics. Wouldn't you say, Conrad? I mean, it would have to, right? Because the Earth's a ball of a certain size. So
Right.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what people show you, and it looks like damning evidence against the flat Earth. Oh man, he's got something here. Well, hold on a second. Before we jump on the bandwagon, we're gonna have to examine it, and if it has any merit, then of course we can move forward and talk about other things. But if what he's doing has to deal with another phenomena, however, that could make the image look that way, then he's wrong. It's not the curvature of the Earth. So and we're always careful to look at things and make sure that you can present whatever you want, and that's what flat earth is always like. We're open, let's hear it. You got something, bring it to the table, demonstrate to us, show us, like make sure that your points are valid, and you're not just talking about something that you have a confirmation bias from. You know what I mean? Like it has to stand on its own two feet as being something that can be verified, and I can go out into the world and I can test this for myself, because I can guarantee you one thing.
And
You go
go
ahead.
ahead,
Go.
sorry. I wanted to say that not only this, the light show us that it's flat. We also have physical instruments which uh, work with lasers and piezoelectric measuring instruments.
I know the military
And
has
we are
stuff that only
capable. We
works
are
on a flat plane. They have
we are
laser
capable.
weapons and stuff.
Wait, no, those are toys. We are capable to measure um, like in picometers. One atom of gold is 144.1 picometers. Will this grade of precision measurement over a flat body of water that will show you with this precision grade of measurement, it shows you that the water is flat, straight. Would you accept it? I mean, we have linear encoders, very cheap ones, affordable to almost everybody who wants to make a giant 3D printer. With 65 nanometers tolerance over a 200 meters distance. So your tolerance margin of error is plus minus 32.5 nanometers.
Damn.
One nanometer is 1 million of a
Yeah,
millimeter.
yep,
And
micro. There's a micro and a nano, right? It was micro and nano.
one picometer is 1 trillionth of a millimeter.
Picometer.
Yeah. So this is the precision grade we achieved technologically today. Yeah, we have these devices. We use them in all sorts of manufacturing machines and stuff with such precision grades, and they all work on using very flat surfaces. Like that's how precise we can measure. We can see inside on a metal surface if an atom is a little bit out of place, you know. So you want to remove that if it's high, standing up higher, you know. And we have physical cutters, diamond cutters, which can actually remove that single atom from that surface. So you will have a flat surface. So today, to believe in the globe Earth is lunacy. It means to be a fanatic, blind, ignorant person in denial of all reality.
I don't like to
That's
talk
what
to
it
globe
means.
earthers like that though, but I
Yeah.
know like when people talk about space, I'm just like it just like it does really like get to me. I'm just like I can't believe that people are
Hmm?
just like so invested or they just think it's so cool or whatever. It's like
No, well, that Star Trek and Star Wars space makes no sense to me personally. For me, quantum mechanics can easily explain how all the celestial bodies are sitting in place there up in the sky. They are quantum locked. That's my best explanation. They are quantum locked in a magnetic field, a giant magnetic field. Which man is that insane to deny the world's magnetic field? Like, we
yeah, that
use
one
compasses for hundreds of years by now.
yeah, dude,
We use
I'm
the compass and we see there is a north. Yeah, a
I'm
center
trying
of
to
the
learn about
world.
all this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like I'm starting college classes and I want to actually learn
Mhm.
about like electromagnetics and like electricity. Like I started just going
Yeah.
to be an electrician, but like I'm doing so good, like I
Mhm.
might as well try to do something more challenging because
Well,
I know I'm smart. I just need to like teach myself how to do things and then like learn about stuff. Like
I would advise you, when you get to Maxwell equations, they seem to work with in for these people who actually do electrical installations and stuff like this. They seem to make sense, but I'm telling you, they are just like Einstein's theory of
they're
relativity.
distractions.
Yeah.
That's what it
you
seems
know
like because I'm learning Ohm's law right now, and
yeah.
it's like it just seems like they just kind of know that there's like differences and that they correlate with each
Mhm.
other with numbers, and then
Yeah.
they're just like equations to do conversions and stuff. But like they don't really like understand how it actually works because I've been trying to like look at documentaries on electricity, and it's just like
Yeah,
does it
because
really happen the way they say it's happening, or does
they
like
try they start making these equations and formulas from like from two or three or four models they use, uh, and if an equation actually shows that a certain model doesn't align with that model, it debunks it or demolishes, or it shows that model is not good, then they don't accept that equation, study, anything, research into that, in that field, they will move away from it. And yeah, I saw how, for example, Ampere and um, this guy, the Gauss, with the Gaussian planes, um, where you have a negative and positive plane, Gaussian plane, like in a capacitor. And
yep.
according to those planes, you can actually uh, tell the velocity of a particle, the direction it's moving to, according to its charge and everything, between those planes
Kind of
in the
curious.
electric field.
Are you like self-taught? Did you just like learn about all this stuff yourself, or did you go
Yeah,
to like a
alone,
school?
not in school. Yeah,
You just learned it all yourself? Jeez.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm trying to like I don't have time. Like I feel like I'm so like consumed with like just like life stuff that I don't have time to like learn
yeah.
about these things. I really really want to, but it's just I don't know.
Yeah, I suggest you search, for example, how Maxwell corrected Ampere's laws, equations.
Okay.
And you'll find on Google literature about this, and you will see that Maxwell had no experiment, nothing, just like Einstein. You know, he just came up with this fancy way of calculus. It looks like, yeah, that's how it is, you know, when we have electricity flowing through our wires. But what he's saying, Maxwell, he's actually saying that there is a positive charge coming from the sky, from the vacuum of sky. So whenever you have a vacuum chamber, you can pull a positive charge out of that. You know, and that's crazy. Lunacy. Because the ground is matter and it's the negative plane, you know. And they say the sky is actually nothing, you know. There is no matter, but
So
yeah,
there was this,
it's
you know what
positive.
there was this thing called the light tower, or yeah, the light tower, or no, it was a tower, and it said light power on it, and it was just like the tallest building in town, and it was used to generate electricity, and it was built in 1920. And they tore it down. They tore it down, and they don't like. And I asked the museum curator, I was like, what's up with that, you know? And she's like, oh, that's how they used to generate power for the city. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what? How did it generate power? And she's like, I'm not really sure. They had some weird way of doing it, but I'm like, so they stopped doing that. I'm like, why? And she's like, I don't know actually, you know, like, and apparently some company came in and built it, and then just, you know, it worked, and then they, I don't know, tore it down eventually. It was made out of brick, and it was a circle, and it was a hollow, like a tall hollow
Inside,
tube.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I have a building in the mountains in Romania, and the communist dictator was building a power plant on the top of a mountain. Nobody understood how and why, and everybody was saying, this is craziness, the most crazy project in Romania, because they were thinking like, you have to pull water from 1 kilometer down, yeah, downhill from the mountain. You have to pull it all the way up to the top of the mountain, and also the coal mine, stuff like this, it was at the bottom of the mountain, you know, and you had to carry also the coal on top of the mountain, and now you were supposed to generate electricity. But this power plant had two giant towers made of concrete and steel, reinforced concrete, and a Greek guy, you know, people cut steel in that area for almost 3 decades after the communists fell. Everybody was cutting that power plant and selling to scrap metal, you know. But a Greek guy bought that mountain, and also this power plant, what it was left of it, you know. He was also doing the same thing, like cutting and selling everything to scrap metal, you know. And at the end, couple of years ago, 2011, 12, something like that. He detonated, he demolished the towers. And I was there, and my father also. And we saw that those towers had very weird properties. At the bottom, they had like a door, and when you open that door, you would feel air being sucked through that door, like it was making an air current so powerful that it would suck you in, inside inside that furnace. And my father told him, look, here you only need to install a couple of wind turbines inside, yeah, and you'll have constant electricity for free, you know. But he didn't, and he decided to demolish them. Yeah. So just the very construction in itself, was creating a air pressure differential because they were very tall, um, a few tens of meters high. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna. I feel like with like the I don't know, maybe I'm just crazy or have some like I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I feel like if I with the knowledge that I have, the understanding of the way the world works, or
Yeah.
that of the understanding of where we are will help me in the fact of like learning about these things, like going to
Yeah.
school and like so I'll have like a better understanding in a sense over other people, and
Yeah.
it's good that I can get like you know your perspective on energy and like how it works because I never really thought about the sky being a because I know the ground is negative, but like I never thought about the sky being a positive, you know.
Yeah.
So that's very very interesting to me, and I feel like I'll be able to figure out something pertaining to free energy or like a different way of generating it. I know it has to do with frequency. Like there was a lot of like of stuff in the history of just like frequencies, like certain
Yeah.
tones and things that they used for different things, and like yeah, just a lot of stuff, just a lot of stuff out there, and you don't learn about any of that stuff in school.
Yeah.
But I feel like having an understanding of like radio frequencies and just like how our technology works will help me better understand like the ancient like technologies that were used. I don't know. I'm probably not the first person that thought that too, and never got anywhere with it. So
Well, there's still a lot to explore for us, but they don't want you because they reached the technological apogee and scientific apogee, and yeah, they do know these things better than we do. We just find uh, clues about these things here and there, and they, you see, they immediately demolish all of our belief systems, that we had inside us because we went through the educational system, indoctrination. And yeah, we are very lucky to escape from that, you know. I'm not into unexplicable things, metaphysical, magic forces, and stuff like this. I can look at science, and yeah, when I see that there are assumptions and theories, you know, when I see these words, then I'm like, hey, this means I need to investigate a little bit further here, because this guy thinks he cracked the supreme knowledge, the inner workings of this world's mechanisms, you know. Yeah, most of the scam tricks and magic tricks, they include a lot of science also and illusions. The more you research into this about the world, the more you realize that um, you get a bitter taste, that it's corrupted and governed by lying clowns, and everybody is worshipping these clowns as the gods of this world. Elon Musk, Neil Armstrong, Einstein, Newton, they have many gods. I remember when I was like 12 years old, 14 years old in the 90s, I came across books where they were saying how mankind is preserving uh, the brain of our supreme genius, Einstein, so that one day in the future we can make an interface, a computer interface, and bring Einstein back to life. His mind at least. What a bullshit story. Once you're dead, nobody brings you back except God. And that's not gonna be for, it's gonna, the purpose of bringing you back is for the judgment day. To be judged. We keep Einstein's brain in a jar so that one day we can connect it to a computer and talk like person to person with Einstein in Facebook's metaverse or whatever PC computer game.
Yeah, I got you, P-Mac. Were you drinking last night? How'd you get muted again?
Hey, thanks, Lou.
Yeah.
It was last week, this way, about 6-7 days ago. I got drunk. Some mod came on I didn't recognize, and I was probably talking too much shit. And then he says, "I'll mute you if you don't shut up." And I went, "Go ahead, mute me then." Wait, wish granted.
You're two completely different characters, sober and drunk. You start having a few drinks and you're an ornery son of a bitch. We freaking have to meet you.
I know. I agree.
But 6 days. You just drink the whole time or what?
No, no. I was drinking that one day from I started early, like about, I don't know, 12 o'clock, 1 p.m. or something. And the next thing I knew, it was like 10 p.m. And even, what do you call them? Anyway, they were like, P-Mac, go to fucking bed, man. You're drunk, dude. I was like, yeah, I need to grow up and learn my limits.
Phenomena.
Phenomena. Boop, boo, doo, doo, doo.
Phenomena.
Do, 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 do.
Phenomena.
Do, 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 do.
This is
fat. Yeah, I'll be grand for another couple hours, have a bit of crack, fun, and then I'll piss off. I'll go do something else.
Yep.
Astronauts to the moon. So yeah, I seen I don't know what's quite going on now, but that them guys that paid like $50 million to go to the ISS, apparently it was postponed because of bad weather. Are they back yet from their imaginary trip?
I don't know, man. I don't pay much attention to the fake space news. I love though, like these Globers that come in, they're like, high schoolers. It's like, have you been to space? They're like, not yet. They think they're gonna go. It's so fucking funny. I hope to go to space someday. You'll see. You'll see.
Yeah, and they refer Elon as this, and they're talking about by 3 years we'll have a man on the moon, and 2 years later we'll have a man on Mars, and 10 years from now they'd be saying the same freaking thing, And I was listening to a guy on YouTube. Can't remember who it was. He's saying the same thing. He said, you know what? They might in about 3 years' time, maybe 4 years from now, but that will be because they will have the CGI absolutely perfect with the technology and everything.
Yeah, it keeps getting better and better, but
we'll find the flaws.
Yeah.
But they revere him so much. He's buying Twitter, and he's this, that, and the other, and he's such an inspiration. And most of his tweets are from the porcelain bowl. And but
you've been watching Quantum of Conscience.
That's the man. You know him?
Yep. I've been watching him since his channel had less than 1,000 subscribers.
I love that guy, man. He is brilliant.
It's getting pretty repetitive. It's kind of the same thing over and over again, but yeah, I still like him. I share a lot of the same views as he does.
Well, I know what you're saying. Yeah, there's sometimes I switch off for 2 or 3 months, but I always come back to him. He sort of does open your mind a wee bit, and you know, the way he talks about life and the controllers, and I don't know what it actually is, and how he laughs at it, and it's just that's really good. Quantum of Consciousness. Anybody who's listening in there, just search on YouTube. You'll love it.
No-ness. Quantum of Conscience.
Conscience. Yeah, there's no Mandela effect there. I used to think it was consciousness, but I think I just made the balls up there. It's conscience.
Yep.
For some reason, I always thought it was consciousness, and then the other day I realized, oh no, wait a minute, it's conscience. Yeah. He's good. He's really good. I enjoy coming back to him, listening to his stuff. It's good stuff.
My absolute favorite these days of all truther channels to watch is Days of Noah. If you're not subscribed to him, you should check him out.
Oh, I definitely will, because I've been looking for new channels to add. Days of Noah. I added that other one somebody recommended the other day. What was it? But I subscribed, unsubbed it the other day because it was just too freaky, man. They're talking about aliens and shit, as if space was real and crap. Forbidden Knowledge. I think that's the one. Something about forbidden knowledge. It was good at the start, but then they started talking about this hubbubaloo. No, thank you. So, Days of Noah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's he's probably one of the best researchers I've ever found. Like, it's all very like it's not a lot of speculation. It's him showing you the articles, the interviews, and just kind of putting all the dots together of the bullshit that's going on around this world. A lot basically having to do with technocracy, this technocratic takeover that we're dealing with, the whole Great Reset, World Economic Forum bullshit. Like, yeah, he's all over that stuff. Transhumanism, so on.
Yeah, the world's getting weird, man. I see. Yeah, that's the last shit. Yeah, his last video was things are getting weird. He likes to stream a lot. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, they're long streams too, but like, he's a little bit of a slow talker. Like, you can probably throw it on like 1.25 or 1.5. But don't go too fast, because there's a lot of information in there that you might miss too. You know, like, but yeah, a lot of his streams are like 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. I've even seen 6 hour streams, and it's a lot to listen to. But you don't really have to watch either, though. So you can just kind of put some headphones in and listen.
Yeah, put it in the background while you're cleaning the house or the garage or car, or all three.
Yeah, go clean out the garage and listen or something.
Yeah, I do that a lot. He's doing well, 100k subs, eh?
Yeah, he's got a pretty big channel. He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, it turns out we have something in common, and I only realized that the other day. We'll not mention the name. It shall not be mentioned, but yeah. Sorry, I'm playing 3 frickin' poker tables here while talking to you at the same time. Yo, my brain is fried.
Playing 3 tables at once.
Yeah. But I can pour a pint and take money off other people at the same time, and ask other people what their order is while I'm pouring someone else's pint. So I'm learning to multitask, but I'm still shit at it because us men are not good at it. We have a lot of Americans coming into the hotel recently. Quite a lot of you guys over here.
We're probably trying to flee.
Yeah, checking out. Maybe I moved to Ireland.
You guys taking in American refugees yet?
Who knows? Pretty soon, eh? If Biden gets his second term, there'll be a mass exodus. Jojo Magoo. Do you see him putting his hand out the other day to shake somebody's hand and there was nobody there? Oh, man. Sad.
And then wandering around aimlessly trying to figure out where to get off the stage.
Yeah. This is worse than Bush in the broom cupboard, eh?
I like this picture of him looking at the Easter Bunny. Have you seen this one?
Yeah. Yeah. His face goes all shocked, and the Easter Bunny's like, whoa, shush, stop answering questions.
He's like, oh dear, that's a big ass bunny. Oh,
I think he did a little poop in his pants there.
I think I saw that thing on Donnie Darko. I saw that.
All around me are familiar faces.
That song is in that movie, isn't it?
Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I rewatched it a few years ago. Still crazy. Sort of understood it a wee bit better, but something about time. Shit.
Yeah. It was a good movie.
Jojo Magoo. And the other one he did there with Obama, remember when Obama was at the White House? And oh my God, that was so sad to see, man. He was trying to grab Obama, and Obama just blanked him. What are you up to today, Lou? You having a drink yourself, or are you just chilling? Or?
Shit, it's 9 a.m. No drinks.
Oh.
Having my coffee still. And I don't know, still getting over. It's just lingering on. Mostly better, but I've had like a sinus infection, and drinking isn't really very appealing to me right now.
What's the sinus thing? Is it hay fever, or is it just an infection, or?
I don't know. I like not this last Tuesday, but the Tuesday before after work, like all of a sudden something just hit me real hard on the way home. I had to disconnect the trailer when I got back, and I got out of the truck and I just had shivers. And it was nice out too. It was like 70 degrees. And all of a sudden I was just shivering. Like, oh fuck. I couldn't keep my eyes open, and I was
That's a bug.
sweating and shivering for like almost 2 days straight, and then
That's a flu.
it kind of turned into a head cold. All of a sudden, that went away, and I had like a migraine headache, and everything sounded like it's underwater. My ears are all like popping, and yeah, just a lot of sinus pressure.
That's a severe flu, bruh. Sounds exactly like a severe flu.
Yeah, like it started out as like a flu or cold or whatever, and then kind of morphed into a sinus infection or whatever.
Yeah, it's the first day there's like a cough and a thingy, and the next day your bones ache and you're sweating, or it's all and just in the third day, but I had one a few years ago. I couldn't move out of the bed for three full days. I was just wham blammo out.
But we've had a lot of just rainy, shitty weather this spring. But today's gorgeous, blue skies, and supposed to get up to like 80, almost 80 degrees. So, 2 days ago it was 40 degrees. Today it's going to be 80. Yeah, we go through 40-degree temperature swings in a day this time of year.
Yeah.
No wonder why I got sick. We had snow on Monday. We had 2 inches of snow on Monday. 80 degrees today.
You wonder how. Yeah, we were up to, like, you do Fahrenheit. Yeah, we were up to like 18 degrees Celsius for like 2 full days, and then bang, it was back down to 2 and 3, and now we're back up to 14 degrees. And over here we're walking about in t-shirts. You think it's freaking summer, but with all the fluctuations is what gets you. Yeah, that's what got me when I got the bad flu there about 5 years ago. It was just, it did the same thing, and it just floors you.
Well, I'm feeling good enough today though, and it's a nice day. I'll probably get out and ride my skateboard a little bit.
You skateboard? Wow.
I'm picking it up at 40 years old. Yeah, midlife crisis.
One slip and there goes your ankle, bro.
I've got. I'm basically not doing like tricks or anything. Nothing major. It's just kind of to try to push my snowboarding actually a little bit more in the winter. Like just to get it's harder to do some of the same stuff that you do on a snowboard. It's harder to do it on a skateboard. So getting comfortable on that makes it that much easier on the snowboard. And I'm trying to get my daughter into snowboarding and stuff also. So I bought her, and we both got a new skateboard, and we're learning together.
Well, that's good, man. That's you're training for the winter, eh?
It's basically off-season training for snowboarding, right?
Yeah.
But it's fun. It's whatever. It wasn't really what I wanted to. It wasn't that I really wanted to get into skateboarding. It's just like it was like a tip, it's kind of a pro tip for snowboarding. Like they're like, you want to get really good, you want to push it to the next level, learn to skateboard. And I was like, that's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll just basically cruise around, just practice riding, riding switch and some butters and stuff like that. But then a couple of weekends ago, when my daughter came over, she got her board for the first time. We went across the street to the parking lot and skated on the flat for a couple hours, and we were about to head back in the house. And she's like, "Actually, I want to go to the skate park because she's seen that there's a little skate park in town." She's like, "I want to go to the skate park." I'm like, "All right, let's go to the skate park." And so we went there for a couple more hours. We rode for like 4 hours. And yeah, her very first day ever on a skateboard, she's already dropping in on on some small ramps. It's cool. But of course, my intention was not to be on, in the skate park. But if I'm taking her, I got to do it too. So now I'm dropping in on some small ramps too. But yeah, we
Well,
got
fair play. Those are memories that your daughter won't forget.
yeah, it's good to actually do things with your kids, not just
It's bonding, isn't
send
it?
them off. Yeah.
It's lucky your kids there. Otherwise, people would just think you're a dirty old 40-year-old and the kids play.
Well, yeah, and there was this one other kid there with his mom, and she was acting kind of flirtatious with me about it. I think it probably when she sees the 40-year-old man out there skateboarding with his daughter, she's like, "Oh, he does." I don't know what it was, but yeah, she's talking about how she's a member up at the um, ski hill that's nearby here. Also, was asking where to go for that. Well, maybe I'll, hopefully we'll see you there and all that. So,
Well, you probably will. So it's a way to meet chicks too, you fly old bugger.
yeah, about 40 years old and picking up chicks at the skate park.
I'm going to get myself a wee dog and go out to the parks. They think, oh, a man with a dog. Oh, he must be all right. Yeah, you'll probably meet her. Just let her beat you.
She actually already looked familiar. I think I saw her when this winter over at the ski hill.
There you go. Could be a future wife.
I don't want a wife. I don't think anyway.
Yeah, next year you'll be saying, well, PMAC, you remember that chick I was telling you about? Well, God damn it, I met her on this ski slope. We fell in love. I bought her a burger.
I bought her a burger.
And then I bought her a wedding ring. Now I'm hitched. And I'm going to be a daddy again. For fuck's sake.
No thanks. Yeah. Well, I got my daughter. I don't really need to start any more family. And who knows, whatever. Like I never say anything for sure, but there's just for the most part, women are problems. They all come with their own baggage, and when you get with one, their problems are now your problems, and I've got enough. I don't need to take on anybody else's. There's enough nonsense. Enough nonsense too with like visiting family for holidays and all that. Like I don't need to be visiting another family's family.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. We get a bit long in the tooth, and we're just, I know it's hard. If I don't know what is it, to integrate into that other part of her life, it gets more and more difficult. I know what you're saying. I don't know. Just got to meet somebody that doesn't have any baggage, and zero life.
And then also happens to be a flat earther. And
Oh, geez, you're not asking for much, are you, buddy?
and then also has to be a perfect 10. No, I'm
I
just
need to set the bar a little bit lower here. Six and a half.
I mean, I'm only a 6, but I'm going to require a 10. You know.
Yeah, I'll take a 10. Yeah, why not? You like wake up every day pinching yourself. Is this real? I'm going with a 10. I'm going with a 10, and she's still here. Fuck.
Yeah, she's going to have to be really good looking and have really low self-esteem.
You nasty man. Will make her feel better about herself, but not too much that she leaves me. Whereabouts are you in the States again, Lou?
Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. Wisconsin. Hello, Wisconsin. The 70s show was there, wasn't it?
It was filmed in California. It was set here, though.
Ashton Kutcher or whatever got his big break out in the Kunis. That was a good show. The dad was great. Dad was brilliant.
Yeah, Red's funny.
Red.
I don't really watch sitcoms and stuff, but yeah, that one was all right.
Yeah, at the time I did. I watched the whole what do you call it? Big Bang Theory. Bloody hell, man! I was into that. I watched the whole series. Now I watched the whole thing again, like 6, 7, 8 fucking series. Not into it so much anymore. Seinfeld was another brilliant series. That was brilliant. Seinfeld and yeah, Seinfeld.
Seinfeld's timeless. Yeah, like it'll always be good.
Yeah, I actually watched there just yesterday about 2 hours of bloopers of Seinfeld. Oh, I love blooper reels. It's a bit like the moon landing, it's just a complete, it's just a blooper reel. Comedy, joke after joke. Bring it back on topic.
As far as that Days of Noah, he's got a stream scheduled for tonight. That maybe I'll stream it down in the cinema because I'll be watching it.
Yeah. How many hours from now would that be? That would be about, 8-10 hours.
It's going to be late for you. It's at 6 p.m. for me. You're another 6 hours ahead of me. So yeah, that'll be a midnight for you, pretty much.
Yeah, I might be able to see midnight. I don't know. I could be snoring my head off at that stage, probably. No, I'll definitely check him out, though. Definitely.
What you're saying as far as the skateboarding too, yeah, I've got made sure to get myself and my daughter a nice set of pads. Where I know it's dangerous.
Safe.
Doesn't take much to slip out and have a pretty nasty fall on the concrete. So yeah, I've got wearing helmet, knee pads, elbow pads, wrist guards, and I even got impact shorts to protect the tailbone and hips.
I'm not surprised at your age, Lou.
I don't want to. I'm friggin'. I'm 6 foot 220 and 40 years old. If I fall, I'm gonna fall hard. And
You're gonna make a deep fucking impact on the ground. It'd be like an asteroid hitting the Earth.
Yeah.
You just don't want to wear too much safety gear because she might start thinking that you're a pussy.
No.
I'm kidding.
My gear looks cool. I look like a professional in that stuff.
Now, if you could just skate like one.
Yeah, if I could skate like a professional, that would help. I just put on my pads and walk around with a mall grab.
It's getting a big thing around the town here too, even in Derry. I noticed there's a lot of skater dudes. It's kind of a big thing here now. They're all doing their tricks on the on the bars, the handrails and blocks of things.
Yeah.
Piazza. They're all doing their tricks and stuff. They're just cool dudes, man. They're like surfer dudes without the water, you know.
Yeah, but like board sports in general, like a lot. It's the same people like to get into all the same stuff, especially like if they're West Coast, like California. They're skateboarders, surfers, snowboarders. They do all. Sometimes they'll make a day and do all three in one day. Spoiled.
Snowboard off the edge of a cliff with a parachute. Extreme sports. The only exercise I get now is lifting a pint.
16-ounce curls.
Or walking up the stairs to the bathroom. That's about it.
You don't have a bathroom on the main floor. You got to go upstairs to go to the bathroom.
I know. We like to torture ourselves here.
Yeah, that's odd. Is that common, like over there?
Yep. Oh yeah. Bathrooms upstairs here for most people. That's crazy. The girlfriend, she calls the bathroom. I say to her, I'm away to the porcelain internet cafe. Because I go sit on it and watch YouTube, Quantum of Conscience, for about 15 minutes, sitting on the porcelain bowl. So we called it the Porcelain Internet Cafe.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we come up with all kinds of strange things. If I'm sitting at the kitchen table talking to her and I have a fart that I can't control and I just fart, bloop, she goes, "Shoot that rabbit. Shoot it." That's kind of funny.
Shoot that rabbit.
Yeah, if you have a fart
Why
that you
is,
can't control,
why is it a rabbit?
yeah, I don't know. Just if you have a fart you can't control, it's called shooting the rabbit.
My dad, when I was a kid, would always say, stepped on a duck or sat on a toad.
Yeah, it's just them wee sayings make life worth living.
Oh, stepped on a duck.
I have a friend as well. I got muted on here one night because he had to fucking talk. He was listening to me, and he can do that. You know that Donald Duck speak, but he does it so well.
Yeah.
He got carried away, and some mod just shut up, P-Mac. I got muted for about a week. Yeah. Yep, but he does it in English. Or Americanese. That's a good impression, though.
Yeah, I can do the sound. I not very good with adding words.
Practice.
It's not that important.
Nah, but it's a great party piece. It's yeah, but it's not that important in the grand scheme of things.
No. He wasn't very successful, but man, could he do a Donald Duck impression.
There's a video it's on TikTok. It's also on YouTube. I think it's an Irish guy got buried, and he had a little soundtrack play at his funeral, and all standing around the funeral, all standing around the grave, and his coffin's been lowered, and the soundtrack plays, and it's actually him, when he was still alive, knocking on the oi, hey, let me out of here, and knock, 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 knock. Jesus, it's dark in here. For fuck's sake, and knock, 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 knock. Let me out. Let me out! And the whole fucking everybody standing around the grave starts pussing them, laughing. Man, it's genius. I found it actually. Hang on. I'm in the box. Yeah, that's brilliant. He's like, hello, I'm in the box. Hello again, hello. I just called to say goodbye.
Slow morning.
What was that? Slow morning?
Yeah, it's quiet in here.
It's like the grave. Did you listen to that recording there?
I wasn't looking. Check it out now.
Jesus, Lou.
Suppose whatever. Kind of funny.
Pure genius.
Okay, so I'm scrolling through like YouTube suggestions, and you know how they got ads all over the freaking place.
Yeah.
This one's the ultimate trimmer for your butt, balls, and body. The lawnmower 4.0. And then for the skateboarding too, like even though there is that skate park, it's not too far from here. It's like it'd be cool to have like a little mini ramp, little half pipe or whatever here at the house. And I was thinking I could probably find just something on Amazon, maybe like $100-200 or something like that. No, I had no idea how expensive this shit would be. Like you're talking like $700 for a decent like quarter pipe. Like, okay, never mind. And I'm thinking maybe I could build one, but the price of lumber right now, I looked at, it's going to cost about the freaking same. It's ridiculous. Guess it's just going to have to be the skate park.
Yep. You need to save all that money for the date you're going to go on with this girl that you met in the skate park.
No, she's going to pay.
If she doesn't have low self-esteem, forget about it. Yeah, you notice them ads on YouTube, they're getting longer and longer. They started off with 5 and then 10 and 15.
Dude, it's
now
it's pretty much it's becoming unwatchable. Like, yeah, they every like 5 minutes another 2 ads that they won't let you skip without watching at least one of them. Or
Yep.
Yeah, the ads is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's obviously it's going to get so bad it's going to go to a minute, 2 minutes, and then everybody says, so they can get people to go, all right, I'll pay the fucking subscription.
Well, it was weird because like there was like hardly any ads, and then YouTube gave me their what was it like 3 months of YouTube Premium for free. I did the trial of it and then canceled, and then the moment I canceled, all of a sudden it's like ads, like never before. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Oh, the algorithm bumped it up a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately, I never thought it would be, but it turns out that YouTube is probably the app that I use the most on the TV now. But if you know, and Netflix has put the thing up now, so it's like £15 for Netflix. Amazon's 15. YouTube wants a tenner, and then somebody wants you to donate to Paying Donkeys, and before you know it, your media bill is gone from like $50 3 years ago to $150 now, and
Yeah, now you might as well get your cable subscription again. Everybody was doing it to cut cords and everything else, right? Like the streaming services and shit. And yeah, they've got it now where they're trying to get you to buy all of them, all the music streaming services, you're gonna have like a Spotify or something like that, right? And then you're gonna have Netflix and Prime and Disney Plus and Paramount and Hulu and
exactly. And who can afford that? And your mobile phone, which is $30, $40, $50 a month. And next thing you know, just for media alone, you're paying $180 a month just for your media. And then there's your internet on top of that. Yeah. Fuck.
well, Netflix too, by the way, like they just said this on the news the other day in the morning. I heard it. They've already raised their prices twice in the last like 6 months, something like that, and like it's causing them to lose a bunch of customers. People are canceling their subscriptions, and then because of the stupid Ukraine thing, they decided to cancel their service in Russia, losing them millions of subscribers. Now,
Yeah.
due to that, they're offering a lower price subscription with ads. So they want it's like $5 or $6 a month, but with ads.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, and what? Because you guys decided to to drop, millions of your subscribers. Now you want us to pick up the bill for that too. You're going to raise the price again, basically. No, it's
Suddenly your company's a woke company, and now you want us to pay more. Fuck off.
yeah, and then they're supposedly trying to cut down on people sharing their password and stuff. It's like, go ahead, try to cut down on that. You're just going to lose even more customers. Like right now, me and my mom are sharing one. We don't watch it that much. But if they try to cut down on that, it's not like we're going to start buying another subscription. No, neither one of us is going to pay them.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like there's a slow death or something coming. I don't know what it is, but it's just too much. They're just asking too much. With ads, my God. When Sky TV took off here, everybody was so into it. And if you had a satellite dish in your on your house, which was pointing at the horizon, by the way, not up, people were paying. We're talking about 15 years ago. They were paying like £30, which would have been, many years ago, like $50 or something a month for it. And they were doing it with ads. Just ads everywhere. Every 10 minutes, there's fucking 5 minutes. It went from 3 minutes to 4 minutes to 5 minutes of ads. And my buddies had it. I never bought it. And I thought, listen, if I'm going to pay $30, $40, $50 a month for a subscription satellite channel, I don't want ads. Why are you still paying for it? I couldn't understand it.
I still don't understand how advertising like that actually even pays. No, how often do you see a commercial or an advertisement and go, I got to get that, and go and buy it? Never.
Maybe not you, Lou, but it does work. It does work. Otherwise, they wouldn't be spending billions of dollars a year on it. It does work, actually.
They must, but I don't know who on.
Well, not us, obviously, but the unwashed masses. It does. And actually, I found myself sometimes, I hadn't been to McDonald's for like fucking 3 years. And then this ad popped up.
I gotta go get a McRib. That looks delicious.
Wait to hear this. Before I went to work one night, there was a McDonald's ads came on. This is just a month ago. And I'm like, I haven't been to McDonald's in like fucking 3 or 4 years. It came on. I looked at it, and I was like, suddenly, I thought, this shit doesn't work on me. But suddenly, I had a hankering for a McDonald's, and I just had to scratch that itch, right? So I went there, and this is like 10 o'clock at night because I start at 11 o'clock at night. I start work, so I went there, get into the queue. The queue was very long. I got to the little intercom, and they went, "Well, what's your order?" And I says, because all I want is the burger and fries and coffee. So I said, I have the big, I have the what is it, the big tasty or whatever it is, right? The fries and the coffee, and they were like, "Hang on a minute, did you say coffee?" It was like they didn't. It was like I fucking asked them for something out of this world, and they didn't understand why I wanted a coffee with a Big Mac and a fry at 10 o'clock at night. So I had to repeat myself, and I got to.
Shut up and get me my coffee.
I got to the place where you paid. I paid. And I went to the place where you get your shit, and they were like, and I heard one of them go, and the other one went, "Okay, did you say coffee with the? Yeah, yes, coffee, please. Yeah, yeah. Okay, hang on. Ask him again. They asked me something else. I was like, my God, I said, would you pull up over there? So I had to pull up outside the little place where you sit and wait for your order, and then eventually, about 5 minutes later, she came out. And something said to me, check the bag. So I checked the bag. There was no fries in it. I was like, excuse me, no fries in here. Because fries is actually, well, the McDonald's fries, it's even nicer than the burger. And I had a little tomato sauce thing sitting there in my car. Oh, right, okay. So she went and got the fries, and she came out. She said, there you go. And I said, so 20 minutes after I pulled up the fucking place, I finally got what I ordered. I pulled out. I put my hand into the fry bag to dip it in the tomato sauce. I thought to myself, these are going to be cold. I dipped it in, and they were ice fucking cold fries. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I haven't been here in 4 years. I can't get a fucking order. Everything's fucking cold. Jesus. And I pulled out into a traffic circle where the woman isn't supposed to go, and I pulled out, and she just, like, I wasn't even there, and I hit the brake so hard my foot was on the metal. On the fucking floor. I nearly hit her. And guess where my burger and fries went?
On the floor.
All over the floor. I thought, Paul, this is not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to be here. Something's telling you don't ever go to McDonald's again. That was fucking crazy.
Everybody, like you said, with the fries too, like McDonald's has this reputation for having these great fries, but they're not that great. Like years ago, they changed, at least over here, they changed the oil that they make them in. It's supposed to be a little bit healthier or something, and they just, it's not that great. But you know how people are, like it's like nostalgia or something. They just remember being a kid and like how they loved the fries, and then even if they're shit now, their mind is like remembering those good times when the fries were good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's strange. A friend of mine at work, I told him the story, and he was like, you know what you do? You tell them to take out the gherkins. No gherkins in it. And for some reason, if they have to change the order and do something strange, then you'll get it hot or something, because if you
that's supposedly the trick. Yeah, you always order like with no pickles or no something, and
you have to make it fresh then, because
it's special for you. Yeah.
All the burgers under the hot plate, they're just sitting there all wrapped up, ready to go. And
that's a woman thing to do, though. Men aren't supposed to do that. Then you're waiting in the drive-through for 10 minutes for shitty food because you had to do a custom special order. Like you want a custom special order? Go to an actual restaurant, not through the drive-through of a fast food joint. You get what they give you, okay? Like, you know.
Take it and fucking love it, pleb.
Yeah. It's like going to McDonald's and being like, "Could you make that medium rare?" They're like, "What?" "Yeah, I medium rare, please."
I changed mine from being a milkshake or a Fanta or a Coke to a coffee, and it was like I asked them to hand me a 5-course meal. They had no idea what was happening. No idea. I could see the confusion in their face. They were like, "What the fuck?" Go and ask him. Did he say coffee? Yep, just a coffee. I actually love their coffee. Their coffee is actually the best in this town. I've been to Costco's and Starbucks and everywhere, And the KFC, listen to me. The McDonald's coffee is actually the nicest thing.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty smooth. Like I hate Starbucks coffee. It's awful. It's tastes burnt and it's bitter and burnt tasting, which I guess it's kind of a Seattle thing, like where they're out of. Like some people love that. I don't know. So you're gonna go pay for a $5 freaking coffee and it tastes like freaking ass.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I don't buy coffee in Starbucks or Costco's or anywhere I just don't. I would buy one out of McDonald's first, and I have, or I usually make my own. But
I like actually. I don't know if you guys have Dunkin' Donuts, but Dunkin' Donuts coffee, that's good stuff.
oh, we do here actually outside the main supermarket, but I don't know if I don't think they do coffee, but
Yeah, they got their own brand of coffee. You can even like buy the beans in the store or whatever. Yeah, that Dunkin' coffee is good.
Right. Yeah, they're not big here. They're kind of got these little kiosks outside where they just do the donuts. They don't do the coffee, I think. But yeah, that's the only good thing at McDonald's is their coffee. Everything else is fucking shit. The fries, if they're hot, are all right. Yeah, there's an addiction about them, I think. But drive-through is no good. You have to go into the store and make sure that they make them fresh. What would we take away from this conversation?
That McDonald's is trash everywhere, not just in the United States.
And our burgers are smaller, a lot smaller.
Like a lot of times we go. I mean, we usually don't pack lunches at work, so we end up eating a lot of like fast food and stuff. But we're finding these days that we're better off just if we got a little extra time going to a pub and like I can get like actual like real food, like a good meal for pretty much the same freaking price as running through a McDonald's drive-through or whatever. Like,
yeah, because it's not
food. Yeah,
it's not cheap. Like a double Big Mac and a fry and a Fanta or a Coke. It's like £7-8 here now or something like that there. But yeah, see the pub food here too.
I don't get out of McDonald's for less than $10. It's like $10-12 to get something from McDonald's, and I can pay $12 plus tip and get like just it costs more because I got to tip them, but it's like the same damn price, and I can get like a prime rib sandwich with steak fries and freaking coleslaw side or something like.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, over here the pub food is a big thing. Every pub in Derry, where I'm from, is oh wow, it's they post actual pictures of foods and stuffs on Facebooks and things, and it's really good.
Yeah, in Wisconsin, we've got a lot of Irish, and we got a lot of bars, a lot of pubs, and yeah, like it's usually pretty good food.
Yeah, see here too. If your bar slash food pub food is shit, you won't survive very long. You know, it has to be top class. You just not make it otherwise. And it's crazy how you see people so addicted to McDonald's. Like during the COVID thing, they actually changed the car park and had these cones out where people were sitting for half an hour, 20 minutes in a line just to get a McDonald's. And you're like, what the fuck?
Dude, we've got people using Uber Eats and shit to have McDonald's delivered to their house.
Oh, yeah, that's a big thing here, too.
What? Like, you're gonna, oh man, that's just so stupid.
Yeah, there's guys.
It's gonna be like guaranteed to be cold by the time it gets to your house, and
yeah, that's what I don't understand.
You're gonna pay that extra delivery fee and everything, and tip the driver for some cold ass McDonald's.
Yeah, I don't get that either. Uber and Uber Eats and fucking Deliveroo and all them other things from McDonald's.
Yeah, DoorDash or whatever. Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much extra you pay. That thing isn't coming to your door fucking piping hot. It's coming to your door semi cold or semi warm. It's like what? People have made a fortune out of delivering it. There's guys I know here that are making 400-500 quid a week just being in the delivery sector for McDonald's and KFC. But why would you order a McDonald's?
KFC must be pretty big over there. You mentioned it a couple of times already.
Oh yeah. I like my chicken and gravy.
Like nobody ever talks about KFC around here. Like we have them, just like I don't know how they're in business though, because you never see anybody at it.
Well, there's only one left in the town. They used to have one really close to me, like 3 minutes drive away, but they're gone. I think they're barely keeping their head above water, but I don't know. I like it now and then.
I think it's about time to roll me a Saturday morning spliff.
You smoke the devil's lettuce too? My God, I'm learning things about you, Lou. Was that Lou?
You surprised that a guy who was just talking about snowboarding and skateboarding smokes weed?
Snowboarding, skateboarding, devil's lettuce, and Mandela effect. Yeah, I'm surprised. The devil's lettuce. Oh, hey. Guy I work with came out with a cracker the other day. A cracker of a joke, man. When you hear this, we have a printer at work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So he says to us, he turns around and he goes, "Hey, boys, that printer must be a Bob Marley printer because it's always jamming."
We be jamming. Jamming.
We jamming. I hope you like jamming too. And I said to him, "Wait to hear this, Lou. I'll wait till you smoke that spliff, and I'll tell you this one. You'll laugh."
Oh, it's gonna be a minute. I'm just breaking this shit up right now.
We're jamming. Of my single bed.
Old dude, you guys got Tim Hortons? That's just. I thought that was a Canadian thing only. I've never been to a Tim Hortons. I don't think we have any in the United States. There might be one or two over this side of the border, but definitely not by my house.
Old dude. What is a Tim Hortons?
It's a cafe that like every Canadian they call it Timmy's. They just hang out there.
Are their fries always hot?
I have no idea, man. No idea.
If their fries ain't hot, they can kiss my brown spot. Quetzalcoatl. I wish I had a name like that. Wait, when I was born, did my parents not say we shall name him Quetzalcoatl McAllister?
You wish your parents named you the Great Serpent of the Sky?
Yeah, it'd be different.
That would be different.
Paul's fucking generic, isn't it? Hey, Paul, fucking 50 people in the room turning around. Yeah. Shit, you
It's
all
not very Irish sounding, though.
Patrick would have been better. Patrick.
Yeah, you're all Patrick.
I think my dad was pretending to be very Roman Catholic at the time because the Pope's name is Paul.
I actually wouldn't mind talking with a couple of you Irishmen about my family's lineage, but I'm not doing any of that on the live stream. You got our name is.
What? Sorry, I couldn't resist. Our name is what? Our name is who? Slim Shady.
Yeah, no. If I were to, if I give you the name, the last name, since Irish, there's just a lot of history there. Like, basically, if I just give you guys a last name, you'll know everything about me and my family. Like, if you want to look it up. So, I can't really talk about it in here. I'd be doxing myself.
Yeah, my mother's name was McCool, which is pretty. No, it was pretty Irish and Scottish. My dad's name is McAllister, which is pretty Irish and Scottish.
I suppose it's not really a big deal. We were the McShanes, O'Neill, McShane, blah blah blahs. Switched to Johnson, and that's pretty much enough to learn everything about me.
McShane.
Our family went to war against King James II.
That was the Catholic king of Scotland, wasn't it? Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry. Outlaw King. Talking about Scotland. Outlaw King with Chris Pine is actually a very good film. I watched it twice.
Well, it was kind of central, like north, like northeast, kind of centralized, like in Ireland. That was where the family started from. But yeah, there's also like the Scottish
There
kind
were
of
so many came from Scotland to Ireland and vice versa. It's just a mismatch. It's just a bunch of mongrels by now. Uh, Not really, but yeah, McAllister's McShane's. McAllister was from Mulligan and they used to fight. They used to be the Gallo Glass, which was a foreign mercenary or horse thieves or whatever. But yeah, all that shit went on. There's McAllisters and McCools. They're Protestants, Catholics on both sides. They just put that great divide of religionism down the middle and divided everybody. And we're all the fucking same, bro.
I've rolled a better joint.
Break it up, start again.
It'll do.
As long as it gets it into you.
Because we're all different, that makes us the same.
Why are you talking in double speak?
Is it an oxymoron?
No, someone said I thought we were all the same, and then somebody else said I thought we were all different, and I'm saying, well, since we're all different, doesn't that make us the same?
Are you listening to the same chat?
I'm a little further ahead than Lunatic is, though, with the 420 situation.
Are you in the bong?
He's already been to Tim Hortons this morning.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up too. What happened is we had lots of Dunkin' Donuts and other independent, like country style donut places. And a lot of people complained that the cops were always sitting there, like, where's a cop when you need one? At the donut shop. So what happened was, I'm speculating here. Maybe the government just decided, you know what, no more independent like Dunkin' Donuts or country style donut shops. We're going to create this Tim Hortons with a drive through, and the cops can drive through and grab their coffee and donuts and then park somewhere else, and no one will complain about cops at donut shops no more.
We've got gas stations. This one chain of gas stations around here, PDQ. I don't know if you guys got them anywhere by you, but like they give free donuts to cops, so the cops are just always there, like at PDQ. Yeah, if you're a cop, free donuts.
And I got to tell you, what I loved when I lived in Windsor was the Krispy Kremes.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of like really sweet stuff. I'm donuts for the most part. Don't really like them. They're just too sweet. Like especially the Krispy Kreme. It's oh my god. It's like I'm pretty sure it's really just puffed sugar and that's it.
That just gave me an idea. if you wanted to rob a bank, would you not put out in your local Facebook it's free donuts at Dunkin' Donuts for all cops?
I'm not sure about that, but this one guy, one of his methods of operation was he would have a super hot cup of coffee before he went in to knock the place over. He'd put it on top of a mailbox, and then on the way out, he'd grab it. And if someone was going to try to stop him, he at least had the coffee to throw in their face, right? And on top of that, his theory was, who would think someone carrying a coffee walking down the sidewalk just knocked a bank over?
Smart man.
Yeah.
This is some strange Canadian criminal logic here.
What works, right? One guy said his best getaway car was a nice, a sensible pair of shoes. There was a guy that broke out of a Michigan prison and came up to Canada, and he became Canada's most prolific bank robber. Knocked over 2 jewelry stores, but he was mostly into banks. And he'd knock over a bank on one corner, go to the hotel room, change out of the costume he was in, put on a new disguise, go across the street to the other bank while the cops were at the first bank, knock that bank over. His wife had no clue what he was doing.
That's actually not bad, especially if it's in kind of a small town where you know they only got like 8 on duty cops or whatever. You know, every one of them's going to be at that first location.
Well, the other thing was the other thing was nobody thought anyone would have the balls to be knocking over a bank while the other banks got cops all around it, you know?
This is not financial advice.
Yeah, if things don't go your way, your return on investment is not good. I know this one idiot. He knocked over 3 of them, and the last one he did, like he had just got back from a trip. He did the first 2 to go on the trip and visit his mother. When he got back, this girl from his university picked him up at the airport, and on the way back, he knocked over another one. And instead of just keeping his mouth shut, he told her about it, what he had just done. And when she got home, she was so freaked out that the cops might come knocking on her door. She told her parents, and the parents told on the guy. And then because he did every one the exact same way, saying the same things and whatnot, they
knew
put all
they
3.
knew all 10 of them that he'd done or whatever.
Yeah, they put the first 2 and the last one on him. The weirdest thing is he got 3 years. I'm like, a year a bank? Okay, let's start planning, boys. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And
then I got an uncle.
Some guy who gets caught with a bag of drugs goes and sits for 10 or 15.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. I got an uncle.
Yeah.
He had no choice. He had to do something to protect himself, and he ended up getting quite a lengthy sentence. He'll be home in a couple years. And then this other guy was under suspension for drinking and driving, and he hit my uncle's girlfriend's brother on a motorcycle. My Aunt Rosa's brother died, and the guy who was under suspension drinking and driving that hit and ran my Aunt Rosa's brother got 1 year.
Yeah.
And her brother died. The guy got 1 year. My uncle, who had to do something to protect himself, got 20. Like, what the fuck?
I know. It doesn't make sense, does it? I don't know.
In my head, the DUI guy should have got 5 years just for driving while drunk, while suspended for drinking and driving. Forget about if anyone died.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, if he would have got pulled over, DUI'd, while under suspension for DUI'd, 5 years, bud.
Yeah, by the way, you killed
somebody. I kind of agree, except for one portion of that. Like, really, we shouldn't even be required. Like, like the whole thing about driving without a license, it's not going to bother me. Like it's just another one of those taxes that
Oh
we
yeah,
shouldn't have
yeah,
to
yeah.
pay.
I don't care if you know
But
how to drive and you're following the rules, go for it. But I mean DUIs though, bud. Like, don't drive drunk. That's just a dumb maneuver.
There's a British man. No, the law isn't ass, bro. It's absolute fucking ass. There's a British man that he was 18 or 19. He went over to Australia. He took a beautiful little 18, 19-year-old girl on a date and he strangled her in the park and killed her stone dead. And the judge in Australia gave him like 30 years or something. He's only like 28, 38 something now. But they're releasing him and he's being expelled back to Britain as a free man. Now, I don't understand how somebody that's so psychopathic when he was 18 years old took an 18-year-old girl and strangled her in a park on a date. Served 20 years in Australia. It's coming back to the UK as a free man. So what? So he can fucking do it again?
well, 20 years is time served. Supposedly he's, been through the system. He's rehabilitated. He's a different person, like that's kind of the thing. But yeah, I think that's a scary thought, though, that somebody could do something that brutal
And
and
then
then be given a
still
second
be allowed
chance.
to live another 30, 40 years of their life as a free person. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm a death penalty kind of person. That's just it. It's a good incentive. Life has just become so cheap now in this day and age, this crazy fucking wacky world we live in. You can kill somebody, hit somebody, punch somebody out, they hit their head in the curb, you kill them, bang. 2 years, you're back out. What? 2.5 years, 3 years, somebody died. Oh, but you didn't mean it was manslaughter. No, fuck that, bro.
Well, we got an extra kick in the nuts up here. We're locking up our pastors because of certain regulations they're not following. And then on top of that, we got this young piece of douchebag that threw a grenade and killed a soldier and wounded others. He was at Guantanamo for a minute, and our government gave him 10.5 million, and he can travel unvaxxed on planes and shit in Canada. But Fauci ouchied, and but the rest of us can't, but he can. That's fucked up.
You should write Trudeau, and see if you can get that changed.
That was hilarious. I got a neighbor in my building told me he works, maybe not directly with him, but I guess somehow, or does work for him, contract work. Like the Liberals hire him. He puts in switches that automatically detect you're there and turn lights on and off, stuff like that. Anyways, yeah, he was saying he thinks the PPC might be coming in next. I hope so. Anyone but them. I don't know what's going on though. I think we already did some sort of a weird election, and he supposedly lost, but he decided to stay, and he's still there. There's some real weird shit happening. It's like Twilight Zone the last 4 or 5 years. Fuck.
You said the PPC. What's the PPC?
Maxime Bernier, the People's Party of Canada. So he was in one party, I believe the Bloc Québécois for many years, and then he came to the Conservatives for many years, and he was in a leadership race for the Conservatives. He didn't win. He was kind of happy because a year later he formed his own party called the PPC. And so what it is if you were in the Liberals, NDP, whatever party, trying to make certain things happen and you couldn't get it done, you can join the PPC and they'll help get the shit done that people want happening.
What do you think about the whole trucker rebellion?
Sorry, it stands for People's Party of Canada. Go ahead.
What do you think about the whole trucker rebellion where they had like $10 million put into crypto and then they were able to freeze their bank accounts and everything?
I don't
Yeah,
think
it
we're
was
supposed to be
actually.
talking about that one, honestly. I think that's one of those things they're still kind of censoring for some reason.
Okay.
Oh, we're not allowed to yap on that. Okay,
I don't.
sorry.
It's sort of borderline. I don't know if we should. Not on the live stream
Okay.
anyway.
Well,
Politics.
that's kind of how our conversation started. I'm kind of known as a bit of a a rough around the edges guy in the building. So he was like, Are you getting in any trouble lately?" And I said, "It's kind of hard. You got to be a pastor or trucker with a flag." And yeah. Anyways, it's sad.
Yeah, I suppose Lou's right. We just need to bring it back on topic, don't we? Just so we don't fucking violate the new world order.
Well, there was a strike given. There was a strike given a few days ago for.
Oh shit.
Um,
The Earth is still flat where I am. I'm
When I was
15
talking about
stories up.
truckers, I meant trucking on a flat Earth or a curved Earth. That's what I meant. Them damn truckers trucking on the flat Earth.
and all those trains that can't go up more than a 1% grade.
Actually, I saw something about these trains in the Alps and stuff or something like this. I can't My head's a little foggy right now. Anyways, when they were going up an incline, there was gears that engaged to help it go up the incline. I'm not sure the degree of incline, but yeah.
Sure, I would suppose it'd be kind of like on a roller coaster where it tugs you to the top and then lets you go. That's where they would have to go.
Yeah.
But censorship is so rife nowadays. You can't say squat about fucking anything on any platform without.
Pretty sure they're censoring talk about censorship, so we should probably stop.
Oh, that too?
No, I don't know.
We can't
That's
talk
the
about
next
being
step. That's
censored.
the next logical step, isn't it?
Well, that's what.
Who's got us talking about flat water and nothing else? No, I know. I guess there's no Globers hanging out right now wanting to ask dumb questions.
The left has become so absurd. Absurd.
I'm sure everybody's seen by now the clip of, was it MSN, BC, or whatever the fuck they are.
LBG.
Saying that it's their job to control what the people think and not Elon Musk's. They're like, this is dangerous because he could. This is dangerous because he could potentially control exactly what people think, and that's our job.
This is
I remember seeing that.
There's a bunch of people freaking out on Twitter, like, oh, Elon Musk is gonna buy Twitter and turn it into a free speech platform. Oh no, that's horrible.
You have to turn your mic up a little. You're coming in low.
Yeah, you are pretty quiet.
Let's put it closer. It's sad, the state of Twitter. That Elon Musk wants to buy it, and then, he's gonna turn it into a free speech platform, and then they're freaking out about it. It's ridiculous.
I wouldn't get all behind Elon like he's actually for the people. But yes, it is hilarious. Keep in mind, Elon Musk is one of the technocrat oligarchs and transhumanists who's trying to frickin' rule the world. He's in a competition with all them other douchebags that are exactly like him. So,
dragging rockets into space.
Yeah.
I decided since he could label himself a billionaire with no real logical explanation as to how he became one, I started calling my youngest nephew a billionaire as well. I mean, might as well, right?
He created PayPal.
PayPal. Yeah, that's where he started.
Ooh.
And he lost everything.
No, he didn't. He didn't create PayPal. He bought into it and then sold for a bunch of money, but he didn't create it.
He's so ridiculous. Like the one week, the one day he says, AI is going to destroy the world. It's the biggest threat to humanity. And about 2 or 3 days later, he bought the biggest stakes in fucking AI, some AI company.
He did create PayPal. I'm looking it up here. eBay bought it for $2.5 billion. 2000.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's actually some South African dude made the PayPal. But he was talking one day about how AI is going to destroy the world. It's the biggest threat to humanity. And I swear to God, about 2 or 3 days later, he bought biggest stakes in some kind of AI research technology fucking factory. So,
Well, he's trying to make Neuralink, which is
Neuralink, that's the one.
Yeah,
My God.
he's trying to make it. I don't think he bought into it. I don't know too much about it, but I think it's something he's personally trying.
Yeah,
to do.
he was saying one day about how dangerous AI is, and the next day he was talking about Neuralink.
Yeah,
Elon Musk is a front man. Just because he takes credit for doing stuff doesn't mean he's involved in doing it. You think he's doing all of this shit with all these different companies? No, he pays people to do this.
It's his company. He's he doesn't really have a family life. Honestly, that's the sad thing. He's like constantly working and he sleeps in his office and stuff. Like
Hold
if
on,
you see him in interviews, he's like really
here's
agitated.
here's a short video that I think Indio posted last week, but and keep in mind it is from Infowars. But here's a little bit of a different history, like a more complete history on Elon Musk. It's coming up. But it's without without the positive media spin that they like to put on the guy. He's a shyster. He's a freaking con artist.
Right. Give me 6 minutes to watch this, Lou.
Yeah.
My impression is that most of the media hates Elon.
For all I or any of us know, he's presenting us with things that were thought of by Tesla a long time ago, and he's just taking the credit and hiding even the better shit that Tesla had.
There was something I watched on Facebook the other day, the way they were bumming him up, almost like he was a god. Like he was a god. Like he figured out how to do this and how to do that simply by thinking about it for 5 minutes, and then he had an idea. Things that people couldn't think of over hundreds of years. Elon Musk.
Elon has he is a cult following. Is like the people a lot of the people that are really closely supported to him. It's very different from other billionaires. I mean, other people like, oh yeah, billionaires, Bill Gates, bro. I love Bill Gates, even though he's an evil piece of shit. But I'm just saying, it's very different compared to other billionaires. How people see him.
Is this the face of the Antichrist? He's going to come up with miracle cure after miracle cure, heal the world.
Didn't he look into Effie or something, I thought? Did he? I can't remember if he came out and said he looked at it.
I mean, I know he's a fairly good guy. He was against the lockdowns and against vaccine passports.
Yeah, but he wants to put something in my skull.
You're being swayed already, bro. Next thing you know, you have a chip in your right hand.
Yeah, he wants to put something in my skull that connects to my laptop. Like, No thanks.
Transhumanism. That is the face of transhumanism right there, and that is not a good thing.
Just wanted to quickly say, whoever that young lad is, you're coming in a lot better now.
Young lad. I think he left. Did he leave?
I just know it was a world of difference from when he first started to talk after he turned his mic up or whatever. It was a lot better.
I was about to say how wise he sounded for his young years. But yeah.
Yeah, gives me a spark of hope.
It's probably Elon probably cut off his internet there. He was talking too much truth.
Well, the part right there where see, like that kid that was just talking said that he created PayPal. According to this video, it was created by Peter Thiel and I forget who the other guy was. And yeah, Elon came on a little bit later. He takes credit for things that he doesn't do. That's his shtick over and over again.
That's his stick. You're right.
It's the old Napster story all over again.
And there's a video on YouTube of him actually saying since 2010, 2012, in 2 years we will have driverless cars. And then in 2014, we will have driverless cars. In 2016, we will have driverless cars. And with 2022, we're still fucking like... driverless cars talk about, Well, we're going to get them right after we get to Mars. He's a fraud. He's an absolute fraud. I know he has cult following and everything, but nah. No, thank you.
Fanboys everywhere.
Yeah.
He's gonna save the world.
I found it really interesting how, with a lot of the things that are going on and quote unquote supply issues for whatever it is, be it food or whatever they want to convince you of the issue, he had whatever he needed to send up new Starlink satellites like that. Like a whole bunch of them fell back apparently, and then like within weeks he was sending up new ones to replace them. No problem. I got all the shit laying around here ready to go.
Yeah, he's the genius who solves all of our problems. Like wherever there's a problem, Elon will be there. Just send the Tesla symbol, or whatever. I don't know. With supply chain bullshit like that, watch, he'll come and solve it with driverless trucks and the Starlink, and that's how they're setting them up. Everybody's got to be starving first, though.
Eating veggie burgers, Soylent Green, the new meat.
Yeah, well, that's where Gates is going to come in too.
But the world is woke now. You have to tread gently. How are you going to get past that?
I wonder if whoever the genius was that came up with plant-based meat products. I wonder if they stuff their face with that crap every day or
No,
not.
no, they're eating steaks, bro. But
That's
I'm
such a
wondering.
joke. And then
That's all they serve their kids is their own food, their own fake food.
and then you notice that supposed new diet thing where, geez, I put two and two together, and what I put in a pot in my pie hole affects the size of my arse. Geez, imagine that. The Noom, it's moon backwards, and everyone's like, "Oh, look at this new diet, Noom."
Wow, I didn't think of that.
What the fuck?
Do everything in reverse.
Yeah.
Two guys paid about 50 million to go up to the ISS there recently. I was talking to Lou earlier about this, but I don't know what the news is now. But I heard that they were delayed from coming back to the Earth because of bad weather. So they're up there having an imaginary journey. You think he knows?
I hope they brought extra caviar.
It's okay. We got extra food and water for these extra people. Don't worry.
The world's fucking crazy now, bro. I mean, William Shatner was questioning black holes and light and how you see it and everything. He was questioning is about how you don't, this is based in fallacy. It's a belief, and the next thing you know, he's up in fucking some Bezos fucking capsule going, oh wow. That's my best James T. Kirk impression. Wow, like a really shit actor.
I experienced free fall for 5 minutes. Wow.
Fake. Yep. Fake. Oh.
Astronauts to the moon.
Yep.
Do you think when
Fucking
Dan
Muppet.
Aykroyd was doing that movie Coneheads and he said that line, do you think he was sort of hinting that, okay, possibly, but not from outer space, or from the moon,
No, I think he's just thinking about the $500,000 he got for doing the movie. Like,
you guys have heard
The
this?
Blues Brothers, though, you gotta admit that was a wicked movie.
You guys have heard this Muppets thing that I'm referring to when I do that, right?
Oh yeah, Earth. Yep.
Earth.
Moon. Yep.
Atom bomb. Atom bomb.
Funny man.
Dinosaur. Fake. Oh.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. How different things would be if the money hadn't gone where it did. Minds weren't bent like they are, and certain people weren't taken out, What kind of a different place or world it'd be at this point.
It's an interesting thought.
Because I think we're on our way to the world that's possible by exposing these things and waking people up and ending all the wasted money. But now we're that far behind.
So weird.
Like one freaking bullshit satellite or thing going to Mars most definitely would have covered at least one or two state-of-the-art homeless shelters somewhere.
That's what gets me. If you do a quick Google search on how much America's poured into Afghanistan the last 20 years, you're talking about $3 trillion. But there's Americans living under bridges. The economy's collapsing and all that shit there. But they poured hundreds of millions of dollars into Afghanistan. And what happened? They pulled out. 16 Marines lost their fucking lives. They got fucking 25 billions worth of fucking American equipment. And within a week, the Taliban was in power. So what was the fucking point?
Fake.
At least Obama gave the homeless laptops for pillows.
That's good, Lou.
Astronauts to the moon.
I love when the scene when they're at Subway and the daughter just fucked the whole foot long. And Chris Farley's sitting there like, oh my, I can't wait for the end of the date.
Honey, they're not supposed to know we're aliens. Don't do that. That's crazy, man. The world's gone crazy. Wokeness and transgenderism. Finally gone crazy. Only took it like a couple of years. It's every day you wake up, you're like, what's next, bro? What is next?
I can't fart on Thursdays? What the? Under penalty of fine.
Damn, I need to find some marijuana.
Jeez, if you were around the corner.
You'd be my dealer?
I'd definitely be your friend. A friend with weed is a friend indeed. I'm in Canada, so I got it pretty decent. I feel though, and I call MPs and I freak out about nonviolent pot offenders that are still in prison, and I hate when I say to people, why don't they release everyone that's in the joint that's nonviolent that was growing a plant or two then, now that we can all grow plants now and blah blah blah, and I hate assholes that go, nope, when they were growing them it was illegal. So we can't let them out yet. They gotta finish. Oh, I just want to throttle you. They gotta stay in for another 2 years. Like what?
I've seen this thing the
people
other
that
day.
would even want to recriminalize it. And in Colorado, people that didn't even want it legalized, they now get a little check every month because of the amount of money coming in from it. They might pay their federal taxes for policing and ambulances and fire departments and all that, but they don't pay any. They're not in debt to the treasury, I guess. They paid off all that debt with all their legal weed sales, and now even the people that didn't vote illegal, because they get that little check, they don't care so much that it's legal.
So I seen this thing on TikTok the other day. The one I just posted, Mr. Chong diving stone, is brilliant, right? But I also don't get why have people not fucking woken up yet? All right, hang on. They tax our wages, they tax your wages, they tax your savings, they tax the food you buy, they tax the petrol you buy, they tax this, tax that. Everything's tax. It's what the fuck, bro? So you've taxed my wages, and you're taxing me for buying a burger, and you're taxing me for putting fucking petrol in my car, and I put some savings in the bank, and you're taxing me for that, and it's just tax.
The punchline is, when you breathe your last breath, you get to pay to have yourself buried.
Exactly. Death taxes, yeah. That blows my mind. You've got to pay for the privilege of dying. You did, yeah? Well, 20%, bruh. What? You have to pay the state for the privilege of being dead. While your whole life they were taxing you on your income, your earnings, your food, your petrol, your electricity, everything. Tax, 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 tax. Fucking crazy, man. When I heard about death taxes, it blew my mind. I mean, I was I don't know, I was about 12 or 13 years old when I finally started to understand it, and I just went like, "What? I don't understand this. What are people doing?"
You know what I had as a thought? It's more directed towards FE, I guess. Maybe not. I don't know. But my one of the things I was thinking on was like the pyramids and certain things that were done in the past. Why do we not do those things anymore? Why don't we build pyramids like we had before? Like at some point we just decide to stop doing that stuff. Star forts? No, we don't do that no more.
Okay, you're talking about this. Hidden history, and resets and shit. Yeah.
I guess. Like it's just odd to me, like in Egypt or whatever, they did these pyramids or whatever. They did some in North America too, and all over the world, right? The Incans, the Mayans, whatever. They did these similarly shaped grand things. And now we just build like houses and buildings. We don't really build anything like those anymore. Why did they then? Why don't people do that anymore? The Naztec lines, like the giant ant from the sky and stuff. Nobody does, like, it's, I don't know, just weird.
Yeah, we've been lied to.
I know there's a thing called the white pine swastika. During the Second World War, the Nazis planted a bunch of white pines in the shape of a swastika. And after the wall fell and Germany became more open and they flew over the forest, every summer you see a white swastika from the sky. And then they actually put one on a hillside in Italy and
swastika.
Well, but out of trees though. Planted the trees in the shape like that. And then that was hijacked from the Hopi Indians and whatnot because it was a symbol of, like, I do believe when you study FE and you study the North Star and the Big Dipper and spring, summer, fall, and winter, where the Big Dipper is in reference to the North Star, it resembles a swastika. So it was used as a symbol of, the heavens, I guess.
Before equinoxes.
Yeah, and the Nazis hijacked it. So when you see it, you think Hitler and the Nazis and all this bad shit, but it was actually for signs and for seasons, right?
Yeah, they're very good at hijacking shit. Yep, turning it upside down, making it a bad thing, very, very good.
Well, there's a lot of negativity about that, but do we know the history? Because it seems to be like we only hear from the winning side, right? So when we're actually saying somebody's bad because, there's this bias that we haven't really discovered anything else about it. But upon further investigation, you can see a bit of merit to like what really went on. So that's all I'm proposing. Is to challenge everything, right? Don't just take because somebody said this entity was evil.
Yeah, sure, but I'll give in rebuttal to that. We're not here to destroy one another, and when mass amounts of people are being wiped out, regardless of the reason, nah, I'm not down for
right. So if that's the case, then there should be sufficient evidence to support it, right? That's what we work with here. We work with empirical evidence. We don't work on hearsay.
Okay, but I don't know what evidence we're lacking when
Well,
we're
what evidence do
referring.
we have? I should say, because what's lacking is the thing that we're, it sounds like there's overwhelming. So when we talk to, now I'm not saying you're a global flat man, I know what position you have on the shape of the earth, but when it concerns the globers, we tell them that there's overwhelming evidence to the contrary of what they believe, but they're like, well, what do you want me to present? I could just
Okay, yeah,
bring
no, in
Google up and
reference to the
it's a
shape of
globe.
the earth. When it comes to certain things, brother, come on. You want to deny things that we know?
Flat man
Okay.
can.
No. Like I said, I was using that as an example, but it's not like how globers act when they come in here. Like they have overwhelming evidence. Like, duh, it's
Yeah.
a globe, right? That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
when
no, I'm just saying I
when
ended
somebody
up
has a
finding that
bias,
where they took the symbol from was from native and ancient cultures, and
oh,
it
I'm
wasn't a
not.
symbol
Yeah, that's not.
that it
Yeah,
was
that's
used
correct.
for, yeah, in
So
the
if
40s,
ancient,
right?
right? I'm in agreement with that. No, I was responding to PMAC saying that uh, if a particular group of people or faction or whatever you want to call it is evil and is derived as that, then how do we know that is the case? Because
Did
the
I
thing
say
is,
that?
well, that everything that comes from, I think you made a comment to like everything that's coming from Nazi, that sort of thing is evil. Of course we got it from those guys. But anyway, it sounded like you were saying that because of the fact that they were this evil faction, or you don't think they're evil. I don't know. Am I getting something wrong,
No,
P-Mac?
no, I don't
Do you
know.
think they're
I
evil?
think
Well, it probably
I,
wasn't me, but yeah.
yeah, no,
Okay.
I was explaining that where the Nazis took the symbol from was from the heavens and from the
Right.
Hopi Indians and ancient knowledge. And
Yeah,
they
yeah.
hijacked it and made it a symbol of what they were about.
Well, whatever on that particular part, but I don't know if like the history behind what we know about that to be true or not. Like when it concerns to like the faction itself, there's a lot of things that we know and a lot of things that we don't know. So to say like this particular,
Are you
we're the
referring
good
to the
guys. That's
Third Reich?
These unknowns?
no. Yeah, there's a bit of missing information, I should say. But what we
Oh,
try to
listen,
what we
listen.
try to
I
fill
won't
in it.
deny there was people that even on that were acting like they were on his side were trying to take him out themselves. But there's no way the man was smart or doing anything worthy of
Yeah,
nobility.
see that's what I'm saying right there. How do you know? What gives you that information that
Well,
you
because I've researched it a lot. I have family that fought in the war. There's things
okay?
I know that
So who
mainstream
did
isn't aware of. There's documentaries I've watched. Like,
right, so here's the what I can tell you what's clear, what's evident is the international bankers, which are the controlling
oh yeah, they
entities,
fought
right? Right.
on
But
both sides of everything, or
well,
all sides.
right, but what I'm saying is the world is stage. First of all, first and foremost, the world is stage. We all know this, right? There's
Yes, it is.
people that play certain roles and whatever. But if that's the case, and somebody is not compliant with the uh, the governing entities, let's say, what happens to those people who are not subject to them? They get disciplined, correct? Let's say let's say you're an entity that's against the banking organizations, right?
Cartel.
You're not gonna comply. You want to be your own country. You want to do your own thing. You want to you want to take care of your people. What happens upon that particular moment? You're gonna be forced. Your hand will be forced. You will be, there will be letters of like, okay, in that time, you have an option: get with the program, or be disciplined, suffer the consequences of your non-compliance. So if you see a bit of correspondence that was taking place prior to that particular campaign, then you would then the picture will be clear as to who was actually doing what and who were the actual good guys and the bad guys, because it seems like there's this demonization of entities that's taking place, and not just this particular instance, mind you, on any instance regarding somebody who's been demonized. Like, I don't know, pick anybody in history, right? Yeah, just that person's like the devil, like whatever. And if you
Mickey.
if you dig a little deeper, you'll find out that maybe there was a bit of something to why there was a resistance. Why
Genghis Khan. What do you think he was a good? We could probably
Mickey's,
find
Mickey's the
out
devil.
he was a good guy.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? History will reveal because of the fact that there's not just people that wrote about these people, but they experienced it, so they would, pass down like I don't know what you want to call it, like tribal communication. Like their fathers told a story, and you know, their grandkids' kids know about it because they were told. But and by that's the only record of knowing like how something even transpired. I think the Native Americans have this type of communication with their youth, right? The elders will bring the young ones in and teach them the ways and tell them the stories, and they have to learn them verbatim in order for them to qualify as a leader of the group or how and so forth. Anyway, I digress. I go back to the point that some of the things that we learn about these entities that we study, there's a demonization happening, and we're quick to say, they're bad. This was bad, whatever. And we're doing it on a very loose basis of misinformation. So that's all. I'm just throwing it out there. Like
sometimes a spade is just a fucking spade. Sometimes
nobody has to write me a letter to tell me that the KKK or the fucking Nazis or neo whatever are bad fucking group to associate with. That's just common sense.
Yeah, sometimes a spade is a spade.
Yeah. When is that though? Like what you're saying is like what's self-evident, right? That's basically what you're saying, PMAC. But what I'm telling you, of course, if somebody puts like a swastika, right, and runs around, starts shooting people and says they're a particular faction, that's bad, right? Obviously, that's not going to be something that's good. But if you're taking a look at the origins of where things came from and how things got distorted, turned around, and then used for a particular whatever, like it was used for like fueling racism, let's say, then you could see how it got distorted and twisted, and then now it's used for something evil. Whereas before it was probably not, just like what you said. It was people that believed that this explains the seasons, let's say. But just like you said, that was the origin. Now it got twisted today, where people are tattooing these things on themselves and running around hurting people. That's different, right? Wouldn't you agree?
It's like Missy Elliott says, flip it and reverse it.
Yeah, but think about it. Yeah, look, man. Like all I'm saying is that you can obviously know that somebody's bad when they're doing bad things, but if you look at the origins of where stuff comes from, was that bad? Was that inherently evil? It's just explaining what's going on in the sky. But here's what I'm saying, right? Like you're just saying it, it's bad, but no, it's not. It's the association of the people that are using this to then superimpose their ideas over on top of whatever image
the truth.
Yeah,
the truth.
So now you say, of course, freaking Nazis are evil, but because of what the people are identifying themselves right now as, compared to what they're saying, well, we're Nazis now today, and associating themselves with a group that they have no idea if they were evil or not. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's how things get distorted.
I do know what you're saying, but you do know what I'm saying, right?
I know where you're coming from, but
even people that were on that side of Germany while those events were happening didn't know exactly what was happening on the front lines, and when it came out, were disgusted
because they were hearing.
Not all Germans are the same, right?
Yeah, check it out. They were hearing propaganda just like everybody else. So I'll take current events. If you're in, let's say, in or around the areas of like the Ukraine, you're not right at the front lines. Let's say, just like you exclaimed, if you're not right at the front lines, you don't know what's really happening because you're not in the midst of the battle. You're hearing propaganda because you don't know what's happening there. You just know where you're at, right? But you're also fed information that goes alongside whatever the popular media is telling you. So you're taking that in and then saying, yeah, this is happening. We need to do this, such and such. So I'm just looking at all across the board. So when we are trying to do that, when we're trying to do that with, let's say, like PMAC said, a spade is a spade, right? So if somebody's running around with the swastika tattooed and they're shooting people, that's bad. We know that. But to then therefore make the correlation and say, well, this is associated with the entity long ago who was, and then tie it all the way back to its origin and saying it's all the way down, a spade is a spade. It's all evil, bad, and no good. That's misappropriating the thing that you're looking at now.
Can I have a
thing back then.
synopsis, please, of your point?
My point is, whenever we look at things and we investigate them, let's not be too quick to get to the biased side of things and already sign the check.
So that's,
you know what I
that's
mean?
exactly what played out. Once the front lines were over with and it was done and the truth was exposed, like I said, some people were disgusted. And you brought to current situations. Well, when the Russians were pushed from the north, look at what was revealed, what the Russians were doing to the people that were still there, thinking, oh, well, I can't run nowhere. I'm going to stay here. Right? That evidence has come out now. Right? And not through mainstream media either.
Yeah, truth. Like I said, Flatman, truth is self-evident. So people that endured, let's say, the hardships and sort of things like that come out from a war-torn part of the thing, and they see, the oppressors, will be able to tell you this was freaking happening. I experienced it. Whatever. I mean, however they, and that's self-evident because of that. Because it becomes apparent. But
yeah, and that being said, I don't think all Russians want what's going on to be going on. So I'm not going to put them all in that boat, right?
And that's good, because that's, truth has to be revealed to everyone, and we can't just lump everybody into like, oh, these guys were bad, so it's all bad. Well, that's what happens, though, is what I'm saying, though, Flatman. Is
maybe that was what you were trying to get at. Let's not make all of the people on the wrong side all bad people. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, because it does happen. People get swept up in the whole thing, and they're just like, yeah, of course, they'll say the name of the group. Yeah, of course they're bad. You're like, whoa, I didn't say that. Like, you know what I mean? It's just about discernment. That's all. It's like nothing. I'm not trying to pick at anybody. So anyway, it's a point to be made within the context of us like being ambassadors of truth. So we stand up for truth, right? All of us in here would want to say, hey guys, you gotta research, investigate. Don't just come in here, saying things, and then when somebody asks you, how do you know? You're like, well, just because. Well, we hear that from Globers, and we question them. So it's like, why can't we do that within within our own community? Making sure that everybody's on point. Like, I want to make sure if we are talking about any topic that there's some kind of a
I think the
looking back.
I think the point we're trying to make is they're taxing us on everything. They're taxing us on everything, and death. And so I think the subject that we were talking about is tax, and why is it so fucking heavy? I mean, in the UK, they brought out a bedroom tax. They started taxing people for having a third fucking bedroom. They used to tax people for having a chimney. You know what? And Maggie, you probably know this. Why they call it daylight robbery? They used to tax people for having windows. They actually used to tax people for having pipes. If you had a pipe, you smoked tobacco in your house, they used to tax you for having a pipe. So I suppose the point we're trying to make is, or what we're trying to make is, what the fuck is this tax, bro?
We know that there's tax even going on now that's ridiculous. I mean, if we're talking about absurd taxes, yeah, I will agree with you. There's even, it doesn't matter what region of the world you're from. There's always these like absurd taxes that we get, that they're trying to fund certain organizations or
it's a suctioning. It's a suctioning of the resources. What it is like this. You know how they used to say that there's only two things in life that are certain, is death and taxes. But there's a third one: is death taxes.
Yeah, well, that goes. The cheapest arrangements you can make here or close to it would be cremation, and it comes in around $5,000.
Yeah, it does. It's even expensive to get burned. Like that's sad, but it's the truth. Yeah, I can agree with you on that. It's just that's how it's done. Things are done with taxes. So if let's
We
say
just-
if NASA wants to be an entity and validate themselves or get funding, there's how can they do it unless they create some kind of diversion for us to think about, like we got to fund the astronauts up in the ISS. Like, they got to get their food and stuff, so it costs thousands of dollars to send
That's the point. That's the point. We're born into a world where everybody thinks it's normal to be taxed on everything, and everything is getting siphoned off into a absolute nonsense that is NASA. And if you understand that.
Well, yeah, because the truth is we don't live in the environment that they are saying we are. So that organization that's sending things to where it can't exist. It's like a fantasy. So if they're saying we're sending people to the moon or whatever, Mars or the Leo, right, low Earth orbit, if whatever they're saying is happening, then it has to be validated. No one's doing that, so it's easy. That's an easy tax. It's a no-brainer. That's like, let's tax them on this particular thing, because we gotta make it look good. It's just it's ridiculous.
It's like they have a kid and they're like, I know what I'm going to raise Junior up to be, a perfect fraudster. He's going to work for NASA.
But what's weird though is that those guys who do that don't even know themselves. Like, they're working. There's people who work for the company that are oblivious to the fact that they're actually not actually sending things out there into the vacuum of space. Like, they're really not doing any of that. So that's crazy. I mean, what we're dealing with here is
which is the point we all understand. It's a nonsense.
Yeah, and they that's having an organization that constantly kicking the can down the road about, oh, we're heading to space in, I don't know, 20, 30 or whatever. They claim a bunch of nonsense. And then when that date gets there, they're like, technical issues, it can't happen because the planets aren't aligned and it'll be 2040, and these stupid stuff, right?
It's going to rain for a month and a half. We got a delay.
Yeah, I'll take your pick, man. They'll never do the thing that's going to be the traversing the stars, and it's a dog and pony show, man.
We agree.
So we got Lou in that. What's up, Lou?
Yo.
Yo.
Did you finish your safety meeting?
I was supposed to go to a safety meeting.
That's what we would call it on the job. Union safety meeting means let's go have a 420 around the corner.
420 around the corner.
So you were saying you were spinning something up. How did that go? Did your meeting go well?
That she was coming up.
We call that a union break.
Yeah, no, I was
union break.
I think I was choking a little bit while you were talking earlier. You should have caught on to it.
Yeah, you sounded a wee bit sick there, Lou.
Well, I had told you I'm dealing with a sinus infection. This was the first freaking joint that I smoked in like a week and a half because of it. Like, I have taken a few little hits out of a bowl here and there, but like, dude, it just, like, with the pressure I've had in my head and shit, like, smoking just didn't feel good. Like, every time I did take a hit, I was just like, oh, why the fuck did I do that? That's what the last couple of weeks have been like.
Since we were on taxes for a minute, and I am anti-tax too, I get homemade edibles. Lou, you should try that out. I find 3 homemade edibles from my friends are great.
Yeah, I suppose maybe eating if you're not feeling well and you do want to, yeah.
It'd probably be a better way for you to consume it, Lou, versus like inhaling, like just digest.
Edibles are cheaper around here though, like it's not like it's illegal still here. Like everyone around us has it legalized in some way, shape, or form. But like, um, yeah, like I mean, yeah, shit's gotten a lot cheaper. Anyway, for like flour and because the kids they're all into like the dab pens and wax shatter whatever like all this and like so like flour's fucking cheap as fuck nowadays. But like edibles, it's like it's not like that. I mean, yeah, I guess I could make some, but I'm not much of a baker,
You gonna go to the lab, Lou?
Yeah. back to the lab.
Back to the lab again.
I don't know how the heck they do it. They're like kind of gummies. They're nice. Maybe research it, Lou. You boob it.
Coconut
No,
oil is
I've had
probably what
I've
they
had
use.
that shit before. You can get it once in a while, like I've
Coconut-
had a couple of gummies here and there and stuff like that. But it's like I don't know. I can get the pens, no problem. Flour, no problem. Actually, I'm supposed to be getting some moon rocks. That's gonna be pretty fucking cool. But I suppose if I looked around a little more, I could probably find gummies and shit.
Moon rocks.
You on the buzzaldrin.com site.
Rocks.
You mean you're
There's some
gonna
moon rocks
try
in here.
petrified wood? You're gonna roll up petrified wood?
Rocks. Yeah,
No,
there's
man, fucking moon rocks.
I'm growing
No,
it.
I know. I'm just razzing you, brother.
That's gonna trigger a lot of people in here, man.
I'm growing a strain called Death Star. I'm going to change the name.
Dude. All right, so like,
Yeah,
I was saying cheap, like dude, I've been finding zips for like 140. Fucking
Yeah, me
like,
too.
I feel bad for you. I had 4 delivered to my door, 40 a piece, 165 with the tip for the driver for 4 zips.
Whoa.
dude, we used to pay back in the day. We used to pay like if it was really fired, like I paid like 400 a zip. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's incredible how cheap shit's gotten
Oh
these
yeah,
days.
for the state prices, yeah, that's amazing.
Freaking PMAC, dude. The image you
Yeah.
put.
Because I get high times, like I would buy high times almost religiously. I got quite a collection, and they have the trans high market quotes in there, and they give the prices of different things on the streets in different places, be it England or the States. The States is a big one, and all the different states that shit's available, and they'll have prices for weed, mushrooms, and sometimes LSD. And yeah, the States, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what the fuck? $400 an ounce? What the hell?
Hey, I got a quick question for the room, man. I don't know if you guys might know this or not. Is DeSantis running for president?
I don't know if he's announced it officially, but there's
Is he in
rumor.
the? It's a rumor, right? It's not official. Okay.
I don't know. I don't really follow that stuff very closely. But I haven't really heard anything official.
Anyway, I thought maybe
Would you,
somebody might know.
would you want him to be? Are you into politics at all, or?
Well, I'm just following. You
And
know,
Miggy, there's something
normie-
that I think you should know, and a lot of people need to know. I don't
The
know
normie
since
news.
you've been around a lot. DeSantis isn't what he appears to be, man.
Yeah, no, I think you shot me something about it, but I didn't know if he was running for the, presidency.
Oh yeah, the other thing. Sorry, gentlemen. When somebody was asking about PPC, Maxime Bernier, the leader of that party, our fucking idiot leader now, actually has had him arrested a few times because of some like rallies that he did.
Yeah, all sleepy Joe. Yeah, that guy's. Now that's self-evident, dude. He's sleepy. Nobody has to tell me that if he's sleepy or not. He's falling asleep at the freaking some of the UN meetings.
I find just this is something that needs to be brought up again and again from time to time because every single time I do, there's somebody who's never seen it. Just give me a minute to find it.
No, I got the article, but I'm agreeing with you on that point, man. But I just because I heard, either it's a rumor or people have been talking around like the interwebs, dude, talking about it, saying he's got a shoe in. I'm like, I haven't heard anything, not officially anyway, but
Anybody can look up. It's on Florida.gov's their whole thing. SB 2006. That's Senate Bill 2006. And then, but I've got the file here. I just got to find it.
I'm just thinking if more people could vote for Sleepy Joe than anyone has voted for anyone in the history of voting, I don't have much hope for future voting. That's all.
yeah, but they got buyer's remorse, Flatman, because even some of those guys are like, oh man, we can't deal with this guy any longer. Something's got to give.
I was just thinking there's no way that many votes were cast for that dipshit. That's all
course
I was
not.
thinking.
Buyer's remorse is a good way of putting it, man.
Yeah, we got to
Come
put
on,
up with him a
man.
whole nother year.
They better have buyer's remorse. If they don't, they need to be institutionalized. Yeah, there's some of those though too. Still see them walking on the street.
I have two good impressions. One is Obama, right? Are you listening? We
It's
don't
funny
have
how you-
time for a meeting of Flat Earth Society.
It's funny how you can visually tell which ones had voted for Biden,
and then
which ones would
Biden.
vote for him again. You can tell
on,
which
man.
ones.
There
they wouldn't. I don't think
by
they-
looking at them.
Could there be a more inept person than him? Like even and I'm not saying people that are without a home right now are inept, but even somebody that was, after a few weeks of eating well and dressing well and showering, they'd do a way better job than him.
Vice President.
So,
I'll just
so
say that.
guys,
I don't know.
you may or may not want to read this anyway. So this thing that I just posted, SB 2006, I'm not going to read it out loud or get into it in here, but and download it and go down to page 38.
That stuff is crazy. Yeah.
Go down to line 1097 and start reading to yourselves.
38 in the box. A lot of chapters in there.
Yeah, it's a big bill. This has DeSantis' name on it. He signed it. All right. This is what he got a lot of praise for being.
What line did you say? Sorry.
Start reading at 1097. It's on page 38.
Examine, tested, vaccinated, treated, isolated, or quarantined.
Hey, just read it to yourself. I
sorry.
seriously, even though it's a freaking .gov, it's a signed into action bill and everything, we're probably not allowed to talk about it. So just read it.
Shut up.
And then go on to the next page also. Just continue reading until you're satisfied. You'll know when.
It doesn't give me any satisfaction.
Astronauts to the moon. Sorry. Come on, man. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
They've been drinking that astronaut's coffee, man.
Yep. Chugga chugga. Yep. Chugga chugga. Yep.
Get on your skateboard, Lou.
Fake globe. Yep. Globe fake. Yep. Fake globe.
Computer.
Fake space. Yep. Fake space fake.
Oh.
Bunch of Muppets.
Oh. Oh, fake. Yep.
Oakley says that a lot, right? But Oakley calls them Muppets.
You might not have heard this. Have you heard the Muppet video that we were playing it yesterday? Miggy? Let me get this thing on for us, since we'll run that.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
It's gonna take me a minute because I'm on my phone. It's a lot faster and easier on the computer.
I was saying that Muppet shit for hours after. Yep.
Flatty, what's up, man?
What is up, dude?
Here we go. Whoop.
Oh, it's still muted? Hang on, let me unmute it.
Nervous flats. Nervous flats. Nervous flats. There's no bending water that I can find. The earth is flat, yeah, it will blow your mind. Yeah, the earth is flat, everybody. Yeah. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. No curvature on the earth, 8 inches per mile square. Yeah, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Just check it out. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Yeah, mud fossils are real. And I know that they are giants. Way in the past. Yeah. Yeah. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Well, there were giants everywhere. There were mud fossils, I know for sure. Yeah, I know for sure. The mud fossils. Yeah. The earth is flat. 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 What? Yeah, of course. What shape could it else be? A pear shape? Muppet News Flash. More and more news reporters who still think that Earth is a globe are blowing up. It is highly unlikely. Yep. Computer. Computer. Oh. Earth. Earth. Fake. Yep. Fake. Earth. Fake. Yep. Fake. Yep. Oh. Astronaut.
I do have a question, man. Was that P-Mac singing that song?
Fake. Yep. Fake.
Yep. I was going to say P-Mac could sing that perfect.
Atom bomb.
It wasn't him?
Yep. Fake. Yep. Fake. Atom bomb. Fake. Yep. Dinosaur. Fake.
No, not P-Mac. No.
Fake.
Atom bomb, fake. Dinosaur, fake.
Dinosaur. Fake. Yep.
Fake dinosaur. Yep. No. Earth is flat.
What? Dementia? I hope I forget this video quick.
There's your Skygazer right now.
We're gonna make today a flavor.
That's Skygazer?
Here's the dough.
Let's
Get
go.
the flavor. And put the flavor here, over there. Where's the flavor goes? Here, the deer, the beer's the flavor to go. And then we're gonna make a flatter. We're gonna make a flatter pizza. It's flatter than a sponge bowl. Flatter.
What Glober does that sound like?
Yes, okie dokie. We're the flatter. And it's okay. What's going on?
That sounds like glue after about one joint.
Sounds like Xanax.
Get down, flatter. Rock titties. No, rock titties. Oh, say rock titties.
Yep, just like Xanax.
Sounds like flatter pita. What's going on? No, rock titties. I said no.
Yep.
Get down. Hold on, we're making flatter pizza. Let go. Let it go. Let it go. What's going on? That's a moist pastry. That's more moist than my ex-wife. Mop out nose flash. NASA just launched an orb satellite into space and bound to land on the moon in a couple of
Old
seconds.
dude, that's hilarious.
Like Zany's
Hey,
face.
hello there, and welcome to Brain Farts, the easiest game show on the internet. I'm your host, Ultolf, and here's the contestant, Seymour Globe. Seymour, I've heard that you have a very interesting job. Yes, I work for NASA, and I do. That's very fascinating, Seymour. You'll be playing for Hopper, a very cute bunny rabbit. And you can have this rabbit if you give an answer to this very simple question. And on Brain Farts, everybody knows that you can answer the question correctly and you can answer the question wrong. So if you give the wrong answer, this rabbit will be eaten by Carl the Big Mean Bunny. Hey! As you know, we never had a correct answer in the show, but we're gonna give it tonight for free. So here's the answer to the question. It's flat. Now he's giving the answer. What the Haha, no cursing on the show. But here's the first question on already given answer. What is the shape of the Earth? I already gave you the answer. You should know it. Come on.
Is it the globe?
No, I already gave the answer. Come on, it's flat. I gave you the answer. Come on.
Yes, I don't know. Or something like that.
No, you moron. I said it's flat.
Yes, hang on, I should know this. Hold on a second, wait.
No, the shape of the Earth.
Globe, could it be that?
Haha, time is up. Oh my god, now I know why he works for NASA. Haha, you lose. Now I can eat the bunny.
Shit, man. Oh, is that not the right answer?
No, I already gave you the answer in the beginning of the show. Of course, you know the shape of the Earth is flat. It's flat. Oh my god. What the fuck of these morons I have to deal with every day with the show. Oh my god.
That's really conspiratorial.
Muppet News Flash. More and more news reporters who still think the Earth is a globe are disappearing into thin air. This highly...
Wow. That's really good. Who made that?
Captain.
Yes!
That's fucking
Why
brilliant.
is it we work for NASA and always faking everything, sir?
Simple, my friend. We do it because there's only one thing we love more than anything else.
What's that, sir?
Money!
Beer.
Sounds like a mayor from the southwestern United States.
Oh, darn. I think we hit a tree due to our low Earth orbit.
Oh, now we have messed up. We have to do it again. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Aye, sir. Let's go and try it again. It has to look real because this was too fake.
How do you like those videos?
Yeah, that was better as Canoe Kitchen Buffet. Let's go there.
But is this a
That's
bunch of
it.
like color? Oh, okay.
That's it.
Freaking yeah, this voice sounded. I thought the guy who was singing the first song was P-Mac. Like y'all got him to sing that song. There's just
Yeah,
like, you know, you have to catch him on a night when he's on a Saturday night.
My fossils are real, yes, I know for sure. Yeah. But yes.
Dang.
Right.
What's up, Sonny?
Hey, not that much. I'm just getting up. It's about 9 o'clock, 9:30, 9:22. Just getting up, having coffee,
Had a
listening
good
to
night.
Yeah.
You're not drinking that astronaut blend, are you?
No, I don't. No, I don't choose that blend. But I bet if they provided it in the store, people would be buying it.
I bet you, even if they knew the ingredients.
Yeah, ingredients.
They'd be looking at the
Astronaut.
back and like,
Astronaut shit. Oh, great. Let's get some of this, honey. It's organic astronaut shit this time. Great. Get the
Might
kind
be-
with the pumpkin, the pumpkin spice flavor.
it kind of covers that musty smell, you know that.
I think we just had like almost the exact same conversation last Saturday. I don't know if we need to repeat it.
Lou was like, "Yeah, let's change topics."
We don't need to like revisit Chugga Coffee Company like every week.
I asked my grandma the other day, I says, "What do you do today, Grandma?" She says, "I was out weeding the garden." I says, "Well, at least you didn't shit in it." Nobody get that.
There was a rim shot followed what you just said. That's why. You're supposed to go dun dun.
My bereavement counselor died the other day. He did such a good job, I didn't give a shit.
Oh.
There you go.
You laugh at the rim shot.
You know, here's a funny joke. Laugh, motherfuckers.
There you go. That kind of laugh. Yeah.
Flattery to laugh.
Did you get that? Yeah.
It's like the laugh track on Friends and that. You don't know when to laugh unless the audience, the fake audience laughs. That's what the rim shot is for me.
Fake it till you make it.
It's funny because cartoons used to have audience laughter. Do you remember that? Scooby Doo?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, Flintstones and what else? Jetsons. They had laugh tracks.
Hey, Barney. Last time I heard that joke, I fell off my dinosaur. Is that fucking old? They laugh at the fucking Let's just forget about the jokes. Just do right. Who could do the best? Who could do the best fucking drum roll? I got a joke.
It's actually working. I don't know. It's so fucking weird. We're going into the Twilight Zone here.
CB soundboard of laughter.
You got to do like a realistic sounding symbol for it to work. You got to get. Who does? I think P-Max got it.
I got it. I always got it, man. I mean, that's so obscure. Where do we come up with this shit? Do you want to hear something funny?
I don't get it. I'm thinking we're supposed to laugh, so let's laugh.
Fucking barbarians.
What? Somebody just got busted speeding. The road here by the house drops down to 30 miles an hour from like 55. The cops sit across the street and get them all day long.
Bro, that happened to me 2 days ago. Bastards. On a hill. On a fucking hill.
That'll happen. Pay attention. There's usually a reason. There's like a school or a park right there.
Well, the sun was out, you're driving your car, and every time I drive down there, I do 30 mile an hour because I've been caught once. But that one time you're taking a regular smoke, you've got the window open, it's a sunny, bright day, you're doing 36, 38, they catch you. Sneaky bastards, bro.
Oh, it's hilarious. They sit there in the wide open where you can see them from like a mile away, and like, it doesn't matter. Like people will still blow by at like 60, in a 30, like right past the cop.
Oh, yo, like we're not fucking maniacs. We don't do 60 and 30. What the hell, dude?
Hey, Lou, is it just cops that have speed guns and bike cops and stuff?
I don't think bike cops have guns. No.
Because over here they've got like special vans now set up. Like,
I mean, unless you mean like motorcycle cops, we don't have a lot of those around here though.
Yeah,
like Chips.
I just remember the beginning of Chips.
Hey, Eric Estrada.
Yeah, I was actually by motorcycle cops use radar guns too here. They sit and hide.
Yeah, we
behind,
don't
in
I don't know
shady
if I've
areas. They're really sneaky. They sit there and hide.
I've only
between
seen motorcycle
cars.
cops in parades around here. Like they
Yeah.
all of a sudden during a parade, there's a whole bunch of them, but I've never seen them otherwise.
These motherfuckers sit at the bottom of a hill. I mean, a steep fucking hill.
Of course. Easy prey. Anyway, hey, listen, the other day I decided to watch the news for about 30 seconds. That's all I could handle. I haven't watched the news in 3 years. Literally a full 3 years.
Were you the same again?
No, because you guys are talking about police. What I saw on the news or heard was how the San Diego police have all the military equipment they have. Military equipment.
Dude,
Just like your army does over in Iraq or wherever they're stationing U.S. military. Our police have the same, including 50 caliber machine guns. Now, tell me, what does a city police officer need a 50 caliber machine gun for?
Shoot the Mexican fucking drug dealers coming into your country, man.
Yeah, this is anybody threatening your hierarchy, your dictatorship. We're going to just blast the whole building to pieces. There won't be anything
the
left.
militarization of the police force has been a thing for the last 20 years.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
I
know it's not news, but they're like bragging about it. Like, who are they planning on fighting with this military? Oh, that's right, us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, us. Oh, did I say that?
Pay your fucking taxes, bro. Funny.
Yeah, I'd leave it. Yeah, I'll leave it off. It's funny because here it's a big military town here, city here, right? And always has been. But
it's kind of funny.
They fly.
It's kind of funny
they fly military choppers over land, like they're searching.
Searching for you, Sonny.
Yeah, right. They probably see me.
A few years back, they ran like helicopters down at street level through the streets of a section of LA, like as a training exercise, like literally flying helicopters like below the streetlights.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
While people were in their apartments, like, yeah, dude, there's video of it where people are looking down on the helicopters from their apartment windows.
Hey, got somebody new that just entered here. Toasty Feet. You guys know him? Somebody from the server?
I don't know. VC verified.
Toasty Feet? Yeah, it looks like it.
Toasty Feet, are you there?
And do you have toasty feet?
Can you have link image perms? Go ahead and post an image of your toasty feet, please.
Feet pics, huh?
Oh, he's typing.
A little bit of a foot fetish, huh?
No, not at all.
Yeah,
I was
a
just
little
being
bit.
funny. You guys are just weird.
Thank
Especially
you.
Miggy.
Thank
Miggy,
you.
I'm shocked.
No. He said post a picture of your feet. I'm like, well, isn't that feet pics? Usually that's a bit, I don't want to say derogatory. It's that's an innuendo to
I know, but I wasn't thinking of it that way at all. But apparently you
Yeah,
guys were.
It's when
Mickey
you look
was.
yeah, it was me. What's up?
He's a freak, man.
Weird.
He's a weird freak. He's a freaky, weird freaky.
That is not real feet, is it?
Yeah, I was gonna say that could be.
What is that?
Feet that look like hands.
That is some weird looking feet there, bro. What? Ew. Here, honey, have some Parmesan.
You guys are something else.
Make sure you're getting along with your wife, okay? Because especially if she's cooking for you.
Are those Cheetos? Yum.
So dumb, dude. Cheetos.
Good job. Cheetos. In other words, cheese toes. That's what Cheetos actually are. Are their cheese toes? They have to get rid of those toes somehow. I mean,
So
really.
far, we got 3 nasty feet pics.
Unfortunately, we can't even talk about the ones that I want to post. Cerveza toes.
That one that the shit put on there is
Remember that
horrible.
one?
Toasted grilled cheese sandwich. Every now and then, those hit the spot, don't they?
With the bowl of tomato soup.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Sounds
Seems
like
strange
something.
to have all that grilled cheese. Being from Wisconsin, grilled cheese isn't white cheese usually. We typically have cheddar in there.
Oh, yeah, I bought some more Gouda from Wisconsin. It's good stuff, man. Great cheese. I'm going to keep on buying it. I found this brand. It's really good. It's very expensive, but, it is from a foreign country, Wisconsin.
Pretty foreign.
Wait a minute. What's this brand? Let me find it. Now, Sonny digs through his tiny little refrigerator. Apple smoked natural Gouda.
That sounds good. It does sound good.
Yeah. It's made by Red Apple Cheese Company, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Gouda's a really potent cheese, which
smoky.
Some people just don't really like the potent cheeses. They're not really cheese fans, but like people who do really like cheese, they usually like the ones that they like the stinky ones.
Some of those stinky ones are good, but I don't know about the smell. It's too much for me, man. Where are they from?
I think you're supposed to mix it with a wine if they're like really stinky and you can handle it.
There's a lot of you can do pairings with wine or like beer too.
Beer,
like,
even
craft
good beer.
Yeah, certain craft beers you pair them with different cheeses, and it's amazing the amalgamation that you get. Like you take a little nibble of the cheese and it's like it's interesting, and then you take a certain beer they pair it with and swish it around, and it's like
that's a fucked up thing.
This whole like weird these amazing flavors that you've never experienced before all of a sudden come out with a good pairing.
find that highly interesting, Lou.
These guys are from Barron, Wisconsin, wherever that is. Barron, Barron, Wisconsin.
Okay.
Is that in the north part of Wisconsin?
I think so. I think it's like northern or central. I don't know. Like southeastern Wisconsin is where almost all of our population is. Other than that, it's like all farmland and woods. So,
Well, I better have me some of this.
So, talking food, you got like a feta cheese. Like feta is like kind of sour a little bit. So you would mix it with like roasted red peppers and tomatoes if you're cooking with it to balance it out, you know.
yeah, cheese is cool like that. There's so many different ones, and you can do a lot of different things with it. It's kind of a science almost.
Hank.
I had some of this
Yeah, bro.
with my corned beef and cabbage. I'm sorry. Sorry, you guys. You probably already changed the subject.
We cheesed it.
What is it, PMAC?
What's up, Hank?
I just woke up.
Did you forget to change your name back to Hank or what?
This guy. Freaking PMAC, dude.
This is permanent. Yeah.
It's permanent?
Yeah, it's permanent.
Yeah, I'll just
more
call you Hank. You're Hank to me, bro. Fuck Larry.
It's gonna take a while, Larry. Before people adjust, it's gonna take quite a while.
Well, lemon bird
See,
is
to me, I don't care
well,
what.
lemon bird like.
Yeah.
Stuff this week.
Oh, did you kill off Hank?
You can call me whatever you like. You can call me whatever you like. I'll answer to it. I know what you're trying to say, right? But yeah, I can no longer accept any personas.
Oh, I miss Hank, man. I miss him already, man. I miss him. Where the fuck did Hank go? Bring Hank back. Fuck's sake, man.
Hank didn't go anywhere, silly. He just changed his name to Larry. That's his name.
Free Hank Hill. We have to start a campaign.
Shut up, Rookie. Who the fuck asked you, man?
Free Hank.
Excuse me?
Let him go.
Nothing.
Yeah, we have Hawkeye NWO in here.
Yeah. Hawkeye.
What's up, Hawkeye?
What? Oh, God damn it. They can hear you. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, what's up, man? I've been server muted in here fucking for like 2 weeks. I'm like, what's going on?
Nothing much, man. What's up?
Not much, actually. I was just taking a shit.
Why do you have to tell us about it?
You have a lady friend, man. Come on.
Last one was a big shit.
In the bathroom.
Is he watching?
What's
going
on?
I can't even turn on my camera, so I can't tell.
Come on, man.
How bad was the shit? How big was it?
No. I have this computer's in my kitchen, right off of my bathroom. I have multiple computers.
Your kitchen is next to your bathroom. Okay.
Right.
That's a nice place for a kitchen to be.
Is there a wall between the kitchen and the bathroom?
Yeah, there's 2 walls between the kitchen and the bathroom.
Two of them motherfuckers.
Yeah. And a door. Oh, shit. But anyway, yeah, no, I can hear you throughout my whole house. So, yeah. I'm going to fucking go back to pooing.
You finish that job first, definitely.
And he wonders why he was muted.
Pooing. It's a very polite way of saying.
You see, we leave the conversation. It always comes back to it, man. I'm telling you. It's like a magnet. It's like a gangster trying to leave the gang. Every time he thinks he's out, they pull him back in.
What are you
sucking a turtle head
referencing that
back
to,
in.
Miggy?
You see, I told you.
Hey,
What's
Miggy,
that?
what are you referencing that statement to? I don't know. I kind of lost the trail.
We always like with astronauts
Pacino.
drinking their own
Oh,
urine.
every
Looks like
time.
every
Okay.
why is it every time I come in here we're talking about astronauts drinking their own urine,
Poo.
Drinking their poop.
drinking their poop. Can we talk about something else? Because like,
Please do.
Okay, let's talk about flat Earth. I'm going to play some audio. Now, keep in mind, this guy is a professional. Well, he's got a PhD in neuroscience and physics.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
He did a video called "The Earth Is Not Flat," and I want you to listen to his evidence that the Earth is not flat.
Should we get popcorn? Because
you're gonna
it's only like 4 minutes long, something like that. Hold on.
Grab your coffee. Take another hit real quick, and get ready.
Now, keep in mind that this guy is a trained professional.
I'll try this at home. All right.
What the fuck?
An authority.
Hi,
So
this
everybody-
is just a fun
Credentials and
video
authority.
that shows that the Earth is not flat and every reasonable person can see it by eye. So, if you look at the shore behind there and you see that there are ripples on the water and then there is some area where the ripples are gone, there is no wind, so the surface is perfectly flat like a mirror, but then again you see a little area where again there are ripples just before the other side of the shore. And if you do a back on the envelope calculation I show you then, we are 2 meters, we have 2 meters above the sea level here where my head is, and so
I have returned.
you see more or less 5 kilometers, okay, on the surface of the Earth. But if I take the camera down to 20 centimeters, so you just see 500 meters, and that's what I will do now. I'll just take the camera and bring it at 20 centimeters above sea level, and you will notice something. So just, okay, I take the camera, take it out here, sorry. Let's walk down. Still here. Okay. I try to maintain the distance, 2 meters, still here. And now I go down, I go down, I go down, I go down. You see here, we are 20 centimeters, more or less about, this is 20 centimeters. And you see the ripples are gone. Even the mirror surface in between is gone. You just see the ripples nearby, so you don't see any further than 1.5 kilometers if you are 20 centimeters above the level. And we go again, and here we are. You see it again, the mirror surface and the ripples over there. That's proof that the Earth is round and not flat.
That is a professional.
Wowzer.
Yeah, so he lowered the camera 2 meters as he couldn't see some ripples further. The Earth is round. Yeah.
Great. A ripple earther.
Yeah, so here's the funny thing that I noticed about things like this. He did a calculation. He has no idea how far the horizon is. Right, first of all. And so even if everything he said was true, he didn't actually test anything. He just made up a story of a distance upon what he presupposes the distance, which he never actually measured. Right? But obviously, that if you change the angle that you're looking at a flat surface, as we all know, you're going to see less of that surface. You can demonstrate this 7 ways to Sunday with any flat surface just by changing the angle you're viewing the surface. So it's
crazy that this is a professional physicist and something as basic as this. I mean, this is like super basic. So if you ever buy a flat screen TV, and on the flat screen TV it says angle. Yeah, I got wind. Yeah, I know.
Tornado Alley, bro.
Okay, yeah, it's exactly. How about now?
That's better.
Okay, so if you buy a TV, a flat screen TV, it'll say the angle of view, right? That means the angle, it has a view angle. So a horizontal view and a view angle. So even manufacturers of TVs know that if you view the TV at a certain angle, you can't see the face of the TV, and that you can't read any of the letterings to see any of the pictures. This is so elementary basic. Like, how did this guy get a degree? I have no clue. Because he's not a physicist, he's a mathematician.
They sure do have some really kooky ideas of how they're doing this when it's really very simple.
I know that's why I played it. Is that it's so?
Yeah.
These are the authorities that the Globers come in here and appeal to. It hurts me inside, man. Like just hurts me. Like, wow.
Yeah, they're appealing to idiots.
I think Nassim Taleb, he's a statistician. He called him intellectual yet idiot.
Yeah, they're idiots. They appeal to people with the same low level of intellect as they have themselves. No surprises.
But it also illustrates something else, is that this guy, he's so convinced that the earth is a ball that this mediocre type of quote unquote evidence is sufficient to him to confirm his bias. That's how extreme his bias is. They're extremists. It's a crazy, like, extremist cult zealotry that knows no bounds. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir in here, but anybody listening on YouTube or whatever, they should take note. These are your authorities. Low IQ. Makes me think, man. Who's the bigger fool, the fool or the fool that follows one?
Don't they both fall into a pit?
Just goes to show you that having some kind of letters after your name, having some kind of letters after your name does not mean you're not an idiot. And doctors are the same, exactly the same. I mean, like, you spend all that time and all you have to tell your patients is something that'll make them fearful. That's all you have. Oh, you should be afraid. Like, they don't come out and say those words, but they use these word magic. They do it there too, as well as in this law society, the medical society. They try to instill fear. That's all they have. Oh, if you don't do this, then this is going to happen. We find that results are better if you take this chemical. Yeah, they don't have anything to back it. They don't.
The other ironic part. Hold on, just 1 second. This guy's YouTube channel, if you look at it, it's all about railing against mainstream science for their basically shitty, how they don't rely on evidence now, how they just rely on theory. That's what his whole channel is about, and how the way mainstream physicists conduct it today has like very little experimental evidence, and it's all based upon theory. His whole channel is about this,
and that's
this is what he presented as evidence. It's like, whoa.
Oh my God. Ripples on water. Okay. Yeah. Too bad the people that are refuting the black swan don't care to look at the ripples at all, because one day is 6-foot waves and one day is 2-foot waves. But it makes no difference. If you have something that blocks your view, like a huge wave, because you're only 1 foot off the deck, like a 6-foot wave that's 50 feet away from you, is not going to block your view. These people are just dumb.
And also the other thing is, if he like looked in any literature on like so they have like LiDAR, and then there's like there's all sorts of different techniques where like they fly airplanes and measure the ground, right? They can do it with radar, they can do it with LiDAR, they can do it with what's the other one? Aerial photogrammetry. And in all those documents, right, all those published papers, they specifically take into account what they call, depending on the field. Sometimes they call it look angle, sometimes they call it angle of obliqueness, because they know that if you're looking at a flat surface from an angle, you get, if that angle's too shallow, you can't like see it, right? So in aerial photogrammetry, they're trying to make maps. In in LiDAR, they're trying to make maps for the different types of maps. All these are mapping exercises, and they all know that like we're if I'm at too much of an angle that I can't see the surface. But none of the reasoning for that is because I'm on a ball, right? It's never because I'm on a ball. It's just because this is the way vision works. This is the way projections work. So it's crazy to me to even take this line of reasoning, because it's not based upon either the field of science or the field of physics or any practical technology. It's just based upon his cultism. It's insane. Okay, rant over.
So basically, the guy is like really highly educated, right? But he didn't actually do anything. He just like made a baseless assertion and pretended to make an observation proving that there was, curvature. But really, he didn't do anything but just kind of make like a little propaganda piece.
Yeah, basically, because the fundamental premise, right, is that that if the Earth is flat, you're going to be able to see the surface forever distance. That is just so erroneous. I mean, all you have to do is visualize an infinite checkerboard and think about seeing the checkers, right? As the checkers get further and further away, the little squares, they get more and more oblique until they become a line. I mean, we all know this, but it's like, this is such a simple, you know it from personal experience. You don't even need to give anybody the mathematics. It's just like, I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Listen, your TV analogy is pretty good, because if we all remember TVs, they used to be